Liu Hao has just traveled back to the Bronze Age 4,000 years ago and was immediately assigned 36 young female slaves. He had thought he would be able to enjoy life like an emperor, but he found himself reduced to a lowly slave. This era consisted of hundreds of small states, each ruling its own territory, constantly waging war, plundering, and fighting against each other. In order to ensure the continuation and development of the nation, most countries entered the later stage of slavery and implemented a system known as national slavery. Under this system, only commoners and scholars could live in the suburbs and cultivate and produce according to the rich system. Slaves like Liu Hao had no status in this society and were even contemptuously called savages by the nobles. Meanwhile, on the top of the lonely mountain, in front of a pile of ruins, an old man in his 50s stood by the field, looking around angrily at the land that had been allocated to him. He was so angry that he cursed, saying that 7 out of the 10 fields were just scraps from the mountains, and that the 3 good fields that were finally allocated were located on the west bank of Xinjiang. This land was both remote and isolated, so young people were too lazy to come, and no old folks were willing to cross the river. As a result, the land became abandoned farmland with no one to cultivate it. Just as he was about to give up on those fields, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure emerging from the field. Thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, then looked again, and there really was someone. The old man was secretly delighted. He had been worried about not having anyone to help him, and now it seemed like heaven had bestowed upon him a slave. Perfect. He quickly ran over. On the other side, Liu Hao was slowly sitting up from the haystack. Although he had been sleeping soundly, he was extremely hungry and could barely hold on any longer. He saw someone in the distance and was overjoyed, thinking he might find something to eat, so he slowly walked towards the person. The two met in the middle of the grass. Liu Hao looked expectant, while the old man beamed with joy. "Oh, how old is this little servant?" the old man asked warmly. Liu Hao was taken aback, thinking that calling him a little servant was too impolite, but looking down at his own attire, which was worse than a beggar's, he had no choice but to accept it. "Is there any food?" he asked directly. The old man smiled even more warmly. "Of course there's food, as much as you want. How old is my little servant?" Liu Hao became alert, sensing that this man had ill intentions, and quickly declared, "I won't become a eunuch. I'd rather starve to death than do it." The old man hurriedly waved his hand and explained, No, I'm not asking you to be that. I'm asking if you know how to farm." Liu Hao grew up in the countryside, so this was naturally no problem for him. Yes. Hearing that he knew how to farm, the old man was even happier and immediately pointed to the surrounding fields, saying, "Look, these 3 fields are all good land. How many plots can you farm?" Liu Hao thought to himself. So this wasteland was all farmland? Looking down at his feet, he saw that the land hadn't been tilled at all. It was in a completely primitive state. If he lit a fire and got a few oxen to plow it, wouldn't he be starting out as a small landowner? He asked, "How many acres is your land?" The old man replied, "All of Sanjingshan is mine." "How do you cultivate it?" The old man patiently explained that each well had a plot of public land that had to be cultivated first, requiring meticulous farming. After the harvest from the other plots, each plot had to yield 10 jars of millet. Each person also had to pay 1 jar of beans annually. Soybeans, red beans, or mung beans were all acceptable. This was the poll tax. Liu Hao estimated that with their extensive farming methods, they could only produce 50 or 60 gene per mu, at most 180 gene. But if he used some techniques, like the methods used in ancient times, it wouldn't be a problem to produce 200 gene per mu on good land. "How big is a jar?" he asked again. The old man gestured with his hand, saying it was about the size of a wine jar, around 30 caddies. A plot of land is 25 mu, approximately 1.65 acres, and the rent is about 300 gene, approximately 150 kilograms, which is equivalent to the output of 1.5 mu, approximately 0.16 acres. Based on this ratio, this deal is more profitable than modern land leasing and farming. "However, I don't have any seeds," Liu Hao said truthfully. He didn't mention farm tools, since no one had ever turned this land over, and most people probably didn't have iron tools. Copper tools were too heavy and soft. If they really wanted to till the land, they would have to make their own. "It's all right, you can borrow the seeds from the village. I'll put in a good word with them." The old man patted his chest. "How do you return the borrowed items?" "The rule is to return 2 for every one you borrow. Farm tools can be borrowed, up to 10, and you must return 1 jar of millet per day." Listening to these rules, Liu Hao felt that this slave era was truly exploitative, with everything monopolized by the nobility. It seems that food was the cheapest commodity in this era. Slaves could only produce grain, while nobles wouldn't work in the fields. The old man was dressed quite shabbily, wearing a deerskin coat on the outside and a linen shirt on the inside, clearly indicating that resources were extremely scarce in this time. But for time travelers, this is an era brimming with opportunities. As long as you have some technical skills and strong hands-on abilities, you can make it big without any cheat codes. Speaking of which, is there really no food? Liu Hao suddenly realized he was starving. The old man smiled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to eat." The two walked through several fields, and a small village came into view. The village looked quite dilapidated, charred and littered with broken walls and tiles, as if it had been ransacked. However, a number of people were standing at the village entrance, especially a group of young women, each one very pretty. Liu Hao wondered, why is this place full of women? Where are the men? He turned his head and saw that there were only a few men in the village, each busy repairing their new homes. It turns out that this village had been ravaged by the Shanrong people before, and now it had been rebuilt by newly arrived nobles and migrating savages. The so-called new home is simply a new place to rebuild their lives. The old man walked up to the girls, beckoned them to hand over the wooden plaques they were holding. He took one and carved some regional names and surnames on it. Each person has two plaques. One is returned to the girl, and the other is kept by the person in charge and placed in the carriage. The girl carefully put away the wooden plaque, then picked up the large jar on the ground and asked, "Excuse me, where's my husband's home?" The old man casually pointed to Liu Hao. A girl named Feng Yu turned around and was stunned. How come it's a young boy? As soon as she said this, all the girls present turned their eyes to Liu Hao, and they all looked embarrassed. Being a slave in these times is too hard. Without a strong labor at home, you can't do any work, and you can't even get food. It seems this old man wants to give all the remaining girls to Liu Hao. The old man's face darkened. Don't underestimate him. Just because he's young, he's already 16. Don't you know your own situation if you don't want to get married? Then jump into the river. The old man also had his difficulties. Those 3 fields weren't just for decoration, and Liu Hao alone couldn't possibly cultivate them all. Even if these female slaves are not very strong, they can still be of some help. Besides, there are more women than men now, and male offspring are in short supply, so these marriages are all arranged by the village chief. If a woman wants to get married, she has to pay a jar of grain first. If she's not of marriageable age and wants to get married early to save on food, she has to pay an extra jar of beans. Half of these land taxes and poll taxes went to the village chief, and the other half naturally ended up in the pocket of the local official, Lao Deng. Once it was in his hands, there was no way to get it back. It was like throwing money down the drain. Old Deng was shrewd. He had already decided to give all 30-odd girls to Liu Hao. Whether or not wooden plaques were carved, they were now Liu Hao's women, and there was no escaping it. For these girls, it was either to stick with Liu Hao and starve to death, or to leave with nothing and become homeless ghosts, waiting to die when the food ran out. So no matter how unwilling they were, they could only grit their teeth and silently accept the wooden plaque. Liu Hao chuckled and stepped forward to ask, "Sir, did you really give me all these girls? Since you're willing to call me sir, I certainly won't mistreat you. Do you think it's all right?" Looking at the group of girls in front of him, 30 or 40 of them, all around his age and petite, Liu Hao felt a surge of joy. He thought that when he had the tools in the future, he could set up a small workshop, and these girls would come in handy. Besides, we're all in the same boat, still young. If we weather the storm together for a few years, we might even develop a bond. Rather than being taken advantage of by others, being with someone else might be a better outcome. Although he was young, he was confident that with his brain and knowledge, he could lead this group of people to a better life. After all the signs were carved, old Deng instructed before leaving. Remember to come to the village to collect the seeds before the river thaws. Otherwise, you'll still be stuck on the other side during spring planting and will starve to death. Okay, thank you, sir. I'll remember. Old Deng got into his carriage and left without looking back. As soon as he left, the villagers came out. The women looked at the group of girls who had concealed their ages, and then at their thin young husbands, and they all shook their heads and sighed. The man expressed his regret verbally, but he knew in his heart that there were already 8 mouths to feed in the family, and he couldn't afford to take on this responsibility. Liu Hao was looking around at the people. This village was really young. He smiled and shouted to everyone, "From now on, we're neighbors. If you need anything, feel free to come find me on the other side of the river." Liu Hao, courtesy name Patian. No one paid any attention to him. They thought to themselves, this kid is probably from some impoverished noble family. He's only 10 years old, and he dares to be so arrogant. What if he gets to know us and comes to borrow grain someday? It'll be hard to refuse him. Liu Hao snorted coldly, raised one finger as a farewell, and turned to lead the girls away in a grand procession. They walked until they reached the riverbank, where no one was around, before finally stopping. "Put all those urns on the ground." The girls were taken aback. Young master, what are you doing? Who's in charge of this household? Of course it's you. Then obey. Put them down. Seeing that he was serious, everyone quickly and carefully placed the urn on the ground. He pointed to the tallest girl. You, come here and give me the wooden plaque. The girl's name was Lung Qing, which matched her temperament perfectly, cold and aloof. She reluctantly handed over the wooden plaque. He then beckoned, left hand, extended. Although Lung Qing was full of doubts, she obediently reached out. However, her mind started to wander, and her face immediately turned red. The next second, with a smack, Liu Hao slapped her palm. Lung Qing cried out in pain, startling everyone. Do you know why I hit you? She shook her head, her eyes full of questions. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. You are all so young, yet you look like you've lost your mothers. What kind of behavior is this? Young master, you were right to hit me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so disheartened. Very good. Now go and slap each person's palm until it turns red. Lung Qing hesitated at first, but dared not disobey, so he simply slapped each person hard. Immediately, a series of slap sounds erupted as the girls covered their hands, their expressions changing drastically. After this exchange, the girls were finally no longer so lifeless. Liu Hao looked up at the sky, estimating that it must be noon, but he still hadn't found a suitable place to stay, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He turned to look at the smallest girl, Vanilla, who was struggling to hold onto a large earthenware jar. The jar was practically all her possessions, and despite the difficulty, she held on tightly. What's your name? Liu Hao asked. My name is Xiang Cao, she replied softly. May I help you carry it? Liu Hao asked. Of course, this was originally meant for you, young master, Xiang Cao said softly. But it's not heavy, so it's my job. Liu Hao didn't say much and simply took the urn. The weight of the urn itself, combined with the grain inside, and his own weakness from hunger, made it quite difficult for him to lift. Although the people around him stopped complaining, they remained silent, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Does anyone know how to sing? Liu Hao broke the silence. There was complete silence. No one responded. Come on, I'll teach you to sing. I'll sing a line, and you sing along, he said with a smile. Yes, everyone responded. The sun shines brightly. The flowers smile at me, sing. Liu Hao led the way in singing. For these people who had never been exposed to music before, even a simple children's song was novel and interesting. Everyone couldn't help but smile, and their mood brightened considerably. The songs echoed, temporarily banishing fatigue and brightening the atmosphere. Singing all the way, they crossed the river and arrived at the foot of the solitary hill. The Daxing River is over 300 meters wide, and the isolated hill extends into the riverbed like a peninsula. Three sides have been eroded by floods into low cliffs, with only a zigzag slope leading to the top of the hill on the side facing the well fields. On the hilltop, a ring of old trees grew. The old trees encircled a 5-acre courtyard, which contained 3 smaller courtyards, clearly once the residence of 3 families. However, the fences, walls, and buildings have been destroyed by fire, leaving only a few sections of ruins. Even 3 old trees near the fence were not spared, burned to ashes. The scene before them was no longer habitable. The group, who had just regained some strength, felt heavy-hearted once again in the face of such a deplorable environment. Although the environment in Bangshanyi is similar, at least each family has able-bodied men, and the number of people is smaller. Here, however, there isn't a single 1 to 30-odd people who can do any work. To make matters worse, it's the dead of winter, and they can't find shelter from the cold. If they don't freeze to death after one night, they'll definitely get sick. Liu Hao looked around, and everyone clearly remembered the scene of encountering thugs on the other side of the river. They quickly perked up. What, disappointed? Liu Hao looked at everyone, his tone indifferent. I'm disappointed too, but disappointment won't solve anything. We must turn despair into hope so that we can get out of this predicament. He paused and asked, now who can cook? Step forward. Everyone stepped forward in unison. In this impoverished environment, everyone, regardless of gender, started working early, so naturally they were skilled at cooking. All right, pick the 5 smallest and weakest ones, you, and the other 5 of you, to be responsible for gathering firewood and cooking, Liu Hao instructed. One of the thin girls asked in a low voice, but we don't have a pot. What will we use to cook? At this moment, everyone realized that they didn't even have a clay pot, and they lacked even some basic kitchen tools. Liu Hao scratched his head and pointed to the urn, saying, can this be used for cooking rice? It can be used for cooking rice, but what about the grain inside? Another person reminded him. Lung Qing, standing nearby, said, young master, why don't we bring everyone's dowry first and see what each person brought? Her words carried a hint of importance, because in their culture, the size of a woman's dowry was related to her status in her husband's family. All right, then I'll trouble you to help me tally it up. Liu Hao nodded. I need to go find something to store the grain. Lung Qing immediately began organizing everyone to line up. Liu Hao entered the 3 dilapidated courtyards and searched around. Fortunately, he found an almost intact winnowing basket and another winnowing basket that was burned down to only 1/3 of its original size. Other than that, there was nothing of any use. When he returned to the compound, Lung Qing had already finished taking inventory of all the items and divided everyone into several small teams. Young master, these 3 younger sisters brought the most dowry. Each of them has a jar of beans and a small pot of salt. Based on the size of their dowry, their positions should be first slave, second slave, and third slave. Liu Hao then understood that the size of the dowry directly determined their status in this group. Have their positions been decided? He asked. Yes, they have. Lung Qing nodded. Then first pour these 2 jars of beans into the winnowing basket. Then cook some more beans, remembering to add salt to make them salty. Cook millet in the other jar, cook it a little drier. Use the beans as a side dish, and use the millet to cook the rice. If 2 jars aren't enough, cook again to make sure everyone is full. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of heartache. Young man, let's eat less today and go to the village tomorrow to exchange some things. We can trade the beans and millet for wheat or sorghum rice. 1 jar can be exchanged for 2 jars. Wheat porridge. Liu Hao showed interest. Wheat has a high yield. Planting some in winter can provide 3 harvests a year. Sorghum can not only be used to make sugar, but its grains can also be used to brew wine and even feed poultry and livestock. Do you know where to get potatoes? You know potatoes? Liu Hao asked again. Everyone looked blank, clearly having never heard of such a thing. Don't worry, I'll take care of the food, Liu Hao said firmly. Everyone will be doing hard labor this afternoon, so you must eat your fill. Today is a joyous occasion, so we need to eat our fill all day long. 1 meal at noon and another in the evening. His words were decisive, leaving no room for dissent. Moreover, everyone hadn't had a decent meal in a long time and was eagerly anticipating this sumptuous feast. Even though his own parents couldn't bear to let him eat his fill, he shared all the resources with everyone without hesitation, without the slightest stinginess. This is what makes Liu Hao extraordinary. He is willing to share with everyone instead of hoarding. The reason he was considered poor was that other husbands' families would provide a sum of coarse grains, or even a clay pot and several clay bowls, when dividing the property. But Liu Hao had nothing. He didn't even have a single grain of rice. Chapter 5. Building a thatched hut together. The group quickly and carefully poured the grain from the 2 earthenware jars into a winnowing basket, making sure not a single grain was wasted. Then they handed the basket to 5 thin girls, asking them to fetch water to wash the jars. Liu Hao instructed, "Be careful, don't break the jars." In these ancient times, earthenware jars were extremely valuable, even more so than the grain inside. Liu Hao looked around and asked, "Does anyone know how to start a fire?" Lung Qing replied, "This servant does." "All right, you're in charge of starting the fire. The rest of you split into 2 teams, one to find straight, long poles, and the other to collect reeds from the riverbank." Liu Hao quickly arranged. "Yes, sir," everyone responded. "Remember, we're very close to the wilderness. Don't separate. We must stay together," Liu Hao reminded everyone. His words warmed everyone's hearts and put them at ease. Liu Hao couldn't just sit idle either. Although he was so hungry he barely had any strength, he decided to do something himself. He started by cleaning up the site, keeping the usable sections of the wall and tearing down the unusable ones. But there were no tools, so he had to go down the mountain to find stones and make some tools himself. On the nearby rocky hillside, he found redstone flakes, fragile and rust-like. This can't be iron, or can it? Liu Hao thought to himself, turning around to realize that there was such a large area of iron ore right in front of his house. However, finding a place to stay was the most urgent matter. The iron ore could wait until things were settled. The stone was too brittle to be used as a tool. So Liu Hao went to the riverbank to search, and after half a day, he finally made a stone pickaxe from a hard rock. When he returned to the mountain, he had already outlined the shape of the temporary dwelling and began digging trenches with stone pickaxes. Although the group had no tools, some picked up long poles and others gathered reeds. Working together, they collected enough materials in a short time. Liu Hao used wooden sticks as the framework, thin tree branches as the reinforcing bars, and reeds to bind them together, slowly building up the walls and roof. When he returned from collecting material for the second time, the basic structure of the thatched hut had already taken shape. When they saw the outline of the hut, smiles appeared on their faces. Despite the hardships, at least they had shelter from the wind and cold for the night. However, life remained difficult. They didn't even have a single earthenware bowl. Lung Qing lit a fire early and went into the woods to collect oak leaves. Several large leaves were stacked together and tied with reeds to make a makeshift bowl. This was a common substitute used by the savages. Although Liu Hao felt reluctant, there was no other way to make it in the freezing cold. No one objected, so they just made do for now. A group of girls were craving the delicious porridge in the pot, and although there were no bowls, they could only take small portions. This millet porridge was topped with bean porridge. The flavor was simple, but it had a rich, salty aroma, and everyone felt incredibly satisfied. Although Liu Hao wasn't used to eating beans, he forced himself to try a bite, realizing that this way of eating beans really didn't suit his taste. Xiang Cao had just finished a bowl and wanted more, but worried about being scolded, she glanced down at Liu Hao's expression. Seeing his expressionless face, Xiang Cao carefully sat down, not daring to touch her chopsticks again. Just then, Liu Hao looked around and asked, "Is the food good?" "Yes, it's good. Thank you for your concern, young master," a girl replied. "We usually don't have the chance to eat this well, especially with salt added." Liu Hao smiled and said, "There's not enough salt. If it tastes good, eat more. Everyone needs to eat their fill today. 2 jars definitely won't be enough. We'll continue cooking after we finish these. We need to eat our fill for both meals today, so we'll have the energy to work." Xiang Cao hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "May I get another serving?" Liu Hao nodded. "Of course, serve me. If it's not enough, we'll cook more. From now on, don't ask about these things. Just get what you want. Once you're in the Liu family, everyone has to eat their fill." These words warmed everyone's hearts. They were the most responsible words they had ever heard in their lives. Hearing this, Vanilla's worries vanished, and she happily filled another bowl. Looking around, she saw no one casting a reproachful glance. She smiled happily, returned to her seat, and fully enjoyed this rare and delicious meal. Although everyone's appetite was small, they ate with great satisfaction and busied themselves scraping the bottom of the pot clean. After a hearty meal, everyone was instantly energized and threw themselves into their work with great enthusiasm. They divided the tasks and continued collecting materials, while Leng Qing, along with a few others, worked alongside Liu Hao to build the thatched hut. Because of the strength of many people, everyone worked together, and before dark, they not only built 2 large and 1 small thatched huts, but also erected a long shed opposite, so that they could eat under the shed when it rained in the future. With the combined efforts of more than 30 people, the collected reeds were used to thickly cover the walls and roof of the thatched hut, and dry grass was laid on the ground to insulate against the cold. As the hut gradually took shape, everyone finally felt more at ease. Inside the room, a large communal bed was sturdy and durable, with thick wooden poles forming the frame and stones providing support, allowing everyone to sleep comfortably. As for blankets, where would slaves in the Bronze Age have blankets? They could only gather dry grass, beat it clean, and pile it into a thick mattress. Chapter 6: Countless problems await ahead. Liu Hao looked at the newly built thatched hut and sighed. Although the house was simple, it could barely be called warm, like a pigsty in the northern winter. However, the girls surrounding him showed expressions of great satisfaction, even looking at him with admiration. He can build houses at such a young age, and he builds them more beautifully and more cozy than anyone else, they thought to themselves, admiring Liu Hao's talent. Liu Hao nodded and said, "It's too late today. We'll weave some more mats to put on the house later, and it will be even better." Leng Qing immediately replied, "It's already very good, even better than where my parents live. We'll weave some more mats later." "You know how to weave mats?" Liu Hao asked, looking at her. Weaving mats was a basic skill for these savages, and all the girls said they knew how. "When we have time later, we can weave some mats to store food." Liu Hao thought to himself, knowing that for a large family of 37, they would need to store a lot of food just for rations. Although everyone longed for a sufficient food supply, the reality was that the Wildman family did not have that much food, and even Liu Hao's family was far from being that wealthy. The days in January are bright and sunny, carrying the warmth of spring, but the chill immediately sets in at night. However, conditions do not permit, so Liu Hao decides to wait until the ground thaws before considering building a better house and a heated kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove. That evening, at dinner time, everyone gathered together again to enjoy thick porridge and bean soup. Although it was a pity, Liu Hao had said that food was a man's responsibility, and his word was law. After dinner, Liu Hao washed his face and feet, with his 2 younger sisters helping him. Because they dared not light a fire in the thatched huts, everyone could only keep warm by huddling together in dry hay. Liu Hao lived in the middle room, while the others lived in the larger rooms on either side. Everyone huddled together in thick piles of dry hay for warmth. Although the night was cold, everyone felt warm in their hearts. For these girls, such a hearty meal and a good night's sleep were a luxury they had never experienced before. The night passed, and the nights of the first month of the lunar calendar were exceptionally long. Before dawn, everyone was already up. Despite the cold outside, Liu Hao knew he needed to consider how to deal with the difficulties ahead as soon as possible. The problem of feeding 37 people placed immense pressure on the 13-year-old boy. While ancient farmland calculations were not precise, Liu Hao knew that to manage these lands effectively, At least 20,000 gene of seeds were needed, and these seeds needed to be well-stocked, especially without modern tools. Each person's food intake is also significant. With 37 people, they would consume at least 2 jars of grain daily, which wouldn't last long. Solving the food problem was the most urgent task. Liu Hao already had a plan in mind. The food issue must be resolved as quickly as possible, otherwise they would face dire straits. He knew that the river would soon begin to melt, at which point even boats would be unable to cross. While grain could be prepared after the seeds were sown, the issue of food rations could not wait. When he got up, the girls were already busy. Some went to the river to fetch water, while others packed their things. Everyone was making preparations. "Young master, you're up?" They greeted Liu Hao as he came out. "Yes, did everyone sleep well last night?" Liu Hao asked with concern. "The new house is so warm." "Young master is amazing. The house you built is warmer than the ones we used to live in," one of the girls said happily. That's good. As long as no one gets cold." Liu Hao smiled and then asked, "Is the rice cooked?" Lung Qing paused for a moment, then reminded him, "Young master, are you planning to go to the village?" "Not today. Not for the next few days," Liu Hao said calmly. "Huh? Then when are we going to exchange for grain? And seeds too? If we don't bring back the seeds before the river completely thaws, it might be too late." Liu Hao knew in his heart that the storage of grain and seeds was of paramount importance. 700 mu of land required 20,000 gene of seeds, and these seeds could not be prepared until they had completely thawed. However, the seed problem wasn't as urgent as the grain problem, so Liu Hao had to be more careful not to expose himself to others too early. He sighed and decided to deal with the immediate issue first. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Today, let's all gather firewood together for another day." "Yes, firewood is also important. We'll go gather it now," Lung Qing said. "Wait until it's light, after you've eaten and are warmer, then go gather it. There's no rush," Liu Hao instructed. Everyone was wearing straw sandals, and it was cold outside. Liu Hao was worried that their feet would get frostbite. Although he felt sorry for them, he knew that the food problem was the most urgent. "You are all growing. How can you grow up if you don't have enough to eat? From now on, you'll have to eat 3 meals a day whenever you work." Liu Hao had just set the family rules, and no one objected. Lung Qing thought that if she could go to the other side to exchange for some coarse grains, even if she only exchanged half a jar less, she would still have more food. "Young master, could we take 2 jars of grains to exchange for some coarse grains?" Lung Qing asked cautiously. "Can we exchange them on the other side?" Liu Hao asked in return. "Many families brought some grain yesterday. Although it wasn't much in exchange, at least we have more," Lung Qing explained. "Don't worry, I have a way to solve the grain problem. Let's cook rice first today, and then we'll go collect firewood after we eat," Liu Hao said, and began to arrange today's food. He made sure to put more rice and less water so that the porridge would be thicker. For the third meal, Liu Hao began opening the 3rd and 4th urns of grain. Faced with dwindling supplies, everyone couldn't help but worry about food supplies a month from now. A month later, spring would be in full bloom, and even wild vegetables would be scarce. If they had no food left by then, how would they survive the lean season? Chapter 7: 6 people frozen to death overnight. Another sumptuous meal satisfied the group of girls, who temporarily forgot their worries about food shortages. After breakfast, Liu Hao led everyone to search for stones to make stone axes, and also to find tree canopies to strengthen the defenses of their home. He knew that the first problem to solve was security. To protect against bandits, he chose a location on a solitary mountain with cliffs on 3 sides, which provided a natural barrier and prevented outsiders from easily approaching. However, one problem with the solitary mountain was the lack of water. To fetch water, one had to walk several hundred meters to the riverbank. Many trees washed down by the flood had piled up along the riverbank. Liu Hao instructed everyone to select suitable timber, make deer antlers, and drag them back to the hillside. He pointed the sharp edges of the timber towards the direction from which people might climb up and used large stones to weigh down key support points, ensuring that anyone trying to enter from the outside would have nowhere to start. From now on, at least 5 people will stay home each day to watch the house. There are so many urns and grain at home. If outsiders come, they won't be allowed to open the door, Liu Hao instructed, ensuring that every detail was carefully considered. He then left the 5 girls who cooked to watch the house, while the rest went down the mountain to gather firewood. Liu Hao wasn't idle either. He made a wooden spear and began searching for resources in the surrounding area. Just as everyone was busy looking for movable firewood, Fang Ping from C walked towards them alone. From a distance, Fang Ping called out, "How was it here last night? Did anyone freeze to death?" Lung Qing and the others were taken aback. Hearing Fang Ping's words, they realized that someone in the village had actually frozen to death last night. Reporting to Uncle C, "No one in the Liu family froze to death," Lung Qing replied. Fang Ping seemed very surprised, his face full of disbelief. "How did you avoid the cold?" 6 slaves froze to death in the village last night, and I saw you all at the riverbank early this morning. How did you manage that? Lung Qing smiled slightly. Yes, my young master knows how to build houses. When he came back last night, he led us to build a thatched house together. It was finished before dark. It's cold, so we're also gathering firewood. Fong Ping was greatly surprised to hear that the child had led them to build the house. That little brat actually knows how to build houses? Where is he? Fong Ping asked. Young master should be at home, Lung Qing replied. Take me to see him, Fong Ping said, walking towards Liu Hao's residence. Reaching the bottom of the gentle, southwest-facing slope, they saw tree canopies stretching across the road, dense and numerous, with branches deliberately broken off to make them even sharper. Fong Ping approached, grabbed a branch, and pulled hard a few times, but because the wood was tightly intertwined and weighed down by a stone, it couldn't move at all. Seeing someone, Xiang Cao hurriedly ran over, and upon seeing Fong Ping, quickly stopped him. Outsiders are not allowed in. Your Uncle Si, why won't you let me in? Fong Ping asked, somewhat displeased. Young master said that no outsiders are allowed to enter. Xiang Cao's tone was firm. I am your Uncle Si, here to inspect. Fong Ping was a little angry. Xiang Cao still insisted. Young master is not here. Uncle Si, please come another day. If I open the door, we will all be beaten. Her answer stunned Fong Ping. He hadn't expected such a small family to have such strict rules. Where's that brat? Tell him to come out and see me. Fong Ping's anger flared. Young master said he'll leave after lunch and will definitely be back before sunset, Xiang Cao replied. Fong Ping was surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected such a young boy to be so organized. He felt a sense of admiration. I see. Then let's wait for him to return. Fong Ping nodded and turned to leave. After seeing him off for a few steps, Lung Qing and the others returned to their work of gathering firewood. Liu Hao, leaning on his wooden spear, continued searching the surrounding area. After crossing the well fields, he crossed the western mountain and found a deep ravine beside a stream between the fields and the mountain. This ravine had existed for hundreds of years and was over 10 meters deep. Liu Hao decided to dig some geological samples here to observe the soil conditions. He discovered that the soil here was very hard, with a clay layer underneath and a sandy loam surface. This type of land was very suitable for cultivation, as it could retain water without causing waterlogging. However, this was not Liu Hao's main purpose for this trip. His goal was to find limestone. He climbed up the hillside along the valley and indeed found a large expanse of exposed limestone. Excitedly, Liu Hao smashed open a piece, carried it on his back, gathered some dry grass, tied the limestone together, and laboriously returned to the lonely mountain. Back on the mountain, Liu Hao discovered that although these girls looked frail, each of them was capable of working, and they brought back more than one long wooden pole, which was quickly piled up into a heap. Liu Hao chose a spot with thicker soil and cleared a flat area. Lacking tools, the girls had to use brute force to break the long poles. Liu Hao picked up a stone and smashed the poles in half, preparing to start a fire. When Lung Qing and the others returned, they saw Liu Hao had already lit a fire and asked in surprise, Young master, why are you starting a fire here? Chapter 8 Mission accomplished. I need to melt the soil down here, Liu Hao said in a low voice as he worked. What for? Lung Qing asked curiously. To make charcoal, Liu Hao replied. Isn't making charcoal just waiting for the fire to burn into charcoal and then pouring water on it? Lung Qing asked, puzzled. No, that would waste too much firewood and be too slow. I need a lot of charcoal, Liu Hao explained. Although Lung Qing and the others didn't understand his reasoning, they assumed Liu Hao had his reasons and didn't ask further. Is there anything you need me to do? Lung Qing asked. Liu Hao pondered for a moment, then beckoned a few people over. You guys come over here and help me prepare some things. The girls didn't understand what he was doing, but they didn't ask any questions and just followed his instructions. Liu Hao then reheated the ground that had been burned earlier, moved the fire aside, and began digging. To conserve energy, he had to frequently move the fire to dig out the soil underneath. They worked until sunset, and the charcoal kiln was finally finished. When the girls returned from the mountain with a large amount of firewood, they managed to light the kiln before dark. Liu Hao stood by, watching the fire slowly rise. He sealed off all the passageways to ensure the fire's stability. By the time they returned to the compound, it was completely dark. Dinner was again beans and millet. 2 days had passed, and they had used up 4.5 urns of grain. After dinner, Sani and Sini immediately prepared hot water to help Liu Hao wash his face and feet. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, Liu Hao asked somewhat shyly, Is anyone wearing a belly band? Sani and CNI blushed and replied shyly, Why does young master ask such a question? It's so embarrassing. Can I borrow one? Just one, and I'll return a bolt of cloth later, Liu Hao said softly. Sani and CNI were taken aback and couldn't help but wonder, does young master have some kind of peculiar fetish? Does he also wear a belly band? What for? Sani asked. Don't ask. You'll find out when the time comes, Liu Hao said thoughtfully. The two exchanged glances, clearly reluctant, but Sunny finally agreed reluctantly. Give it to Xiaolang tomorrow morning, okay? Sure, just use it tomorrow. Don't forget, Liu Hao replied casually. The next morning, Sunny, blushing, brought the undergarment and handed it to Lung Qing. Liu Hao didn't say much, took it, and continued his work. He instructed everyone to bring an empty urn, stir the wood ash water evenly, seal the urn, and filter the wood ash water. Sunny breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's still usable. Although the linen isn't very good, it's still precious. It will be hard to buy it again once it's gone. What is Xiaolang doing? Lung Qing asked in confusion. Making alkali, Liu Hao explained. From now on, we'll mainly be eating wheat, so alkali is essential. We'll be using it every day. The girls' hearts tightened upon hearing this, and they instinctively crossed their arms. They worried that if every meal was prepared this way, wouldn't all their clothes have to be used for this? They didn't understand why the wheat wasn't just used for cooking instead of going through all this trouble. They felt that eating a meal was too expensive. Despite their doubts, everyone got to work as usual. Today's task, aside from those in charge of cooking, was for the others to continue boiling hay to make alkali. Liu Hao, meanwhile, was busy making charcoal to ensure its superior quality. Back on the mountain, Liu Hao inspected the charcoal kiln and found it to be firing well, with charcoal almost filling the entire kiln. Then, he picked up the urn filled with wood ash water, went to the stream opposite, and found river sand. Liu Hao began building a kiln, constructing a simple manual blower, and firing crucibles from clay. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded in creating a crystal-clear glass. Pressed in a shape using a clay mold, the glass was a full 5 millimeters thick and perfectly shaped. Liu Hao also used the same method to make some glass beads. These glass beads were made by rapidly cooling molten glass in water, using quicklime and alkali as flux, forming perfectly round beads. Liu Hao selected the roundest 30-odd beads, while the rest were remelted and processed into raw materials. Satisfied with his work, Liu Hao stood up and prepared to return. He found Yue standing guard outside the village gate and hurried over to ask, what are you doing here? It's already dark. My servants were worried about young master, so they asked me to stay here and call them if anything happens, Yue replied. Liu Hao smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. The girls were indeed not a burden, but rather a great treasure. They not only gathered enough materials, but also wove 12 straw mats to store grain. Has everyone eaten? Liu Hao returned to the courtyard and saw Lung Qing polishing a wooden bowl. No, we're waiting for Xiaolang to come back so we can eat together, Lung Qing replied. Then let's eat quickly. Next time this happens, everyone can eat first. Just leave me a bite, Liu Hao joked. Lung Qing handed Liu Hao a wooden bowl, which she had carved herself. She used charcoal to fire the indentation and then carefully polished it to finish it. Looking at the rather thin porridge that had been cooked that evening, Liu Hao realized that the makeshift bowl Yizi had made couldn't hold such a thin meal, so he asked softly, "Is it so thin tonight?" Lung Qing sighed. "Young master, we've already celebrated the new year for 3 days. From now on, let's cook it thinner at night. As long as we're not hungry, it's fine. Otherwise, if we eat dry food for 3 meals a day, even noble families might not be able to stand it." Chapter 9 Village Market Day. Liu Hao smiled warmly at everyone. "I'm really happy that you're all so considerate of the family. People need food to survive. Besides, winter isn't over yet, and if you don't eat enough at night, you'll easily catch a cold. Don't worry about the grain. I'll go to the village market tomorrow and get it for you. So, we'll cook dinner again with more rice and beans. We'll eat dry food tomorrow morning too. If anyone wants to go for a walk around the village, we can go together." Hearing this, the girls nodded in agreement. "Shall we go exchange for grain? We still have over 30 jars. Is that enough?" "No, we're not going to exchange for grain," Liu Hao said with a smile. "We're going to buy grain." "Buy grain? Buy grain." The girls looked at each other, somewhat confused. "Don't let my current appearance fool you. I'm actually quite well off." Liu Hao raised his chin. "Put all the jars back. Anyone who wants to go to the village, come along. Don't worry about watching the house. I'll bring you some gifts." Liu Hao swaggered out of the courtyard, opened the mountain gate, and headed down the hillside. A group of girls exchanged bewildered glances, wondering. Liu Hao claimed to be wealthy, but how much grain could he actually buy? Probably a few dozen jars. "We'll need to bring more people, otherwise we won't be able to carry too much back." So, the 5 girls who were in charge of cooking stayed behind to watch the house, while everyone else followed. The morning wind was biting cold, and since no one had cotton shoes, they tried to walk as fast as possible to warm up their bodies and avoid getting cold. When they reached Bangshanyi, the villagers also began to come out in groups. "Hey, isn't this from the other side? Do you know it's a festival tomorrow? Are you going to the market?" A burly girl asked with a smile. Liu Hao greeted her with a smile. "Whose wife is this?" "Liu Hao greets you." "Hello, wife. Are you going to the market today?" he asked with a group of people. I didn't realize you all knew etiquette. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. Everyone's going to the village market today, the girl said. Liu Hao, listening, suddenly realized that tomorrow was the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. The village women began to whisper among themselves. I remember there were 36 servants. How come there are only 31 left? Where are the others? We stayed home to look after the house, Vanilla replied. So, you all didn't freeze to death? Really, you didn't freeze to death? A village woman asked in surprise. No, my young master is very capable. He took good care of us, and no one froze to death, Vanilla answered with pride. Oh my, who would have thought that such a young lad could take such good care of such a large group of slaves? Do you know? In the past few days, a total of 9 slaves have frozen to death in the entire town. The girls around Liu Hao were all shocked when they heard this. Although many savages die of cold every winter, who would have thought that there would be such a huge difference just across the river? Your young master is truly remarkable. He can actually support so many people, the girls thought to themselves, secretly marveling at how lucky they were to have married into Liu Hao's family. Liu Hao walked ahead, side by side with a large, dark-skinned man, inquiring about the village, the township, and where the river led. Most of these people had never left their village in their lives and knew nothing of this information. For example, when asked how far the villages were, everyone said far. When asked if Xingbo produced salt, no one knew. Along the way, everyone walked quickly, arriving at this dilapidated little earthen town in just 1 hour. There were large open spaces around it, where residents from all 10 counties came to the market. There were vendors selling dried radishes, dried cabbage, grain, game, and furs. Although there wasn't much of value in the market, every household came to the fair. Liu Hao observed that the barter system here didn't involve money, but rather cowrie shells and copper shells. 1 cowrie shell could be exchanged for 10 acres of land, 5 cowrie shells for 1 copper shell, and 10 copper shells for 1 peng, a unit of currency. In the animal market, Liu Hao saw someone exchange 50 peng for a warhorse, and someone else buy a 5 or 6-year-old yellow ox for 10 peng. After wandering around for a while, they prepared to enter the city. The buildings in the village were dilapidated, with wooden walls covered with a layer of yellow earth. Many houses had exposed wood and crumbling yellow earth, allowing the wind to blow into the houses through the cracks in the wood. After entering the city, Liu Hao handed a piece of wood to the gatekeeper and received permission to enter. He walked toward the residence of C2 Lao Deng, handed over the wooden slip, and was soon invited inside. Lao Deng was somewhat surprised to see Liu Hao. I thought you had all frozen to death on the west bank. Why are you only coming now? The river is almost thawed. How do you plan to transport the seeds back? Liu Hao replied helplessly. It's impossible to transport them now. The seeds are all good grain. They will be stolen as soon as we turn around. When do you plan to transport the seeds back? After Qingming Festival. Qingming Festival? When is that? Old Deng asked, puzzled. It's when the earth warms up and spring flowers bloom. Do you have a boat? Don't any villages have boats? Liu Hao asked. Old Deng frowned. Do you know how much it costs to rent a boat in a village? And since you're upstream, the fare will be even more expensive. How much? Liu Hao asked. Chapter 10 Supreme Treasure. Liu Hao was negotiating with Lao Deng, mentioning the need to transport seeds from the Mitsui fields. Lao Deng told him that transporting the seeds upstream for several miles would require at least 100 urns of grain. Liu Hao cursed inwardly, thinking, how can transporting so much grain be so expensive? What a dark society. Liu Hao calmly replied, I'll figure something out later. Old Deng realized that Liu Hao's purpose wasn't just the seeds, but that he wanted to borrow grain. Old Deng became somewhat wary. This kid hadn't proven he could farm yet. How could he possibly ask him to lend him grain? I have important matters to attend to. The village chief is eagerly awaiting my presence. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business. Old Deng tried to avoid the question. Liu Hao, however, was in no hurry and said with a smile, to be honest, I've come here to ask you to introduce me to the village chief. I have important matters to discuss with him. Old Deng paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. How dare you, a mere savage, go to see the village chief? Liu Hao took out a small, crystal-clear glass bead from his pocket and handed it to Old Deng. A small gift, nothing more. Old Deng took the glass bead, his eyes instantly lighting up. He examined the bead carefully, becoming more and more astonished. What is this? This is a family heirloom. Since you have been kind to me, sir, I have brought it here to present to you, Liu Hao said respectfully. Old Deng was astonished. The bead was crystal clear and perfectly round, clearly not ordinary crystal. Such a precious treasure must be extremely valuable. It's rare to see someone with such filial piety. In that case, what brings you to see the village chief? Old Deng smiled. Liu Hao said seriously, I need grain. My family has nearly 40 mouths to feed, and if we don't have 1,000 jars of grain, it probably won't be enough. Besides, my family doesn't have anyone who can plow the fields, so we need a few oxen to cultivate the 3 wells of land. Old Deng was taken aback. What do you need oxen for? To plow the fields, Liu Hao replied matter-of-factly. Old Deng was even more puzzled. Can oxen plow fields? How can you, a mere boy, control oxen? Of course I can. I have my own way, Liu Hao replied calmly. Old Deng frowned. You, a savage. What right do you have to ask the village chief for grain? Liu Hao took out the glass cup and smiled. I have treasures, the ancestral supreme treasure, and another middle-aged supreme treasure. I'll offer them to the village chief, and it'll be enough to exchange for some grain and 4 oxen. Where is the treasure? Old Deng immediately became alert upon hearing this. Aren't you worried that the village chief might hold a grudge? Liu Hao smiled slightly and continued. Didn't you say that the village chief is eagerly awaiting your meeting? Why not set off immediately to avoid delaying important matters? I certainly cannot afford to suffer such an inconvenience. Old Deng suddenly realized that Liu Hao wanted to use him, so he quickly prepared to leave. He decided to take Liu Hao to see the village chief. Liu Hao met the village chief, Ziheng, who was about 36 years old, dressed in brocade robes and wearing a sable cloak, sitting by the charcoal fire. Upon seeing Liu Hao, he glanced at him sideways, appearing somewhat impatient. Liu Hao respectfully clasped his hands together, held the wooden plaque above his head, and bowed, rather than kneeling. He had no intention of kneeling, as he didn't want to impose too much on himself. The village chief waved for his servant to take the wooden plaque from Liu Hao's hands and hand it to him. So you're a lowly servant from the Fong C2 family. What brings you to me? Liu Hao remained calm and replied with a smile. I have come to present a treasure. What treasure could a lowly servant like you possibly possess? The village chief asked curiously. Liu Hao answered casually. My ancestor was Liu Lei from ancient times, who was the Dragon Master of the Great Xia Kingdom and was bestowed the title of Dragon Master. A supreme treasure has been passed down through generations. Although this treasure is priceless, my family has 40 people to feed, and 3 plots of land urgently need cultivating. Therefore, I specially present this supreme treasure to the village lord, hoping it will shine brightly in your hands. After Liu Hao finished speaking, he gently took out the thick glass. The village chief's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the glass, and he rushed forward to take it. Holding the glass, the village chief examined it closely, already filled with admiration. Such a precious treasure, truly rare. You said your ancestor once rode a dragon. That's no ordinary person. Why offer such a treasure to me? The village chief asked. My lord, this treasure is even more precious than the most precious treasure. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Given my circumstances, keeping this treasure in my possession would only bring trouble. Only by giving it to you, village chief, can we achieve the best of both worlds. The village chief's heart skipped a beat, and he said approvingly, what if a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime? Can you read? Replying, my lord, I cannot read, Liu Hao replied. It's a pity that someone who can speak such eloquent words cannot read, the village chief sighed. I'm very pleased that you have offered this supreme treasure to me. What reward do you wish for? The village chief asked. Liu Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I originally offered the treasure out of gratitude, but my family is in dire straits. I'm only 13 years old and have to feed 40 mouths and cultivate the 3 wells of land. If you could bestow 8 oxen upon me, preferably 2 males and 6 females, my whole family would be eternally grateful. Chapter 11, Exchanging a Nose Ring for a Sheep. The village chief knew that the land Fong C2 had given him wasn't good land at all. He knew that Liu Hao was lucky to have tricked a mere savage into farming in the enclave. He asked, puzzled, if you can't plow the fields, why do you need oxen? Liu Hao answered without hesitation, farming. The village chief frowned and continued, didn't Fong C2 teach you? Oxen are wild and can only be used to pull carts at most. How could they be used for plowing fields? Liu Hao said confidently, I have a way to get oxen to plow the fields. Oh, no one has been able to tame a bull for thousands of years, yet you, a young man, managed to do it. The village chief was somewhat skeptical. Liu Hao replied with a smile, Your Excellency is wise. I do indeed have a way. If you can really get oxen to plow the fields, let alone 8, 10 oxen wouldn't be a problem. Oxen are nothing to my family. A glimmer of expectation flashed in the village chief's eyes. Getting oxen to plow the field was undoubtedly a way to solve the problem of the family's small population and increase grain production. Are you telling the truth? The village chief asked uncertainly. Liu Hao nodded firmly. Yes. The village chief was somewhat excited. Then why do you want 8 cows? Wouldn't 10 be better? Liu Hao explained. 1 bull needs 3 cows to have strength, while too many cows would be a waste. Oh, there's actually such a logic to that. How did you know? The village chief asked. Liu Hao smiled faintly. Our ancestors rode dragons and had methods for controlling beasts. He knew that this answer would be more convincing. Dragon? Are there dragons in the world? The village chief laughed. Liu Hao continued to explain. The dragon that my ancestors rode was a water dragon from the south, born in lakes and marshes. As for what other dragons looked like, I have no idea. All right, let's put that aside for now. Tell me, how do we get the oxen to go to the fields? The village chief urged. Liu Hao said, the cow's weakness is its nose. All you need to do is put a copper ring on the cow and tie a rope to it. When you pull the rope, the cow will feel pain and obey. The village chief immediately sent someone to summon a goldsmith, asking Liu how to draw the design of the nose ring and to make it quickly. Soon after, the goldsmith made the nose ring, and the village chief personally led several warriors to test it on the bull. They tied the cow to a stake, put a nose ring on it, and then loosened a rope. The cow struggled for a while, but was eventually pulled down and made to submit. The village chief was overjoyed to see this. This technology could not only solve the problem of farming, but also increase the family's wealth. Using oxen to plow the fields could greatly increase grain production and solve the problem of population scarcity. Then, the village chief wondered if this technology could be applied to horses. If horses could be tamed, it would undoubtedly be a huge advantage in warfare. He ordered, go, prepare 2,000 urns of grain, 500 urns of millet, 500 urns of beans, 500 urns of sorghum, and 500 urns of wheat. The servants responded and left. The village chief continued to instruct, select 2 more 4-year-old bulls, the strongest ones, and 6 of the best cows, as well as 30 sheep, 20 ewes, and 10 rams. Bring them all here. Upon hearing this, Liu Hao was secretly delighted. The village chief was truly generous. He not only promised to give 10 cows, but also provided plenty of sheep and grain. Yes, sir. The servants went to do it. The village chief then instructed the kitchen to prepare food, kill the chicken, and cook the sheep. Then he led Liu Hao back to the village chief's mansion. Upon returning to the mansion, Liu Hao was led into a small hut and given clean, old linen clothes, along with a heavy sheepskin robe. Although the robe was heavy, it was incredibly warm. After changing his clothes, the chef brought out a sumptuous meal, mutton soup, chicken soup, and millet rice. Liu Hao's eyes lit up when he smelled the aroma of the mutton, and he ate it all without hesitation. After the meal, the village chief summoned Liu Hao again. Oxen can be ridden with nose rings, but what about horses? Can they be ridden in the same way? Liu Hao's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, the village chief had already tried putting a nose ring on the horse, but it hadn't worked. After all, for nobles, horses were not just a means of transportation, but also an important weapon in battle. Horses cannot be ridden in this way. Liu Hao answered truthfully. The village chief frowned slightly upon hearing this. The need for horses was even more urgent than for oxen, because horses were essential for warfare. Moreover, in the eyes of the nobility, owning war horses meant having an advantage in battle. Therefore, everyone who joined the army paid close attention to the issue of horses. Chapter 12, A Bountiful Harvest. Liu Hao always remembered that a war horse was more than just a good horse. It needed the right equipment. By this time, basic items like stirrups and reins were common and readily available. He even specifically observed C2 Lao Dang's carriage to confirm that all the necessary accessories were indeed present. Even the ropes for pulling the carriage were there, indicating an awareness of the importance of attaching ropes for easy mounting and dismounting. However, he also noticed that some important things were still missing, such as the Takahashi saddle and horseshoes used to protect the horse's hooves, which are not yet widely available. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he slapped his thigh. Oh dear, we're missing one crucial thing. The horse bit. It's an essential tool for controlling the horse's head direction. Even though I'd never dealt with horses before, I'd almost forgotten about them for a moment. Cows are controlled by their noses, but horses are controlled by what they have in their mouths. He had a sudden inspiration and immediately explained to the village chief. There's a gap in the middle of a horse's teeth. You can put a metal rod in there with loops at both ends to connect the reins and make it easier to control. This thing is called a horse bit, he added. It's best made of copper. You wear it when you need it and take it off when you don't, so it doesn't interfere with the horse's eating. Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. He immediately asked Liu how to draw a design and had people make it. He even sent 2 horses over for him to study. Liu Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He took 2 war horses and, together with the goldsmith and the charioteer, went to the blacksmith's workshop to study the size and structure of the horses' mouths. Actually, the horse bit structure wasn't complicated, and it was finished in no time. They tested and adjusted it as they went, and it turned out quite well. Upon seeing the finished product, the village chief immediately mounted his horse, pulled on the reins, and headed out of town to test ride it, wanting to see if the new equipment was truly effective. Sure enough, without the bit, it took several pulls to get the horse to obey. But with the bit on, a single tug on the reins, and the horse stopped immediately. No matter which way you turn, as long as you gently tug on the reins, the horse will naturally go in that direction, and the coordination between horse and rider becomes more and more seamless. The village leader rode his horse around the city 3 times, as if it were a game, and was very happy riding it, marveling at the sense of control he had, which felt as free as the wind. When he returned, he was still full of enthusiasm, and the way he looked at Liu Hao was different. He thought to himself, there's such a talented young man in Bangjiang village. He even considered poaching Liu Hao to work for him. With a mind like that, he could definitely come up with a lot of useful ideas. But then I thought, this person belongs to the C2 family, and it's not good to rashly disturb their property. Nowadays, there are very few people who can cultivate enclaves, and if I really dig them up, it might cause trouble. Especially someone like Liu Hao, who is both literate and technically skilled, is a rare commodity in this era of scarcity of scholars. He has to be put to good use. The village chief dismounted, laughing loudly as he walked up to Liu Hao. From now on, when you come to the village capital, you can report directly without any obstruction. Liu Hao bowed respectfully, and the village chief asked him again, what reward do you desire? Liu Hao was not greedy and said, my lord has already bestowed many rewards upon me. I have only done my best and dare not ask for anything more. C2 Lao Dang stood aside, thinking to himself, this kid really knows how to handle things. He accepted the benefits, but didn't forget to do good deeds, making the village chief value him even more. Sure enough, the more modest the village chief listened to him, the more satisfied he became, and he laughed loudly. Ha, you're a really good person. He asked, can you take the grain back with you? If you do, won't it be robbed along the way? Liu Hao honestly replied, we can't transport it back, and we can't hold on to it. The village chief was not in a difficult position and made a decision. Then let's take a few cartloads first. When Xinjiang is thawed, I will send a boat to help you transport them. Upon hearing this, Liu Hao could no longer refuse and quickly thanked him, saying, thank you very much, sir. I will certainly obey any orders I may have in the future. The village chief then asked, can you drive the cattle and sheep back? We can make it, Liu Hao replied. Then you should go back soon. I need to return to the city too. The village chief said, mounting his horse and leading his soldiers back to the village capital. The village chief and the village magistrate's steward remained to accompany Liu Hao in the final handover. The village magistrate was indeed generous. He even took the horse bit for free. Knowing that Liu Hao had no copper, they even put nose rings on all 8 of his oxen and gave him 4 ox carts, which were just enough for 2 oxen to pull 1 cart. The 3 carts were loaded with grain, and the last cart was covered with sacks containing cloth. 100 bolts of hemp cloth and 50 bolts of cotton cloth were all considered as payment for the horse bits. Here, a bolt of linen can be exchanged for 3 jars of wheat, and a bolt of cotton can be exchanged for 3 jars of beans. Such prices are quite substantial for the village. Liu Hao thanked them repeatedly. After the 2 returned to the city, he attached the 3 cow carts to the back of the 2 bull carts and secured them to the trees by the roadside. The remaining 30 sheep were first herded into the cattle market enclosure and kept there. By this time, both the cattle market and the general market were almost closed. Seeing that the sun was already setting and it was probably around 3 p.m., Liu Hao didn't delay and quickly went to the agreed-upon place to find a group of girls. Sure enough, all 31 girls were there, standing in the clearing by the woods, looking around anxiously as they waited for him. Liu Hao changed his clothes, wearing a sheepskin robe, and was no longer the dirty little beggar he was in the morning. No one recognized him. It wasn't until he stepped forward and spoke that Fan Yu exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's young master. It really is you. Everyone swarmed around him, asking him all sorts of questions and showing their concern. Liu Hao quickly waved his hand. All right, it's getting late. We need to hurry back. Come with me. The girls all thought he was going home, but when he walked toward the city gate, they were all stunned. Young master, aren't you going back? Liu Hao smiled and said, let's get our things before we go back. Everyone then realized that Liu Hao had come to buy grain, and they were all excited, following him to the cattle market fence. They looked around and saw only 4 ox carts, but no grain. Just as they were wondering what was going on, Liu Hao had already entered the enclosure. He opened the gate and began herding the sheep. Chapter 13, the Liu family has sheep and cattle. Lung Qing saw Liu Hao herding sheep over and asked curiously, young master, what are you doing herding these sheep? Fan Yu also leaned over and guessed, did you buy these sheep? Liu Hao explained with a smile, I didn't buy it. This was a gift from the village chief. He saw that we were living a hard life and wanted to improve our living conditions. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their expressions as if they had seen a deity. Sheep are not treasures that just anyone can possess. Sheep can not only be sheared for wool to exchange for grain, but also slaughtered for meat once they are fattened up. Their daily output can also be used to exchange for necessities. In their minds, sheep were animals that only nobles could afford to raise. People like them could only herd sheep for the wealthy at best. Lung Qing was still a little incredulous. Young master, you didn't herd these sheep for the village chief, did you? No. The village chief said that this sheep is a gift to our Liu family. From now on, the wool and lambs will all be ours. This sentence was like lighting a powder keg. Everyone instantly erupted in excitement, their eyes shining with fervor, as if they were dreaming. They never imagined that their family could raise sheep. It was simply a fantasy before, something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. From then on, even if food supplies ran out, they could exchange wool for grain and no longer have to live in fear of starvation. As everyone helped herd the sheep, they kept muttering, "The village chief is such a kind man, and the young man is so capable." "You can herd these sheep," Liu Hao said, then pointed to the ox cart not far away. "And what about you?" the girls asked. "I'm going to herd the cattle." They went closer to take a look and were all stunned. "This ox cart is yours too." "That's right. It was also a gift from the village commander." Liu Hao smiled calmly. The cows, carts, sheep, and those 4 cartloads of stuff made the girls feel like the world was turning upside down. It was truly an eye-opening experience. In those days, acquiring an ox cart was no easy feat without saws. The entire process relied on shaping the wood, making the work extremely arduous. Add to that 8 cows and 4 ox carts, and the cost is ridiculously high. How could Liu Hao possibly have obtained so much by himself? They were all so excited that they forgot what hunger was and worked together with great enthusiasm, some herding sheep and others driving carts. Even those who couldn't help weren't idle. They all surrounded Liu Hao, showering him with concern and care as if they had found a treasure. Seeing this, Liu Hao didn't dare ask them if they were hungry. He couldn't possibly take all 31 girls to the village governor's mansion for a free meal. As it was getting dark, he told the ox cart to stop and rest for a while and let the cattle and sheep graze on some grass by the roadside to refresh themselves. They continued their journey as the sun was about to set, since it was dangerous at night and the wild men generally did not venture out after dark. Cattle and sheep are valuable items these days, and it would be troublesome if they were targeted. "I need to get back to the village as soon as possible to feel at ease." As darkness fell completely, the group had quietly passed through Bangshanyi, without encountering a single person along the way. The day was relatively warm. When crossing the river, Liu Hao noticed that water was starting to flow across the ice, indicating that the ice was slowly thawing. These streams slowly spread across the ice, and in a few days they will form a frozen river, making it difficult to cross the river again. "Let's stop here first, and 10 people will cross the river at a time in an ox cart," Liu Hao said. The girls were quite brave. "Young man, we're not afraid. We'll just leave." "That won't do," Liu Hao said seriously. "Ice water is too cold. If we catch a cold, it will be troublesome, and there will be no medicine to cure it then." So he arranged for Lung Qing to stay behind with his men, while the rest of the people crossed the river in batches. The truck behind was carrying cloth, which was lighter, and it carried 10 people at first. Liu Hao led the first group of people across the river successfully, then had them move the cloth onto the lead cart and bring the empty cart back to pick up more people. Finally, he led everyone across the river safely in batches, then drove the sheep to the front of the ox cart, and the whole team steadily crossed the ice. When they returned safely to the village gate, it was already dark, and the moonlight was bright. It was the night of the 14th day of the first lunar month. The women, including Xiangcao, who were guarding the village, were so frightened by the sounds of ox carts and sheep that they hid behind deer antlers and dared not move. Liu Hao called out softly, "Sani Xiangcao, it's me." Vanilla exclaimed in surprise, "Is that young master?" "Hee, it's me. Everyone's back. Did I scare you?" Liu Hao replied with a smile. Xiangcao and the others rushed out of the village gate in tears, hugged Liu Hao tightly, and were so excited that they could hardly speak. "We were so worried. We thought something had happened to you, and you'd never come back. These days, if a family member goes out, they might never come back, and everyone is worried. How could I not come back? How could I bear to leave you all behind? It's just that I was a little delayed. Don't come back so late next time. It's not safe at night. There are wolves around." After comforting them for a while, they finally calmed down, and everyone quickly got to work, herding the sheep back to the village, and then unloading the ox cart. All 4 cartloads of grain had to be carried up to the mountaintop. Liu Hao had people place wooden blocks at the bottom to prevent moisture. Grain is not stored in earthenware jars normally. It is only used when a woman gets married. For daily transportation, burlap sacks are used, and each sack can hold about 80 or 90 pounds. For people worked together to lift the sacks, and soon all the sacks were neatly stacked, covered with reed mats, and then weighed down with heavy objects. Just as everyone was busy working, Fang Yu suddenly exclaimed from below, "Ah!" Liu Hao asked, "What's wrong?" Fawn Yu carefully parted the reed mat at the edge of the burlap sack and asked cautiously, "Young master, is this cloth?" Liu Hao smiled and nodded. "That's right. I didn't know what to buy at the market today, so I thought I'd bring back a piece of cloth for each of you." Chapter 14, Posting Matchmaking Information for Girls. This is absolutely the happiest thing for all the girls, even happier than knowing that there are cows and sheep. Fabric is so expensive these days. Many families only manage to gather enough clothes for a wedding when the whole family helps each other out. Once the clothes are worn out, they can no longer afford to change into new ones. In many savage households, over time, the whole family could only scrape together one complete set of clothes, which they would then share in turns. A group of girls were carrying so many rolls of fabric. My goodness, how many outfits could that make? I won't have to worry about not having clothes to wear anymore. It was too late today, and it was so dark that we couldn't see anything. A group of girls carried all the fabric into Liu Hao's room. Such a precious item must be carefully preserved. They swept and dusted the mat repeatedly, laying down a thick layer before placing the cloth on top. Each time you put in a roll, carefully smooth it out to make sure there are no wrinkles. After the cloth, cattle, sheep, and carts were all properly arranged, they began to eat by the faint moonlight and the campfire. The family went from having nothing to suddenly becoming wealthy, which excited everyone. Even after a long day, once I crawl into a grassy nest, I'm so excited that I can't fall asleep for ages. Liu Hao, however, was heartless and fell asleep immediately. I slept soundly until dawn, then stretched and left the room. The girls had been busy for half a day. 7 or 8 girls had already driven the cattle and sheep out to graze. Apart from the 5 who were responsible for feeding and guarding the house, plus the 5 girls and 6 girls who served Liu Hao, the rest of them all went out to either collect hay to feed the cattle and sheep or to gather firewood. Isn't today a holiday? Why is everyone out working? Since we had nothing to do at home anyway, everyone went out early in the morning. Liu Hao was also helpless. It was a big holiday, and he should have prepared some good food for the girls, like slaughtering a few sheep to celebrate. Unfortunately, they didn't even have a knife. There wasn't even a bowl or a basin, let alone a knife. Liu Hao first went to check on the grain that had been brought back yesterday. Yesterday, the village chief delivered 3 cartloads of grain, 2 cartloads of millet, 1 cartload of beans, but not a single bag of wheat. You went out without eating breakfast this morning, didn't you? We are not hungry. Besides, the food has just been cooked, and we're just waiting for you to get up and eat together, young master. From now on, our family will eat 3 meals a day, regardless of whether we work or not. All 3 meals will be solid food. If anyone has a poor appetite and wants something thin, we can cook some for them separately. Liu Hao now has savings. 23 of the glass beads I made were buried in a corner of the room, so that I could take them out and exchange them for food whenever we ran out. Young master, are you hungry? I'll serve you some rice first. You eat first, and I'll go call the other sisters back for dinner. It's a holiday today. Let's all have a reunion dinner together. I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat with you. What about the cattle and sheep? How about leaving a few people there to watch over them, and then replacing them after we finish eating? Looking down the mountain, Liu Hao saw cattle and sheep grazing on the dry grass by the river. With so many manure-making machines, why not use them on their own fields instead of letting the fertilizer flow into other people's fields? You go and call others. I'll go and call the cattle and sheep herders. Yeah. So Liu Hao went down the mountain, and together they drove the cattle and sheep to their own fields to graze. With so much grass here, the cattle and sheep wouldn't be foolish enough to go into the big forest to find grass to eat. As soon as I arrived at the field, I saw several sick deer on the ridge of the neighboring field, looking this way from the woods on the ridge. Unfortunately, we didn't have any hunting tools, so we could only look. The cattle and sheep are left to roam freely in the fields until they all go back to eat. We'll check on them again after they've finished eating. The girls sensed that something good was about to happen if they called everyone back. As I mentioned last night, I'll buy a piece of cloth for everyone, and I'll definitely distribute it among them. So even eating lost its appeal. She would hastily eat a bite, then sit there, eagerly waiting for her young master to finish his meal. Now that all the problems Liu Hao had listed before were solved, he felt relieved and leisurely filled his stomach. When he got up, he saw that everyone was sitting there staring at him expectantly. Vanilla, young master, are you finished eating? Would you like another bowl? You've eaten enough. You'll be stuffed if you eat any more. Let's talk business now, and then we can clean up. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at the young man with delight. We haven't prepared any gifts for you since you came into our home. How can that be? We must make up for it today. In addition, today is a holiday, and it's also the first holiday you've celebrated since you entered this home. Let's combine the 2 joys and celebrate together. So she waved her hand, signaling for the cloth to be brought out and distributed. We specially started with May, giving each person a bolt of cotton cloth and a bolt of linen cloth. Upon seeing this, a group of girls felt their hearts pound and were so nervous they could hardly breathe. Demei took the cloth and asked incredulously, "All of this for me? I only need one piece. I don't need so much. This is 2 whole bolts. One bolt is enough to make clothes for several of us. Keep the rest for later use. If we run out of food, we can use it to exchange for grain. It's just a few bolts of cloth. It'll spoil if left too long. Besides, I'm in charge. I decide how much I want. Take it. Make whatever kind of clothes you want. Of course, there are no scissors or needles yet, but they'll be soon. Take it." Next, Ermiai. Demei wiped away her tears and stepped back. She touched the fabric and realized something was wrong. Good heavens, there's another bolt of cotton? A whole bolt of cotton? That's a material only the Chinese can afford. They actually gave the slave a whole horse in one go. My young master is so good to me, I would die for him. Ermiai hugged the 2 bolts of cloth, wiped away her tears, and retreated. "You've been so good to me. I'll listen to whatever you say from now on, and even if we encounter bad people, I'll definitely stand in front of you." Next, CNI. "Thank you, young master. You are so kind to me. I have no way to repay you except to serve you like a slave. Is it not acceptable to be a slave or a maid? I was originally the young master's servant. Oh yeah, I didn't know I had such an adorable girl." One sentence made Cece incredibly happy, but she didn't know how to express it, so she could only smile foolishly. Okay, next, Wunyo. Everyone couldn't help but wonder why Sani was singled out. Had she done something to upset the young master? Sani was also very puzzled. She hadn't done anything to upset Xiaoling, so why did everyone else have it, but she didn't? They must have forgotten me, right? With immense unease and anxiety, I waited until everyone else had received their cards, but my name was still not called. Lung Qing. "Young master, have you forgotten about Sani? How could that be? I ruined your clothes yesterday. Besides, you were willing to take out such a precious piece of clothing. It was because of that clothing that things went so smoothly for me today. So, you have made a great contribution to our whole family. In addition to the 1 bolt of cotton and 1 bolt of hemp, I will give you an extra bolt of cotton as a reward." Sani burst into tears. It turned out that she hadn't forgotten me, but had always kept me in her heart. It turned out that she had deliberately left me until the end to reward me. Chapter 15, The Whole Family Busy with Alchemy. "Young master, I don't need any reward. Now that I've entered this household, I am your slave. Whatever you ask me to do, it is my duty. In glassmaking, alkali and lime are both essential fluxes. It is truly admirable that someone would take out their clothes and ruin them in the dead of winter. I just really like you. Can I give you an extra one?" This made her both happy and unable to refuse. "I also like you very much, young master." "Thank you, young master." Everyone knows that the extra piece of cloth was because of the belly band from the day before yesterday. Currently, human resources are the least valuable asset, while goods are the most valuable. She was willing to take out such precious clothes, and no one thought it was inappropriate. They could only envy her. CNI regretted that she should have taken the initiative earlier. Not only could she have gotten such a good piece of cloth, but more importantly, she could have been treated differently by the young master. Next time, whatever the young master wants, I will definitely get there before everyone else. Everyone happily hugged the fabric that had been allocated to them and put it back in Liu Hao's room. I feel at ease leaving it here. The young master has already given it to me, and even if I want to go back, it will still belong to this family. On the contrary, I'm worried about leaving it in the room where everyone is together in case someone takes the wrong one. Poor families have no savings. They're so poor they have nothing. The girls, however, didn't think so. The fabric they received today was the happiest thing they'd ever done. I'm even happier than during the Lunar New Year. Young master, please rest well. We'll head down the mountain now. It's a big holiday. Everyone should take a day off. There are still cattle and sheep down the mountain. If no one is watching them, they will have wandered off somewhere else. Besides, we have been eating and living well these past few days, and the young master has not been urging us to work. Anyway, we're just idling around and not tired at all. Yeah, I'm just idling around anyway, so I might as well move around a bit. Don't be fooled by the fact that the village chief gave 3 cartloads of grain. Each cartload didn't contain much, and all of it together weighed at most about 1,200 jin, 600 kilograms. I wonder when the village chief will be free to deliver the agreed-upon grain. It's only the 15th day of the first lunar month now. If we wait until after Qingming festival descended, it will be more than 2 months. From now on, with 3 meals a day and 37 people, the daily food consumption will be at least 40 to 50 kilograms. These 3 cartloads of grain are only enough to last for 1 month. There are deer in the vicinity, so we need to find a way to hunt some game to improve everyone's meals. Furthermore, these cattle and sheep are now a considerable fortune, and we also need to acquire some weapons to defend our homeland. Even when it's still freezing cold, you don't need much clay to smelt some ironware. Bingqing, young master, don't go down the mountain. You are our pillar of strength. If you get sick from overwork, how will we live? Just tell us what you need to do. Don't worry, I'm in good health, not that fragile. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. Some jobs are naturally done by men, and women have their own jobs, so don't worry about me. A group of girls couldn't dissuade him, so they all followed him down the mountain, wanting to see what he was up to. We've been collecting firewood for the past few days, and since we've collected a lot and consumed little, we've stored up a lot of firewood, so no one's in a hurry to collect more. He came to the wood pile and started putting the wood into the charcoal kiln again. Young master, do you want to burn charcoal? Okay, burn more charcoal. We'll need a lot this time. Go and gather firewood. The group had no choice but to say goodbye. Some went to herd cattle, while others gathered firewood. After setting up the charcoal kiln, Liu Hao lit a fire and made a sharp stone knife from the stone. Holding a suitable piece of thin wood, they were cutting and peeling it. The core of iron-making lies in air supply, and the key to air supply lies in the blower. Therefore, following the structure of a spinning wheel, several large wheel sets are made. The large wheels drive the small wheels, which can deliver greater wind power. The baseline is drawn at the pre-selected position. Several wooden stakes were driven in to secure the wheel set in place. After the frozen soil has melted with fire, clay is dug up to make the outer casing of the blower and the air supply pipe. By constantly burning and digging in two different places, a furnace pit was formed. Then, a miniature blast furnace was built on top of the pit using clay. Lung Qing, what is the young master doing? Do you need our help? Liu Hao looked at the firewood they had gathered and piled it up high. Looking at the position of the sun, it's only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and there's already enough firewood. Otherwise, you can find some stones and smash these red stones into sand. Lung Qing didn't ask why. Since the young master had given such an order, there must be a reason. So he moved a larger stone, picked up a medium-sized one, found a short piece of wood, and sat down to start knocking down the iron ore. Whenever someone returned with a few long wooden poles, they would call them over to smash them together. Many hands make light work, and by the time Shang Tsao called them to dinner, they had already smashed a small pile. Lime is a very important industrial raw material, and many processes require the addition of lime. The next morning, he simply took all the girls to the limestone mine, and each of them carried a piece back. Right next to the iron kiln, a mini lime kiln was built to calcine the limestone. With charcoal, lime powder, iron ore, as well as a small blast furnace, molds, and other materials, everything was ready. Adding lime powder to iron ore at a ratio of 10:1 helps with desulfurization and slag removal. Then layer on the charcoal and iron ore. Call the girls over and have them take turns shaking the blower 100 times each to also train their counting skills. A total of 4 blowers were designed. With the powerful airflow from the 4 blowers, when it was about time, the ceramic rod on the outlet was pulled out. Molten iron immediately flowed out. The girls stared wide-eyed at this amazing scene. I have no idea what this is, but it looks like it's boiling hot. Instead of staying away, the young man took the clay model to catch it. Young master, be careful, let me do it. Everyone stay there and don't come over. Don't worry, I'll handle this. He filled 1 cup and then quickly switched to the next. The flow continued inside the blast furnace until all the clay molds were filled. Liu Hao used a stick to break up the molten iron that flowed out later. Otherwise, it would solidify into a large lump, making it difficult to melt it again next time. After all the molten iron had drained, the iron produced this time weighed about 20 pounds. As expected, many hands make light work. With the help of a group of frail girls, the first attempt at iron smelting was surprisingly successful. Of course, this is mainly due to the fact that Liu Hao has all kinds of knowledge in his mind, and they are all standardized. The blast furnace is designed to be much larger than those built for filming videos in the wilderness, with more charcoal and a larger core high-temperature zone. In addition, the 4 blowers were quite powerful, and they filled the mold completely in one go. After it cooled down, he cracked open the mold. The girls saw a row of gold items they had never seen before laid out on the ground. Fan Yuo, young master, is this gold? Chapter 16, Going to the town to exchange grain. That's right, this is iron within gold. They consist of 2 chisel heads, a small knife, an axe, a kitchen knife mold, 2 thin grass-cutting sickle heads, a small iron hammer head, and a larger iron hammer head. Liu Hao ignored them and brought out snow to cool them down. He then carried this messy pile of things to the rocky beach by the river. At this time, there's a layer of flowing water on the river surface during the day. People squat by the water and grind there. The girls don't know exactly what it's used for, but as long as it's gold, it's an incredibly precious treasure. Before they could even marvel at the young man's prowess, Lung Qing shouted, and everyone sprang into action. Some mined iron, or others broke wood, automatically preparing for the next smelting session. When Liu Hao returned with the finished ironware, the charcoal kiln was already filled with wood, and a small pile of iron ore had been knocked out. Liu Hao used clay molds to create very regular shapes, which were then cast and basically formed. At this point, attach the wooden handle, sand it down as needed, and it's ready to use when you get it back. Wow, you guys are so diligent. You've already got everything ready? From childhood to adulthood, everyone has always done chores normally, only being rushed to work, and no one ever praises them. They were praised for being diligent after doing just this small task, and they all felt very happy. Look, this is all thanks to all of you. Oh, is this a bronze axe? No, it's an iron axe, which is much better than a bronze axe. He then demonstrated for everyone, and with a few swings of his axe, a piece of wood as thick as a wrist was chopped in half. Everyone was overjoyed to see this. With such a useful axe, gathering firewood would be much easier in the future. Young Master is really amazing. Not only can he make alchemy, but he can also make better tools. No matter how capable I am, I can't do it alone without your help. This sentence made everyone very happy. After taking these tools and trying them out, they solved everyone's problems with cutting grass, chopping vegetables, and gathering firewood. It was made by everyone working together. It fills everyone with a great sense of accomplishment. Sonny quickly came over and gently wiped the charcoal ash off his face. Young Master is truly amazing. With Young Master here, we have no more grudges. Suddenly, the house had so many wonderful things, and everyone's efforts were fully appreciated by the Young Master, making everyone feel that everything they had done was absolutely worthwhile. With such a wonderful young man, this family will surely get better and better in the future. A group of girls gathered around and asked after her. The sun was about to set, and those who drove the cattle and sheep back home were also recognized by Liu Hao. Those who cooked at home were also praised for making these tools. Everyone deserved credit. The family was happy and felt a sense of accomplishment. Even their meals tasted better than before. The next morning, before Liu Hao even got up, everyone was busy again. Some gathered firewood, while others burned charcoal. Liu Hao enlarged the blast furnace again, and with the experience from last time, he prepared materials for 3 days this time. 2 huge molds were also prepared, supported by more than 10 long poles, requiring more than a dozen girls to help lift them. 2 outlets for the slurry were also prepared. First fill the small clay mold, then pour the large clay mold. Finally, 2 large iron pots with double handles were cast for use in earthen stoves. Designed for a family of 40, one pot is used for staple food and another for cooking vegetables. Right in the center of the courtyard, they first used stones to support 2 large iron pots. All the girls were gathered around the 2 large iron pots. I've only ever heard that noble families use bronze cauldrons, while commoners use earthenware pots. I never thought we'd have a golden pot in our house too. This was of great significance to them. Having these 2 golden cauldrons meant that the Liu family was no longer just ordinary savages. No matter how difficult things get in the future, we won't have to worry about not having enough to eat. A golden cauldron can be exchanged for a lot of grain. This pot is really great. It cooks rice so quickly, and the rice it makes is so fragrant. Lung Qing. Young Master, should we build a shed for the golden cauldron? It's not feasible yet. We'll build a stove with bricks after the ice thaws, and then we'll build a proper kitchen. Even a large stove requires a lot of bricks. Right now, we have firewood and clay that we've exchanged, but we can't use them to fire bricks. We still need to continue making tools. The current number of tools is far from sufficient. With so many hands, we need to prepare a lot of hoes, shovels, sickles, and so on. The key is to develop weapons. We need to use that hard-won clay in blast furnaces and charcoal production. For now, I've crafted 2 weapons for myself, a small knife and a long knife. Although they are all made of cast iron, they are better than nothing. After finishing the meal, he worked on a long knife in the yard. It's a large blade with a blade length of over 60 centimeters, a blade width of 3 centimeters, and a straight blade tip. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Following the design of the broadsword, a walnut wood pole was found and cut into 2-meter lengths. After adding the casting device, you only need to insert the knife into the rod head and twist it to make a long knife. Early in the morning, Liu Hao got up and left home. It snowed all night last night, which caused a significant drop in temperature today. The temperature this morning was around -15 or -16 degrees Celsius. Liu Hao and the others still wanted to herd cattle and sheep. It's cold today. Let's go when it warms up around noon. We still have some grass prepared for the cows, don't we? Well, I figure I might as well just eat and not do any work since I'm idle anyway. I just ate so much. Let everyone rest today. Don't go out to graze the cattle and sheep. Just bring some grass to feed them. Yes, Lung Qing said. Young Master, why don't we take advantage of the cold weather today and a frozen river to exchange for some grain? It's not good to always eat refined grains. Even ordinary families can't afford to eat like this. Liu Hao has been really tired of eating millet porridge and bean soup these past few days and hasn't eaten white flour in a long time. Now that we have iron tools, we need to find a way to get a stone mill. You're right. We should definitely exchange some wheat. Come on, hitch up the ox cart. Let's go to the other side and come back after we've exchanged it. As everyone knows, our circumstances are different now. We have so many cattle and sheep, and 2 priceless iron pots. We can't go too far. So they harnessed 2 bulls, loaded them with 10 jars of millet, and drove the ox cart to the town of Bangshan on the other side of the river. Having been away for some time, the fence around the mountain town had been sealed off with wood, providing a degree of defense. Before Liu Hao could even raise his voice to call for grain exchange, some gossipy women had already run back to the village and started making a fuss. The wild boy from the other side of the river is driving his ox cart into the town. This is very rare news for the remote Bangshan township. Could a savage family travel around in an ox cart? Nowadays, all carts are single-shafted, so the presence of oxen implies that there are at least 2 oxen. In an instant, everyone rushed out to verify the authenticity of the news. Upon exiting the village gate, I was astonished to find it was true. He really was driving a cart pulled by 2 oxen. Liu Hao was still shouting, "It's time to exchange grain. 1 jar of millet for 1.5 jars of wheat. We have the best wheat. Come and exchange quickly." No one cared about the grain exchange. Instead, everyone was asking questions. "Hey kid, where did you get your cow?" "My name is Liu Hao Zapotian. I'm not some wild boy." This awesome is of course from the village chief. C.I. Fangping hurriedly pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the front to ask, "What? The village commander's cattle? There's grass everywhere in the entire Bangjiang village. If the village commander is raising cattle, why doesn't he raise them outside the village capital? Why does he have to drive them all the way to the foot of the mountain? Isn't he afraid of feeding them to the tigers? You are the magistrate. You should ask the village chief about this. I'm just a cowherd for the village chief's family. How would I know why?" Liu Hao didn't want to rely on big names or borrow their influence, but his abilities wouldn't allow it. Without bringing out the village leader, how could he possibly keep these 30 or so burly men in check? Even so, everyone's eyes were red, and their gazes toward Liu Hao were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chapter 17, Iron Beads for Grain. Since you have an ox cart, why don't you go to the village to exchange it for grain? Liu Hao certainly wasn't there to show off. After all, they were from the same town, and they couldn't just ignore each other like strangers. They had to have some interaction. Just a few days ago, Uncle C went to great lengths to cross the river to check on my family's safety. Uncle C is so considerate of everyone in the town. As a junior, I should learn from him and not just think about my own family. In this cold weather, if anyone is starving, we can sell our grain and make it through spring. You have a kind heart. As long as your family of 37 has food to eat, no one in the whole county will go hungry. You should take better care of your own family of 36 mouths. While saying this, he was thinking to himself, this little brat, at such a young age, already knows how to curry favor with everyone. He thinks he can win people over in front of me? No way. When I saw him before the festival, he was still dressed in tattered clothes. But after the full moon festival, he had changed into a sheepskin robe. Even I, the county magistrate, didn't have such a robe. From this, it seems that he was truly valued by the village commander. Otherwise, where would he have gotten such 2 good cows? Don't let him take away C's position again. Liu Hao, Uncle C is right. I've come this far, so what's a few more steps to go to the village capital to exchange for grain? Thank you for your wise words, Uncle C. You go ahead with your work. I won't keep everyone any longer. It was obvious that C did not want to exchange grain here, so he went to the village capital to see if there was a stone mill. However, the chances are slim. Stone mills are something that bronze tools can't handle. They're easier to make with iron tools. Liu Hao called the girls to get in the car. 5 girls were coming with him this time. It only contained about 200 jin of grain. Everyone got into the ox cart, and Liu Hao called out to the crowd. Anyone want to go to the village capital together? We can go together. Everyone was only envious and angry. A little wild man, so much younger than them, was living a better life, which made them feel very useless. He remained silent, watching the ox cart pass by, feeling helpless. Those who raise cattle for the village chief don't dare to openly do anything to him. Turning around, the skinny monkey and the horse-faced man, along with 7 or 8 others, gathered together in a sullen mood. This kid is so arrogant. I really want to teach him a lesson. Everyone shared this idea, which is why they came together. If we don't fix this properly, it'll start taking advantage of us. Yes, only by teaching them a good lesson can we make them believe what they say. That's right. The ox belongs to the village chief, and we can't afford to mess with him. As long as we teach that wild boy a lesson, his ox will be ours, and we can use his ox cart whenever we want. Right? Even if we take a cow and replace it, would he dare to hold us accountable? Actually, everyone was after the cow. If we took this cow elsewhere and traded it for some valuable stuff, we could get so much better stuff in return. The only way is to teach that kid a lesson, so he'll be afraid of everyone. Even if the cow is gone and the village chief sends people to look for him, that kid won't dare to blame us, and will have to silently endure the village chief's wrath. With ox carts for transportation, they quickly and easily reached the village capital. Due to the sudden drop in temperature and the fact that it wasn't a market day, the original market was deserted, and the cattle and sheep market only held a fair every 10 days. There was no one outside the city. Liu Hao got out of the car outside the city gate, handed the car to Lung Qing, took the wooden piece, and gave it to the city gate guard. Originally, those who came to exchange grain could have gone directly into the city. The village chief had even instructed them that they could come and go freely, so they entered the city smoothly. After parking the car in front of the grain exchange shop, I wandered around for a bit. It really is an era where there's nothing you can want. There isn't even a single restaurant in the whole city. At some meat stalls, a pound of pork requires a jar of millet in exchange. Liu Hao exclaimed that he couldn't afford to exchange it and should obediently go back and exchange it for food. The place where grain was exchanged had various tools for producing grain, such as winnowing baskets, sieves, and threshing yokes, which were poles with several thin wooden strips attached to the top. When threshing grain, the poles were swung up and whipped to knock the grains down. Because while people have almost no knives, even these all-wooden production tools are difficult to make themselves and need to be traded for grain. The techniques for making winnowing baskets and sieves are somewhat complicated, and it's difficult to make them yourself in the short term. If you want to eat flour as soon as possible, these two tools are indispensable. May I ask how we can exchange these two items? A winnowing basket holds a jar of millet. A sieve holds a jar of wheat or a jar of rice. May I ask, shopkeeper, do you have a stone mill in town? What is a stone mill? Huh. There isn't even a stone mill here. What Liu Hao didn't know was that even in the world before he traveled through time, the stone mill was invented by Liu Ban during the spring and autumn period. There are clearly no great inventors like Liu Ban here. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if the shopkeeper accepts money. Yes, of course we'll accept it. So Liu Hao took out a piece of raw iron, about the size of a thumbnail, from his pocket. It was leftover iron from the first iron smelting. He picked out 2 round balls and carried them with him. The shopkeeper took it, weighed it in his hand, and confirmed that it was indeed gold, but it was gold he had never seen before. What kind of gold is this? I am not unaware of this. It is an ancestral knowledge. I only know that this substance is rarer and more durable than copper, and should be the rarest type of gold in the world. Gold is expensive as long as it's gold, let alone something that's never been seen before. Rarity makes it valuable. 100 jars of millet, or beans. Liu Hao secretly gasped. Good heavens! In this day and age, can a tiny piece of scrap iron be exchanged for so much grain? That's over 2,000 caddies of grain. I'm pretty sure this is just the initial price. There's still room for negotiation. I can't count, but my mother told me before she died that this could be exchanged for at least 400 jars of wheat, so that I could use it to exchange for wheat when I was about to starve to death. So I won't exchange it if it's less than this amount. You think you can exchange a broken golden egg for 400 jars of grain? You're dreaming. At most, you'll get 300 jars. I've heard that a single copper shell can be exchanged for hundreds of jars of grain. This is even heavier and rarer than a copper shell. If you don't give me 400 jars, I'll go back to Shangdu's city to take a look. The shopkeeper examined it again and found that it was indeed heavier than the empty copper shell, and that it was solid inside, containing gold that he had never seen before. With gritted teeth and a stomp of his foot, he said, "Fine, you can have it cheap. For 100 urns it is. May I ask if you deliver to my door? Otherwise, with so much grain, I only have 1 ox cart, and I can't haul it all back." How far? Across the river from Xinjiang, near the mountain town. It's so far, and we have to cross the river. The river is starting to thaw. A cartload of ox carts will cost 20 jars of grain, otherwise forget it. After some haggling, they finally settled on 10 urns of grain per ox cart. Liu Hao replaced 5 more winnowing baskets and 5 fine mesh sieves, replacing the millet he had brought with wheat grains. The grains were almost all packed up. Don't be fooled by the fact that a cart is pulled by 2 oxen using the single shaft lever lifting method. The large wooden lever gets stuck in the oxen's throat, affecting their breathing. One vehicle can carry about 500 kilograms. 4,000 caddies of grain were transported in 8 ox carts, and 80 jars of grain were used up. Chapter 18. Swearing to protect the young master. The 5 girls exclaimed happily, "How come there's so much grain? We'll replace it. Remember to let them unload the grain when they cross the river, and then dismantle all the stoves." In any dynasty, practicing alchemy in secret was a very dangerous thing. The girls understand this too, no need to say it out loud. So Liu Hao and the others rode in the car and led the way. 8 ox carts followed behind, and after about an hour, they passed Bangshan Township. When the convoy arrived at the riverbank, they saw 8 men, in groups of 4, wandering aimlessly on both sides. At a glance, it was clear that they were all people from Bangshan. In this freezing weather, people are either working or staying at home, so walking on the barren riverbank doesn't seem like someone gathering firewood. I suspect they came for my sake. However, they did not expect that 8 ox carts would follow behind them. Skinny monkey. Damn, why are there so many people? Are they really the village tyrant's dogs? Big face guy, what do we do now? Let's pretend to gather firewood first and see how things go later. So the two groups began searching everywhere for wood, pretending to gather firewood. I watched as a total of 9 ox carts crossed the river. Once the ox cart reached the riverbank, Liu Hao stopped them. The blast furnaces and blowers over there haven't been dismantled yet. We can't let them see them. They found some logs on the shore and carried them on loads, unloading the grain sack by sack onto the logs. He instructed the girls to fetch hot water, but since there were no bowls, he carried a large earthenware jar and offered the group a sip of water. They were all slaves, and they didn't complain. After drinking the water, he thanked them and drove off in the ox cart. After the convoy had gone some distance, Liu Hao was leading the girls to load grain onto their own ox cart. With a small load, it can be transported directly to the courtyard on Gusha Mountain. Then 2 groups of people, 4 in each group, appeared on the river. Lung, Qing, look, someone's coming. What do they want? Liu Hao, the newcomers are definitely up to no good. Ladies, pick out the sticks you need and get ready. The girls' hearts pounded with nervousness. They rushed to the woodpile, each grabbed a wooden stick, and stood ready by the riverbank. Big-faced man, oh no, look, those lowly slaves are rebelling. They've all grabbed their weapons. So what? They're just a bunch of lowly slaves. They're not even worth a slap from me. I can take on 10 of them. Yes, they're just a bunch of lowly slaves. What's there to be afraid of? They can't possibly rebel against us. The 2 groups walked directly together, which made them even more excited. Each person was carrying a wooden stick and came over menacingly. As he approached, Liu Hao stepped forward, swung his iron knife, and slashed diagonally at a small tree with a diameter of 2 centimeters, cutting it in 2. Take one more step forward, it will be considered theft of cattle and sheep, punishable by death without exception. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Although he had a knife, the sticks in everyone's hands were very long. 8 people attacking, one of them would surely kill him. Hey, you little brat, you've really gone too far. Get him. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility if you die. The 8 men raised their large sticks and were about to step forward. Liu Hao twisted the knife onto the stick, and it turned into a large sword over 2.5 meters long. He charged forward with his broadsword raised. Although he was very unsure of himself, he believed in one thing. When 2 armies meet on a narrow path, the brave will prevail. If he backed down now, he would only die. He had to overwhelm them with his momentum. Liu Hao charged forward, brandishing his broadsword. As expected, the other party retorted. After taking a few steps forward, seeing that things were not going well, one of them ran away, and the rest all followed suit and ran away as well. Liu Hao, I'm actually this domineering? He hesitated for just a moment, and a group of girls walked past him from both sides, each holding a wooden stick, looking ready to fight him to the death. There was no need for anyone to say it aloud. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Anyone could get hurt, but the young master absolutely could not. If someone was injured, as long as the young master was there, he would definitely take care of the injured person. If something happened to the young master, everyone's world would collapse. So everyone quietly caught up, determined to protect the young man. Even though Liu Hao had stopped and told everyone not to chase, more than 10 people still chased after them for a long distance. Skinny Monkey and the others were initially frightened by Liu Hao's long sword. A short sword is different from a long sword. That thing is like a spear, and it could come at you at any time. Add to that the group of girls, who were all ready to fight to the death. If they really started fighting, even though there were more men on this side, none of them had any sharp weapons. If they really started fighting, he could definitely beat up a few girls, but he would also definitely get hit by that long knife. If they don't back down, then we'll just have to admit defeat ourselves. He ran across the river in a cloud of dust, stopping only when he reached the bank, looking back over his shoulder. They didn't chase after us, and we breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, who would have thought that these lowly slaves would be so aligned with that wild boy? Why are my own lowly servants like them, who are all single-mindedly thinking of the man whenever something happens? Go back, and I'll definitely give him a good dressing down. The 8 men had been humiliated by a mere brat, and none of them wanted to say a word. They went home in silence and took their anger out on their wives. The whole town was filled with the screams of women being beaten. On the riverbank, Liu Hao, along with the girls, transported loads of grain home, 1 cartload at a time, standing in the best vantage point, gazing at the opposite bank of the river. This can't go on. If I were in their shoes, this matter would never be over. The way to maximize profits is to find an opportunity to sneak over and steal cattle and sheep, then ambush them and take revenge. Before the ice officially thaws, they could sneak over at any time to seek revenge. How should we respond in such a short time? You have to practice martial arts, even if you don't know martial arts. It's better to practice than not to practice. Just like in our army, even now, new recruits still have bayonet training. Those new recruits also started from scratch, knowing nothing. Martial arts were invented by humans, weren't they? If I don't know martial arts and don't have a teacher, why don't I just create my own set? The purpose of bayonet training is to practice the accuracy and ruthlessness of bayonet thrusts, to improve body movement, to achieve harmony between the waist and stance, and to utilize the kinetic energy of every joint in the body to convert it into potential energy, so that each bayonet thrust is more accurate and ruthless, making it difficult for the opponent to block. I had no teacher, but I practiced more and practiced until I mastered the essentials. This knife won't work either. It's a piece of cast iron, and it breaks very easily when it hits hardwood. The most efficient tactical maneuver is definitely assassination. A simple thrust is all it takes. It doesn't require the upward and downward motions of knife attack. While a knife can also be used for thrusting, nothing beats a gun, a weapon specifically designed for thrusting. If you're going to fight 1 inch at a time, why not just practice with a gun? Just practicing martial arts isn't enough. You also need ranged weapons like bows and arrows. In ancient times, the most common way to measure a military general's abilities was, first, archery, and second, horsemanship. Therefore, you also need to practice archery. However, bows are quite time-consuming to make and cannot be made in a short period of time. You need to plan your time well each day. He practiced 500 thrusts a day and spent the rest of his time making bows and arrows and doing other things. With that in mind, I immediately got to work. Turning around, I saw a group of girls looking across the river. They knew they were concerned for everyone's safety, and they felt a pang of sadness along with them. But there was nothing they could do to help. Liu Hao wanted to offer a few words of comfort, but when he turned around, he saw Xiang Cao and the others taking weak reins and preparing to wash them in water. No, absolutely not. Wheat isn't eaten like that. It'll be a waste. Vanilla quickly put the bag away. Isn't wheat used for cooking rice? Chapter 19, let's practice our own martial arts. Let's not eat wheat rice for the next few days. We'll eat it when my brother says we should eat wheat rice, okay? The people didn't understand. Besides cooking wheat porridge, how else could wheat be eaten? Since the young master had said so, no one dared to disobey him or ask why, and they put the wheat away again. Until then, let's continue eating beans and millet. It's a day off today, so let's all stay here and cook together. After we finish cooking and eating, I'll go for a walk down a mountain. He agreed verbally, and as soon as Liu Hao descended the mountain, a dozen or so people followed him. Why aren't you staying on the mountain? Since I have nothing else to do, I'll keep the young master company. Liu Hao realized that this person was worried that if he encountered people from the other side again, it might be too late to get back. All right, let's go together then. Liu Hao led them to the riverbank and headed straight for the place where there were piles of messy, miscellaneous wood. Young master, would you like to gather firewood? No, I need to find some straight pieces of waxwood. Fang Yu pointed ahead. There's one over there. Lung Qing, that's mulberry wood. Upon hearing the words mulberry wood, Liu Hao suddenly remembered that the Qing crossbows were made of mulberry wood. As a 13-year-old boy, I am certainly not as strong as those 16 or 17-year-olds or 20-year-olds. At most, I can only make a weak bow, which is unlikely to cause effective damage. Of course, you also need to practice archery and have one. It seems that until the Han and Tang dynasties, the bows used by ordinary archers were single bows made of mulberry wood or mulberry tamarisk wood. Only military generals had money in their families, so they funded the preparation of composite bows made of ox horn, ox tendon, and other materials for themselves. The mulberry tree was as thick as a bowl, 7 or 8 meters long, and perfectly straight, making it an excellent material for making crossbows. Mulberry wood is good too. Mulberry wood can be used to make bows. Young master, you can even make bows? I know a little bit about it. Great. If we have bows and arrows, we will no longer be afraid of those thugs on the other side. Fang Yu, are we still looking for waxwood? There's one over there, and it seems like this one is it. You have a good eye for using waxwood to make spears. I'm so lucky. Ever since I started following young master, my luck has been getting better. I think my luck has really improved since you guys came. I went from having nothing to having everything now. They flattered each other, their hands never stopping, all listening to the claim that these useless pieces of wood could actually be made into weapons. Having just experienced danger, everyone knows that weapons are urgently needed right now. So try to find as many as possible. Many hands make light work. Each person dragged 2 or 3 long poles and also collected some hay. The flat area on the top of Gushan Mountain is 3 to 4,000 square meters, which is a lot of space. Back on the mountain top, Liu Hao first set up a straw figure, and then made 2 arms out of sturdy tree branches, stretching them diagonally forward. Then hang a few small stones on a straw rope. Waxwood poles are easy to make. Now that we have machetes, we can cut them to about 2.5 meters, scrape off the bark, and then gradually whittle them into the appropriate thickness. Finally, sharpen one end to make a wooden spear. The real spearhead still needs to be crafted slowly. Then they went to an open space and began practicing in front of the scarecrow. Martial arts are nothing more than 3 things: offense, defense, and evasion. Offense and evasion rely on movement and eyesight. When thrusting, you need to generate kinetic energy to concentrate the power at the tip of the spear, making it difficult for the opponent to parry. It also needs to be precise. Precision alone is very difficult. Even if you stand still, the waxwood pole is flexible and the front end wobbles. If you thrust the spear out, you never know where it will hit. Moreover, Liu Hao also needs to practice defense. When defending with a gun, accuracy is key. As long as you flick the gun and make the spear tip accurately hit the opponent's weapon, you can definitely deflect the attacking weapon. So those small stones hanging there are for practicing the precision of that shake. With a flick of the wrist and a stab, neither the stone nor the straw man was touched. That's why we need to practice diligently. A group of girls saw the young man practicing martial arts there, and since they had nothing else to do, those who had made spears earlier also made straw figures and stood beside him to practice together. They practiced exactly how he did it and followed his example. After 500 thrusts, Liu Hao felt he had made no progress except for being exhausted. He stopped, and they stopped to rest too, their little faces flushed with exhaustion. You don't need to practice. No, we must train, so that if any villains do evil, we can better protect our young master. Does my brother need your protection? Whether young master uses it or not is young master's business. We only know that young master must not be in any danger. If anything happens to you, we will not be able to live. We promise not to delay our work. It's the off-season for farming. Where can we find so much work to do? Young master, you know alchemy. Why don't we make some golden spears someday? That way, if the mountain barbarians come to attack, we won't be without weapons to fight them. Clearly, the few thugs on the other side were just petty thieves. What truly worried them were the Shanrong people from the north. They were a group of ruthless bandits, and their numbers were so great that even the entire Xinghua kingdom couldn't defeat them. If you want to make an iron spear, you can't stay here. You have to go to the stream across the field so that you won't be discovered by others. Shall we start forging iron spears together tomorrow? Tomorrow, we'll dismantle all the furnaces down the mountain. Yes, we can't keep the furnace down the mountain anymore. If we're discovered to be refining gold on our own, we'll lose our heads. See me, I am here. When you're herding cattle and sheep, if you find any bird feathers, no matter what kind they are, bring them all back. I will keep them for later use. When the other girls go out, they can pick them up too. As everyone knows, they probably wanted to make arrows. After dinner, it was getting dark. Liu Hao sat by the campfire and carefully cut the mulberry wood he had found to make bow arms. When I woke up in the morning, the girls had already been up for a while, and they had finished fetching water. Xiang Cao and the others were cooking. Seeing Liu Hao come out, he started doing some warm-up exercises, and the girls who had nothing to do followed suit. After warming up, they all picked up their wooden spears and went to the straw man to continue practicing. Liu Hao shouted as he stepped. Power begins with the feet. You must use your feet to push off the ground, turn your head, twist your hips, and coordinate your whole body, waist and stance, so that the thrusting spear will be powerful. So everyone followed the instructions and began to explore on their own. As he became more skilled with the wooden spear in his hand, his thrusts became more and more accurate. Martial arts skills are not learned in a day or two. Practicing with a spear requires at least a year of training, all thanks to perseverance. After practice, the girls went down the mountain to dismantle the furnace, just as they had agreed yesterday. Liu Hao continued making bows and crossbows on the mountain. In one day, he made a recurved bow and a crossbow. Recurved bows are very light, weighing a maximum of 20 pounds. Anything heavier would be very difficult to pull. The crossbow was hard, very hard. Even if you tried to pull it with your feet, hands, and feet, you couldn't budge it no matter how hard you tried. I had anticipated this, so I specially made a winding device that uses the lever principle to wind the wire. The crossbow's main beam has a specially designed grab bar made of iron rod. When cocking the crossbow, simply place it on the ground, step on the foot pedal specially provided under the main beam, and brace it with your stomach. When Liu Hao saw Lung Qing return, he noticed that she was the tallest, the strongest, and the most reliable in her work. Call her over and ask her to help wind it up. Hook the device onto the lever, then use the movable claw to hold the crossbow string, and push hard to lock the string onto the crossbow mechanism. The crossbows were 2 sets specially cast during the previous iron smelting. How is it? Is it strenuous? Lung Qing shook his head. It's not very heavy, just a little effort will do. Chapter 28 Big Wild Boar. Liu Hao loaded a crossbow bolt, went to the training ground, stood about 30 meters away, and shot an arrow at the straw man. I only caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flying out, and I wasn't sure if it hit anything. When they ran over, the straw man was still there, but the arrow had vanished without a trace. Did it hit? Lung Qing nodded firmly. You hit the target. But where are the arrows? It must have pierced through, and the arrow flew out. Liu Hao hurriedly searched for a distance, but there was a cliff ahead, and he still couldn't find the arrow. It's a pity that a single iron pellet could be exchanged for 400 jars of grain, and the arrowheads were also cast from iron. Fortunately, they made about 10 crossbow bolts. Vanilla, vanilla. Hey, you're here. What brings you here, Xiaoling? Could you help me wind it up and see if it works? Vanilla was probably the thinnest one among the group of girls. If she can get the strings moving, then everyone can get them moving. So what if it's small? I have a lot of people, 36 girls, so we can definitely divide the work and cooperate. As long as we make more crossbows, 10 girls can cock them, 10 girls can pass them the crossbows, and 10 girls can just shoot arrows, thus achieving a continuous and uninterrupted firepower output. After telling her the method, I took the winder and struggled to lift it upwards. Unfortunately, it was just a hair's breadth away from being hung up. Xiang Cao said with immense self-reproach, "I'm sorry, young master. I'm so useless." In this incredibly harsh environment, being useless means having no value, which means being discarded at any time. Everyone witnessed the power of this weapon during its initial testing. It is a weapon that protects everyone's lives and is of extraordinary significance. If you can't even do the simplest winding, how can you have the face to be a burden to everyone else? Therefore, she had to complete the task assigned by the head of the family no matter what. Otherwise, she would consider herself a useless slave. Can I try again? Liu Hao noticed that she was very nervous and comforted her. Don't worry, don't be nervous. It's just testing the crossbow and the cocking mechanism to see if there's anything that can be improved. Take your time. It's okay if you don't do it perfectly. Vanilla smiled self-reproachfully. Although those words were somewhat useful, the fact that other slaves could do it well, while she couldn't prove that she was less useful than them. I quickly tried the method again, biting my lips with all my might until they were almost bleeding. Just as he was about to attach the crossbow, he was so close his lips were even bitten until they bled. But he had exhausted all his strength and failed at the last moment. Despite having tried her best, she still failed, and tears of frustration welled up instantly. Hey, why are you crying? I'm sorry, I don't have any left. This has nothing to do with whether it's useful or not. Everyone has different abilities. You're still too young. Besides, the way you exerted your strength just now was wrong. You only used the strength of your arms, which is definitely strenuous. You listen to me, I'll teach you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Cao realized there was still a chance to save her and quickly wiped away her tears. What should I do? Liu Hao needs to help her regain her confidence. Otherwise, she will develop psychological trauma. He will personally demonstrate for her. When you hold this position with both hands, squat down slightly with your legs. When you stand up, use the strength of your legs. It will save a lot of effort. Try it again. Vanilla gripped the winder again and, following his instructions, crouched down a little. This time, when you stand up, you mainly use the strength of your legs to straighten up, and your hands are only responsible for gripping tightly. Sure enough, after getting up, he used both hands to pull at the same time, and this time he succeeded on the first try and managed to hang the string. See? I told you. It has nothing to do with whether it's useful or not. It's just that the method is wrong. It's all because I'm too stupid, young master, that I have to go to the trouble of teaching you. Little Qing doesn't need to be taught. Everyone has different strengths. Your cooking is delicious. I just asked you to help test it out. If you can get the bowstring working, then everyone can. Even if you can't, it doesn't matter. I could just thin the crossbow arm a bit more. This time, instead of being sad, Vanilla smiled through her tears as she regained her confidence. Thank you, young master. Liu Hao patted her thin shoulder encouragingly. Go and rest. I'll go down the mountain to test the crossbow. With Lung Qing and Fang Yu by their side, one helped carry the arrows and the other helped carry the knock. They went down the mountain. Each field in the well-field system is separated by trees and field paths. I randomly found an old tree by the field. The fields were reclaimed from the primeval forest, and even the trees by the fields were as thick as several people could hug. It's unclear how far this crossbow can travel, but a conservative estimate is that it can fly up to 200 meters or even further. To avoid hurting the girls or the cattle and sheep grazing in the fields, try to stay as far away as possible. I spotted a big tree, and from there, I started measuring my steps into the field. Each step you take now, even just 1 foot out, counts as 1 step. But Liu Hao will definitely measure it according to his own understanding. They only know that taking 1 step to the left and 1 step to the right counts as 1 step. Leading 2 girls, we measured out 50 steps, stepped on them, and marked them. Have the 2 girls stand behind him and raise the crossbow to aim at the old tree in the distance. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly heard running sound from his side and behind him. Liu Hao couldn't help but wonder, I just fired a crossbow bolt, not a gun. Why are you all so scared? Why are you running away? I turned around and saw that the 2 girls were still behind me. Then I heard the sound of grass being parted, which came very quickly, approaching from afar. Oh no, what's that sound? Watch out! Liu Hao decisively abandoned the action of pulling the trigger and turned the crossbow in the direction from which the sound came. It was fate that brought it together. Thankfully, Liu Hao didn't shoot at that old tree, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as I turned the crossbow around, a huge black shadow appeared in my field of vision. That large, dark shadow was none other than the legendary wild boar, one of the 3 tigers and 1 boar in the myth. Because of their volatile temperament, incredible speed, immense strength, and strong territorial instincts, they posed the greatest threat to humanity. Liu Hao didn't have time to think much before he saw the dark figure emerge and decisively pulled the trigger. Suddenly, a pig slaughtering sound came from the bushes ahead. It's unclear what part of the body was hit, but the wild boar stopped charging straight at them and started squealing and circling around in place. Liu Hao hurriedly shoved the crossbow into the ground and stepped on it to steady it. "Quick, wind it up." Although Lung Qing was quite frightened, she was the most composed and calm, and the most efficient and clean-handed among the group of girls. Despite the panic, after 3 mistakes, I finally found the correct position and put the winder on. Fang Yu had already handed over the arrow, and Liu Hao knocked it and fired another arrow at the wild boar. It seems it missed. There was no sound of a pig being slaughtered. But after spinning around twice, the wild boar fell to the ground and began kicking its legs. After Liu Hao restringed the bow and tried to fire another arrow, the arrow was already motionless. Just to be on the safe side, they still fired an arrow. This time, although there was no sound of a pig being slaughtered, the shot hit its mark accurately. The foot-long arrow pierced directly into the wild boar's torso, leaving only a hole. Liu Hao gestured for the 2 to stay still, took the winder, carefully stepped forward, poked into the pig's eye, and then stopped moving. The first arrow pierced the pig's eye. Due to the arrow's enormous kinetic energy, it penetrated very deeply, directly damaging the pig's brain. Chapter 21: 1 meal of meat, a lifetime. It seems this crossbow doesn't need testing. Its power is sufficient for combat use. Looking at the 2 girls again, they were terrified before, but now their faces are full of surprise. Because that terrifying beast transformed into an enormous lump of flesh. Fang Yu, wow, young master is really amazing. He actually hunted such a big wild boar. This wild boar must weigh at least 400 pounds. Long, large fangs like 2 black knives. It was hunted by the 3 of us. Let's go back and call the girls, and bring more people over, along with all the knives we can carry. Lung Qing, remember to bring a clean jar, otherwise such good pig's blood will be wasted. As Fang Yu returned to the mountain, a group of girls, upon hearing that they had killed a huge wild boar, excitedly descended the mountain. Together, they broke it down into pieces that were easy to carry. First, transport it back to the mountain, then proceed with the next step of processing. Lung Qing, young master, set some aside so we can eat them slowly later. The weather is still cold, so they can be stored for a while. In short, tonight, let the girls eat their fill of meat first, and then we'll talk about it. Boil more water, make the pork soup easier to scrape, and then remove all the pork skin and keep it separately. Pig skin is a high-quality raw material for animal glue. The glue made from it is very sticky. When lime powder and hemp fibers are added, it can be used as a sealant for wooden boats. Of course, there are also many industrial applications, such as the use of pigskin glue in composite recurve bows made of cow horn and tendon. This wild boar, weighing around 400 pounds, had a thick layer of fat, which suggests that there are likely no tigers in this area. Otherwise, if he were constantly being chased by tigers, even if he was lucky enough to escape each time, he wouldn't have developed so much fat. Liu Hao first removed the fat from his body. The 2 large iron pots need to be seasoned again with pig skin. Then a large iron pot was used to cook the pork. After the other part is cooked until dry, cut the fat into small pieces and put them into render lard. The girls have now fully realized the benefits of using an iron wok. In the past, lard was also rendered in earthenware pots, which resulted in huge losses. The big iron pot was open, so it was ready to be heated up immediately. Put the fatty meat in, and in no time a lot of oil will be rendered much faster than in an earthenware pot, and it's extremely easy to do. The water in the pot hadn't even boiled yet, but the cracklings had already been rendered. Take it out, place it on a clean mat, and let it air dry slightly. Liu Hao tested the temperature and tasted a piece. The fragrance was so enticing that it made your soul feel like it was floating on air. This is definitely the most delicious food this body has ever eaten, even better than the chicken I ate at the village commander's place. What are you standing there for? Try a few pieces. Even after Liu Hao spoke, the group of girls remained standing there, staring longingly at the pork cracklings, smacking their lips. They were craving it so badly, but still dared not move. They really are a bunch of rule-abiding guys. That's true. With so many people and so little oil residue, if everyone could eat as much as they wanted, some people would inevitably miss out. So Liu Hao roughly counted them, And then, based on the size of the pieces, the larger ones had a few fewer pieces and the smaller ones had a few more pieces. Each small pile is counted out, and the distribution starts with the largest pile. Try it first, just to have a little something to tide you over, and then eat more when the meat is ready. It was young master who hunted it with little Ching and little Yuer. I dare not take it first. At this time, the wild people were still very primitive and firmly adhered to the rules set by their ancestors. In situations where resources are scarce, it is best not to cause damage rashly. So they first distributed the portions to Lung, Qing, and Fengyu, and then started distributing them to Demei. Everyone received roughly the same amount of pork cracklings, which they cherished like precious treasures, carefully holding them in their hands and eating them bite by bite. Otherwise, they would eat them in big bites, and they would finish them quickly. Unfortunately, it was all gone very quickly. But this disappointment quickly vanished as the meat in the pot was taken out. Liu Hao added a lot of salt, so that everyone could clearly taste the salt in their large chunks of meat. Actually, the most important seasoning is salt. Food that is too bland, no matter how delicious the ingredients, will immediately become tasteless. The salt was added just right, instantly elevating the flavor to a whole new level. This was definitely the best meal these girls had ever eaten in their lives, and also the most satisfying meal they had ever had. Unlike his parents, the young man was not willing to share the game he hunted, but instead wanted to exchange it for food. Furthermore, the preference for sons over daughters is particularly strong at present. If there was meat, the boys would eat it first, while the girls would at most eat a few scraps and drink a few sips of broth. The young master directly ordered that no rice be eaten tonight, and everyone should eat meat to their heart's content. Of course, you shouldn't eat until you're too full. Eating until you're about 80% full is fine. Otherwise, if you eat too much meat, you might bloat and die when you drink water when you're thirsty. This time, for these girls, it was truly the happiest time of their lives. That was the fulfillment of the body's and soul's deep craving for meat. It is a true satisfaction of both body and soul. After eating this meat, my whole energy and spirit are completely different. Most importantly, the young master treated each slave like a human being, caring for them even more than his own parents. If anyone eats less, quickly ask them if they are feeling unwell, instead of being like parents, afraid that they might eat even one more bite. The life I've always dreamed of since I was a child has actually come true here. This is what a real home feels like. This is what a real home is. Everyone, even their voices, became several orders of magnitude gentler. Young master, are you full? Are you all full? How about you? Yes, I'm full. I've never been able to eat meat to my heart's content like today. It's good once you're full. Remember, even if you're thirsty, don't drink water in big gulps. Just hold back and take small sips to moisten your throat. Drink water when you're not so full, or you'll get bloated. The young man's concern for everyone brought tears to everyone's eyes. I couldn't resist fixing his hair. Should we move around a bit to clear out the tokens? Or perhaps take advantage of this fullness to practice some martial arts? Let's skip the martial arts practice. It's getting dark, and who might get hurt? Besides, martial arts practice makes you thirsty. Let's take a walk together. So late at night, a group of people walked around the courtyard under the moonlight. Good morning, young master. Why are you up so early today? Let's herd the cattle and sheep to the open area by the river today. Don't go back to the fields. I'm worried there might still be wild boars there. Thank you for your concern, young master. I understand. I will go to the riverbank today. Liu Hao nodded and continued practicing at the training ground. Soon the girls arrived after hearing the commotion and joined in the practice. We fire a fixed 500 spears every day, and the bows are also ready. If we hit the target or miss, we fire another 100 arrows. Then we began today's official work. Wild boars are social animals. If there is one, there will inevitably be a group. One crossbow is no match for those wild boars, so starting today, we'll focus on making crossbows. With the experience from last time, it will be much easier to make it again. Cut the wood into sections according to the length of each crossbow arm. Remove the white core of the mulberry wood, leaving the yellow core inside. This will produce the best quality crossbow. Then the girls also brought all the knives they could use to whittle wood, even kitchen knives and wood chopping knives, and joined in making crossbows. Chapter 22 increases the difficulty of martial arts training. The girls did the initial rough processing, then Liu Hao did the final fine processing. As the weather gets warmer, the warm sunshine has melted the soil on the sunny slopes to a depth of about a foot. A small blast furnace was temporarily built at the foot of the slope to cast crossbow parts, and also cast many iron arrowheads. Once everything is done, dismantle the blast furnace. After removing the blower, store everything away so that it can be easily fixed up and reused next time. After 5 days of intense work, some braided ropes, others made bows, and together they produced 55 powerful crossbows and 33 stringing devices. Let's get to the actual training. Liu Hao spent 5 nights thinking about the process he designed. Everyone should stand in their proper place, and a crossbow with its string cocked should be placed in a specific location, as should a crossbow with its arrows unloaded. After several rounds of testing, 10 people with the best mental fortitude were selected as archers. 11 people were specifically responsible for cocking the crossbow, and 11 people were responsible for passing it to the target. This includes a set supplied to Liu Hao. The remaining 4 people were responsible for lookout and vigilance, serving as backup. In the event of a real war, there will inevitably be casualties. If someone falls, the others must take their place. In the event of a war risk, the first priority is to load 55 crossbows. This way, the 11 archers could keep firing their crossbows, giving the supply personnel ample time. The training session was very successful. For an ordinary group of 300 to 500 people to storm this isolated mountain with cliffs on 3 sides and only one passage, facing continuous firepower would be quite a challenge. At the same time, the effective range of the crossbow was also measured, which was a full 150 paces. Even when it flies 150 steps, its lethality is still very strong, but its accuracy drops drastically. That's enough. With a large number of crossbows, we are no longer afraid of wild boar herds. They split into 3 teams. Archers with crossbows, since there's no need to pass them around in peacetime, passers also with crossbows, and cockers carrying cocking devices. They searched everywhere along the paths through the fields. To ensure the lifespan of the crossbows, each team only had 2 crossbows preloaded. The rest can wait until they spot prey before mounting the gun. As long as they don't go into the bushes, they're safe. After a thorough search, a herd of wild boars was discovered near the western hills. There were 3 large pigs, leading about 10 one-year-old wild boars, searching for seeds to eat in the field. Liu Hao gestured for everyone to turn to one direction, forming a semi-encirclement. This was partly because the crossbows were too powerful and they didn't want to injure their own men, and partly to leave an escape route for the wild boars. Otherwise, those standing in that direction would be injured by the wild boars desperately trying to escape. Then, on the other hand, I overthought it. Facing a hail of arrows from 20 crossbows, 31 people were hunting. In addition, the wild boar was frightened and ran around aimlessly. The half-grown wild boar was afraid of people and turned to run away when it saw people. So the wild boar had no chance to escape. A volley of arrows successfully killed 13 wild boars. One of them weighed about 300 jin, 150 kilograms. 2 weighed around 200 jin, 100 caddies, and the rest weighed about 100 jin, 50 caddies. Lung Qing, what a waste of so much good meat. Fan Yu, yes, it would be great if we could hunt so many wild boars in winter. The weather is warming up and the rivers are thawing. So much meat will spoil in no time. Liu Hao, how much salt is left at home? There's a little over 1 can left. That's about enough. If it's really not good, just leave it to fumigate. The girls looked at him, confused. Clearly, they haven't mastered the technique of smoking meat yet. Anyway, let's process this meat first and move it home. Leave the girls here to handle this. Liu Hao goes to hitch up the ox cart and drive over. It took 3 trips to haul this meat home. Leave a few tender ones. Although it's already the thawing season, it's still very cold. The meat can be kept in a shady place for 10 or 8 days. Keep 3 piglets as food. The rest of us work together to build a smoking shed in the yard, using poplar trees for the smoking process. It needs to be brined in salt water first, and then hung on a smoking rack for smoking. A group of girls asked excitedly, "Young master, will this allow us to have more time off?" As long as it's thoroughly fumigated, it can be stored for a year without any problems. In fact, the longest it can be stored is 3 years. Oh, it can last that long? Young master, you're amazing. How do you know everything? There are precious metals in books, and there are beautiful women in books. So you should also read and learn to read. What is a book? Young man, you can even read? The characters I know are different from the characters used today. Young master is really amazing. He can even read. No wonder he knows everything. You all need to learn to read too. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you to read. The girls nodded happily. If someone can recognize a few words, they're no longer just an ordinary slave, but a literate slave. It was something that only noble families learned, and only women from noble families were worthy of knowing it. I imagine that even women from wealthy families don't necessarily live as comfortably as we do. I've been eating meat for 6 days straight. Today's lunch was another delicious pork dish. I've been eating meat at every meal these past few days. It's like living in paradise. Now that we've entered the full-blown thawing season, the ice forms every morning, turns into muddy swamps by noon, and freezes again at night. This situation can last for about 20 days, or even a month, before spring truly arrives. As the food improved, we ate meat 3 times a day. Everyone's health is getting better and better. They weren't eating as much as before. After lunch, the water had melted everywhere. leaving everyone except those tending cattle and sheep with nothing to do. With nothing else to do, I continued practicing martial arts. During this period, Liu Hao practiced every day without fail, and whenever he practiced, the girls would follow suit. As Liu Hao practiced, he felt that his thrusting wooden spears were becoming more and more accurate, and he could hit the target no matter what posture he used. The original straw doll was increasingly unable to meet Liu Hao's training needs. He now needs to practice blocking further and also needs to put practicing dodging on the agenda. To deflect an opponent's weapon with a gun, you should use the flicking motion of the gun to accurately deflect the weapon, rather than simply parrying it head-on. A head-on parry would negate the advantage of the gun and put you in a disadvantageous position. To further increase the difficulty, take a roll of hemp rope down the mountain, find a dry, sunny slope, climb up a crooked tree, and tie 10 hemp ropes to it. Then tie a fist-sized stone tightly to one end of the rope. Ultimately, the 10 stones were arranged in a staggered and disorderly manner, with varying heights and positions. Mission accomplished, practice can begin. With a flick of the waxwood pole, afraid of piercing the rope, a flat-headed waxwood pole was chosen. With a single thrust, it accurately struck the target stone, causing it to fly away. The stone was then pulled back by the rope and headed straight for the old man's face. He turned and fired a shot, hitting the target again. So this is what shooting training is all about. Why does it take a year? I can aim and stab anywhere in less than half a month. However, as all 10 stones were thrust out, some of them were not hit head-on, and they flew out in different directions and then flew back in different directions. In addition, there were 10 stones which were already hanging haphazardly. In the first round, all the attacks hit precisely and all the spikes were thrown out. However, when they flew back, they became difficult to defend against. After 3 stones bounced off, the remaining 7 flew back from all directions. I felt a boom in my head, and a stone hit me so hard that I saw stars. Then all the stones fell on him without missing a single one. The 3 that were bounced back flew back, hitting my forehead, my chin, and my lower abdomen. Knowing that countless stones would be thrown back at him, Liu Hao quickly covered his head and lay down. Bang! Bang! 2 stones slammed into the back of my hand that was protecting my head, causing a sharp pain. Damn it, I overestimated myself, thinking I could use those 2 rocks to attack my lower body. It seems that we have to take things one step at a time. We can't expect to fly before we've even learned to walk. Just then, a group of girls called out, "Young master," and rushed over to shield him with their bodies, blocking the stones. "Young master, are you all right, young master? How are you, young master? Are you hurt anywhere?" Just as the girls were dragging Liu Hao out of the rocky mess and showering him with concern, a mocking voice came from afar. "You little savage brat, not even fully grown yet, and you want to practice martial arts like the Chinese? Do you even know how to write the character for martial arts?" Chapter 23, Women's Melee. Liu Hao looked over at the sound and saw a skinny monkey, big horse face, and 8 other men. They had probably been humiliated by Liu Hao last time and knew that there was strength in numbers, so they brought all their female relatives with them. Now, all that remains on the river's surface is water. At the very beginning of the melting season, the first river water overflows onto the ice surface, melting from the top layer onwards. Although the ice layer has largely melted, it still has some load-bearing capacity. As long as you're willing to risk your own 2 legs, braving the icy water and the risk of falling into an ice hole, you can still cross the river. However, under normal circumstances, no normal person would risk crossing the river during this season. Unless, of course, the reward is worth a risk. All 8 families came out together, bringing a total of 60 or 70 people. Aside from robbing all the cattle and sheep, Liu Hao couldn't think of anything else that would make them dare to take such a huge risk. They were all carrying a wooden stick and approaching this side. Both men and women outnumber those on this side. It seems they're determined to get their hands on the Liu family's cattle and sheep. Just then, Xiang Cao's voice came from the hillside. Young master, enemy attack, enemy attack." She carried a basket on each arm and a stringed instrument in each hand, running hurriedly down the mountain, shouting as she went. She was already the thinnest one, and then she carried such heavy things. As he was running, he suddenly tripped and fell face first to the ground with a thud. Because of the downhill slope, it slid forward for a distance before stopping, and the crossbow and bolts in the basket on its back were scattered all over the ground. 4 girls followed behind her, also carrying weapons and baskets, and rushed over to help her up. Fortunately, he didn't hit his face, so he should be fine, but some scrapes on his hands are inevitable. This amused him, and the person opposite him burst into laughter. He just let out a sinister laugh, grinning maliciously as he approached. A group of girls sensed something was wrong and went to get the crossbow. At most, this matter is just a local brawl between neighbors. Putting aside whether crossbows have been invented yet, even if they have, crossbows have always been strictly controlled and prohibited items throughout history. If a neighborhood fight involves the use of powerful military weapons, then then the nature of the matter changes, and even if one is in the right, they will be convicted of a serious crime. No one is allowed to use the crossbow. The girls had already picked up their crossbows and were about to cock them when they heard this, but they all stopped and looked at Liu Hao. Put away the crossbow, help the herbs up, and go back to the mountaintop. The girls did as instructed, putting the crossbows back into their baskets. Several people helped the fragrant herbs back to the village gate, ready to provide backup. Seeing that Liu Hao picked up the waxwood pole from the ground and had no intention of returning to the mountain to guard it, the others also raised their wooden spears and stood in a row in front of Liu Hao. Make way for me and stand behind me. No, they're crossing the river now. They're definitely up to no good. Anyone can get hurt, but young master must not. We'll protect young master with our lives. After saying that, Fang Yu and San and I stood on either side of Liu Hao, each taking one of his arms, absolutely forbidding him from going forward. The man at the front, Lung Qing, demanded, "What do you want? Are you trying to rob us? Skinny monkey. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and bring over the cattle and sheep. Otherwise, I'll beat you all to death and no one will know." Liu Hao was held back and blocked, unable to move forward. All I could do was shout at the top of my lungs from behind. "If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for chasing you to your homes and tearing down all your doghouses. I'll also break all your legs. Don't blame me for not warning you. You dare to act tough in front of me, even when you're about to die? What the hell are you talking about? All you lowly slaves, get them. Beat them to death. Savages' lives are already worthless, and the lives of their slaves are even more worthless." Seeing that the other side's slaves were all armed, Skinny Monkey and the others knew they wouldn't be so reckless as to charge in first. Since the other side is all women anyway, let each family's slaves use their numerical advantage to drive away the female slaves on the other side first. The 8 men then swarmed forward and beat the little brat to death with sticks. Everything valuable here would then be ours. Even among slaves, the slaves here are almost all taller and stronger, having been married off to do hard labor. Each household should only have 1 or 2 beautiful, petite women. Too many would be harmful to their health and interfere with their work. On the other hand, they were all beautiful and petite, so all 8 of them were full of confidence. With the slaves from the 8 families combined, they were not only numerous but also stronger. They were sure they would beat the slaves on the other side until they cried for their mothers and begged for mercy. However, they don't understand the concept of morale. The slaves of the 8 families outwardly dared not disobey their husbands' orders, but inwardly they were constantly cursing their mothers. "You damned skinny monkey, I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to marry into such a wretched family. They treat me like a beast of burden all day long. Even when it comes to robbing men, they make me the one to go first. I'm on my period and can't get cold, but you still force me to wade in such cold water. You damned skinny monkey, why is God so blind? May a bolt of lightning strike you dead." The 8 female slaves were all full of complaints. Meanwhile, the girls here were all determined to protect their young master to the death, to defend their homeland to the death, and to fight together against the common enemy. Aside from wanting to drive away the invaders, they had no other thoughts. The female slaves opposite were still hesitating. Hearing the words "kill them" made them feel resolute that they would either fight or die, and that their only option was to fight to the death. With Lung Qing taking the lead, all the girls were encouraged and raised their wooden spears, swarming forward. The female slaves opposite, seeing a group of sparrows daring to act wildly in front of the mother hen, but not daring to act tough with their dead men at home, did they think they could be bullied by a group of sparrow slaves? It instantly awakened their domineering nature. They all raised their big sticks and charged forward. However, despite being slightly older and taller, these female slaves were much stronger. He only looked strong on the surface. The girls are eating so well lately, they've been having meat with every meal. And training with Liu Hao every day wasn't for nothing. Furthermore, being on the side of justice and fearless of death, they act without restraint. They had just started fighting when a burly slave raised his club, but before it could land, Lung Qing took a quick step forward and thrust the wooden spear into her chest. Then the girls arrived, and the scene instantly became extremely chaotic. All that could be heard were the cries and wails of female slaves from the crowd. "Mom! Murder! Someone's been killed! Help!" The female slaves in the front row were brutally beaten with sticks as soon as they made contact. The female slaves behind were immediately terrified. They had never experienced such a scene before. Fighting was not a job for female slaves. Seeing the other women in front of me being beaten and crying for their parents, I was terrified that I would also be brutally beaten with sticks. He dropped the big stick in his hand and ran away. 8 men quickly blocked their way with their sticks. "Go back. Get the hell back here. Are you even a man? You call a slave to fight? If you want to fight, go fight by yourself. I'd rather drown myself than serve you." Chapter 24, Injured 2 Girls. At this point, the army was in complete disarray, and all the female slaves only wanted to escape and didn't want to be beaten to death. The 8 men then held their big sticks horizontally, preventing them from retreating. At this moment, the girls rushed over and, without thinking twice, started hitting the enemy with sticks. This made the female slaves even more panicked, and they began to desperately try to push away the large stick blocking their way. No matter how strong a man is, he can't withstand the combined strength of several women fighting desperately at the same time. Those who were quick and nimble were fine, but those who were pushed were forced to retreat repeatedly. Clumsy as ever, he was pushed to the ground. A large rod was pressing down on him, and female slaves kept stepping over him, making it impossible for him to move the rod from his chest, even if he tried to get up. The female slaves ran away, and the girls naturally turned their sticks on them. They showed some leniency towards the female slaves, not treating them to death. We won't be so polite to these damn thieves. The sticks that struck them were all swung in a wide arc. The waxwood poles were very flexible, just like whips, whipping them mercilessly. Unlike a whip, a waxwood stick is not only flexible but also strong, and can only cause external injuries. Each strike carries a force that is both gentle and powerful. Waxwood sticks can be used as weapons to kill enemies, and they can be used even more severely than military batons. They didn't stop until they had beaten the 3 men so badly they couldn't get up. They let the 3 who were lying on the ground go and went after Skinny Monkey and the others. Skinny Monkey and the others were pushed backward by the female slaves. They dropped the big stick and ran away to avoid being pushed over. He brought a bronze sword with him this time, and when he drew it, he wanted to scare the enemy. Upon closer inspection, all 3 of their companions were lying on the ground, unable to get up. How could the slaves on the other side be so powerful? Their eyes were bloodshot as they charged towards them. Looking at the bronze sword in his hand, he could only manage to exchange 1 for 2 at most. Even if it's a 1 for 3 trade, it's not worth it. It's better to save your life. Put away the bronze sword and run away. The girls chased him all the way to the riverbank. Many people waded through the icy river, afraid that if they were too slow, they would be attacked with countless sticks. In their panic, they were tripped by the current and scrambled to the other side, soaking wet. The girls, each like a fiery little pepper, leaned on their wooden spears with one hand and held their slender waists with the other, angrily berating the fleeing men. Anyone who dares to cross the river again will be beaten every time I see them. I'll beat you to death. Liu Hao's voice came from behind. Is anyone injured? Upon hearing the young man's voice, everyone gathered around. Young master, what brings you here? Are you hurt anywhere? I didn't even have a chance to reach out. How could I be injured? But you all, immediately check if anyone is hurt. The girls exclaimed excitedly. No one was hurt. Young master, you are really amazing. You only taught us martial arts for a little over 10 days, and we have become so powerful. We even drove away those villains. Oh my, you're all so good-looking and so gentle and considerate. I never imagined that you would all be martial arts prodigies with extraordinary talent. I am so happy to have you all by my side. No, it's because young master is amazing. We are the luckiest and happiest slaves to serve young master. Everyone, yes, it is young master who is amazing. If young master does not mind, we are willing to be young master's slaves for this life, the next life, and a life after that forever. Hey, look, they're trying to run away. The girls only dealt a fatal blow to the 3 men. None of their female slaves were defeated. The 3 men, having recovered by this time, were in various states of mind. One was hopping on one leg, dragging a leg. Another was clutching his arm and leg. And the third was crawling on the ground, trying to escape in a direction where no one was around. A group of girls quickly caught up with the 3 and stopped them, waiting for the young man to come and deal with them. Young master, what should we do with these 3 villains? If these villains were to win, their own people would certainly suffer the consequences. We must not let them off easily. We must let everyone know that the Liu family is not to be trifled with. This dashed their hopes of robbing us. Liu Hao looked around and saw a row of large trees along the riverbank not far away. Tie him up and hang him on a tree, so that people on the other side can see what happens to those who dare to rob the Liu family. Let them send someone to ransom him. Liu Hao, along with the girls, dragged the 3 men to the riverbank, tied their hands with rope, threw the rope onto a tree branch, and with a pull from the group, hoisted them up. And so, all 3 thieves were hung facing the opposite bank. The girls have done a great job today, so we must reward them properly. Lunch and dinner will be all you can eat pork. We have no credit for this. It is all thanks to young master. We do not need any reward. We are already rewarded by young master every day. Otherwise, with the weather getting warmer, those few pieces of fresh meat won't keep long enough to last. We must celebrate today. A group of people returned to the compound. The first thing Liu Hao did was to go and see Xiang Cao. Let me see, where are you hurt? I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being so clumsy. I just scraped my hand a little. It's nothing serious. Deme, I bled a lot, but it's been bandaged up. I'll be fine in a few days. Has the wound been cleaned properly? Yes. I washed them with clean water before wrapping them. It's good that you're all right. Don't do anything these next few days, and don't touch water. You can only touch water after your injury has healed. I'm fine. I can still burn firewood. Liu Hao patted her head to comfort her. Not just you, but everyone should rest well when they are sick or injured, and wait until they are fully recovered before doing anything else. Just as Liu Hao was about to say a few more words, he suddenly noticed that Lung Qing was limping back into the house, needing to lean on a wooden spear to walk, with someone supporting her on the other side. Everything was fine after the war. What happened to your foot? I accidentally got pricked by a branch, but it's nothing serious. Sit down, let me take a look. It's all bandaged up. No need for me to worry. Young master, look, someone's coming from the other side. It looks like Fong Si. Liu Hao asked Fong Yu, who was supporting her. Was it pierced deeply? How big is the wound? Fong Yu measured it. It was about 1/2 centimeter. A branch this thick and this thin got stuck in her heel. I helped her pull it out, cleaned it, and bandaged it. She should be better in 10 days to half a month. It's also because the straw sandals we wear nowadays offer so little protection for our feet. Even a small, upright stick can easily prick them. Washed with cold water? Liu Hao couldn't help but feel a little worried, as the wound hadn't been disinfected and had been washed with cold water. Whether it will become infected depends entirely on her immune system. Lung Qing said, Young master, there's no need to worry about me. It's more important to deal with important matters. I'll be fine in a few days. Go see Fong Si quickly, otherwise, if they twist the truth, there might be trouble. Liu Hao currently has no disinfectant available, and the matter of the 3 thugs still needs to be resolved, so he can only discuss it tomorrow. A foot injury is different from other injuries. During this time, I can rest peacefully in the house. All food and drink are brought to the house, and I only have a jar to use as a chamber pot. Fong Yu, what is a chamber pot? It's a chamber pot, a urinal. Chapter 25, those who commit many unrighteous acts will be severely punished. Lung Qing blushed slightly. Young master, I'm fine. There's no need to go to such lengths. I wouldn't dare to waste anything. These are the rules. During the recovery period, you will take turns helping her. Even if you're sick and unable to get out of bed, you will still have to do the same. Also, from now on, no one is allowed to drink raw water. You must boil the water first, or drink it directly after it has been boiled, or let it cool down before drinking. Yes, I'll find a way to provide a container for water. I'll try my best to ensure it's available. After giving his instructions, he went to the riverbank accompanied by several girls. At this moment, Fong Si, accompanied by the skinny monkey and others, had already waded across the river. I don't know what benefits he received that made him agree to personally cross such icy water. Oh, Uncle Si, what brings you here? You come at the right time. I was just about to cross the river to find you. These 3 men, along with those 5, brought their whole families across the river, intending to kill and rob cattle and sheep. You must help me get justice, sir. I have learned the whole story. In any case, they're the village chief's slaves, working the fields for him. I will take them back first, and after consulting with the village chief, I will give you justice. In that case, thank you in advance, Uncle Si. I've long wanted to invite you to my home. Let's do it another day. Liu Hao watched the 5 villains leave, then untied the other 3 and helped Fong Si walk away. After reaching a safe distance, the skinny monkey turned around and said viciously, You brat, if you've got the guts, never cross this road again in your life. I'll kill you before this is over. He's right, this isn't over. If we don't completely subdue Skinny Monkey and his gang, they'll come back to cause even bigger trouble in the future. I will pay you a visit in person another day. Back in the compound, Liu Hao began making snow sleds to prevent sinking. It needs to be made longer and larger to increase the area under stress. They also need to be able to remove themselves if they get stuck in the ice. After finishing, early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Liu Hao excused himself to use the restroom and left the courtyard alone, picking up the wooden spear and snowboard that he had hidden beforehand. The coldest time of day is around sunrise, and the current temperature is around -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. A thin layer of ice will form on the surface of the icy water in the river. Liu Hao, wearing snowshoes, carrying a wooden spear, and with a basket on his back, slowly crossed the river. Luckily, they crossed the river without getting wet at all. I estimate that when we get back, we'll have to wade through water. After getting ashore, disassemble the snowshoes and turn them into tree branches. Carrying a wooden spear, he arrived at the entrance of the village of Bangshan. It was just dawn, and the village gates were tightly shut, as it was too cold in the morning and few people ventured out of their homes. Liu Hao sat down under the old tree opposite. As the sun rose above the eastern horizon, the 2 female slaves came out and together pushed open the makeshift, dilapidated wooden door. Just as Liu Hao was about to get up and ask the skinny monkey where he lived, he saw a group of people walking towards the door. Fang Si led the skinny monkey and others, supporting the 3 villains who had been injured yesterday. Behind them followed a group of female slaves, all of whom had bruises on their faces. The other party also noticed Liu Hao outside the door. The skinny monkey shouted, "It's that wild brat. You little bastard, you better stand there and don't go anywhere." He was the only one outside the door. What a golden opportunity. Ignoring his injured comrade, he tossed him aside, grabbed his weapon, and chased after him. These days are not peaceful. Everyone carries a whistle when they go out. Even if there are no bad guys, they still need to guard against wild beasts. Liu Hao wouldn't just stand there like an idiot and wait for all 5 of them to gang up on him. First of all, he is young and therefore weak. He has only been practicing with a gun for half a month and does not have absolute confidence in beating them. So when their eyes met, they took off running. By the time the 5 men chased after him out of the village gate, Liu Hao had already run into the woods by the field. Upon spotting his figure, the group immediately dispersed to surround him. Liu Hao looked back as he ran, waiting for the right moment. Big Horse Face ran the fastest, leaving the others far behind. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and charged towards the horse-faced man. He raised his hand and swung a spear. The big-faced man hurriedly raised his stick to block. 8 grown men were able to be driven away by a group of girls, which shows they are all just ordinary people. With only ruthlessness and the advantage of having many men, they committed all sorts of evil deeds. Liu Hao has been practicing this thrusting technique for over half a month, and now every thrust he makes naturally utilizes the power of his waist and stance. He shoved the stick right into the face of the big man. Big Horse Face screamed, covered his eyes, and fell to the ground, rolling around and making pig-like noises. The other 4 watched as the wild boy swung the long pole in a wide arc and brought it down. The pig's squeal, emanating from the horse-faced creature, rang out again. When the skinny monkey realized he couldn't beat him with his cudgel, he threw the cudgel away and drew his bronze sword. Liu Hao, holy crap, I'm somewhat wary of you using a long staff, but you dare to use a sword? What's there to be afraid of then? This time, instead of running away, he charged towards the skinny monkey in one swift step, flicked his white wax staff, and struck the wrist of the monkey holding the sword. He immediately spun around and swung his spear, mimicking a spinning kick he had practiced, aiming for his knee joint. Before the skinny monkey could kneel down or let out a scream, Liu Hao had already turned around to the other side and thrust out a second reverse spinning spear, slamming it into his other leg. As the skinny monkey knelt down and howled in pain, the 3 men who had helped him also joined the attack. Liu Hao was now certain that, given their abilities, they couldn't defeat him in a one-on-one fight. It only takes a few steps in one direction to turn it into a one-on-one situation. In no time at all, the 5 thugs were all brought to the ground, letting out screams like pigs being slaughtered. Fang Si and the others were already pale with fright from the screams. When Liu Hao stepped forward, the group of female slaves were already trembling with fear, standing there not daring to make a sound. The 3 thugs who were injured yesterday were probably after him, and he was so frightened that he quickly knelt down. "Grandpa, spare me. Grandpa, spare me. I'll never dare to provoke you again. It was all because of Skinny Monkey and the others. I really didn't want to cross the river." Fang Si noticed that a number of people had appeared at the entrance of the village, looking terrified and bewildered. If we don't take charge of the overall situation, the C, a local administrative unit, will be unable to function properly. "Liu Hao, what are you doing?" "Yesterday, Skinny Monkey said he was going to kill me, which scared me so much that I didn't sleep a wink last night. I was thinking of coming to Uncle C today to ask him to put in a good word for me and let this matter drop so that he wouldn't make things difficult for me anymore. But they still wouldn't let me off the hook. It's true, they want to kill me as soon as they see me. I got scared and nervous, so I fought back. I didn't expect those 5 to be so useless. I knocked them down with one hand. What did you do to them?" "Uncle C, you must be fair and honest in your position. What can I, a mere child, do for them? Perhaps they were just careless and fell down." A group of female slaves, seeing that he did not intend to use force against everyone, hurriedly ran over to check. Soon, the sound of a group of women wailing could be heard. "Oh dear, what happened to your leg? My goodness, what happened to your eyes?" The group of people standing around at the gate felt their hair stand on end. Heavens, were their legs broken? Heavens above, heavens have opened their eyes. Finally, someone has taught these scoundrels a lesson. Well done, well done. Now that your legs are broken, will you still dare to bully the villagers?" The big, dark-skinned guy had known Liu Hao before, so he mustered up his courage and ran over to take a look. It's true, they've gotten their comeuppance. Let's see how they bully men and women now. He hadn't dared to do anything before, but now he was so injured that he was powerless to fight back. Taking advantage of the group of female slaves' inattention, he raised his leg and kicked them to vent his anger. Fang Si want to go and check it out. Liu Hao. It's so early in the morning, Uncle C is leading so many people out of the town. Could it be that he's taking them to the village to plead their case and frame Xiao Dao? What a coincidence. I'm also planning to go to the village today. Why don't we go together? The three thugs, still kneeling and begging for mercy, said, "We dare not. We will not go anywhere. We will not go to the village." "What? Uncle C invited you. How dare you refuse?" "Fong C, you brat, don't be so arrogant. These are all for the village chief to farm. You've injured so many of the village chief's men. Today, I'm going to get justice for them from the village chief, no matter what." What a coincidence. My nephew is also going to the village head to seek justice, so we're here together. Chapter 26 Village Capital Court. Seeing that this wild boy dared not lay a hand on him, Fong Si immediately destroyed the village chief's 8 plots of land, leaving them uncultivated. He was determined to punish the village chief. Turning his head, he shouted to the people idly standing at the entrance of the village. "What are you all standing there for? Haven't you seen how many people are injured? Hurry up and carry the injured to the village. If someone dies because of this, none of you will escape responsibility." Everyone was bewildered. What does this have to do with us? But since he had said so, no one dared to disobey him. They could only carefully observe Liu Hao while slowly moving forward. Seeing that he didn't try to stop her, she felt reassured and walked over boldly. From a distance, I only knew that the young man on the other side of the river had used excessive force, but upon closer inspection, I realized, well done, brilliantly executed. The villain is screaming in terror. Let's see who dares to team up and extort money from you all in the future. The skinny monkey's knees were severely injured, and he probably won't be able to stand up again. Big Horse Face's legs are okay. It seems like one of his lower legs is broken, but after some repair and rest, he can walk again. However, his left eye is probably gone. The other 3 suffered a serious injury to the knee of one leg and will have to walk with a limp from now on. As they carried the person to the road, Fong Si saw the injured person's condition and broke out in a cold sweat. That wild kid really went all out. He beat those 5 people to a pulp. But this has done me a favor. The more seriously I'm injured, the better I'll explain myself when I stand before the village chief. The other 3 who were injured by the girls yesterday only suffered minor cuts and bruises and will recover after a period of rest. Seeing this, they were all terrified. "I'm not going anymore. I'm not going to the village anymore. I'll just go home and take care of myself. If I anger that wild boy again, will I still have my legs? My stomach hurts. I need to go back to relieve myself. Don't wait for me." "Me too. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me back." They all called for their female slaves to help them up and keep their distance. They knew best what Fong Si wanted to do by leading everyone to the village capital, to plead their case to the village chief and ask him to stand up for them. Doesn't this completely offend that wild boy? No matter how much Fong Si scolded them, the 3 of them, not wanting to follow in the footsteps of the skinny monkey and his gang, only cared about escaping this troublesome place as quickly as possible. Supported by the female slave, they limped back to the town. This prompted even unrelated people to want to let go of the injured person. Fong Si roared, "You fellow townsmen, if you stand by and watch someone die, do you know what your punishment is? Anyone who hesitates again and fails to offer assistance will be considered an accomplice." "Liu Hao, how can you be so indiscriminate? Everyone knows who the criminals are and who the good citizens are. How can you just throw labels around like that? So young, yet so vicious. Why don't you just beat them all to death with a few blows and kill all the female slaves from these families too?" Arguing with him is pointless. It's just a waste of breath. If anyone truly commits an unforgivable crime, I will certainly not hesitate to uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Fong Si understood. This meant that if he, Si, also committed evil deeds against him, he wouldn't mind beating him to death with a stick, right? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Liu Hao shoulder the white waxwood pole and turn to leave, he called to everyone to carry all the wounded to the village capital. Liu Hao went ahead and arrived at the village capital, asking around where he could exchange wine. It's a small village with just over 300 households and a population of over 3,000. Aside from the village chief having wine, there was no other wine to exchange. I'm worried that my cold, injured foot might get infected. It would be best to disinfect it with alcohol. That might help. Although there were no liquor stores, there were pharmacies. During wartime, he treated the wounded village chief and his men. In peacetime, he sold medicine and provided medical care in the village. Liu Hao found the pharmacy and was about to go in to ask when a village chief's guard came. "Young Master Liu, the village chief has ordered me to come and take you over for questioning." Judging from his title, it seems that the village chief had a good impression of him, which is why his guards addressed him in that way. Since the village chief has something to do, how dare I disobey? Liu Hao knew the reason for the incident. He had already heard that after Fong Si led that group of people into the city, the female slaves of the wounded people's families started wailing loudly, as if afraid that others would not hear them. Upon arriving at the gate of the village governor's mansion, the injured man and his female relatives were all waiting at the entrance. The man was groaning in pain, while the woman was crying. She really cried very sadly. It wasn't so much that I had deep feelings for them. I was mainly crying about my fate. With the man of the house disabled, how are we going to survive? We probably won't be able to farm this year, and the whole family will starve to death. Upon seeing Liu Hao arrive, and with the village leader backing them up, the men grumbled even louder, and the women cried even more bitterly. Liu Hao ignored him and handed the white waxwood pole and basket to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper couldn't help but look at his wooden pole. So thin, so flexible. With this, how could a mere young boy take down 5 burly men? It's hard to believe that such a thin and frail body possesses such great abilities. They couldn't help but think highly of Liu Hao. But the village chief was waiting there and didn't dare to talk to him, so he just let him in. Liu Hao bowed and said, "Liu Hao from Shijiang, Bangshan County, greets the village chief. Fong Si said you injured and crippled the group of savages who farmed for me. I was forced to fight back in self-defense. If I hadn't fought back, they would have killed me." Fong Si, nonsense, they have no grudge against you. At most, they might injure you, but they would never cripple you. You're not a fish. How can you know whether a fish is good or evil? Village chief, where did you hear this statement? Liu Hao didn't know who originally said it, but after he modified it, he could only make up a name. I have heard that this comes from Lao Tzu. Who is Lao Tzu? What country is he from? What is his name? Liu Hao really wanted to tell him, I am who I am, but he was also afraid that Liu Hao would drag him out and feed him to the dogs. I don't want to reveal the heir's name. What if he really goes around asking around and can't find out? What should I say then? I've heard that he was a man from the Zhou state, known as Giguzi, who lived in seclusion in a valley called Gigu. But I don't know any more details. Zhou state? What state is that? I've never heard of it. Why did you treat those savages so cruelly? If I hadn't been ruthless, all 37 members of my family would have died at the hands of these thugs. So Liu Hao recounted the whole story in detail. Ever since I received your kindness and the cattle and sheep, I have been repeatedly attacked by thieves because I was worried about them stealing my cattle and sheep. Even though I invoked your name, they still attacked me across the river time and time again. I am fine, but they have no respect for you. I have received such kindness from you, so I will risk my life to teach them a lesson. The village chief looked at Fong Si. Is this true? My lord, there is absolutely no such thing. He's just talking nonsense. He never said that he had anything to do with you. Everyone outside listens to me. What I say goes, and you can't argue with me like that. Chapter 27 is far from it. The village chief looked at Liu Hao again. Liu Hao, it seems that humans in ancient times had too little knowledge, which led to them having low intelligence. May I ask, Uncle Si, have you ever seen the cattle and sheep on the other side of the river? If you say you can't see it, wouldn't that be dereliction of duty? Nature can see it every day. Liu Hao, since we see them every day, aren't you curious about where these cattle and sheep come from? A large number of cattle and sheep have appeared in the same town. Even if the village head doesn't personally cross the river to investigate, they'll surely find out something from others, right? Not to mention the whole town. Everyone in the village and the city knows him. The village chief is kind-hearted. Unable to bear seeing my family of nearly 40 people suffering from cold and hunger, I've been granted some cattle and sheep by the kindness of the land. As the village head, you do not seem to be fulfilling your duties as the village chief. Yet they shield and condone those wicked people who disregard the village chief and the law. And now, on their behalf before the village chief, they are speaking out for those disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust people. Was this fiefdom given to you by them, or by the village chief? Shouldn't you be solving your master's problems instead of sharing your servant's burdens? How can you not even tell who is the master and who is the servant? Fong Si was immediately shocked. He never expected that his actions would have such a profound meaning. If this solidifies the impression of disloyalty in a village leader's mind, how could he possibly survive? He hurriedly knelt down. My lord, I had no such intention. I was merely worried that 8 of them had been crippled by him. Those 8 men are all savages who work the fields for the adults. I'm in a hurry. Now, the village chief's 8 fields are uncultivated, and those 8 households, totaling 72 people, they will all starve to death because of this. I'm only thinking of the master's fields. For the sake of those 72 lives, and even more so for the sake of the benevolent reputation of the adults. This child is so young yet so vicious. If he is not severely punished, he will surely harm more lives in the future. The village chief turned to look at Liu Hao with great interest to see what he would say. Liu Hao, Uncle Si, may I ask you, between you and me, who is more virtuous? Who is more wicked? I haven't done anything immoral or heinous. Is there any need to say that? Since Uncle C thinks that Uncle C is better, then you can take the 8 wells of land belonging to the village chief and cultivate them to support those 72 people. In this way, you will not only fulfill your reputation for loyalty and filial piety, but also prove that you are a good person and I am a bad person. The village chief understood that this kid wanted to cultivate all 8 wells of land at once and also support those 72 people. What given the right? Who would dare make such a boast? Not even Fong Si. Sure enough, Fong Si immediately retorted, "Do you think I don't want to cultivate all of the village chief's fields? Do you think I don't want to save those 72 people? I only have 2 hands. How am I supposed to cultivate those fields? How am I supposed to feed so many mouths? So you're saying you don't want to farm, and you don't want to support the people who work for you? It's not that I don't want to. It's that I'm powerless to help. How about we split it in half? You cultivate 4 wells and support 36 people. I'll cultivate 4 wells and support 36 people. In return, you'll give me half of your loyalty and kindness. What do you say? We don't even know if we can fully cultivate our own 2 fields, let alone the 4 extra fields. How are we going to cultivate them?" C was also a savage and a slave. However, after becoming C, he himself did not have to pay his share of the population tax, but the slaves still had to pay. He owned 1 well of land, and the public land belonged to him, but he had a hand over all the public land and land tax outside of his 1 well. I didn't hurt anyone, so why should I clean up your mess for no reason? Look, even I, a child, can't bear to see so many people starve to death. I'd rather farm half the land for them and feed 36 mouths. But you're unwilling to do that. If that's the case, how can you say that you're more loyal or kinder than me? You're the one who hurt him. Of course you want to make excuses for yourself. May I ask, if a robber comes to rob you, should you kill him? Of course he deserves to be killed. Look, I couldn't even bring myself to kill the bandits. I only injured them and made them suffer. After that, I still had to farm for them and help them find ways to make a living. Between the 2 of us, who is good and who is evil? Do you understand now? Fong Si was sweating profusely from being talked about, feeling that the more he talked, the worse it would be for him. They're not bad people. Why would someone who isn't a bad person rob me? You should know how serious the crime of stealing cattle and sheep is in Xinhua, right? Besides, they mobilized 72 people to directly rob me. How can you prove they committed robbery? You can call those women in, give them 10 lashes first, and then ask them. You'll find out then. My lord, look, this person is so vicious. He's trying to hit someone with a board for no reason. You see, this involves the issue of good and evil again. I want to punish them because it's for their own good. Is there such a logic in the world? Injuring others is for their own good? What a ridiculous joke. Think about it. If we don't punish them, they will deceive the adults and be exposed, and then they will be punished more severely. If we punish them directly, they will naturally not dare to talk nonsense anymore. I want to save them, but you want to kill them. Isn't this a question of good and evil? You're not one of them. How do you know they would definitely deceive adults? Liu Hao. The reason is simple. My family has 37 members, while there are about 300 people in the whole town. No one would be foolish enough to go to the town and cause trouble for the majority with a minority. It's only the majority who cause trouble for the minority, and besides, the town is so poor it has nothing. It's obvious that those female slaves were all injured on the West Bank, and their injuries were recent. Now that the river is frozen like that, with icy water everywhere, you're telling me they're risking frostbite and getting sick. They still have to cross the river to the West Bank. What could possibly be worth risking their lives for? If we call them in and what they say contradicts this, the adults will see right through it. Tell me, if I'm not saving them, what am I doing? And who would want them dead? Who is truly good? And who is committing evil there? Fong Si was a wild man with no culture. He only became Si because he was in his prime and there was a severe shortage of men. Because of a lack of education and limited experience, they simply couldn't think of those aspects. Upon hearing this, I realized how foolish I had been. The issue was beyond arguing about, so I had no choice but to change the subject. I was thinking of the adults' fields. Then why don't you just take over and plant it? Just thinking about it won't solve any problems, so what's the use? You're the one who injured someone, so you should be the one to plant the seed. Liu Hao then bowed to the village chief. Your Excellency is wise. We shall obey your commands in all things. Village leader, someone, go and bring in a slave. Promise. Shortly afterward, a female slave was brought in. When I first saw the grandeur of the village governor's mansion, my legs went weak with fear as soon as I entered. Chapter 28. Fong Si killed 8 people. Village leader, come on, drag him away and give him 10 more lashes. Promise. The village chief had no choice but to be morally blackmailed by Liu Hao. If he didn't punish her, but interrogated her, and she was found to be lying through her teeth, she would be severely punished, and he would become the villain. After the trial is over, Whatever she says will be none of my business. Liu Hao. Holy crap, did I unintentionally set a bad precedent? From now on, will people from this village be beaten with 10 strokes before being interrogated? The female slave, already terrified by the spectacle, was dragged away and given a thorough beating with a board, leaving her even more bewildered. After the beating, he was pulled over, and whatever the village chief asked him, he told him everything in detail. At last, how did you originally plan this? What tricks did you intend to use to deceive me? Just say that he started it all for no reason. Who taught you to say that? The female slave glanced at Fong Si. Fong Si was already covered in cold sweat. Female slave, my husband taught me. Fong Situ. Situ Lao Deng. Those few wicked servants broke into people's homes and committed robbery. What crime should they be punished for? In response to your question, sir, they disregarded the village chief first, and then, in order to forcibly seize other people's cattle and sheep, they did not hesitate to turn their entire family into bandits. If this matter is not severely punished, it will surely damage your prestige. Therefore, they should all be executed. For the savage slaves at that time, the slave owner was the law, the supreme authority over the life and death of the savages on their fiefdom. National laws only apply to people of the rank of commoner or above. Barbarians use family laws to punish them. Liu Hao quickly asked, those female slaves were merely accomplices. May I ask what crime they will be punished for? Nature is equally guilty. Their husbands' families are all to be executed, and they become wandering ghosts, destined to starve to death sooner or later. Should they be released anyway? They were all involved. C2 Lao Deng. And you will also be punished with 37 jars of fine grain. I'm the victim here. Any villager who participates in armed conflict within the territory of the village chief shall be fined 1 jar of grain. If they are not from this village, the punishment for engaging in armed conflict shall be doubled. Liu Hao was in a real bind. No, he had to find a way to climb up the social ladder, no matter what. He couldn't stay a savage. Even being a village leader would be better than nothing, so he wouldn't be controlled by others all the time. However, the most urgent task is to see if we can save those female slaves, since their crimes are far from deserving of death. My lord, in my humble opinion, those female slaves do not deserve to die. C2 Lao Deng. Is this kid stupid? If you don't execute them, are you going to feed them? They're already married. Currently, in every country, there are more women than men. So many female slaves waiting to be married couldn't find husbands. No one wanted female slaves who were already married, and they had a hard time supporting themselves. Releasing them would only cause them long-term pain. You scoundrel, you barbarian, how dare you discuss the village chief's family rules with him? Did the chief give you a few lenient looks, and then you think you're someone special? No, I just feel that their crimes do not warrant death. Instead of executing them, isn't there still no one to cultivate your 8 fields, sir? Even women can work in the fields. There are too few people and too much land, and we are short of people to cultivate it. Wouldn't it be a waste to execute them? The female slave, who had already fainted from the shock of the verdict, grasped at these words as if they were a lifeline. They hurriedly pleaded, yes, yes, sir, we are full of strength. We can work the fields for you. We are willing to work ourselves to death in the fields. Please have mercy, sir. I kowtow to you. Please have mercy, sir. He kept kowtowing and begging, as if pounding garlic. The village chief was so annoyed by her antics that he waved for her to be dragged out. It would have been better if they hadn't dragged them out. But once they were dragged outside, the other 30-odd female slaves, upon hearing that they were all to be executed, immediately erupted in wails and cries of agony as they begged for their lives through the gate. The village chief glanced at Liu Hao with displeasure. Do you know that if there are no men in the household, the fields cannot be cultivated? Liu Hao only knew that the 8 men deserved to die, especially since only 5 of them had come and there were still 3 left. The women, however, should not have died, as that would be too inhumane. Moreover, they died because of him, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. Otherwise, I will cultivate the fields myself so they won't starve to death. C2 Lao Deng immediately flew into a rage. What about my fields? What am I going to do with my fields? I only have 10 fields in total. You're just leaving my 3 fields there and going to farm the village chief's fields? Do you think I don't exist? The village chief was delighted. This kid knew how to use oxen for plowing and dared to take over the 8 wells of land, so he must know how to farm. Who will cultivate the fields under Fong Situ's jurisdiction? I'm here to plow. C2 Lao Deng. You think you can cultivate more than 10 wells of land with your youthful body? Fortunately, the village chief is kind-hearted and knows that I am young and weak. He has given me 8 oxen. With these 8 oxen, it should not be too difficult for me to plow 11 wells of land. Village chief, 8 wells are in Jiangdong, 3 wells are in Jiangxi. How will you cross the river? A boat is all that is needed to cross the river. The first thought that came to mind was, could he be asking me to sponsor him with a boat? That's absolutely impossible. I'm already being generous by giving these savages arable land. You want a boat too? No way. But they couldn't say it outright, since they had obtained 2 technologies and a treasure from him after all. You could build boats. I know a little bit about it. Wow. I never imagined he could not only control beasts but also build ships. He's a real treasure. Can you really cultivate a dozen or so wells of land? As long as this year is peaceful, the harvest will not be affected. Suddenly, the village chief had a thought. With such talent, should we promote him to the position of C? But then I thought again. This kid has so much knowledge in him. Why not arrange for my son to go there as the county magistrate? He can learn something useful from him. Then he thought again. No, that won't do. Bangshanyi is located at the northernmost point. When the Shanrong people march south, that's the first place they'll pass through. Not to mention Bangshanyi, they wouldn't even dare to let him come to Bangjiang village for fear of my son's safety. Anyway, he's my slave. No matter what, he can cause trouble on my turf, and whatever he does can only pass through my hands. How did you manage to cripple 5 people all by yourself? The main problem is that they are too weak. Not to mention myself, even my servants have defeated them twice. That's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Even if he had 36 household slaves, a group of frail women, how could he defeat 8 men in one fell swoop and still have 64 female slaves under his command? They were able to defeat the many with the few and the strong with the weak. There's a lot to learn here. Of their family. Only this son is of noble lineage, which means he must be knowledgeable in military strategy. No, we need to carefully consider this candidate for the position of C. Thinking of this, he nodded. Well, regarding the punishment for fighting, considering it's your first offense, I will not pursue it further. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Okay, you can go now. Liu Hao, what is it? Is there anything else? I would like to ask, does your excellency have any wine left in your residence? What do you need alcohol for at such a young age? To be honest, sir, my servant was injured in the fight with him yesterday. I am worried that I may have contracted an ulcer, so I have prepared some wine to treat it. The village chief's eyes lit up. Oh, you mean wine can cure ulcers? It needs to be refined further. How to refine it? I only know that 1 out of 100 wines is of this quality. The alcohol content of the current liquor is too low, probably only around 5%, and the village chief would definitely skin me alive. So one is the best. 100 wines for a mere slave? Do you know the value of 100 wines, whether it's 100 vats or 100 jugs? How many slaves could you buy with that wine? Liu Hao didn't want to embarrass him or portray him as a heartless and ungrateful person. However, there is little that can be done tactfully except to tell the truth. So he weakly replied with 6 words. A wife with shared hardship should not be abandoned. Chapter 29 Horse Trading. Fong Si, still in a state of utter confusion, was worried about his future and even his life. Upon hearing Liu Hao say such a thing, I first felt that those 6 words he uttered were a slap in my face. But then I thought again, wasn't this just slapping the village chief in the face? Having suffered a crushing defeat, those 8 lackeys who had helped him establish his authority in the town were now on the verge of being killed by him. If they are guilty, then they are guilty themselves. If he could really manage to cultivate the village chief's 8 fields and support the group of female slaves all by himself, not only would he lose his position as the county magistrate, but he would also likely be punished. It would be uncertain whether he could save his life. This is an opportunity to counterattack. Seize it decisively. You little savage, who gave you the audacity to teach the village chief a lesson? Liu Hao, this blockhead was just thinking about how to make amends when someone offered him a way out. I'm so grateful to you, my ancestors, for 8 generations. The village commander is skilled in both literature and martial arts, so he naturally does not need to be taught by others. I take the village commander as my role model and always keep loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness in my heart. I will not refrain from doing good because it is small, nor will I do evil because it is small. Fong Si fell into despair again. This little brat is really full of bad ideas. No matter what I say, he can make himself stand on the moral high ground, portray himself as the villain, and even drag the village chief into praising him. Oh no, I'm now being branded as a disloyal, uneducated, heartless, and unjust person again. Village commander, wow, this kid is truly talented. He summarized the virtues a servant should possess and even uttered a profound saying. Do not refrain from doing good because it is small, nor do evil because it is small. This shows that this person has a strong sense of justice and is someone who cares about family ties. Such a loyal and righteous person can be used by me as long as I don't mistreat him. The village leader stood up and laughed heartily. Ha! If you were to heartlessly abandon your servants today, I would be very disappointed in you. On the contrary, The fact that you can say such words, as a wife who has shared hardship, should not be abandoned shows that you have always kept the two words of benevolence and kindness that my Xinhua advocates in mind. I'm very pleased, but just saying it is far from enough to prove whether you are sincere. What price do you intend to pay to get the wine you want from me? I will obey your orders without a word of complaint. How about this? I've never heard of wine curing ailment. If you can truly cure it, I'll reward you with the wine. Otherwise, I'll compensate you with double the grain. What do you say? Liu Hao, this guy's got a good plan. How do we prove it's effective? We'll definitely have to send you some of the finished alcohol to prove it. If it doesn't work, you can sell that wine for double the price. This is a good deal for me, as I can now use this name to brew wine openly and legitimately. How dare I disobey your orders? How many jars of wine are enough? At least 5 jars of wine. What if it breaks halfway through? What if it doesn't work the first time? That's why the more wine, the better. Come, fetch him 5 jars of wine. Promise. Liu Hao, may I ask, sir, about the 8 fields and the female slaves from those 8 wicked households? Wait until the river has completely melted before you cross it. After all, he's still just a young boy who hasn't even grown up yet. He's too young to be reliable. He hasn't proven his abilities yet, and we can't let a young boy climb too fast. Otherwise, he'll get arrogant and end up losing everything. One should not rush things. Yes. May I ask, sir, if I am permitted to raise horses? Liu Hao came carrying a basket on his back, intending to get 2 jars of wine, but unexpectedly he got 5 jars. Now, how to bring it back has become a problem. If we could get a horse, we could not only transport the wine back, but also have the means to move it in the future. The standard for ancient military generals was proficiency in archery and horsemanship. The bow is ready, but the horse is still undecided. There is no strict ban on raising horses here, nor is there any need for such a ban. Horses are so expensive, let alone wild men. How many Chinese people can afford to buy one? If you can raise it, then go ahead and raise it. I grant your permission. The village chief would never provide him with valuable strategic resources and send them to the other side of the river for him to raise. If you can get your hands on horses, then go and raise them. Liu Hao received the affirmation, bowed, and respectfully withdrew. The village chief looked at him, walked to the gate, and said a few words to the gatekeeper, presumably to store the wine for the time being. With a basket on his back and a thin pole in hand, he left the village governor's mansion. He quickly beckoned the butler over. Go and see where he went and what he intends to do. Promise. After Liu Hao left the village governor's mansion, it was no wonder it had become quiet. The group of people who had been surrounding the gate must have been taken away after being convicted. It just so happens that it's market day today, and the cattle, horse, and sheep markets are open. Upon arriving at the livestock market, there were 5 horses for sale, but no one was interested. The horse has a large frame, like a war horse that has been retired. Only retired horses are traded freely here. Liu Hao stepped forward, pried open the horse's mouth to examine it one by one, and found that the teeth were all worn rounded, and there were no tooth marks to be seen. This indicates that these horses are about 12 or 13 years old. In ancient times, the lifespan of ordinary war horses was mostly around 15 or 16 years. Only the finest horses of noble families, carefully fed from a young age, can reach around 20 years old. 5 old horses, 2 males and 3 females, can be used for at most 2 or 3 years. Nobody's a fool. The fact that it's being sold means it's no longer capable of reproduction. If a horse is still capable of producing foals and has such good genes, it would never be sold. A young man was examining the horse's teeth by pinching and twisting them, while the horse trader watched him quietly without interfering. After looking around, they came to the horse trader. Brother, you're not from this village, are you? In short, you're from Xinhua, and your ancestors have been horse traders for 18 generations. Judging from your appearance, you're no ordinary person either. Do you want to buy a horse? Yes, I want to buy 3 young and strong horses that are suitable for riding. Those horses aren't cheap. Although you're not an ordinary person, you're certainly not a nobleman either. If you bring such a horse over, it will have to go through the hands of the village capital first. Only if they don't want it can it be your turn. And Xinhua is desperately short of horses. Since you're in the horse trading business, which has been passed down through generations, and you're in Xinhua, you must have connections on the grasslands. If you're not familiar with the Shanrong people, it would be difficult to bring the horses to Xinhua smoothly, wouldn't it? Wow, I didn't realize you were so young, yet you have such a keen eye. I just wonder if you have the means to buy a good horse. Liu Hao reached into the straw-covered basket and pulled out a cast iron knife, the same knife he had cast but not used before. Despite its poor quality, it was cast from a mold he meticulously carved, and recently a wooden handle was added to make it look like a very beautiful straight knife. It was handed to him. Do you think this strength is sufficient? What kind of knife is this? Liu Hao didn't answer. He reached into his basket again, took out the bronze sword he had taken from the skinny monkey, and handed it to him. It is undoubtedly the best knife in the world today. You'll know once you compare them, my friend. I must say, the texture in your hand is different. This knife feels noticeably harder than a bronze sword. A light tap left a dent on the blade, but the dagger remained unharmed. Liu Hao snatched the knife back and put it back in his basket. Pointing to the bronze sword, he said, "How about I trade this sword for your 5 old horses that are about to be buried?" "What? You think you can trade a broken sword for 5 horses? If you melt this sword down, how many bronze shells can you forge? Besides, it's still just a sword, and if you take it to the grasslands, you won't even be able to exchange it for 5 good horses. I'll take your surname. My surname is Fong, and there are people with the surname Fong everywhere in Xinhua. My surname is Liu, not Fong. When you plan to make your move on that precious sword?" Chapter 30 Long-Term Cooperation. Let's talk about it after you bring 5 top-quality horses. What? 5 top-quality horses? You're dreaming. Man Xinhua, go ask around. No. Ask around the Shanrong, Guifang, and all the surrounding countries. If you can find a second such precious sword in the whole world, I will give it to you. Things are valued for their rarity. This precious sword is one of a kind, but war horses are everywhere. A top-quality horse is not for you to handle. Don't you travel to and from the grasslands all year round? What a coincidence. I live in the Daxingjiang Grand Canyon, which is also known as Bangshani. The horse trader did some calculations. At most 3 top-quality horses. 5 horses, not a single one less. Anyway, bring the horses back. It's a waste not to use them. I'll introduce you to another business. What kind of business is it? Spring is just around the corner, and the sheep's molting season is almost here. I'm buying up a lot of wool, as much as you can get. You live in Pangshanyi. You're at most a savage. What do you have to trade for wool? What do you want? Do you have tea? Grassland vegetables are scarce, so the cheapest way to supplement vitamins is by drinking tea. Xinhua is located in an area similar to Yuyuan, but it does not produce tea. Liu Hao really couldn't figure it out. He scratched his head, then suddenly had an idea. Do you want salt? There are salt lakes everywhere on the grasslands. Do you think the grasslands would lack salt? If all else fails, then we'll have to resort to glass beads. Would gemstones be acceptable? What a gem! Liu Hao took a glass bead out of his pocket and showed it to him. He took it and looked at it against the sun in the sky. Holy crap! This is truly an unprecedented gem, so much more transparent than any gem I've ever seen before. Look, you didn't have to travel too much on foot, and the gem is easy for you to carry with you. This is the supreme pearl, the most precious gem in the world. Only the great chieftain, the great Khan, and the king of a country are worthy of having it set in their crowns. It only requires 1,000 stones of wool to obtain this supreme pearl. What? 1,000? Sure. You only trade horses, not cattle? I would like to sell, but the problem is I don't have the capital. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't want to sell everything? It's not easy to go to the grasslands. These glass beads were readily available to Liu Hao. However, they were the foundation for his success. Anyway, if I get scammed by him, I still have several more, so it won't make a difference if I lose one more. Maybe I can even gain a favor. They could also earn money by allowing the grassland people to bypass Gushin and come directly to the village capital when they went south out of consideration for their partnership. I hit it off with you right away, brother. Since I have no capital, why don't I take this precious pearl first, and you can give me the wool later? The horse trader was overjoyed. Really? You're really willing to give me this bead as collateral? Really? Aren't you afraid I'll leave and never come back? Taking your beads with me? Money is just an external thing. Having more friends means having more paths. You are clearly a smart man. Even if I'm not so great, I'm still a business route for you. I will not only buy wool and horses from you, but also cattle and sheep. I may also have items that the grassland people are interested in. Between a one-off deal and a long-term business, I think with your wisdom, you would prefer a steady and long-term approach, right? That's right, he also has a precious sword in his hand, which is his essential tool for survival. He immediately clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Since you trust me so much, I will take the liberty of calling you my virtuous brother. I am your foolish brother, Fong Xiaoru. From now on, if it's anything related to the underworld in this area, just come to me, and I will take care of it for you." Liu Hao, why does this name sound so familiar? Then, elder brother, please accept my bow. Fong Xiaoru, sheathe the bronze sword. Then these 5 horses are yours, my good brother. Take them away as you see fit. In that case, I can only decline your offer. To be honest, someone in my family is ill and urgently needs me to fetch medicine for them. I'll take my leave now. Liu Hao told him the location, and since he travels between the 2 places all year round, he knew exactly where it was as soon as he was told. Then, leading 5 old horses, they entered the village capital. After Liu Hao entered the city, a city guard ran to find Fong Xiaoru. What did he trade for the horse? Fong Xiaoru took out a bronze sword. I'll exchange it for this sword. You gave him 5 horses for a worthless bronze sword. That kid is very shrewd. He could tell at a glance that those 5 horses were all very old. Even a broken bronze sword is worth more than those 5 old horses. If he doesn't want them, I'm afraid no one will be willing to buy them. What else did you talk about after all that? Let me help him collect the cotton wool. He also knows about spinning. That should be the case. Fang Xiaoru was a warrior of the Z family. Since his ancestors, he had been responsible for transporting horses for the Z family because he knew the languages of the Shanrong and Guifang. They did not reveal anything about the precious sword and the precious pearl. I want to exchange this precious sword for my own life in the future, since the journey is long and anything can happen. Once the pearl is presented to the Xiongnu chieftain of the grasslands, he will not only be able to travel freely thereafter, but will also be rewarded with countless treasures. The news reached the ears of the village commander. As expected, people are different. That savage who looked like a monkey after getting the bronze sword thought of robbing people. The young man took the bronze sword and exchanged it for 5 old horses. Even old horses can pull carts for several years, and he might even want to use them to plow the fields. In front of the pharmacy, Liu Hao tied up the 5 horses and went inside. Do you have any wow medicine? The shopkeeper had seen him tying up the horses outside long ago, but he only knew they were 5 war horses, not 5 old horses. We have superior medicine, middle medicine, and inferior medicine. Which one do you want? What are superior, middle, and inferior medicines? The main ingredient in the lower grade medicine is Panax Nodo Ginseng. The main ingredient in the middle grade medicine is dragon bone, and the main ingredient in the upper grade medicine is myrrh. Liu Hao knew these 3 main ingredients. Panax Nodo Ginseng is mainly used to stop bleeding. Dragon bone is powder made from ancient fossils and has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, calming and relieving pain. Myrrh is extracted from a type of olive tree in the south and has antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects. This is the north, and it's not easy to get the kind of main medicine here. Plus, it's quite effective, so it's a top-grade medicine. What are the prices? The shopkeeper pointed to the horses outside the door. 1 mare is given the drug, 2 mares are given the medium drug, and 3 horses are given the high drug. This shopkeeper looks like a cunning old fox. He treats people differently based on their status. Don't be fooled by him. May I take a look at these 3 medicines? So the shopkeeper ordered his assistant to bring him the 3 kinds of medicine. Wow, there's quite a lot. 1 small jar of each, about a pound each. Grind them all in a powder, and you can sprinkle them directly on the wound. So they chose the best medicine, which has antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects, and is the most effective. Medicine is expensive these days, so exchanging 3 old horses for some healing medicine is worthwhile. After some haggling, they finally agreed to exchange 3 horses for a jar of top-quality medicated gun and a dose of medicine to treat headaches and fevers. It was like seizing a bronze sword from the skinny monkey and exchanging it for 2 horses and 2 jars of medicine. Both sides were delighted. Liu Hao put the horses into his basket, and the shop assistant led the 3 horses around. Liu Hao led 2 horses to the village governor's mansion. The 5 men who had been crippled by Liu Hao were gone, but the women were still there, weeping in grief. It wasn't that she was particularly reluctant to part with the skinny monkey and the others, but rather that she was grieving over her own unpredictable future. Fang Xi was also there, looking dejected. When he saw Liu Hao appear before him leading 2 horses, he was shocked, and his eyes showed even more disappointment. What kind of monster is this? How can it even get its hands on a horse? It's not his, is it? Does this horse belong to the village chief? No, it was changed. Exchanged? What did you exchange it for? Sword. Fang Xi then remembered that the skinny monkey had a bronze sword, which was now missing. 1 sword for 2 horses? You traded the skinny monkey's sword for horses? Excuse me, I have something to do. Please make way. Even if it was seized from that skinny guy, what does it have to do with you? So I could just ignore him. Chapter 31, If All Else Fails, by Your Life. Fang Xi glared at him angrily and stepped aside. The female slave who had been dragged in and beaten with sticks rushed forward when she saw that it was Liu Hao. Thank you so much for speaking well of us to the village chief. We were saved from our wretched lives. Thank you for your great kindness. All the female slaves knelt down and cowed out. Fang Xi closed his eyes, his heart filled with intense hatred. I never expected things to escalate to this point. Now it turns out that I killed my own 8 little followers. In front of this group of female slaves, she had become the enemy who had caused their families to be destroyed. On the contrary, Jiaoer was present and heard clearly what Liu Hao said in the hall. This further confirms that in front of those female slaves, I am a complete and utter villain. This wild boy, however, became a great benefactor who not only saved their lives, but also tried to help them make a living. As a result, he was dismissed from his post as the county magistrate. Originally, those who owned a well field were exempt from taxes, but now they are required to pay them. He was also fined 10 jars of grain for dereliction of duty and failing to distinguish between good and evil. Liu Hao, what punishment has the village commander given you? Let the slaves go back to their homes and wait until they have been widowed for 3 years before making a decision. What about those fields? The slaves shall find their own way to cultivate the land. It's clear that the village chief doesn't want to register those fields under his own name, so that if they don't turn out well, he can extricate himself from the situation. That would be best, so that these slaves could at least have a place to live and make a living. However, Liu Hao is definitely obligated to rent all of these fields. They made a group of female slaves cultivate the land themselves, and they ruined it. The more fields you have, the more grain you can store. Lord Murahaya is indeed kind-hearted. This is the best possible arrangement for you. Yes, apart from Lord Murakami's kindness, we are also grateful to our benefactor for pleading on our behalf. Please don't say that. Now that everything has been dealt with, why aren't you going back? We're waiting for the other 3 households. We won't dare go back until we've dealt with them. I don't know how the village chief plans to deal with those 3 villains. It's best not to get involved. Liu Hao entered the village commander's mansion, took 5 jars of wine, and the guards helped him carry them out. Using the ropes of the 3 horses used for changing medicine, they were tied in pairs with professional bottle and jar fasteners, with each horse carrying 2 jars. The remaining urn was put into a basket, and the medicine jar, wine urn, and cast iron knife were separated by using dry grass. He bid farewell to the guards and a group of girls, then led his 2 horses away. It was midday, and during the melting season, so there were puddles of ice and mud everywhere, making it extremely difficult to walk. Unfortunately, the 2 old horses were unsaddled. For someone like Liu Hao with poor riding skills, there was no way he could bring the wine home safely on horseback. They could only walk along, 1 step at a time, sometimes sinking deep into the mud and the other shallow. After walking only a few steps, the straw sandals on their feet were already soaked. As they walked, a chariot appeared ahead, with dozens of leather-armored soldiers escorting Shigo, Go Dan, Go Sheng, and their 24 female slaves, all tied together with ropes, heading this way. Upon seeing Liu Hao, he cried out desperately, as if grasping at a lifeline. "Grandpa, Grandpa, save me. Grandpa, save me. I'll never do it again. From now on, I'll call you Grandpa. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Grandpa, save me. I don't want to die." Liu Hao does need a few men to help with the hard labor. Otherwise, if these 3 are gone, it will truly become an all-women's army, and who will plow the fields? He hurriedly said to the leader on the chariot, my lord, may I have a few words with him?" The leader recognized the young man. It was he who had presented the horse bit to the village chief, making the chariot easier to control. Not only did his brothers think highly of him, but the village chief also greatly admired this young man. "Hurry up, we're waiting to return to the city to report." "Thank you, sir." Upon arriving before the 3 dogs, the 3 hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. "Don't rush to thank me. Whether you live or die depends on what you say. Grandpa taught me that as long as I can keep this dog's life, I will follow Grandpa's orders from now on. I will do whatever you tell me to do. I have no interest in taking anyone as my grandson. That's a matter for later. If you want to live, remember not to make excuses. Answer whatever you are asked. Most importantly, if you are sentenced to death, if all else fails, use grain to buy your lives. No matter how much, please decide for me, sir, and agree to it. As long as you save your lives, the grain can be repaid slowly over several years." Yes, I will remember this well. I count out to you, boss. When the 3 of us return alive, we will repay your kindness." Liu Hao nodded, took a step back, and bowed to the leader. The leader urged them on, and they continued their journey towards the village capital. Liu Hao moved aside and waited for them to leave before leading his horse to continue on his way. After walking a short distance, they saw a group of girls walking towards them, including Fang Yu, Senanai, and about 10 other girls. Upon seeing Liu Hao, he hurriedly ran over. "Why are you here?" "Young man, why did you cross the river alone? We searched everywhere for you and couldn't find you. We figured you must have crossed the river, so we went across to look for you, but we ran into soldiers arresting people. We had to wait until they left before we dared to come and look for you." Liu Hao certainly couldn't tell them that his abrupt departure was to settle scores with Skinny Monkey and his gang. He, Qing and Xiang Sao were injured, so I was thinking of getting them some medicine. I was really lucky today. Not only did I get the medicine, but I also got 2 horses. "Oh, this horse belongs to the young master." "No, they belong to our family. It's just that these 2 horses are a bit old, like people in their 50s or 60s. They can still be used for another 2 or 3 years. Even an old horse is still a horse. Young man, you are really amazing. Not only do you have cattle and sheep, but now you even have horses." By the way, how are Qing and Xiang Sao's injuries?" "Xiang Sao is fine, but it hurts. Qing got up early this morning and seems to have caught a cold. Her head is a little hot." Liu Hao sensed something was wrong. It might be a bodily reaction to the injury, and there was a possibility of inflammation. One reason is that the wound is deep, and another is that foot injuries are different from hand injuries. In those days, poor families didn't have proper shoes, so there were more bacteria on their feet. So they took the girls and quickened their pace to head back. You guys are really something. The road is all melted up like this. The river must have melted too. It's all right. If the young master isn't afraid, then we shouldn't be either. That's different. Women are naturally more afraid of the cold. They talked as they hurried back and soon arrived at Bangshanyi. Too many major events happened in Bangshan County today, and there isn't much work to do during the melting period. A group of people stood at the intersection, gossiping and waiting to see how it would end. I wonder who will win between Wild Boy and Fong Si, and who will come back in the end. I only heard that the first 5 men were all hanged on the riverbank for the crime of stealing cattle and sheep. The people the soldiers arrested later were all those who had gone to the other side of the river to rob people the day before. Just then, the group of slaves on the opposite bank returned after walking a short distance, with 2 horses behind them. This meant that the Wild Boy had returned. The big, dark-skinned man hurriedly went to meet him. He grinned at Ly and said, "You're back." Yes, I feel bad for you thinking of me, Brother Stone. After the river has completely thawed, come to my house and I'll treat you to a good meal. The big, dark-skinned man was named Stone and had no surname. Seeing his politeness, I felt flattered. What an amazing person. So young, yet he single-handedly crippled 5 thugs. Anyone else would have been bossing him around like a savage and wouldn't have been so polite. Oh, that's great. But wait until the river thaws. If the river thaws, how will we cross? I was thinking of treating you to dinner later. Just wait. I have my own way to cross the river. How about you help me with the work then? Your whole family can come, I'll provide meals, and at the end of the year, I'll give each person 20 urns of grain. Chapter 32, Deep Sisterly Affection. 400 jin of grain, equivalent to an annual salary of less than 1,000 yuan, with meals provided but accommodation not included, employs 9 staff members, including 1 strong laborer. What about my fields? We'll plant them anyway. This was incredibly appealing to the big, dark-skinned guy. Not only are meals provided, but after a year's work, there are also 20 jars of grain. It doesn't matter if it's millet or rice. For a family of 9, not only will they not have to worry about food this year, but they will also have enough food for next year. The big, dark-skinned man happily said, "All right, I'll definitely do my job well. I'll help you lead the horse and take you across the river." "No need. The road is too difficult to walk on. Our shoes are already like this anyway, so we won't trouble you. I'll come find you when the time comes." We still need to send it to Liu Hao. Liu Hao greeted the others, went to the riverbank, and persuaded the big, dark-skinned man to go back. At this point, the river had become a frozen river. Girls spread out and crossed the river in pairs. If there are too many of you, and the ice below melts, you'll all fall into the ice hole. The girls followed instructions, crossing the river in pairs, spaced a distance apart. Liu Hao also stretched the reins as far as possible, tying the 2 horses together in a chain. Fortunately, the ice was still frozen solid, and all the people and horses crossed the river safely. The ice water was too cold. It was freezing cold, and the water was so cold it made my head ache. Back home, it took a while for my feet to warm up before they regained their warmth. Fortunately, all the girls knew how to weave straw sandals. When they had free time, they would weave 2 pairs and keep them there for easy replacement. After changing into dry straw sandals, I went to the next room to check on Lung Qing and Xian Xiao's injuries. Vanilla is all right. The wound is shallow. Just sprinkle some of the wound medicine that was given back and rebandage it. The cold, clear wound was a small hole, red, as if there was bruising inside. If the stagnant blood is not drained, it will inevitably fester. However, there are no disinfectant drugs available at the moment, so we can only wait until the alcohol is extracted before we can treat the patient. I touched her forehead. She had a slight fever. Try applying some wound medicine powder to her first, and we'll see if that works. After applying the medicine, Lung Qing felt guilty and shed tears. It's a shame that the young man had to cross the river early in the morning to buy medicine, and then risk wading through such icy water on his way back. "Young master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I've dragged you and everyone else down with me. Everyone gets minor illnesses and injuries. It's perfectly normal. The injury will heal in a few days." Lung Qing felt that this injury was different from the previous ones. In the past, it would hurt on the first day, but would stop hurting on the second day, as long as I didn't touch it. This time, it hurts even more today than yesterday. It hurts even when I don't move. Her father and her brother both got pricked in the feet, and the pain got worse and worse. A few days later, they developed ulcers. Later, his feet became more and more ulcerated, and within 2 months, he died. For savages, any injury is manageable, but an injury to the foot that prevents them from walking means they lose their productivity and become a burden to their families. Liu Hao offered a few words of comfort, explaining that her injuries were quite serious and that the sooner she received treatment, the better the outcome. Let's get started right away. Go down the mountain to dig up some clay and make a simple little pottery kiln. Using readily available firewood, a small clay pot was fired, which was similar in texture to a tile, but due to insufficient temperature, a glazed layer did not form on the surface. The next morning, they went to check on the injuries of the two men again. The fact that Vanilla is showing signs of improvement indicates that the wound medicine is effective for her. In contrast, the cold, barefoot injury had a dark reddish-black color around the wound, indicating that even the best wound medicine had very limited anti-inflammatory and antibacterial effects. After reapplying the medicine, Liu Hao left the courtyard without a word. The sound of martial arts practice could be heard outside again. The key to practicing martial arts is perseverance. One must not give up halfway. Lung Qing appeared calm while they were there, but once they left the room, his unease intensified. The injury on my foot hurts even more than yesterday, and a large area of it is aching. I suppose many people have already figured it out. I have ulcers. This is a disease that even wealthy families can't cure. They should have given up on me, right? She was unwilling to accept that she had followed in her father's and brother's footsteps at such a young age. Struggling to get off the straw mat, enduring the excruciating pain, she wanted to prove to everyone that her feet could still walk. However, after taking only 3 steps, the excruciating pain in his feet made it impossible for him to take another step. He fell to the ground with a thud. Upon hearing the sound, Vanilla rushed over and helped her up. "Qinger, what are you doing? Do you need to relieve yourself? You should have called me." A sudden stream of cold tears flowed down her face. "Sister Xiangxiao, Xiaolang is a good man. You must take good care of him and not let him get hurt like I did. If he gets hurt, this family will be ruined." "Sister Qinger, don't worry. Xiaolang said you'll get better. Are you hungry? The food will be ready soon. Let me pour you a glass of water first." Yesterday, Liu Hao also fired a few earthenware cups and bowls. However, after Xiangxiao brought the water, Lung Qing only said that she was not thirsty and refused to eat or drink the water or food brought to her, claiming that she was neither thirsty nor hungry. "How can you take medicine if you don't eat? The medicine will be ready soon." Young master said that you can only drink the medicine after you have eaten. The desolation at this moment turned into a profound tranquility. He smiled and said, "My foot doesn't hurt as much as before. It's much better now and will be fine in a few days. Don't worry about me." Vanilla had clearly realized that her foot was not well at all and that she refused to eat because she didn't want to waste any more food. After trying to persuade him to drink several times without success, I had no choice but to go to Liu Hao and tell him about it. Upon hearing this, Liu Hao thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I understand." And that was it. They continued to bury themselves in their work. This made Xiangxiao very sad. Sister Qinger took care of everyone like a mother every day, and she really couldn't bear to be abandoned like this. But what can be done if even the young master doesn't care? So he went back to his room, thinking he should spend more time with her. She was the youngest, and her expression betrayed her feelings. Lung Qing had already noticed something amiss from her unusual attitude. Clearly, she was saddened by her own situation and felt powerless because everyone had abandoned her. That's just fate. Let alone savages. How many young people die each year, even among Chinese and nobles? The young man has done his best. At such a young age, to be able to obtain such good medicine is already quite an achievement. The medicine must be very effective. Xiangxiao's wound has been getting better and better since the medicine was applied. It's all because of my bad luck. The 2 injured girls have been suffering terribly all day. The loneliness stemmed from countless inner struggles, a constant back and forth between resentment and resignation. Vanilla, on the other hand, is nothing but sadness. Neither of them had eaten a single grain of rice all day. Just as the sun was about to set, the doors suddenly opened, and a group of women stood in the doorway, making way for them. Then the young man appeared at the door, carrying a small jar and holding a small knife. Pointing the knife at Lung Qing. "Go, hold her face down and don't let her move an inch." When Xiangxiao saw the group of people enter aggressively, carrying a knife, she turned pale with fright. "Young master, what are you going to do to Sister Qing? You're afraid of blood, get out. What are you going to do?" A group of girls shouted, "Get out." Despite her reluctance, Xiangxiao dared not disobey her family's reprimands. She was crying as CNI pulled her outside. Chapter 33. Liu Hao crosses the river. Then the group of sisters rushed onto the straw mat, flipped Lung Qing over and pinned her down and stuffed a stick into her mouth. 2 people hold down one arm. 3 people hold down one leg. Suddenly, a chilling scream rang out, a scream that continued so long that she dared not look any longer. She could only stand out of sight and sob. After a long while, the scream stopped. I quickly ran to the door and looked inside. Lung Qing was already lying motionless on the straw mat. The earthenware basin under the bed was filled with blood. She was fine because you moved and they didn't kill her? A cold, indifferent voice asked, "Young master, what have you done to me? How do you feel?" Don't you feel much lighter? It still hurts, but it's different from before, and it's not as uncomfortable as it used to be. Will my foot get better? The stagnant blood was released, the pus and blood were scraped clean, and the area was disinfected with alcohol. The medicine was then applied again, and the area was rebandaged with a cloth soaked in alcohol. I guess everything should be fine this time. Don't worry, it's not a serious injury. As long as I help, I can definitely heal it. Lung Qing hurriedly got up, looked into Liu Hao's eyes, and asked urgently, "Can my feet really get better? Can they really get better? It's just a little bit of pus, right? As long as the blood is drained and the pus is completely cut away, it will definitely get better." Lung Qing, who had been so desperate that she had given up on herself, suddenly felt a sense of rebirth. She hugged him tightly and burst into tears. Liu Hao let her cry and told everyone the precautions to take when treating wounds in the future. Never wash directly with tap water. Now that we have alcohol, we should wipe it with alcohol and disinfect it. The melting season has finally passed, and two new objects have appeared in the courtyard on the lonely mountain. A gnomon and a sundial. A sundial is used to measure time and determine noon. The gnomon was used to measure the solar terms. The method is also very simple. Just find the time of day when the shadow is shortest, and you can find noon. The gnomon has a fixed proportion, and the height of the gnomon can be 8 centimeters, 8 inches, 8 feet, or 8 meters. If the number is 8, then the scale on the table below will be 15 for the summer solstice and 135 for the winter solstice. The middle position between the two is the spring equinox and the autumn equinox. Taking the middle position again, they are the beginning of spring, the beginning of autumn, the beginning of summer, and the beginning of winter. Then, take 2 points on average in the middle of each scale, and you'll have the 24 solar terms. These are two essential devices for farmers. This ratio is based on the latitude along the Yellow River and may differ by a day or two, but a day or two difference doesn't matter much. The date is now confirmed. It's likely to be March 21st, which coincides with the spring equinox. From now on, the spring equinox will be set on March 21st of the Gregorian calendar. In other words, the melting season here doesn't end until the spring equinox. We've almost run out of food by now. The alcohol I promised the village commander should be delivered by now. The next morning, after practicing martial arts, he instructed the girls to stay home and look after the house, while he took Lung Qing and Fang Yu and led 2 horses down the mountain. When we arrived at the riverbank, a wooden boat about 7 meters long and 2 meters wide was already moored there. The craft of making wooden boats is not difficult. Once you have a saw, you just need to find a few pieces of wood, such as cedar or spruce, and saw them into planks. The saw was made in a small blast furnace by the stream. The sealant was made from the hides of wild boars that had been hunted previously. It was specially built to accommodate cattle and horses. They led the 2 old horses onto the boat. The 2 girls were in charge of rowing, and Liu Hao was in charge of controlling the direction with the oars from behind. The river flows quite fast, so we definitely can't row a boat to the village. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for such a large boat to go against the current on the way back. After successfully ferrying the boat to the other side, you still need to use a pole to propel the boat upstream. Find a grove of willow trees, hide the boat behind the trees, and tie it securely. Fang Yu, young master, I'll stay here and watch the boat. It's so valuable. What if it gets stolen? If you stay here alone to watch the ship, and someone kidnaps you, you'll be more valuable than the ship. Don't worry, no one should come here. Fang Yu was instantly filled with happiness. 3 people and 2 horses reached the riverbank, where people were already preparing the land in the fields. I could see them from afar, and there was a big, dark guy among them. Why are you preparing the land so early? What are you planning to plant? Upon hearing the noise, the big, dark-skinned man immediately dropped his tools and ran over. You really crossed the river? You have a boat. Yeah, we can't just stay stuck on the other side forever. We got a boat because we had nothing else to do. Now that you're clearing the land, what are you planning to plant? I'm just going to clear the edges of the field, and then I'll burn it down in a few days so I can start planting again. I'm thinking of planting more beans to nourish the soil in the first year. Isn't it too early to prepare the land now if we're going to plant beans? I don't know either. I just saw that the weather was getting warmer, and I was just idling around anyway, so I thought I'd plant a little earlier so I could harvest a few days earlier in the fall. As soon as the weather changes, there will be frost, so we can wait at least another month before we can plant beans. If we plant now, we can only plant wheat. Huh? We have to wait another month? Won't that be too late? Listen to me, you won't go wrong. Beans are not cold resistant, so they can only be planted after grain rain. Millet and sorghum should also be planted after grain rain. What is grain rain? The 24 solar terms were perfected during the Qin and Han dynasties, which is clearly not the case here. In short, only after the rain that truly warms the land can the millet be sown. You're really knowledgeable. You even know this. Well, I'll listen to you then. We'll talk about it later. As for that, do you really want me to help you with the work this year? Really? That's exactly what I came to talk to you about. Just like we agreed last time, your whole family should come. My whole family provides meals? Yes, meals are provided. The girls aren't worth 20 urns of grain, but we're buddies, so out of respect for you, your family will treat them all equally. By the end of the year, each of them will receive 20 urns of grain. The big, dark-skinned guy was so happy he couldn't stop grinning. I just thought that the employer is a man of his word, so I wanted to get the fields ready as soon as possible so as not to delay the employer's work. To tell you the truth, my family is almost out of food. Let's leave the fields for now. We'll do it together later. I promised the village chief I'd get those families' fields planted properly. Where does Skinny Monkey live? I'll take you there right away. By the way, such a valuable thing as a ship can't be left unattended. I'll send 2 servants to look after it, and they'll make sure it doesn't get lost. The boat was their livelihood. If it were stolen and they couldn't cross the river, the family of 9 would have to find a way to get food on credit. Liu Hao didn't refuse. He led his horse and walked side by side with the big black man. The 2 girls behind him also dismounted and followed, and they arrived at the town. Who is the current C? Is it still Fong Ping? No, he was demoted after that incident, and there hasn't been a new C official in charge of the county seat. Perhaps a new C will arrive in a few days. Oh, the 2 were chatting when suddenly someone shouted from the side. Hey, Big Brother is here. Quick, you blind fools. Hurry up and call Goshing and Godan. Tell them that Big Brother has crossed the river and come to pay his respects. With a thud, Shigo knelt down in front of Liu Hao and kowtowed to him repeatedly. Thank you so much for saving our lives, brother. If it weren't for you, the 3 of US brothers would have surely died in the hands of that bastard Fong Ping. Please rise quickly. Please rise quickly. There's no need to be so polite. Soon, Ergo also came running with his whole family to express their gratitude. Influenced by the 3, the widows of the Skinny Monkey and others also came to express their gratitude. After a lot of pleasantries, we can finally get down to business. How much will you 3 find? Chapter 34, Renting Land and Hiring Laborers. Oh, don't even mention it. Every year, 100 jars of fine grain, not a single jar less, and it has to be given for a full 5 years before it's over. When the 3 female slaves mentioned this, they couldn't help but wipe away tears. It was already difficult to make a living, and now there are taxes and fines. How are we going to survive? 100 urns of grain, if converted to coarse grains, would be 200 urns or 4,000 jin of grain, enough to feed a family for a year. Production was already extremely limited. To everyone else, this was clearly an attempt to starve the 3 families to death. Liu Hao had already done the math. 1 well field, excluding public land, is worth more than 200 modern mu. If 1 mu of land can yield 200 jin of grain, that's 40,000 jin, which is 2,000 jars of grain. The land tax is 90 urns, the household tax is 9 urns, and after deducting various expenses, 1 well field can earn at least 1,000 urns of grain. Besides, this place can have 2 years and 3 seasons. Otherwise, let me cultivate all the land belonging to your 3 families. I will cover all the taxes, whether it's public land, land tax, or poll tax. I will give you 100 jars of fine grain a year, which will be enough to pay off your penalties. Then, you will all work for me. In addition to providing meals, I will give each of you an extra 18 jars of grain at the end of the year. The crowd looked at each other. Is there really such a good thing? Not only are meals provided, but grain is also distributed, and the land he cultivates can even generate rent. If that's the case, then the grain distributed is basically a profit. 18 urns per person is enough to make several new sets of clothes. Greyhound. If that's really the case, my whole family of 9 would only need 10 urns of grain per person per year. No, there are 18 jars, and not a single grain of food will be missing. The 3 families were overjoyed. Anyway, you are our savior and our elder brother. From now on, I will listen to whatever you say. Whatever elder brother says, I will do. The 3 families came together to thank the eldest brother for giving them a way to survive. As soon as Liu Hao finished his polite words, Jiao knelt down with a thud. My benefactor, could you also take my fields? We will be at your benefactor's command, whether we are your oxen or horses, your slaves or your maids. We will use you as you please. We will have no complaints. The 5 female slaves knelt down and begged, take the land back. Our family is all women, so we really can't manage that many fields. Rather than letting it become a burden, it's better to let him plant it. They didn't have to pay so much grain tax. With an annual land rent of 100 jars and free meals, they went from starving to wealthy. We don't want the annual grain rations. We only ask for 2 meals a day to fill our stomachs. As long as meals are provided every day, the annual rent of 100 jars of land is profitable, and each person can receive more than 10 jars of fine grain. Since you are willing, the annual grain rations that are due will still be given. However, you are different from the other 3 families. The other 3 families have strong laborers, so I gave each of them 18 jars of grain. You 5 families do not have any, so each of you can only receive 17 jars of grain rations. Are you willing? We do not want the annual grain tax. We only ask that our benefactor cultivate our fields and let us work for him every day. We will be eternally grateful and thank our benefactor for his great kindness." It was another round of flattery and expressions of gratitude. The big, dark-skinned guy standing to the side couldn't help but scratch his head. "Master, look at my fields. They're also the village chief's fertile land. Could you take my field as well?" "Okay, count you in." The big, dark-skinned man also knelt down. "I count out to the boss. Thank you, boss." Before Liu Hao could even be polite, the others who had been standing there dumbfounded also knelt down, following the big black guy's lead. The people idling around on the periphery were also getting restless, preparing to go forward and ask questions. At that moment, Feng Ping's voice came. "With so many mouths to feed, let alone a year, even a single day or one meal, how much grain would they consume? Wild boy, how much grain do you have stored at home? What are you planning to feed them? A pot of porridge with only a few grains of rice, and then let them all starve to death." Everyone, "Yes, how much grain would it take to feed so many people?" Even though his family has cattle and sheep, it's still far from enough to feed so many people. This kid had the skill to kill. 5 ruffians were no match for him, and he was eventually hanged by the village chief. If all the land were given to him, even if everyone starved to death, no one would have a reason to complain. When the year ends and it gets the coldest, everyone would freeze and starve to death, and then he wouldn't have to distribute food to everyone. That wild boy is wicked. He's so young, yet he's full of evil intentions. Oh, Feng Si is right. You can only feel at ease if you cultivate the land yourself. Yes, if you don't cultivate your own land and let others cultivate it, you deserve to starve to death one day. The big, dark-skinned man said, "The boss isn't that kind of person. I trust the boss. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If there were, would it be your turn? Forget it. Let's go home. We shouldn't get involved in this kind of excitement. If we say something wrong, we might end up hanging ourselves by the Daxing River." The onlookers dispersed and went home. For the 3 families, including Shigo, this was their only way to survive, and they had no choice but to trust him unconditionally. The other 5 girls also don't have men in their families, so they have to trust him unconditionally. Only the big black guy truly and unconditionally believed in Liu Hao. So the 9 families went together to check the boundaries of the fields and mark them. Liu Hao is about to go to the village capital. The big dark-skinned guy. "So when am I supposed to cross the river and work for my boss?" "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." Greyhound. "Big brother, when we go to the village, should we have the servants wait on us?" "No need for that this time. You all go home and rest well. I'll cross the river to pick you up early tomorrow morning." Yes. The boys will be waiting by the river as soon as it's light." Liu Hao bid farewell to the group, then led the 2 girls, mounted his horse, and soon arrived at the village capital, heading straight for the village commander's mansion. After explaining their purpose, they were quickly invited into the mansion. About 100 caddies of wine can produce about 4 caddies of 75% alcohol. We kept 2 caddies for ourselves and brought 2 caddies with us. Upon opening the lid, the village chief immediately smelled a strong odor of alcohol. "What is this? Why does it smell so strongly of alcohol?" "This substance is called alcohol, which is the essence extracted from wine. Can this substance cure ulcers?" "My servant recently suffered from an ulcer, and this product killed the ulcer toxin and cured his foot injury. Not only can it cure ulcers, but if you add half of this base liquor and then soak ginseng, deer antler, longworms, etc., it becomes a medicinal wine. The effects vary depending on the medicinal materials added, but in general, it has the effect of nourishing the body and strengthening the body." "Oh, there's such a saying." Without any hesitation, the village chief invited the village's only doctor to take a look and see if the medicine was effective or as miraculous as the doctor claimed. While searching for the person, Liu Hao used the village chief's low-alcohol liquor, calculated the concentration, and mixed a small pot of liquor with an alcohol content of about 50 degrees. Pour a cup of wine for the village chief and invite him to taste it. "My lord, this wine is too strong. Please sip it slowly." The village chief was on guard, worried that he might be poisoned. They waited until the doctor from the pharmacy came and asked him to take a look. The doctor took 3 small sips in succession, then closed his eyes to savor the taste. This substance is extremely hot in nature, with a pungent, sweet, and bitter taste. It enters the stomach, liver, and spleen, and reaches the heart. It is a yang-drying substance that can dispel cold, raise yang, and disperse qi. Excessive consumption can easily lead to yin deficiency and excessive fire. It can invigorate blood circulation, warm and tonify, dispel cold, and enhance the efficacy of other medicines. This substance is very beneficial. A small amount every day is good for health, but excessive consumption will harm the body. Can this substance cure ulcers? Those who are on the front lines and fighting battles place even greater emphasis on this. We'll have to try to know for sure. In any case, judging from its medicinal properties, it can enhance the efficacy of other medicines. With this alone, it can greatly benefit people. Therefore, if it's easy to obtain, we should make more of it. Even if it's not used for medicine, drinking a few cups every day is beneficial to both body and mind. Could a servant take it back to the shop so we can study it carefully? Chapter 35, 2 jars of grain and 1 pulse of wine. Upon hearing that this substance was beneficial, the village chief poured himself a cup to taste it first. Wow, this is strong liquor. It has no bitterness at all. It's clearly only sweet and spicy. The village chief was from a wealthy family and had been drinking for many years. His body had long been accustomed to alcohol. Such fine wine, why make medicine? If we made more of this and sold it to other nobles, it would be hard not to make money. Pour 2 ounces of alcohol into the doctor's bottle, seal it tightly, and let him take it home to try treating the illness. After he left, he asked Liu Hao, "You can extract alcohol from wine. Do you know anything about brewing?" "I know a little bit about it." "Holy crap, this is a real talent. No one in Mengsingwo knows how to brew wine. They all import it from Changwa in the south." Of the 300 or so countries he knew, only 3 could brew wine. The rest all had to be imported. What is needed for brewing wine? Liang, me. The village chief never expected that brewing wine would only require the coarse grains that savages eat. No refined grains needed. How much grain can produce how much liquor? Liu Hao only knew that with modern technology, it takes about 4 caddies of grain to make 1 caddy of wine. Given the current state of extremely backward handicraft industry, it's not an exaggeration to say that it takes 20 caddies of grain to make 1 caddy of wine. Is it? 1 jar of grain may yield half a jar of wine. Liu Hao pointed to the small wine jar that could hold 2 jin, 1 kilogram. Upon hearing this, the village chief leaped into the air. Holy crap, so little grain can produce so much wine? Does that mean I can make a fortune selling wine? This is truly a treasure, but I must keep this precious gem safe and sound, lest someone else snatch it away. Would you be willing to brew wine for me? Before Liu Hao could reply, he added, as long as you are willing to brew wine for me with peace of mind, I can change your status to commoner. In the future, it is also possible to change it to scholar status. As long as Liu Hao asks him for a favor, there is hope that the 2,000 urns of grain he previously exchanged for the glass will be returned in full. Although I long to escape slavery, it is absolutely impossible to use it to bind myself. One must take the initiative into one's own hands and never allow oneself to be manipulated by others. Otherwise, even if one is promoted to the rank of scholar, one will still not escape the fate of being a slave at the mercy of others. 1 jar of grain yields 1 liter of wine. The amount of grain determines the amount of wine. You mean this new wine? Instead of the original, aged wine? New wine is difficult to brew, and only 2 or 3 out of 100 wines can be produced. However, if a large quantity is brewed, there will be less loss, but it still takes 2 vats to brew 1 liter. All right, come to the village and brew some wine for me. There's absolutely no way Liu Hao would come to the village. He's already rented the fields and hired people. Wouldn't it be better for him to be a free and easy landlord there? Are you imprisoning me here and brewing wine for me? Once you've mastered the technique, who knows, you might just use me and then discard me. I'd lose everything, my wife and my life, leaving me with nothing. But they can't openly oppose it. They have to beat around the bush. Does your excellency wish to make fine wine or inferior wine? Naturally, we should brew the best wine in the world. What kind of water makes what kind of wine? Water in the world is divided into 3 grades: superior, middle, and inferior. Do you, sir, hope to use inferior water to brew inferior wine? In the end, it will only taste bitter with no sweetness at all and will eventually be abandoned by everyone. What is third-class water? Why does Pangjiang village only have inferior water? Liu Hao could only resort to mystification, spouting seemingly reasonable but obviously nonsensical nonsense that any modern person would immediately recognize. The so-called 3 grades of water are superior, middle, and inferior. Superior water comes from the mountains and is high-quality spring water. Spring water is naturally cool and sweet. Water brewed with the finest water will naturally become fine wine. Medium-level water refers to river water, which flows for thousands of miles and contains countless dust and impurities. Poor water quality naturally results in wine with a poor taste. The lowest quality water is well water, and the soil is the burial place of countless plants and animals. It is extremely in soil. The water that seeps out is naturally extremely gloomy, and a wine brewed from it may even shorten one's lifespan. The village chief found these words reasonable and well-founded, and he wholeheartedly agreed. So, does that mean I can no longer drink well water? It'll shorten my lifespan. Indeed, when people die, they are all buried in the earth, and all birds, beasts, flowers, grasses, and trees that die also rot and decay on the earth. Ultimately, all this energy sank into the ground, which is the soil of extreme. This kid is so knowledgeable. He even knows about things like this. Then, where can we find high-quality water? As it happens, the Western Mountains opposite where I live have excellent spring water that is cool, sweet, and never freezes, which shows that it is pure Yang water. With such spring water, one can surely brew an unparalleled wine. The village chief thought for a moment and said, I should fetch plenty of water from that spring to cook rice and make tea. Well, water is too it's bad for one's lifespan, so I need to fetch some water to drink. If we send people to the other side of the river every day, how can we be free and at ease? Water is the source of life. No matter what kind of water it is, it will inevitably breed insects if stored for a long time. The better the water, the easier it is for insects to breed. You can have someone fetch river water, boil it, and then drink it. Only in this way can you prolong your life. So you're saying that if you want to brew good wine, you can only do it at the foot of West Mountain? The area at the foot of West Mountain is the best. If the Shanrong attack, wouldn't we be facing them head-on at the foot of the Western Mountain? In my humble opinion, if too many Shanrong come, it will be difficult to defend the area, whether at the foot of the Western Mountains or in villages and towns. If we want to truly live in peace and prosperity, the only way is to keep the enemy outside the country's borders. This is the true way to achieve long-term stability and security. He was right. When the Shanrong invaded the south, how many times did they not number in the tens of thousands? Not to mention small village capitals. Even township capitals were easily captured. Only a large city like the capital could withstand an army of tens of thousands. What a wonderful strategy to keep enemies out of the country's borders, and what a great way to ensure lasting peace and stability. Upon hearing these two entirely new concepts again, the village chief felt as if he had suddenly gained a clear understanding. No, I can't stand it anymore. The melting season is over, and the roads have dried up. I've been stuck in this remote place for so long, I have to go to the capital to show off. However, before that, I need to conduct an on-site investigation in Jiangxi myself. This kid really meant what he said. Once the melting period was over, he actually crossed the river. Since we're going to have him brew wine for us, we have to honor the promise of the 2,000 jars of grain we made earlier. Order men to load 3 boats with grain and transport the grain there today. The village chief then gathered his guards and led 75 armored soldiers and chariots to travel overland to Bangshan County to take a look. With personnel deployed, the village commander also left the mansion and boarded the war chariot. Liu Hao, accompanied by 2 girls, walked behind the group on 2 horses. The group of samurai cursed inwardly. 3 servants rode horses, while we soldiers had to walk behind the chariots. It was infuriating. The village chief beckoned, signaling Liu Hao to come forward and answer. So he urged his horse forward. The village chief looked his mount up and down. An old horse. Its movements have become sluggish, but this kind of horse is intelligent and easy to handle. Why is the cushion on your horse made like that? It looks like it's made of wood. Chapter 36. The village commander inspects Jiangxi. Your Excellency, it is made of hickory wood. When I rode this horse, I felt that the spine on its back was a bit uncomfortable. Then I remembered the stone arch bridge I saw when I was a child, and I thought that if I put a saddle bridge on the horse's back, it wouldn't be uncomfortable. After trying it, it was indeed more comfortable to ride. One exceptionally intelligent young man. He can even think of ways to improve riding equipment while riding a horse. If 300 to 500 Shanrong people come south in winter, how will you deal with it? Liu Hao, I've already decided that if your Excellency does not conscript laborers in Bangshan County this summer, then I will hire more people to build more walls around my house. Jiangxi, bordering the mountains to the east, forms a mutually supporting defensive position. They will surely be able to hold out for several days. As long as we keep the enemy between the 2 places, we can wait for the village chief and the reinforcements from the country to arrive. As soon as reinforcements arrive, the enemy's morale will inevitably collapse. At this point, we can seize the opportunity to strike, which may either exhaust the enemy or annihilate them. Upon hearing this, even the junior officers and the junior military advisors beside the village commander turned around and stared at him with astonished expressions. Whose son is this? At such a young age, he's already studying warfare? What is exhaustion of the enemy? What is morale? Frankly speaking, even the village commander didn't have the concept of the mutually supporting forces he mentioned. All they knew was that when 2 armies fought, they would find an open space, set up their formations, and then face off head-on. If they won, they won. If they lost, they truly lost. Then they would negotiate peace and discuss compensation. Everyone focused all their energy on the battle formation. The Shanrong and Guifang tribes to the north are engaged in large-scale battles. Whoever has the most people is considered the most powerful. There was no advanced theory like the art of war, and no one was studying strategic and tactical issues. The vast majority of people are bad at math and can't even count properly, so they naturally can't study the mathematical problems in military strategy and can't study how to manage a small population to a large local population through continuous movement. To put it bluntly, war is actually a math problem, and it has always been so. The main task is to calculate the number of people, the impact of weather and geography on the number of people, and the impact of equipment, morale, and provisions on the number of people. Everything affects the change in the number of people, and everything revolves around the core value of number of people in variable calculations. Unfortunately, we are too primitive at present to understand this level. If you don't understand this level, just studying military strategy is actually useless. Many people are familiar with military strategy books, but to truly understand them, one needs a master to personally teach them so that the core principles can be passed on to the disciple. Therefore, in ancient times, advanced knowledge in both literature and martial arts was firmly monopolized by certain individuals. Even if there were a nobleman like the village chief, a miner like Karami would never have the opportunity to come into contact with such a person. The village chief asked curiously, "Just you? And your 36 slaves? You think you can stop hundreds of mountain barbarians with just a few dozen people? Nothing is impossible to a willing mind." Another famous quote. This made him even more eager to go to Jiangxi to find out what made him so confident in making such a boast. What right does a mere savage have to talk about hiring people? They soon arrived at Bangshan Township and went to check it out first. The women all went to gather firewood, and the men all went hunting in the mountains before planting. Only a few petite and charming female slaves remained in the town. The town walls were made of wood and branches, and the houses were all thatched huts. The dilapidated state of the town was unbearable to look at in Liu Hao's eyes, but the village chief thought it was just as it should be. I glanced around casually and then arrived at the riverbank. The two large, dark-skinned female slaves were still watching the boat from the willow bushes. They were afraid of seeing government soldiers and had to kneel when they came out. If they were displeased, the soldiers might just grab a knife and attack them. When they saw a crowd approaching, they immediately hid. Liu Hao took two girls there and rowed the boat over. The village commander remained standing on the chariot, looking down at the enemy. The boat was quite large, covered in glue, and you could see right inside. Surprisingly, it wasn't leaking. "Did you build this boat?" "It was created in collaboration with the girls in my family." The village chief nodded and led Xiao Sima and 4 bodyguards onto the ship. "Why is there in or at the stern? With our current understanding, we don't even know what a boat or is. If we put a paddle there, wouldn't it just turn the boat around on the spot if we just rowed it?" "Liu Hao, when I was at leisure, I was observing the fish in the water and suddenly had an idea. Fish move quickly and freely in the water by swaying their tails from side to side. Since fish can do it, boats can too. So I added in or to the stern of the boat. The principle is very simple. Anyone with normal intelligence can understand what's going on at a glance." As the boat moved away from the shore, Liu Hao stood at the stern, not rowing, but not only providing some propulsion, but also controlling the direction with ease. This boy is very talented. He can even use the fish in the water to his advantage on a boat. Looking across at the other side, a group of people suddenly appeared. When the girls saw someone crossing the river, they knew from the 2 horses that it was the young master returning, and they also knew that an important person was visiting, so they came to the riverbank to welcome him immediately. As the boat docked, Liu Hao led the village chief and others off the boat. A group of girls knelt down on both sides, having never been taught etiquette, and remained silent. "Liu Hao, hurry up and pay your respect to the village commander." "Greetings to the village commander." "Get up, all of you." The girls looked at Liu Hao, unsure whether they should get up or not. In the past, whenever such an important person came, the slaves had to kneel until the important person left, unless they were working. Liu Hao waved his hand, and everyone stood up. When the village chief arrived in front of this group of girls, they were all petite and thin, none of them meeting the age requirement. He sighed inwardly, wondering how such a group of people could cultivate the fields of Mitsui. But that wasn't the focus of his trip. "I've heard that one of you has suffered from ulcers." "Which one was it?" The cold voice behind him said, "Reporting to my lord, it is this lowly servant." "Oh, heal. How was it treated?" So Lung Qing truthfully recounted how the wound medicine failed to heal him, but how alcohol cured him. "Village chief, this is truly a wonderful thing. It can be made into wine and sold for a fortune, and it can also cure incurable diseases." "Xiao Sima, this kid can even cure sores? I'd better get along with him in the future, because if I get injured in battle one day, he could save my life." Liu Hao knew that the village chief would definitely come here, so the equipment used for refining alcohol was still placed at the foot of the mountain. The tiles were of poor quality and broke under the influence of wind and snow. "What is this?" The equipment used to make alcohol was unfortunately unusable because it was winter at the time and it was only used temporarily. The group observed carefully, but still couldn't figure it out. Looking up at the mountain, wow! 2 walls were formed by the dense canopy of trees. The first wall was sealed off, and there were a few girls inside. Liu Hao, hurry up and open the village gate. Come out and pay your respect to the village chief. Yes. 5 girls worked together to pull apart the canopies of about 10 trees, then ran out and knelt down to kowtow. The village chief nodded, indicating that he wanted to go up the mountain, but his eyes were drawn to the many stones hanging under the trees not far away. When we arrived at the tree, there were several straw figures stuck in the ground. What will it be used for? The best defense is offense. A person practicing shooting should have nothing else in mind but the word thrust. The purpose of defense and dodging is to thrust the gun out and hit the target. Therefore, stones were used to train eyesight, practice accurately deflecting enemy weapons, practice footwork, and practice dodging. After dodging and parrying, you must immediately thrust your spear into the target. The straw doll is used to practice assassination. When I have nothing to do, I practice farming skills so that if the mountain tribes attack, I won't be completely helpless. Chapter 37, Even Understanding How to Read the Weather. The village chief then recalled that he, a mere boy, had defeated 5 adults. Practice it and let this commander see it. Helpless, Liu Hao had no choice but to have Lung Qing hand over the waxwood pole. He casually flicked 3 stones into the air and stabbed the straw man 3 times. To these soldiers, it was like child's play. Shao Sima, do you think all the Shanrong are straw men, standing there for you to stab? As Lao Tzu said, it's always better to practice than not to practice. I've been practicing haphazardly, so please excuse my poor skills. The village leader shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and went up the mountain to investigate. The huge courtyard only utilized a small area. Most of it was empty space, with many straw figures planted along the edges. It goes without saying that this is where these female slaves practice martial arts. It has to be said that this kid's craftsmanship is really good. The thatched hut he built is much more beautiful than the thatched huts in Bangshanyi. As for the 2 large iron pots and all the ironware, they were all piled together and covered with thatch and firewood. It looks like a stack of firewood on the surface. Apart from the 3 thatch huts and 1 thatch shed, there was also a large grain storage area. The village chief took a special look and found that there were only a dozen or so urns of grain left inside. Standing at the edge of the yard, looking out into the distance, the Mitsui fields were completely overgrown with weeds that were almost as tall as a person. The cattle and sheep are grazing in the fields. The village leader was about to ask when the planting would begin when his attention was suddenly drawn to 2 small devices in the yard. He ran over and saw that there were characters engraved on it, but he had never seen this kind of script before. What is this? This object is called a sundial, and this is a gnomon. What will it be used for? Check the timing of the weather. Holy crap, he even knows how to check the weather? In the whole world, only the Luo kingdom in the Central Plains knows how to check the weather, and everyone uses them as the standard. They start cultivating, and then the surrounding countries start cultivating, and then the knowledge spreads to other countries. The village chief was extremely excited. This was a momentous occasion. This general is about to take off. If the previous Supreme Cup only offered a glimmer of hope, then mastering this item will truly allow me to take off. He was incredibly excited inside, but remained outwardly calm. He gestured to Shao Sima Yenwu to dismiss the crowd, stand guard there, and not let anyone approach. How do I check the timing of the weather? Use a sundial to check noon, and at noon, use a gnomon to check when to start spring sowing. When do you plan to start preparing the land for spring planting? In another 5 or 7 days. Once everything is ready, spring planting will begin. Spring planting is about to begin? Although the village chief was a warrior, he still had to oversee the spring planting, even though he had never worked in the field before. Based on past experience, there was still at least a month before the spring planting season. The chief said that the weather is still cold now, and it frosts at night. If the weather changes, it may even snow. If the crops freeze to death, the harvest will be lost. Is this kid even capable? Planting so early? Is he trying to ruin the entire crop? Are you sure? Spring planting is in a few days? Absolutely certain and certain. But Director Fong just said that spring planting will take more than a month. So are you wrong or is he wrong? Your Excellency, Fong C2 is not wrong, nor am I wrong. Oh, why is that? I promised you before the adults that I would help cultivate all the fields of those families. However, we only have a limited number of oxen, and we can only cultivate 2 or 3 fields a day at most. If we wait until a month later to start cultivating, it will be too late. Therefore, we should start cultivating now and sow cold-resistant wheat and millet. By the time the wheat and millet are all planted, it will be almost time to sow beans, millet, and sorghum. This way of cultivating will not delay the farming season. Why don't you plow the field first, and then sow the seeds all at once? In case of a prolonged drought, plow the fields first, then the soil will dry out. What is moisture? The moisture in the soil is called moisture. Without moisture, seeds will not germinate. This lad's knowledge is truly unfathomable. It seems his expertise in farming far surpasses that of Fong Situ. I truly benefited greatly from every meeting with him. You have oxen, but what will you use to plow the fields? It will be completed in the next few days, and once it's finished, we'll start planting immediately. Is wheat frost resistant? It is not afraid of snow. If it is a crop such as beans, millet, or sorghum, after the autumn harvest, the land can be prepared immediately and wheat can be sown. It can be harvested in early summer of the following year. After harvesting, it is still possible to plant another season of sorghum or millet. Beans are probably not an option, as it is a bit late. However, more beans can be planted next year, and wheat can be planted after the harvest. In this way, 3 seasons can be achieved in 2 years. This area is at a relatively high latitude. According to the requirements in Hebei, beans must be planted around the summer solstice. There is definitely not enough time to plant beans here. Actually, the best intercropping crop is corn, but unfortunately, we don't have any here. Holy crap, if it's 2 years and 3 seasons, wouldn't that mean an extra season of harvest? Moreover, now that we're going to brew wine, we need a lot of sorghum and wheat. Isn't this a sign of prosperity? What do you think about the entire Bangshan County adopting this farming method starting this year? Difficult, very difficult. They don't even know how to prune, so asking them to start doing complicated 3-season rotation this year is like asking them to run before they've even learned to walk. Then, the 5 fields on the other side, the public fields will also be planted with wheat this year, just as you said, 3 seasons of grain every 2 years. You could decide what to plant. I just need 3 seasons of grain. Due to the timing of the season, the harvest in the second season will definitely not be as good as the harvest in the 2 complete seasons. I don't care. I only care about whether there are crops in the fields when the time comes. There will surely be 3 harvests. The village chief nodded in satisfaction, having already spotted 3 boats downstream, slowly approaching. He waited at the riverbank at the foot of the mountain. After the boat arrived, he gave a few instructions and then had Liu Hao row the boat to take him across the river. A total of 4,000 urns of grain were delivered, 2,000 of which were to be used to brew wine within 2 months. After 2 months, he would come back in person to collect the wine. As long as the wine arrives, all participants will be exempt from corvée labor this year and can all go and brew wine for him. As for the wine jars, a ship will be sent to deliver them a month later. They'll also bring some bowls over. This family is too poor. They don't even have a bowl to drink water from. The village chief has been here for half a day and hasn't even had a sip of water. Of course, if you haven't started making arrangements by a month later, you should be careful not to lose your head. The men from the 3 boats, following the instructions of the village chief, used Liu Hao's ox cart to help transport all the grain to the mountaintop, load it into the granary, and cover it with straw. Half of this grain belongs to the village chief. Therefore, the food was prepared very carefully, otherwise people would have been killed. They worked until the sun was almost setting before the 3 boats finally left. Meanwhile, those who had gone out to Bangshan Township also returned. The presence of 3 boats here was a novelty for them. Many people stood by the river, seemingly lost in thought. Fong Ping. If I had known that Wild Boy was the village chief's servant, I shouldn't have made an enemy of him. Now look what's happened. All the lackeys are gone, and my own fief is gone too. The big black man had heard about this from his 2 female slaves early in the morning. After returning home, he went to the riverbank, wanting to cross the river to help, but he had no boat and could only look at the other side of the river from across the water. Seeing the 3 boats full of sacks unloaded and then carried up the mountain by the people sent by the village chief, I finally felt relieved. It seems that the boss wasn't just bragging, as Fong Ping and the others had said. He genuinely had the means to provide meals for everyone. Chapter 38, 3 meals a day. After seeing off the 3 boats, Liu Hao returned to the mountaintop courtyard, only to discover that the scholar's sundial and gnomon were missing. That damn village tyrant, he even steals children's things? We'd better be careful in the future. As dawn broke, 9 households, totaling 76 people, from Jiangdong gathered neatly at the riverbank, waiting for a boat to come and fetch them from the other side. In the cold morning, after waiting for more than half an hour, when the sun was almost up, there was finally some movement. Lung Qing and Feng Yu insisted on accompanying Liu Hao to row across the river. It took 3 trips to bring everyone over. The big dark-skinned man said, "Boss, what do you need me to do? Just tell me what to do, and I'll do my job well and never slack off." Shigo and the others said, Yes, we will definitely work hard and never slack off." Liu Hao, let's not rush to work. Let's talk about it after we finish eating. Go Sheng, brother, what are we eating so early in the morning? Let's eat around noon. Everyone, yeah, we just woke up and aren't hungry yet. We can eat closer to noon to stave off hunger. Since everyone trusts me so much, I absolutely cannot treat you unfairly. I can't let you work on an empty stomach. So from now on, whenever you work, eat 3 meals a day. That way you'll have the energy to work and won't deplete your health. Huh? 3 meals a day. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. What a kind person. Even the richest people don't get this kind of treatment when they work for them. He was a wild man, only slightly richer than us, yet he was willing to feed us 3 meals a day. This treats us like human beings, unlike the nobles who treat us like livestock. Just because of what you said, boss, you really treat us like human beings. We'll definitely work hard. Anyone who slacks off is making trouble for us. Yes, we must not slack off. We must work hard. Liu Hao. In short, our family's conditions are limited. We don't even have bowls ourselves, so everyone should figure out how to prepare our eating utensils first. Dinner will be served in a little while. The crowd quickly dispersed, each preparing their own tools. Before long, the village gate opened, and a group of girls, in pairs, carried large urns down the mountain on wooden poles. They found a dry, open spot at the foot of the mountain, and apart from the people who cooked and looked after the house, even Liu Hao ate with everyone else. Many girls didn't have bowls either, and they had to make do with whatever they could find at the last minute. Everyone was holding messy containers, some standing and some sitting, their mouths watering at the smell of food, but no one dared to utter a sound, waiting quietly for Liu Hao to speak. Liu Hao, our family rule is that we only eat until we're full, so everyone please don't fight or scramble. Line up to get your food, and if you're still hungry after you've served yourself, come back for more. Okay, let's eat now. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly formed 2 rows. Even if the breakfast consists of only a few grains of rice and water, people are extremely grateful if they are given breakfast. 2 girls were there specifically to help serve the food. However, as everyone saw the big black eye and the little dog fighting over their food, their eyes welled up with tears. He actually dared to feed everyone such a good meal, such a thick corn porridge, and even gave them a spoonful of boiled beans? Heavens! Even when he was transporting grain for the people of the country to fight, he never ate such delicious food. How could he be so willing to give us lowly slaves such precious grain? Words cannot express my feelings. I can only secretly vow to do my best and to live up to the young master's kindness to everyone. After getting their food, everyone sat there silently, heads down, eating. It smelled so good that I was so focused on eating that I didn't have time to talk. A group of female slaves were incredibly envious of the female slaves in the Liu family. They encountered the most benevolent and philanthropic person in the world. If the young master treats even these lowly servants who work for him so well, one can only imagine how good he must treat these female slaves. Judging from their expressions, they are very happy and at ease here, unlike us lowly slaves who never smile. In just over a month, the demeanor of these female slaves changed, and they began to resemble daughters of wealthy families. Ironically, they were laughing at them before, but they couldn't get through that night. This meal truly satisfied everyone. For all the female slaves, it was the first time in their lives they had eaten such a hearty meal of fine grains. Watching those jars empty one by one, she felt a pang of heartache, but the young man remained calm and unconcerned. Are you all full? Oh, I'm full. This is the first time I've ever eaten so deliciously and felt so full. I'll kowtow to my young master. A group of slaves bowed down, which prompted the 4 men to follow suit. No, don't be so polite. We won't do that anymore. Now that everyone has eaten, let's tidy up and come with me. Liu Hao led the group of people to the stream valley opposite the field. Several thatched huts were built here before. Today's task is to clean the site, dig clay, and have the women make brick blanks. Liu Hao led 4 men, who were given iron tools, to level the ground at the previously selected location in the valley. The stream is 20 to 30 meters wide, with abundant water and a rapid current. We need to build permanent structures in different locations along this valley. Blast furnaces, hydraulic blowers, and hydraulic mills. The blast furnace should be built in a hidden location, and a road should be built through the mill so that ox carts can pass. Kilns like pottery kilns and brick kilns should be built in the open. The valley is filled with solid granite. After explaining what everyone needed to do, Liu Hao took a hammer and chisels and went to the valley to quarry stone. Then they called over 4 male workers to carry the quarried stones to a suitable location. He was instructing 4 people on how to build it while he was chiseling a stone mill. At noon, about 10 girls were sent back to bring the food over, and everyone ate under the thatched shed. After eating, they need to rest for half an hour before continuing to work. This greatly moved everyone, and they worked even harder in the afternoon. The sun was setting around 6:30 p.m. Around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, Liu Hao called out, "That's a wrap," and led everyone back to the open space at the foot of the mountain. A group of Liu family girls went up the mountain to help carry the food down so they could continue eating. The big, dark-skinned guy. "Boss, why is it still dry? Everyone has been working hard all day. How can we recover without eating something good? Dinner will be the same as before. Eat until you're full. Don't be shy. We're all family. But try to eat quickly, because it will get dark soon, and it's too dangerous to cross the river after dark." Everyone was so moved that they could only work even harder. I feel that working for him is worth it, even if I don't get any annual salary. He provides me with 3 meals a day, which is more satisfying than celebrating the new year. After they finished eating quickly, Liu Hao rowed them across the river. Those who cross the river first should wait on the riverbank until everyone is crossed before proceeding together. This is safer, and those who cross later will not make mistakes due to their haste. After sending everyone across the river, Liu Hao rowed back, not daring to leave the boat on the other side, in case it got lost and he would be stranded there for a while. When I have time later, I'll build another boat. Chapter 39, Working is a Godly Life. The 76 men left the town before dawn and didn't return until it was dark. For these people, it was a day filled with emotion, a day that left them feeling full, and a day that was truly fulfilling. So, they returned to the town amidst laughter and conversation. A group of people from the town came out when they heard the voices. Fang Ping also came out to check if the village gate was closed properly. "Why are you so late? I saw you left before dawn. How much work did you do before you came back?" "I was a little late for lunch." "They really provide meals? What do you eat?" Liu Hao specifically instructed them not to mention what to eat, otherwise everyone would want to work and freeload, and there wasn't enough work to do, nor enough surplus food to feed them. What else could it be? Just some simple food. We eat whatever we usually eat. Is lunch provided? You'll be full. The mere promise of a full lunch is enough to make countless people envious. Instead of wasting our own food, we eat at other people's houses every day. How much food can we save? The next morning before dawn, some of the female slaves drank millet soup the night before. Millet soup was just a soup with very few grains of rice, and the soup was whitish in color with some starch. I was so hungry before dawn that I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, feeling anxious. Hearing voices outside, I went out to see what was going on. It was those same 9 households again. That's really strange. You say that when other people go to work, they all look reluctant and unwilling, but this group of people are all beaming with excitement, as if they're afraid of losing out if they're late. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything clearly. I was too hungry to sleep anyway, so I sneaked out to take a look. So, 5 or 6 female slaves mingled into the crowd and came to the riverbank together. 9 households, even though it's been a month or so, aren't very familiar with each other, and everyone assumes they're family. When Liu Hao rowed across the river, he did not count the number of people. He only started counting after he had picked everyone up. "Fang Yuo, how come there are 5 more people? Whose family are these 5? It's not ours. It's not ours either." A group of girls had already brought the food down, and everyone could smell the aroma. "Young master, what should we do?" The 5 female slaves knelt down with a thud. "Young master, please don't send me away. I'm so hungry I can't stand it anymore. Please let me work here for one day. I only need to eat a few bites. I promise I won't slack off. If you catch me slacking off, I'd rather be beaten to death by you." Seeing how pitiful they were, Liu Hao had no choice but to wave them away and tell them to go eat with everyone. He said to the big black guy and the others, "After we finish eating and digest our food, let's build a few sheds here today. Otherwise, if it rains, we won't even have a place to eat. Hey, I'll start covering it up after I finish eating." The 5 female slaves consciously lined up last, waiting until everyone else had finished before getting their food. Good heavens, is it dry? Or is it high-quality grain? Sani, who was in charge of serving the food, smiled at the 5 people. "My young master said that as long as you work hard and don't slack off, you can come back to fight after you've finished eating. You can stop when you're full." Good heavens, all you can eat. Breakfast is all you can eat. Working for the young master is truly a blissful life. I really want to be his slave. I regret following that damn Monsong. Who knew he was such an idle scoundrel? 2 slaves froze to death on the very first night. The 5 who snuck into the team worked all day and got 3 full meals, yet they were more energetic than if they hadn't worked at all. As soon as they returned to the village, the heads of the 3 families stood in front of the village gate. With a sinister expression, he demanded, "Where have you all been all day? I've fed you and provided you with shelter, and you've gone off to be slaves to someone else. I'll beat you to death." Immediately afterwards, the sounds of several families arguing and fighting filled the town. Being your slave is the worst luck imaginable. Working for someone else for a day is like celebrating the new year. I haven't had a single full meal since the day I married into this family. If you have the guts, divorce me. So, Man E went up and received a message. Working on the other side of the river is like celebrating the new year. How can we make it feel like Chinese New Year? They'll definitely provide 2 full meals. If they can go, why don't we go and get a couple of good meals? We want to celebrate the new year too. So the whole town mobilized early the next morning, and even Fong Ping brought his whole family along. I can't figure out how to handle Liu Hao. Why are there so many people? The big, dark-skinned guy said, I've already said no, but they insist on following me around like glue. I can't shake them off. It's so annoying. Young master, are you still renting land? You can also let me farm my land. My whole family will farm for you, and we will only take half of the annual grain. Liu Hao certainly cannot take over all the fields in the entire county this year. It's impossible to get everyone to work, not to mention how many more seeds we need to borrow or whether we have enough food supplies. We need to consider the human element even more. First of all, the first people to work with you will definitely be the most loyal to you. If we were to take everyone in now, we would lose this group of people who are loyal to us. Things will be different next year. The elderly have become slick and cynical, so introducing fresh blood at this point can create a sense of crisis in them. Those who join later will also feel that the opportunity is hard-won and cherish it even more. If we open it up now and let them join freely, it would seem like they're worthless. They will only think they can't live without them, so they will cheat and shirk responsibility. Even if you talk to them, they will use it as leverage to blackmail you. Let's see how things go next year. We already have enough manpower this year. I don't have that many seeds to plant. If we need more people next year, or if I have more seeds, then we'll ask everyone for help again. We're all from the same village. We see each other all the time, yet you only treat them well. In your eyes are all the rest of you outsiders. Oh, isn't this Uncle C? What brings you here? By the way, wasn't your position as C already revoked? Oomph. It's all because of the dirty tricks you played on the village chief. Otherwise, I was doing a good job. How could I have been dismissed? Oomph. So you instigated these people to deliberately obstruct the tasks assigned by the village commander. That arrogant father-in-law, we have to fight him even without the village chief to put him in charge. Otherwise, we'll waste a lot of time arguing with him. We're busy with spring planting and don't have time to waste on him. Sure enough, the moment the village commander was mentioned, he immediately became subdued. What do you mean I instigated this? They were the ones who wanted to cross the river and make a living. What does it have to do with me? Since it has nothing to do with you, go cool off somewhere else. And everyone, I apologize, but we're already full for this year. If anyone wants to freeload, we'll only take a maximum of 5 people a day. Remember, we only provide meals, no annual rations. If anyone is found slacking off or spreading rumors that are detrimental to unity, they'll be given 20 lashes, thrown across the river, and never hired again. When everyone heard that 5 more people were to be recruited, chaos erupted. It wasn't yet the busy farming season, and everyone just wanted to get a couple of decent meals. Chapter 40 Employee Dinner Experience. Liu Hao shouted, "Shut up, you old bastards. From now on, you need to decide on the 5 people each day in advance. Don't delay things, otherwise, like today, I can only apologize. So today, we don't need anyone. Go back and discuss it. The rest of you get on the ship." Fong Ping gritted his teeth in hatred. That little bastard is really good at scheming. He only recruits 5 people a day, so everyone treats him like a god for this rare opportunity and dares not offend him easily. He has won over everyone's hearts. What else could be done? The village chief personally went to his house and personally sent a boat to deliver grain to him. With such a powerful backer and having nothing of his own, he was no match for him at all. I feel like I'm no longer suited to stay here. I'll have to find a way to beg the village chief to move me to another town someday. Otherwise, living with someone who is skilled in political maneuvering, favored by the village chief, and with such a deep grudge against him, would mean certain death sooner or later. With about 100 people working together, there's strength in numbers. Soon, a large number of red bricks were produced, and brick kilns, pottery kilns, and permanent charcoal kilns were built. Secret small blast furnaces and water-powered forging workshops were also completed. Early in the morning, we picked everyone up again and counted the number of people. How many days have you all worked since day 1? Greyhound, big brother, today is the 7th day. Wow, that's fast. It's already the 7th day. Yes, it's really fast. These past few days have been like living in paradise. Time has flown by. So today, everyone is given a day off. Everyone, what is a holiday? Just take a day off. Young master, we're just lowly servants. We have no need to rest. We are not tired at all. We are full of energy, and we can do even the heaviest work. The 5 non-staff members, who had finally gotten their turn, felt like the sky had fallen when they heard those words. Those who went back were spreading rumors that instead of 2 full meals a day, they were provided with 3 meals a day, and the beans and millet were unlimited. I was just thinking of coming here to celebrate the Lunar New Year, and now I'm taking a break? There's no use in being anxious. They have no right to speak here. Liu Hao, the rule here is to work 6 days and rest 1 day. On the rest day, if you have something to do, go do your own thing. If you don't have anything to do and want to cross the river to do something together, then cross the river. We're all family, and we'll take care of your meals. Upon hearing this, the 5 people agreed that if they continued to be fed, then everything would be fine. The big, dark-skinned guy, huh? How can you not work and still eat the employer's food? We could do something else together, but this day off is different from working. It's just a time for everyone to get together and have some fun. You can sit or move around as you like. It's up to you. That won't do. Once you've eaten the young master's food, you have to work hard for him. Yes, we must work hard for the young master. Liu Hao. Anyway, after breakfast, I saw wild vegetables like shepherd's purse growing by the river. The women went to dig some up and brought them back, while the men loaded the wheat into the cart and took it to the mill to be ground. Then today, we'll all make vegetable dumplings together and try to have them by noon. There are no dumplings available right now. No one knew what the young man was talking about, but since he told them to go dig for wild vegetables, they went to do it. After breakfast, they had the big black guy and others hitch up the ox cart, load it with wheat in the courtyard, and take it to the water mill. A few men finished building the mill yesterday. No one had ever seen this thing before. They didn't even know what a stone mill was for, let alone what it was used for. Once the wheat was brought over and poured onto the container, we realized just how ingenious this thing was. It turns out it's for grinding grains. It can grind wheat into flour without human labor, using the power of water. Grinding powder is delicate work, not suitable for men. I told the girls that the wheat needs to be milled twice to remove the bran. Actually, without modern technology, it's impossible to mill it completely, but you can't taste the difference. It just makes the flour look darker. After explaining the details, he took 4 men, along with hand-thrown nets, and rowed a wooden boat to the river to cast a few nets. Although the water is still quite cold, and it's not the fish's active season, the abundance of resources is a major advantage. A single net cast can catch several large fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Greyhound. Brother, this net is really useful. If we cast it a few times every day, we won't have to worry about eating fish all year round. Brother, you are a genius. You can come up with so many ingenious and wonderful things. You are truly amazing. Amidst a chorus of flattery, Liu Hao filled a large wooden basin with fish, returned to the shore, cleaned the fish using the clear river water, and then took it up the mountain to stew. Add a little cooled boiled water to the alcohol to enhance the flavor and remove the fishy smell. Soon, the girls dug up a lot of shepherd's purse and wild onions, washed them clean with river water, and returned home. The only early spring vegetables available here are chives and bok choy. There were originally 3 vegetable plots planted with chives. After mixing several dishes together, Liu Hao took out a large piece of smoked bacon, chopped it into dumpling filling, and wrapped it into large vegetable dumplings. Actually, the best filling for vegetable dumplings is the leftover cracklings from rendering oil, but unfortunately, I didn't use them. Add a little lard, prepare the dough and filling, and teach all the girls how to make big vegetable dumplings together. The process of making a steamer is very simple. Thin wooden strips are arranged in a circle, secured with hemp rope, and several horizontal bars are added in the middle, with a curtain made of sorghum stalks laid on top. I had previously made 6 large steamers using a large iron pot. Invert onto the top and start steaming. Once the steamed fish was ready, the stewed fish in the big pot was also done. During these few days, Liu Hao mainly had 4 men do the work while he made all sorts of random things. After the kiln was built, a batch of bowls of different sizes were fired while the kiln was being fired. Unfortunately, the firing temperature was not high enough when the kiln was opened, so they were all made of tile material. The shapes are also quite flawed. These are all the first pottery creations made by my own girls. They're barely usable, and if we try to sell them, we'd probably get beaten up. Liu Hao usually doesn't let outsiders get involved in core technologies. For example, pottery making is done by his own sister. It doesn't matter if they're firing bricks. While outsiders are firing bricks, they can call their own sister over to fire pottery. So today, with tableware already provided, I dare to invite everyone together for a meal. There was no table, so the 8 of them sat together. Liu Hao sat alone with 4 men. Several large soup bowls, with fish in the center, and the rest filled with large dumplings. I guess most people aren't interested in green vegetables, and there are no seasonings, so that's all. These 2 kinds of food alone put everyone in a difficult position. Fish is delicious, and so are dumplings. I've never eaten such fresh fish before. It has absolutely no fishy smell. I've never eaten anything so delicate before. I never knew wheat flour could be ground into such fine powder, even finer than millet. It also contains cured pork and lard. It tastes incredibly delicious. The Liu sisters finally understood what their young master had said. Wheat was the real fine grain. Wheat that has been hulled and ground into flour is so delicious. After eating and drinking to our heart's content, it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still so many dumplings left. They won't taste good if left for too long. Give each of you 2, and I'll send you across the river. That's all for today. Go back and get some rest. Get up early tomorrow and be on time for work. Chapter 41, Spring Planting. The big, dark-skinned man said, "The sun is still high in the sky. I can't go back. Boss, find me some work. Everyone. Yes, there's nothing to do if we go back now. Young master, please assign some work to us. There's no work today. If you want to work, try harder tomorrow. Skinny dog. Since there's no work to do, let's gather more firewood. We can't just eat whatever's readily available and not even bother with firewood. Yes, yes. Everyone go and gather firewood. So everyone went down the mountain and gathered firewood along the riverbank. They even hitched up the ox cart and hauled the gathered firewood back, quickly piling it into a large heap at the foot of the mountain. They didn't leave until sunset, when each person took 2 large dumplings and happily crossed the river to go home. Working for the young master is like living the life of a god. This was the first time I'd ever had such an experience. So many people were together, having a great time, making delicious food that I'd never tasted before. It was so lively and smelled so good. Since the last time the entire town tried to cross the river and cause chaos, the town decided that the 5 daily crossing slots will be shared by the 5 families, with 1 person sent in rotation. Today, we happen to be there when Xiao Nu, a female slave from the Fong Ping family, crosses the river. After the 5 people crossed the river, they lagged behind. They were discussing what to do with the 2 large dumplings that the young master had given them, and whether they should take them home. Before, they would always go home after they had eaten their fill, and they never brought us food. We were still 1 meal short, so why should we bring them food? But if all those families take things home, someone will definitely see them. What if they start asking questions if we don't take them back? Yes, we only get to eat once in so long. We can't make the head of the family angry, or we'll starve to death before we get a turn. Let's take it back. The 5 of them had no choice but to take the 2 vegetable dumplings home, feeling quite aggrieved. Xiao Nu returned home, extremely reluctantly handing the 2 delicious delicacies to Fong Ping. My dear, this is what I brought back today. It was pitch black, and Fong Ping couldn't see what it was. I took it and put it aside. Is that why that wild boy wants you guys to dig up wild vegetables for him all day? How much was dug up? The wild vegetables had just sprouted, and no one was digging them on the other side, so we dug up a lot of them. And then you gathered a lot of firewood? Fong Ping began to wonder whether hiring people like he was doing was worthwhile. He provided 3 full meals a day, giving everyone the energy to work, and everyone was grateful to him. But where can so much work be done? He has to feed over 100 mouths. The next day, 5 men were crossing the river, so Fong Ping traded 2 large dumplings with them for the chance to cross. Look at that wild boy. All day long, where does he get so much work to do? How is he going to feed so many mouths? As the boat approached, Fong Ping and the other 4 hurriedly bowed to Liu Hao. Liu Hao nodded in satisfaction. With 5 more strong laborers available today, they could start preparing the land. After crossing the Xinjiang River, they arrived at a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. Before long, several girls carried food jars down the mountain. By this time, earthenware bowls were already available, and they were placed at the foot of the mountain. Today's breakfast was something no one had ever seen before, dumpling soup. With water-powered mills, wheat can be continuously ground into flour, and dumpling soup is the easiest noodle dish to make, making it perfect for breakfast. Fong Ping, what is this? Dumpling soup. What is it made of? How is it made? Why ask so many questions? Just eat. Fong Ping cursed inwardly. It seems that this is a brand new food brought by the wild boy. It's so delicate that he actually dared to give it to a group of lowly slaves. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to win people over and plot something sinister? His lowly servants dare to be so disrespectful to me, showing no regard for seniority. Make a note of this first, and we'll settle the score later. After finishing my meal, I waited with great anticipation for what I was about to do. However, after everyone finished eating, Liu Hao rowed the boat back to the other side. This time, none of the 36 girls from the Liu family crossed the river with them. They all stayed in the village. Liu Hao, there's only one thing to do today. Burn all the field around here. There's no need to cross the river at noon. Lunch and dinner will be delivered. Uncle C. Fong Ping, I am no longer the C. You will always be the Uncle C in my heart. You will always live in my heart. Please take the trouble to lead everyone to burn down all the 9 wells of the fields here today. Okay? Isn't it a bit too early to start burning it now? It's too early. After the fire is done, we'll have to go back to farming. Okay, leave it to me. He's the oldest here, so we definitely need to have him enter us to keep things from getting messy. He turned around and told the big black guy and the little dog to make sure the fire was burning properly and to keep an eye on it, so it wouldn't go out of control. Nowadays, farmers burn stubble every year when farming, and everyone has experience with this. The wind isn't strong today, so everything should be fine. The vast majority of them were our own people. With so many people watching the fire, they burned field by field, and in just one morning, they had burned 7 fields. At noon, Liu Hao led the girls to carry their lunch to the field in baskets. First, take out the urn and then line it up to pour it into the bowl. Why is this millet porridge so thin? It's not even as good as the dumpling soup I had this morning. But then, a girl lifted the cloth covering her basket, revealing a food she had never seen before, baked flatbread. Good heavens, this family is eating really well. What exactly does this family mean by feeding so many people? And how can they eat so well every meal? Since there was no limit, Fong Ping secretly put a pancake into his pocket, ate 2 pancakes later, and then put another one into his pocket. In the afternoon, and then the others worked together to burn down the remaining 2 well fields. The rest of the time was spent picking up stones from the field. After the fire was completely extinguished, it was time for dinner. It was another group of female slaves from the Liu family who brought over the food. Dinner was different again. Although it was still millet porridge with some wild vegetables and salt, the flatbread was much thicker and fluffier than at noon. The dough has risen. This afternoon, we'll bake flatbreads. Fong Ping secretly slipped 2 more bills into his pocket. After eating, we finished work and went home. Liu Hao also joined the others, mainly to check whether the burning was up to standard. The fire went well. We can start tilling the soil tomorrow. Uncle C, can you come again tomorrow? Besides the 5 openings, I'd like to hire 10 more male workers tomorrow. No, starting tomorrow, I have to go to the town to bring back seeds. If we plant them late, it will be too late. The other 4 male workers hurriedly said they would come again tomorrow, and if they needed more people, they would go back and find someone. Liu Hao nodded. Just as they parted ways at Bangshanyi, Liu Hao led the girls across the river. Demei, young master, Fong Ping is a thief. I saw him steal 2 pancakes at noon, and he stole 2 more pancakes at dinner. Liu Hao nodded. Okay, I understand. Let's leave it at that and not make a fuss about it. Yes. The next morning, Liu Hao used a boat to transport the oxen and the newly made plow to the other side. There were a total of 8 oxen, 2 horses, and 10 sets of plows. All the land was put into cultivation. The oxen and horses used for plowing the fields need to be fed. We started pressing soybean oil yesterday and began preparing soybean meal to feed the cattle and horses. Chapter 42, the world's #1 fragrant cake. I explained to the big black eye in detail how often to feed them, and that if the cattle and horses stopped moving in the field, it meant they wanted to eat. The cattle and horses were handed over to 4 men, including the big black guy, to feed, while the other 10 men were responsible for plowing the fields. For a field being cultivated for the first time, it should be cultivated at least twice. The first time, it should be shallowly cultivated. If the land is easy to cultivate, the second time it can be deeply cultivated, otherwise, it should be cultivated 3 times. The woman followed the ox and picked up all the stones from the field. Now that he could handle everything, Liu Hao led his sister home to continue his work. Brewing requires making yeast from wheat, fermenting it, and finally distilling it. Fermentation requires large vats, which must be fired in a ceramic kiln. We still need to continue pressing soybean oil to prepare food for the cattle and horses. Oil extraction is done using modern methods, which involve roasting soybean cake and placing it into a pressing mold. The 2 iron discs, one above the other, have holes on all 4 sides and are pulled by an iron rod to prevent them from moving around. With current tools, we can only use hydraulic power and levers to continuously increase pressure. Hydraulic power involves binding 3 thick ropes to a water wheel. As it rotates continuously, the ropes tighten, pulling the lever to press it tighter and tighter. Finally, add another stone behind the lever to apply further pressure. The oil yield is definitely not high. The advantage is that, in addition to obtaining a lot of soybean oil, cattle and horses prefer to eat it, making it more cost-effective than feeding them other grains. Just as Liu Hao was leading the girls across the river, Fong Ping, who had been secretly observing the village, saw Liu Hao crossing the river and left the village alone, carrying a basket on his back. Everyone else's fields were idle, except for the field that Liu Hao rented, which was busy. The oxen were seen plowing the field back and forth, while a group of female slaves followed behind, standing in a row, like a human conveyor belt, constantly passing stones to the edge of the field. No wonder he dared to rent so much land. It turns out he used oxen and horses to plow the fields. He plowed the entire field instead of digging holes and planting seeds as he had done before. With his meticulous farming methods, he will surely harvest even more grain. It seems I also need to find a way to farm like him. Even though this would result in a larger harvest, he hired so many people and provided them with 3 meals of fine food a day. But what happens after the planting is finished? Where will all the work come from to make so many people do it? While racking his brains, he crossed the village capital and headed towards the township capital. The town of Xiangdu is even further away, about 18 li away. People in ancient times walked fast, and it took them less than 2 hours to reach Xiangdu city. It happened to be market day in the capital city. The rural capital is not the same as the village capital. It is analogous to a modern town. The city of Xiangdu does not allow wild men to enter and leave at will, and its management is quite strict. The market outside the city, located between the city and the Xinjiang River, was even more lively when important people came by waterway, and it sold a wider variety of goods. The market was located on the main road leading to the county capital and the national capital, and many nobles would pass through here. Fong Ping put down his basket on the only road he could pass and began to call out. Selling fragrant cakes. The best fragrant cakes in the world. 1 jar of grain for 1 cake. Selling fragrant cakes. A group of people going to the market cursed inwardly. What kind of cake is so expensive that it takes a whole jar of grain to exchange for just 1 cake? Some busybodies, feeling angry, went straight to the market inspector to report it. Reporting to your excellency, there's a swindler there who claims his cakes are the most fragrant in the world and is cheating people out of grain. Oh, is that so? Take me to see it. Leading a few brothers, and following the person who reported, they headed straight for the place where Fong Ping had set up his stall. The crowd automatically parted to make way. When Fong Ping saw the armored soldiers arrive, he quickly put on a smiling face. Sir, are you here to buy cakes? You're saying your cake is the most fragrant cake in the world? Fong Ping smiled, and without answering, took out a new cloth bundle from his basket. I carefully opened it, and the top one was 11 flatbread. Please, esteemed guest, have a taste. The market vendor took the cake, looked at it, and then smelled it. This is the first time I've ever seen a pancake like this. It's so thick, fluffy, and soft, and it smells really good. What kind of grain is it? I was also unaware. Market guard's face immediately turned angry. You don't even know what grain your cakes are made of? This cake was made by a humble person who worked all day yesterday. It was not made by a humble person. If you didn't make it, what makes you dare to call yourself the best pancake in the world? Even adults don't know what kind of grain it's made from. It must be unique in the world. The market vendor didn't dare eat it himself, so he handed it to his assistant next to him and asked him to break off a small piece to try. After his assistant tried a piece, he exclaimed, "It's fragrant, really fragrant. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. Unlike other pancakes, it doesn't wear out your teeth. It's a good pancake, a good pancake." Market guard couldn't resist taking a bite. It truly lives up to its reputation as the most fragrant pastry in the world. This is the first time in my life I've ever tasted such a fragrant pastry. It's both delicious and has a great texture. Where are you from? Fong Ping handed over the wooden plaque. This is a major discovery. A new delicacy has been found. Reporting it to the local leader would be a small but significant achievement. Come with me. Fong Ping was overjoyed. His goal had finally been achieved, and they walked into the town together. Upon arriving outside the township governor's mansion, all the flatbreads were taken away, and they were told to wait there. The 4 pancakes were quickly brought to the village head by the market vendor. Township head. Offering cakes. Is this guy an idiot? This village commander is such a noble person, and he's offering food to a savage slave? If it were a tiger or a leopard, that would be one thing, but it's a cake? My lord, this cake is known as the most fragrant cake in the world. It is not that I am being rude or unaware of your esteemed status, but this cake is truly delicious. If the chef in your household had the recipe, wouldn't you be able to enjoy such fragrant cakes every day? We subordinates could also occasionally benefit from it. Have you tried it? I've tried it. The local official glanced at it, then looked closer. Indeed, this pancake looks very white, thick, soft, and dry. It seems that once this cake is made, it can be taken in a battle as military rations, as it is easy to preserve for a long time. So he reached out and pinched off a piece, then put it in his mouth and savored it. It's truly the most fragrant cake in the world. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes, with a hint of the natural sweetness of the flour. Who presented this cake? They are waiting outside for their master to summon them. Bring him in. Shortly after, Fong Ping was brought in. This cake wasn't made by you, so why is it being presented to the local magistrate? Fong Ping, of course, wouldn't say that he just wanted to sow discord between Liu Hao and others. He is valued by the village commander, who then leads the township commander over to see how you handle the conflict between the village and township commanders. If you're dealing with 2 handsome men, you might offend one, or even both. Even the local magistrate's servants don't live as comfortably as your lowly slaves. If they knew that, wouldn't they have some thoughts about it? I just wanted to come here to exchange for some food. Market guard, sir, he was selling grain in the market, exchanging a jar of grain for a cake, and someone reported him to me. Which town are you from? Bang Shanyi, and further north is Daxing Mountain. Someone, bring him 4 jars of grain. Whether he wants beans or millet, it's up to him. Yes. Fong Ping hurriedly knelt down and begged. Sir, may I borrow one of your oxen? What use is an ox to you as savage? Tilling the fields. Can oxen plow fields? If oxen can pull carts, they can certainly plow fields. That seems to make some sense. 2 oxen are needed to pull a cart. What use is 1 ox to you? Even an ox can plow a field. How can an ox plow a field? I don't know either, but the Liu family in the town is currently plowing the fields, using an ox to pull a plow. Start plowing the fields now? Shouldn't we wait a while longer? The specifics are unknown to the person in question. Chapter 43, Weiwu Dashin. The village chief was very curious. What kind of person could plow the fields with an ox and also make such fragrant cakes? It's a must-see. So he changed into civilian clothes, took a few attendants, and drove 5 chariots straight to Bangshani. Fong Ping was lucky. Because he thought Fong Ping was too slow, he rode in a chariot for the first time in his life, and the chariot also carried the 4 jars of millet that Fong Ping had been given as a reward. We arrived at Bangsan Yup around noon. From afar, you can see many people sitting on the edge of the field, seemingly having a meal. Fong Ping wanted to call out to come and pay his respects, but he stopped him. The local leader personally went over to investigate. Liu Hao and others were also there at the time, having a meal together. 5 chariots were parked on the road, and a man in fine clothes, escorted by armored soldiers, walked toward them. I've never seen anything like this before. Its entourage is even grander than that of a village warlord. It always has 5 chariots accompanying it when it goes out. He told everyone to continue eating, and Liu Hao went forward alone to greet them. My name is Liu Hao, and I pay my respects to your excellency. Is this your field? I rented it. Liu Hao briefly explained the whole story. The village leader made no comment, but instead went to the fields to check. Good heavens, the entire field has been deeply plowed. This is the first time I've ever seen farming done like this. Then he went to the place where everyone was eating to take a look. Wow, the basket was full of white hemispheres, unlike the cakes I'd seen before. Looking into these people's bowls, good heavens, they were all filled with millet and wild vegetable porridge. Whose spendthrift son is feeding such good food to the savages? I couldn't resist picking up a steam bun. Liu Hao, quick, serve the adults a bowl of porridge, otherwise they'll choke if they eat it dry. The village chief glanced at Liu Hao, but said nothing. He took a bowl of porridge from the Mei's hand, looked around at everyone, and saw that they were all staring at him. Keep eating, keep eating. Only then did everyone resume moving. 14 men, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, went on an eating spree, each of them consuming 7 or 8 large steamed buns. The village chief felt sorry for him, but Liu Hao acted as if nothing had happened. Then I took a bite of the steamed bun. Unlike the flatbread, it was fluffier and softer, sweeter than the flatbread, but not as fragrant. It was delicious, absolutely the finest food, better than any cake he had ever eaten. They ate 2 steamed buns with a bowl of porridge, enjoying it immensely. Only then did he speak. What grain is this made from? Wheat grains. First remove the husks, then grind them into flour. With such a complicated process, you're feeding so many people as much as they want. Liu Hao was short of food. To feed so many people, he would definitely need a lot of grain to survive until the autumn harvest. Therefore, he needs to seize every opportunity to earn more food. 2 jars of wheat can yield 1 jar of flour, plus half a jar of bran, with the rest being waste. If adults want wheat flour, for every 5 jars of wheat delivered, just send 1 more jar of wheat, and you can grind 2.5 jars of refined wheat flour. You're just a nobody. Who gave you the courage to haggle with me? The local warlord? Even your village warlord wouldn't dare speak to me like that. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a township head. Regardless of rank, every cadre should seize any opportunity to promote themselves. The key to effective promotion lies in packaging and hype, to the point where people fill in the blanks with their own imaginations. So Liu Hao smiled confidently. Mountains are not valued for their height, but for the immortals who dwell there. Waters are not valued for their depth, but for the dragons that inhabit them. This is a humble abode, but my virtue makes it fragrant. The local official was taken aback. He had never heard anyone say such a thing before. Upon closer inspection, this little savage is really good at boasting. Only you are virtuous. Can you really boast about yourself like that? True virtue is when others say you are virtuous. Just as I was about to speak, Liu Hao, as the saying goes, a loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. Since I have already pledged my loyalty to the village chief, I only know the village chief and nothing else. No matter how noble you are, if you come here on your own instead of being accompanied by the village chief, I can only bargain with you and cannot obey your orders. My master is the village chief. Wow, he's not old, but he's a loyal servant. For a savage to be able to spout so many profound truths shows that he possesses a wealth of knowledge. His words, in fact, prove that he was a virtuous man, thanks to his status as a local leader. At least in front of the local leader, he deserves the title only virtuous man. Because I came to the village chief's territory without informing him, adding to the preceding statement, is he a dragon? Is he an immortal? Is he incredibly powerful? Not only does he know new farming methods, but he also knows many other novel things. This left him speechless. He gave him a cold sneer, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the cows over there. During the midday rest period, All the cattle and horses were unharnessed and grazing on the ridges of the fields. The village chief wasn't interested in the oxen. He was after the plow. Judging from the device on the plow, this kid has invented a new method, using a corner piece of wood as a traction device, which should be placed in front of the ox's back so that one ox can plow the field. How do you plow the fields? Liu Hao, I'll demonstrate a level hand position for the adults. The big, dark-skinned man quickly led over a cow and put the harness on it. Tongzhu, who was in charge of guiding the plow, hurriedly shouldered the curved plow and began to plow. Sure enough, his system allowed him to plow fields with just one ox and required only one person. This is truly a groundbreaking discovery. Turning to Liu Hao, he said, "Since you are only loyal to Ziheng, why did you show such matters to the local commander? This technology cannot be kept secret. Anyone who sees it will know how to use it." The village chief is a great philanthropist who cares deeply about the country and its people. He never hesitates to do anything that is beneficial to the prosperity of the nation. Naturally, I would not dare to hide this from my own family. Wow, this kid's really something. He even knows how to flatter your village's handsome guy. Since he claims to be an immortal and boasts of being a dragon, the things he presents can indeed help the great Qing kingdom prosper. However, the prerequisite for great prosperity is that he can safeguard these riches before he can even talk about great prosperity. Zelixiang was already at the forefront, and this place happened to be the very front line for Zelixiang. How much grain do you think one well field can yield in the autumn harvest if we cultivate it like this? Including the public field in the middle, the first field is about 230 mu. Why can't it yield 200 gene of grain per mu? There should be 2,000 urns. Sure enough, the yield was more than double that of the traditional method. In the past, with that kind of rough farming method, a single field could only yield a maximum of 600 or 700 jars of grain. Since you rented this field and fed them fine grains, and I heard they were given 3 meals a day without any limit, how many jars of grain could be left over from a single field in a year? Only when they are well fed can they have the energy to work and be more willing to put in the effort. Their value lies not in the food they eat. What are you doing here? Of course, Liu Hao wouldn't tell him that there were still many business opportunities to be had. This winter's harvest will surely be bountiful. Once the ground freezes, the Shanrong people will surely come south to plunder. I need their help to build the wall, to make it strong enough so that we can get through the winter and wait until the Shanrong retreat. Just as the local leader was about to steer the conversation toward the Shanrong, he changed the subject himself. You, a family of less than 40? You think you can survive a whole winter alone, fighting against thousands of Rong people in the mountains? It's better than waiting to be slaughtered. Alas, what a pity. What's a pity? Liu Hao's biggest pursuit right now is to get rid of this damned slave status. The easiest way to achieve success is through military exploits. When the local leader arrives, he naturally has to promote himself. If I have 800 cavalry, I will not let the enemy horses cross Xingshan. Chapter 44, Giving the Village Chief a Lesson. Upon hearing this, the local warlord thought that while the writing was excellent, it touched upon the core interests of the slave owners. A lowly slave who wasn't even qualified to be a soldier suddenly had the idea of leading an army into battle. This is tantamount to rebellion. A murderous intent suddenly arose within him, and his sharp gaze scrutinized him. Although you are Ziheng's little slave, if you harbor any improper thoughts, I will kill you without hesitation. Liu Hao was already mentally prepared. What slave owners could not tolerate most was when slaves harbored thoughts of becoming slave owners themselves. What Liu Hao wanted was to be a lord, even the smallest one, a lord with a town, which would be better than being a servant to that dog village chief. On the surface, they act as his servants, but in reality, they remain his slaves. Ultimately, what Liu Hao wants is freedom, to be in charge of his own life, not to be someone else's dog. Therefore, without fear or being affected in the slightest, he calmly said, "What is there to grieve about living, or to fear about dying? If things continue like this, and I'm still a lowly slave, no matter how hard I try, I will hardly live to see the next spring." What makes you say that? If I am not mistaken, your family is nothing more than a useless burden to Xinhua, something that is neither worth eating nor worth throwing away. What do you mean by that? Liu Hao did not answer him directly, but continued. As for the family, the adults are not even considered to be admonishers. They have been exiled here to face the Shanrong. Judging from the slightest movement in his eyes, it was clear that he himself was aware of his situation, and that Liu Hao had hit the nail on the head. Seeing that he remained silent, Liu Hao continued. I suppose you and the village chief are from the same clan, but different branches? How do you know? If I am not mistaken, it should be the village chief's branch that is currently in charge of the family affairs, right? Township commander. Holy crap. How could a mere savage like him know about such family matters? Did Ziheng tell you all this? Liu Hao, Sure enough, I guessed right. How could a lowly village commander like me possibly tell me such things? If I'm not mistaken, your family has appointed you two, one as the township commander and the other as the village commander. You probably think that placing the village commander on the front line of Bangjiang County is a fair decision by the elders of the clan and is extremely beneficial to the township commander, right? Township commander, is there anything wrong with this? The clan chief appointed me, a member of a collateral branch, as the township commander, but appointed his direct descendant as the village commander, placing him at the forefront. This is fair and reasonable. Is there anything wrong with this? The more he asked, the less Liu Hao answered him directly, and instead said, "What I want to say is that your family has been marginalized by Xinghua, and you're also discarded by your family at any time. Similarly, all the wild people in Bangshanyi have been abandoned by the village chief. Their only purpose is not to farm for him. You savages, if we don't need you to farm, what use are you? As you just said, the Shanrong are coming south in tens of thousands. The greatest purpose of Bangshanyi is to slow down the enemy's southward advance, so that my village chief can buy time to transfer his troops to your capital city. In other words, these savages in Bangshanyi are just left here to be killed and plundered by the Shanrong." At this moment, although the murderous intent in the village chief's eyes had disappeared, it had shifted to his heart. He had made up his mind that this boy could not be spared, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew his sword and killed him. The strategy of leaving Bangshanyi here for the Shanrong to kill is a long-established strategy that has been very effective. With this town here, we can give Bangjiang village enough time to transfer 3 teams of 300 men to Xiangduching. The city then gathered all the troops from the remaining 9 villages and defended the city to the death. If we win, we win. If we lose, we'll just have to wait for reinforcements from the county seat. Seeing that he didn't speak, Liu Hao knew that Liu Hao must have guessed correctly. He continued, "I've heard that Zelixiang wasn't called Zelixiang before. It was just renamed this year. My village commander and township commander were both transferred after the new year, right? So what? What happened to the previous village chief? They were killed in action, of course. Did he die in battle? Or did he commit suicide? Does it matter? It's important, and it's not important. What does it mean to want something, but not care about it? Anyway, this village chief is just someone we can use to take the blame for our family whenever we want." "What do you mean?" "Liu Hao, the logic is simple. If you win, at most you're considered skilled. If you can annihilate the entire enemy force, the surrounding 10 villages will all be completely looted. You might win in appearances, but lose in substance. If you lose, you either die on the battlefield. Either we bear the blame for incompetence, or we are overwhelmed by the enemy's superior forces and the Shanrong attack the capital. The king is furious and will punish you. If you commit suicide, there will be no one to punish you, so he will take his anger out on the county magistrate. If you were still alive, your family would surely use you as a scapegoat. And the village commander's position is too low, and his troops are too few. So, we can only use you as a scapegoat, not the village chief. Have you considered your current predicament, sir?" Xiang Shuizi had never really looked into this issue in detail. He was merely a mid-level commander with 5 teams totaling 500 men in the capital city and 300 men in each of the 10 villages, totaling 3,500 soldiers. Their level of understanding is far from reaching that depth, and coupled with being misled by their family, they're even less able to see through the deeper schemes. Only after he said that did I remember how the family of the former county magistrate of Junbei County had died. The Shanrong, allied with the Guifang, launched a large-scale raid southward, attacking the capital and besieging Xinghua City for half a year, severely damaging Xinghua's strength. Ultimately, they fabricated charges against the entire family of the magistrate of Junbei County, leading to the exile of Zijia, who was then promoted and appointed to take over the defense of Junbei County. I never imagined that there was such a deep secret hidden here. If he hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have thought of this. Wait a minute, he's still a child. How does he know so much? While I'm over 30 and I'm not even as knowledgeable as a child. What does this have to do with your disobedience? I'm not a slave. No matter what your origins were, now that you are a slave, you are a slave. Anyway, I'm going to die now, or I'm going to die in winter. I'll die sooner or later, so it's no loss to me. But it's different for adults. Oh, you're just a young man, and your life or death is actually related to the gain or loss of the local commander. Liu Hao, if I could freely buy slaves and train soldiers, I would stay here seeking a way to survive. We will certainly do everything in our power to deal with the enemy. No matter how powerful the Shanrong are, passing through a heavily armed village like Bangshan, even if Bangshan is destroyed, will leave you severely weakened and demoralized. On the contrary, a pack of hungry wolves who have tasted blood in Bangshan County will only pounce on the local chieftain with even greater fighting spirit. Your Excellency is on the verge of life and death. There's only one path to survival before you. Do everything possible to develop and strengthen yourself. You don't need to possess the strength to destroy the enemy. Simply make the mountain tribes unwilling or even afraid to pass through your territory, sir. Only in this way can a great man remain invincible. Chapter 45, I want to buy an identity. What he said makes sense. Every word he said makes perfect sense. With our current strength, we certainly cannot prevent the Shanrong from daring to act. Are you implying that we colluded with foreign enemies and betrayed our own people? Oh dear, people these days, even a local leader is so uncultured. What do we eat inside? What do we climb outside? What I'm talking about is how to exhaust and weaken the enemy, and how to cultivate our own power. Oh, how do you exhaust and weaken the enemy? May I ask, sir, besides this route, how many other roads are there for northerners to travel south? There are only 2 roads in Xinhua. The other one is in Jindong County. This is really good news. There are 2 routes in Guangxinghua. This way, we can find a way to get the northerners to go south and take the route through Jindong County. Anything else? The Bamboo Kingdom to the east, the Goose Kingdom to the west, and the Brave Kingdom further west all have passages to the south. Are there any enemy states surrounding Xinhua? The Ping Kingdom to the east, the Yang Kingdom to the southwest, and the Yin Kingdom to the southeast are all enemy states. So, Xinhua is in a situation where it's surrounded by enemies on all sides. Indeed, which direction is the strongest enemy? If the Shanrong do not ally with the Guifeng, then the Yang Kingdom in the southwest will be the strongest. If they do ally, then the north will be the strongest. Compared to other states individually, is there any that is stronger than Xinhua? Originally, they were evenly matched, but after the battle last spring, Xinhua suffered a great defeat at the hands of the Shanrong Guifeng. Now, they're all stronger than Xinhua. It really is an extremely unfavorable situation. If this is the case, then war in the north must not break out again. Whether to fight or not is not up to you or me, and even not up to Xinhua. Liu Hao knew nothing about their attitude and could not possibly offer any advice rashly, for a single wrong word could cost him his head. What he meant was that, given Xinhua's current national strength, it needs to form alliances and maintain good relations with all parties to recuperate, grow stronger, and develop further. But such words have no effect on mid-level commanders. Saying them is futile. Let's be straightforward and solve our identity problem first. If I want to enter officialdom, how much money would I need to buy the town of Bangshan, or even the village of Bangjiang? Your master is Ziheng. Why don't you go and ask him directly? Didn't you just say that a loyal minister does not serve 2 masters? How come you're starting to covet the patriarch's property now? Liu Hao is no fool. If he directly asked his slave master how much it would cost to buy all of his territory, he would surely be beaten to death. Ask the village commander's superior to talk to him. That would change the whole situation. This clearly shows that the local magistrate has taken a liking to me. If the village leader is a fool, he will turn against himself. If he cherishes talent, he will feel like he is being fought over. If the price is right, they'll be happy to sell this hot potato to someone else. I wonder if the cup I sold him will be used to exchange for a city with the king. If it is, my chances will be much greater. Loyalty can be great or small. What constitutes true loyalty? What constitutes lesser loyalty? Liu Hao began to spout nonsense with a straight face. To disregard the overall situation and blindly obey the master's every word. This is mere petty loyalty. To act with the overall interests in mind, considering the loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness of the head of the household, and even their future in life, is the greatest form of loyalty. Knowing that the patriarch is in dire straits, to refuse to sacrifice oneself for the country in his place is disloyal and unjust. Therefore, I simply wish to share the burden of the patriarch and purchase his land at a high price, so that the head of the family can take this money and go to a more comfortable and prosperous place to repurchase the family business. It not only preserved the family business of the head of the household, but also saved his life and property and kept him away from trouble. People in this era, because of their limited experience and inability to learn from history, tend to have more linear thinking and are therefore more cunning than people in later generations. The local official couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ziheng is truly blessed to have such a learned servant who is so considerate of him. It's truly enviable. Liu Hao is simple-minded. He can't possibly buy this place anywhere else. Otherwise, he would have moved away with his girls long ago. Do you know how difficult it is for a mere slave to transform into a lord of a region? Nothing is difficult if you set your mind to it. If this matter can only be decided by the king, I would not mind having an audience with the king. You're just a savage, unable to even enter the capital, yet you dare to dream of meeting the king? You're just delusional. I ask if you could do this for me, sir. What do you wish to offer in exchange for His Majesty's personal decree granting you a fiefdom? Do you know that only those who have performed extraordinary feats can receive such an honor? Isn't it just about making a contribution? The nation is in imminent danger. I am not talented, but I have a way to break the deadlock. It can not only solve the king's predicament, but also save you and me from our desperate situation. I'd like to see what brilliant plan you have. This guy is such a straightforward idiot. Do you really need to listen to this kind of thing first? Moreover, given how complicated the issue was, there was absolutely no way he would relay it to him verbatim. The best way is to attract the monarch to come in person. How about this? Allow me a few days to prepare. I will personally go to Xiangdu City in 3 days, and then you will know. The local warlord cursed under his breath, yet he remained tight-lipped. He didn't want to say anything, but he was too embarrassed to keep asking the young boy. But I always felt that this boy's knowledge was unfathomable. If he could replace Ziheng and become the village chief of Bangjianji, it would be more beneficial than harmful to him. Liu Hao's words have filled him with a sense of crisis. This is indeed a dangerous place. One wrong move, and your whole family's lives are in danger. Let him take charge of a village. What trouble can a village cause? He'll have me completely under his control. In this way, someone as learned as him became a direct subordinate of a local warlord, which was better than fighting alone. Therefore, we must help him rise to power, and we can't help him for nothing. How do you make your wheat flour? All I know is that the cost must be very low, otherwise they wouldn't be able to supply such a large number of savages. That will take 10 days. In 10 days, I will personally deliver it to you, sir. The local magistrate said nothing more, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave, respectfully seeing off the village commander. A group of people who were busy in the field heard the sound and turned around to look. Never mind, the adults aren't paying any attention to us, so let's skip the formalities. The local official Yan Long saw the local magistrate return with a solemn expression. Sir, did that savage displease you? No, go back. Fong Ping, what's going on? It was clearly that wild boy who upset me. He came in all high spirits, but after I talked to him, he suddenly became so unhappy. In short, he must have offended the local warlord, and that brat is in for a world of hurt. After seeing off the local hero Li, Liu Hao turned to look at the girls. The food delivery people had all left, leaving only Lung Qing and Fan Yu waiting there. So they went to the riverbank together, where the girls were all waiting. After crossing the river, he immediately announced, let's start burning the bowls now. He led the girls to dig clay, make clay molds, and sculpt large vats, 2 vats and 3 vats, and then sculpt some bowls and plates. This time, for blowers were also put in place, and the wood was fired using pine, wood rich in oil. To prevent porcelain from cracking, firing requires 3 stages. First, it burns for a day and a night without ventilation. Then it burns for half a day with ventilation. Finally, it burns for another night without ventilation. Once the temperature gradually drops to room temperature, the kiln can be opened. Chapter 46. The township commander is trapped. Since they couldn't find dolomite, they produced polychrome porcelain. A group of girls were speechless with excitement as they looked at the finished products inside. For modern people, porcelain is something that can be bought for just a few dollars, so nobody cares about it. For them, it was an extremely valuable treasure. They carefully carried each vat back up the mountain to brew wine. As for the remaining bowls and plates, Liu Hao said they weren't needed anymore, so they dug a big pit and buried them all. Otherwise, if people find out that I have such a large treasure, I could easily lose my life. During these 10 days, Liu Hao fired pottery while also taking a lot of wheat grains to them so that they could sow the seeds in the plowed fields. While they were at it, they also took the time to collect 2 stones and carve out a millstone. They modified the ox cart again, using the original wheels, tightening them with iron hoops, and making 2 double-shafted horse-drawn carts. We're about to run out of salt at home, and we're also running out of wheat seeds. We need to borrow some seeds. To prevent difficulties in crossing the river, the horse-drawn carriages were disassembled and moved to the other side for processing during the renovation process. The agreed date was approaching. Early in the morning, Liu Hao led a few girls, along with the big black guy and the little dog, and drove 2 horse-drawn carriages to the village capital. The rest of the people continued farming. When they arrived at Bangjiang village, they found the village head and borrowed a batch of wheat. They selected the large and plump grains, loaded them onto a cart, and sent Shigo back to plant them. Liu Hao then led the others to Xiangdu City. Coincidentally, it happened to be market day in the town of Xiangdu. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rural area. It rivals the bustling markets of modern rural towns. It was springtime, and there were vendors selling chicks, puppies, furs, wild vegetables, and wild game. In short, countless savages bartered goods here. They brought some beans so that Lung Qing and the others could see what their families were lacking and exchange them for those. They took the big black guy with them, drove the horse-drawn carriage, and arrived at the entrance of the town, where they handed over the wooden plaque. Originally, the savages outside the city were not allowed to enter, but Zili had clearly given the order. Seeing that it was Liu Hao, he sent someone to take him in. Upon meeting the local warlord, Liu Hao offered no further words except for a bow. He took out a porcelain bowl that he had been hiding in his bosom. Porcelain made solely from clay has a yellowish hue, but it shines like jade, making it impossible to tell that it is made of clay, yet it is harder than jade. What is this? Does your excellency think this item would be valuable if sold in various places? This bowl, at first glance, is clearly more suitable for holding food than copper or earthenware. Sold to nobles, it would be difficult not to prosper. What is the value of this item? Liu Hao, I can only say that you can have as much as you want, but this is not something that you and I can enjoy alone. If we want to sell to the whole world, we must bring His Majesty the King into the fold. The profits will then be divided into 3 parts. With the monarch providing support from behind the scenes, he deserves at least 40%, while you, sir, need not invest. Simply by managing the business, you'll receive 30%. And I will provide all the manpower and materials, earning only 30% of the labor cost as a reward. In this way, the country can become rich, the emperor will have money to recruit soldiers and horses, and I will also have hope of finding a way to make a living. I refuse to believe it. Qin Fizi, the ancestor of the Qin dynasty, was granted a fiefdom even though he raised horses for the Zhou emperor. Laozi helped the king of Xinghua become rich and powerful, and now he wants the status of a small landless lord. How could the king refuse? I don't even need him to grant me land. I'll just buy it myself. Of course, it's also possible that they would send someone to steal it, but the story of the Heesher by Jade and the reconciliation of general and minister is known to modern people. Technology is something that is very difficult to coerce. As long as you don't back down, it's either a win-win or a lose-lose situation. Those who want to take it all for themselves have no chance. Zili is really in a difficult position. Such a big matter must be reported to the family first, but given the family's nature, once they know about it, they will definitely come up with a plan to bypass the king and seek him out alone. Who would be willing to hand over 40% of the profits to someone else? If what he says is true, that he can have as much as he wants, then the wealth he earns would be enough to make the family prosperous like never before. Liu Hao saw him looking down, lost in thought. This guy was a straightforward person whose emotions were always written on his face. It was obvious he was in a difficult position. Does your excellency believe that your family can defeat the other powerful families of Chuanqing Kingdom? We can't beat them. Huh? What did he mean by that question? Why do you ask that? People die for wealth, birds die for food. Once this thing appears, it will inevitably cause all the major clans to fight openly and secretly for it. To firmly control it, the only way is for everyone to be of one mind. If any discord arises, the enemy will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. The king will always be the one who gets the biggest share. Without me, there will be no such thing. The village chief understood what he meant, that our Z family was dispensable and could be replaced at any time. This infuriated the local warlord, but he dared not retaliate. This is clearly saying that we, the Z family, should do our best to sell goods to the ruler and serve him well, because we are the ones who can be replaced at any time. If I were to kill you in a fit of anger now, I might feel good, but I would lose the opportunity to prosper. If my son doesn't want to die here, he must take care of things for you. Xiang Shuai closed his eyes tightly, unwilling to look at him. What about the method for making wheat flour? Liu Hao, I know that saying this will greatly displease you, sir, who will think I harbor rebellious intentions. Actually, I was just explaining the principles of the matter clearly. Whether I speak out or not, it won't change the underlying trajectory. If you think I'm trying to blackmail you, then I will be very sad. Because I want to help you, sir, and the family behind you. After all, we are in this together, and adults need to understand that. Aside from this, the village chief is currently brewing wine with me. Regarding the brewing, perhaps the village chief will not inform the family for the time being, but they will find out sooner or later. Hearing this made the village chief feel much better, but I can't admit to him that I misunderstood him. He could only continue. Such a simple principle. Surely this village commander knows it? Does he need you to explain it? I'm asking you. What about the method of making wheat flour? In the carriage outside the mansion. What is it, and why does it require a carriage to carry it? Stone mill. I've never heard of a stone mill before. Not knowing how big it was, I went outside the gate to take a look. It turned out to be just 2 large stones, carved into the shape of discs. There's also a stone mortar next to it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the hardest kind of rock. One can imagine how many copper chisels were wasted to carve such a solid rock. This item is also quite valuable. After Liu Hao's explanation, they moved the grains to the courtyard, brought some wheat, first used a stone mortar to remove the husks, and then sent a servant to push a stone mill to grind the husks into powder. So, we can make the best fragrant cake in the world. Liu Hao took out a small bag of dried and ground old flour, and another small bag of alkali, refined from wood ash. Please provide detailed instructions. Township head. Sigh. I never imagined that wanting to eat a fragrant cake would be so complicated. This young man was able to supply such a complex and abundant meal to those savages. His reputation for virtue is truly well-deserved. You have presented this item, and I am very pleased. What reward do you desire? Chapter 47, Earning 40 Cows. Free things are often the most expensive, so you shouldn't accept them. It would only earn you favors. If I survive, I will serve under you, my lord, and I will only seek your pleasure, not any reward. The local leader laughed loudly. Men, prepare the wine. They're already tied up, so they'll inevitably have to run errands for him. In the future, they'll most likely become nobles and no longer slaves. So I invited him to drink with me, to get closer to him. That stone mill is so expensive. As a nobleman, of course he wouldn't take it for free. He has so many people to support, he must be short of wheat. So let's give him 10 cartloads of wheat. He only had one horse-drawn cart, which was insufficient to transport the wheat back. So he was rewarded with 20 cartloads of wheat, plus 40 oxen and 20 ox carts, half of which was given as payment for the millstone, and the other half as payment for his technique of making fragrant cakes. Such technology, if it is in the hands of others, is usually not shared. If he's willing to share everything he knows, we absolutely cannot let him suffer a loss. Of course, there was also the idea of improving relations and making ceramic trade a reality. After all, the ruler is fixed. As long as he can get his hands on him, he is fixed. Only he, the middleman, can be replaced by anyone. Can things get done without managing relationships with superiors and subordinates properly? Actually, there wasn't much grain, just 600 jars of wheat, or 12,000 jin. The main reason is that cattle are valuable. They also sent people to help drive the ox cart back. Once they left the city of Xiangdu and found Lung Qing and the others, they'd already exchanged the items they wanted. The main purpose was to exchange salt. According to Liu Hao's instructions, they exchanged a whole jar of salt from the official salt stall. In addition, Lung Qing thought about raising 10 chicks so that they could lay eggs for her young husband to use to nourish his body. Liu Hao then spotted a few more puppies and traded 3 male dogs and 3 female dogs at the 2 stalls. The grain needed to be protected from rats, so we got a pair of tabby cats. Led by a horse-drawn carriage, carrying the girls and the goods they had acquired, they led 20 ox carts back to Bangshan County in a grand procession. Even Liu Hao didn't know that these cattle were a gift to him. He thought the local magistrate had simply sent people to help deliver the grain. Upon arriving at the riverbank, the old man in charge of the team saw that so many people were helping to unload the truck. Since Ziyang Duching was 18 li away, he thought he should hurry back before dark. He said, "Young master, since so many people are helping us, may we take our leave first? Otherwise, we still need to cross the river, and we might not be able to get back before dark. Then let us unload the cart, and have someone fetch some dry food to take on the road." "Young master, the local magistrate has instructed that these oxen and carts are a reward for you." Liu Hao was taken aback. Damn, the local governor is really generous, sending so many cows at once. It seems that buying the identity is a sure thing. He's invested so much, he'll definitely do everything he can to make it happen. The 2 girls were even more astonished. Good heavens, how come even a high-ranking official like the local warlord has to send so many oxen to the young master? It seems that every time the young master returns from a trip, he brings back something very valuable. They either bring back cattle and sheep or horses. This time they brought back 40 cattle. Liu Hao, wait a moment, go across the river first, and see if there is any dry food at home. Bring it all over for everyone to eat on the way. We can't let them go back on an empty stomach. Before they could load a few bags of grain onto the boat, they rowed across the river and soon returned with 2 baskets filled with steamed buns. The 20 savages who helped drive the cart left with great gratitude. Everyone ate their fill at lunch, knowing in advance that they would be walking a long way, and thanks to the food bestowed upon them by the local magistrate, they all ate their fill. We weren't hungry at the time, but after passing through Bangshanyi, we became curious about the food we had never seen before, so we each shared half of it. The 20 people were immediately moved to tears by what they had eaten. Good heavens, I've never tasted such exquisite food in my life. It's so delicious I could cry. The village chief is kind enough, but I never imagined that the young master of Bangshan village would be even more benevolent, bestowing such fine food upon us, these savage slaves. Upon returning to the outskirts of the town, they divided the steamed buns among themselves, reluctant to eat them, and gave them to the children at home. Unlike Bangshanyi, where many savages survived attacks from the mountain barbarians, Ziyang Duching was a place where people were sacrificed. There are more complete families over there. Soon, the news that the young master of Bangshan village was a great philanthropist spread far and wide. In Bangshanyi, everyone was working for the young master and eating for him. Upon hearing that grain needed to be transported across the river, everyone rushed to help. Fang Ping was among them. Upon hearing that 20 ox carts of grain had been delivered, He quickly ran over to see what was happening. Just then, Liu Hao delivered grain to the cart driver, who then bid farewell. While still some distance from the crowd, he quickly stopped them and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me where this truckload of grain came from? You don't look like you're from Bangjiang village." "It was transported from Xiangduching. With so many cows, why did you leave without even taking the cart?" "Oh, those oxen and carts were a special gift from the local magistrate to the young man on the other side of the river." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping froze on the spot, his mind screaming, "No, no, how could this be?" Lao Tzu offered him cakes and informed him of the news, yet he only rewarded him with 4 jars of millet. He clearly had good things, but didn't offer them to the village chief. The village chief should have been angry, so why? Why did he reward him with so many oxen? How valuable are oxen? With the method of using oxen for plowing, oxen will only become more valuable in the future. He had clearly seen with his own eyes how that wild boy could plow the fields with just 1 ox. So why was he given so many oxen as a reward? Why? Why is this happening? The men and women of the entire town worked together to help Liu Hao unload the grain from the carts, load it onto the boats, transport it to the other side, and then return the grain to the granary. With many people working together, everything was quickly placed properly. Liu Hao certainly couldn't let them help for nothing. So he instructed the girls to cook more food and invited everyone to drink millet and wild vegetable porridge and eat steam buns under the thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. "I'll also hold a meeting for everyone." Well, before we had enough oxen, we couldn't rent all of everyone's fields. Things are different now. The local warlord has been incredibly kind, rewarding us with 40 strong oxen. With these oxen, we can plow all the fields in the town. Anyone else willing to rent out their land can come work for me after the lease is settled. Besides providing meals, we also calculate work points for you. Male workers get 10 points a day, and female workers get 8 points a day. These work points can be exchanged for grain, cloth, shoes, or the like later. Things are different now. First of all, the matter of my identity has been resolved. This year, I will do everything I can to become the landlord here. Furthermore, after the autumn harvest, more manpower will be needed to help build some facilities in order to deal with the bandits from the north. It would be best to start integrating the resources here, such as people and land now. We must concentrate our efforts on major tasks. The villagers had long hoped to be like those 8 families, able to eat their fill of fine grains 3 times a day here and receive a share of grain at the end of the year. They all expressed their willingness to let the young man cultivate all the land. Chapter 48, The Village Commander's Troubles. So Liu Hao came to the square plain. "Uncle C, are you free tomorrow? I have business to attend to in the village capital tomorrow, but I'll be free the day after tomorrow. I'll definitely come and help the young master with his work." "All right then, big guy." The big dark-skinned man. What are your orders, sir?" "Tomorrow, we'll lead everyone to burn down all those fields. We must keep a close watch on the fire and prevent it from spreading." "All right, don't worry, boss. You can rest assured leaving it to me." Today, all the fields were sown, and we now have more than 20 well fields. Since we don't have enough plows, we'll burn all the wasteland first. Liu Hao, along with Shigo and others, focused their efforts on finding suitable wood to forge plows. The next morning, Fang Ping left the village early and went straight to the village capital to see the village chief, Fang Zheng. "What is it? I would like to ask Lord C2, is it possible to return the grain seeds we borrowed earlier?" "Huh? Seeds? You have seeds?" "No. It's my family's land, which, along with all the other villagers, has been rented out to Mr. Liu on the other side of the river." "What? All the fields in Bangshan County have been rented to Liu Hao?" "Yes, so the smaller seeds are no longer needed. If it's not used as seed, can it still be used as food? Young Master Liu provides meals, 3 meals a day, and you can eat your fill at every meal." C2 Lao Deng's face grew even uglier. What makes him, a mere brat, dare to gather all the fields under his control? What makes him dare to gather all the slaves? Is he planning a rebellion? Fang Ping stood there without saying a word. C2 Lao Deng, it's settled. As for the seeds, you can come back later. I won't charge you any interest. Consider it a merit for timely reporting. You can go back now. I thank you, Lord C. Tuesday. C2 Lao Deng turned around and went to find the village chief to report the matter. These past few days, the village chief has been restless, pacing back and forth in the yard or in the room. After listening to the report with his eyes closed, he didn't even open them once and just nodded. "I understand. You may step down." "Sir, aren't you worried that that wild boy will rebel?" "What makes a wild boy, a slave of a small town, capable of rebelling?" Fang Ping also said that the local magistrate rewarded the young lad with 40 oxen yesterday, a full 40 strong and vigorous oxen. Upon hearing this, the village chief suddenly opened his eyes. Has the wild boy met Zili? This brat is the master's servant. For him to go to see the village chief behind the master's back is already breaking the rules. If we don't deal with him soon, It may cause future trouble. That wild boy is too good at causing trouble. A mere savage has rented all the fields in the entire town. If he manages to make a name for himself, he will overshadow me, the local official. How can I continue to hold this position? The village chief pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath. Someone prepare the car. C2 Lao Dang, she said. Sir, may I accompany you? I'd like to take a look at how they cultivate the land there. The village chief nodded, said nothing, and without changing his clothes, went straight to the stable. After the horses were harnessed, he mounted them and led a group of people straight to Bangshan County. C2 Lao Dang's carriage also followed behind the procession, creaking and groaning. From afar, thick smoke could be seen billowing from the direction of Bangshani. In fact, in the past few days, various places have been burning stubble in preparation for spring plowing, which is not surprising. It was precisely because everyone was burning stubble that the fields near the mountain village were no longer filled with the sight of oxen plowing. When the village commander arrived, he only saw a few fields that had already been sown. The field was cultivated with meticulous care. The entire plot was tilled, making it look like it could yield a much larger harvest. They sent someone to summon the group of slaves who were burning the wasteland and verified the situation. Indeed, it perfectly matches what Fong Ping reported. Where's the young man you're talking about? I haven't crossed the river today. I wonder what I've been busy with. Go back to your work. Yes, sir. We will see you off. The village chief pointed ahead, and Siyu urged his horse onward, continuing towards the riverbank. Liu Hao did not cross the river, so the boat stopped on the opposite bank. He ordered his men to rest where they were. The people on the opposite mountain had already spotted a group of people approaching. After a long while, Liu Hao appeared on the riverbank with his dog, Shigo, and rode over. The ceremony is over. C2 Lao Dang shouted sternly. You Liu family savage, how dare you? He was halfway through his sentence when the village chief raised his hand, stopping him from continuing. What does this mean? Aren't we here to interrogate them? But then the village chief turned around and ordered, you all wait here. Having said that, he boarded the small boat alone and pointed at the Greyhound, signaling him to get off the boat. After Greyhound disembarked, he found a comfortable spot to sit down and didn't say a word. Liu Hao knew that he had something on his mind, something he couldn't hide, and he wanted to talk to him. So he pulled the boat and rowed to the middle of the river. Would you like to go fishing, sir? Were there many fish? The reeds not far away are a favorite hiding place for fish. The village leader didn't speak. Liu Hao rowed the boat directly over. The water here was very calm, and wild ducks, geese, and other water birds often played in the water. After finding a good spot, I stopped the boat and took out 2 fishing rods, which I had made with white waxwood rods with Shigo and the others during the last rest period. Without even baiting the boat, the 2 of them sat on the bow and stern, playing a game of waiting for the fish to bite. After a long silence, the village chief spoke first. You went to see the local warlord? About 10 days ago, for some reason, the local magistrate suddenly came to Bangshan County and asked me a question. The local chieftain came here on his own initiative. He didn't seek him out. So, it was Fong Ping who brought him here. It's as if I wouldn't be here today if Fong Ping hadn't reported it. I'm quite curious, though. What kind of question would it be that the local magistrate would travel 18 miles to come all this way just to ask one thing? Oh, what's the question? Why should I ask a young man? He asked me, are you afraid of dying? The question, are you afraid of dying, instantly struck a chord with the village commander. Yes, Zeely is afraid of death, and so am I, too, who tosses and turns all night because of my fear of death. So how did you answer? I'm so afraid, so very afraid. He asked me again, you're so young, you don't know what death is, so why are you afraid of it? I replied, because there are 2 knives in the north that are always hanging over my head, ready to take my life at any time. And I have no one to rely on, so I can only pray for my own good fortune. Although I am alive now, I am actually already dead. It is because I have already seen my death that I am so very afraid. The same applies to the village chief. He is surrounded by the Shanrong and Guifang tribes, but he has support. If the northerners attack, he can quickly escape to the township capital and receive reinforcements from the county capital, or even the capital's army. And he, a savage, was destined to be abandoned from the moment he moved in here. He's a smart man. The village chief could tell from the beginning that he's no ordinary person. Clearly, he had already foreseen his fate. Chapter 49, the deal with the village marshal. Then why don't you go to the village capital to brew wine? Why do you insist on staying here? Perhaps, if you went to the village capital, you wouldn't have to die. Going to the village capital will lead to death. Going to the rural capital will also lead to death. And even if you are fortunate enough to go to the capital, you will still die. It's just a matter of time. There's no escaping it. Why do you say that? Because the village chief is afraid of death. The township chief is also afraid of death. And His Majesty the King is even more afraid of death. All the nobles of Xinghua are afraid of death, to the point of being terrified. Everyone wants to escape, and everyone wants to have someone else die in their place, so that they could be the last one to die. There's clearly a canyon that could be heavily fortified to defend the vital passage and keep the enemy out of the country. But in reality, only one town was established here, and the army did not set up defenses on the front line. Instead, they all went to the rear. The larger the number of troops, the further back they hid. This may also be a drawback of the feudal system. Once the territory is granted to you, it becomes your family's business. What does your family's war have to do with me? They'll only send troops to help you if you offer them enough benefits. Alternatively, they could wait until you've conquered everything, which would free up a large amount of land, allowing for a new system of fiefdoms. Therefore, in the current war, domestic affairs come first and national affairs come second. The village chief isn't here to settle scores with him today, but to talk about life and ideals. After all, his secret stemmed from Liu Hao, and only Liu Hao knew this secret. Therefore, I was not angered by his words. Fear of death is human nature. Aren't you afraid of death too? You're very, very afraid. Who isn't like that? Liu Hao could already guess from his reaction to that sentence that his purpose in coming here must be for that broken glass. I suppose you, sir, are also tossing and turning at night, worrying about life and death. You are indeed a smart man. If you want to live, it's very simple. It's so simple that all I have to do is offer that supreme treasure to His Majesty the King, and you can follow me to brew wine properly, and you'll be able to live. If Liu Hao went with him, he would become his lackey and lose the opportunity to become a lord. Liu Hao had no family, so if he wanted to become a lord, he could only do so at the border. Your Excellency can leave, but your family cannot. Are you perhaps torn between offering up the supreme treasure alone and leaving this place of trouble behind, only to be expelled from the family genealogy and establish your own household? Or should you hand over the cup to the family, allowing them to select a suitable member to establish their own household with the family support, thus preserving the family's lineage? Having his thoughts guessed, the village chief could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately put down his fishing rod and asked eagerly, "If it were you, what would you do?" It's very simple. In this age where family is paramount, a person who is expelled from the family genealogy will become a pariah, rejected by the world. If they are unwilling to benefit other members of the family, then they can only negotiate to offer a price that satisfies them. If the clan leader summons all the elders of the clan and uses his power to oppress me, how can I resist? Can I even resist? Do I dare to resist? It all depends on human effort. How should we do it? Where do you want to go? Where's the best chance you can get it? Gong County? No, any township under Gong County will do. Judging from the name, it seems to be a county that guards the capital, which must be the most prosperous and comfortable county, and also the county that everyone has their eyes on. Whose land is this in Gong County? 9 out of 10 villages belong to the king, and only 1 village's land belongs to the county magistrate. It turns out that what he wanted wasn't the land, but rather a comfortable life there, where he could make money by brewing wine. If that's the case, moving there doesn't seem difficult. As long as the monarch is given enough leverage, there's hope. If I help you acquire a township under Gong County, you give me the entire Bangshan township. If I help you take over Gong County, you give me the entire Bangjiang village. How about it? Aren't you afraid of death? If you help me move to Gong County, you can come with me there to brew wine, and you won't have to die. Liu Hao's rise to power hinges entirely on this mountain range. How could he possibly go to a place devoid of resources? For Liu Hao, the most comfortable place was far from the emperor's reach. If you want to move to Gongxian, then I have no choice but to stay here. Why is that? Gong County is the territory of the king, and the people there must be people the king trusts. If you want to go and usurp the throne, you must first give the king enough leverage. And in fact, you must win the king's trust. I can be your leverage. As long as I stay here and get the king to come here in person, I can help you win the king's trust. The village chief couldn't figure out how to gain the king's trust. Is this supreme treasure not enough to grant me a village in Gong County? Then how should the adults clansmen respond? How should I respond? As long as you can help me obtain a township in Gong County without violating the clan's rules, I, Ziheng, hereby swear that I will give you not only Bangshan County, but also the entire Bangjiang village. That's a good idea. It's a bit more difficult to manage Gong County, but managing a township would be much simpler. Has your excellency informed the clan about the brewing? The wine has not yet been made, so the clan has not been informed yet. Then, sir, you may inform your family. What about supreme treasure? Treat it as an ancestral treasure, hide it well, and don't let anyone know about it. In the future, when you want to exchange it for a few cities, you can take it out and use it. The village chief excitedly pressed on. You mean without having to offer up this treasure, you can help me obtain a township in Gong County? Liu Hao laughed and said, the village chief came to me before, wanting to help me get title, so I gave him the porcelain business. A porcelain business plus a brewing business is enough to impress the king. I have a way to make sure the village chief doesn't turn against his clan and can get a township in Gong County." The village chief asked in surprise, "Zili is also leaving this place?" "No, everyone can leave this place, except for the village chief." From a moment he changed the name of the village capital to Zili Township. He locked himself there, destined to be buried in Zili Township, unless he can wipe out the Shanrong and Guifeng. With no one arguing with him, the village chief felt relieved. He pressed further. "You know this place is dangerous, and the king would never come here in person. If the king refuses to come, what should I do?" It's hard to say, but it can also reveal what kind of person the ruler is. If he doesn't dare to come, it means he's an incompetent fool. If they really come, it means they at least have a tiny bit of ambition to work hard and improve the country. "Sir, you only need to report the matter of brewing wine to the clan truthfully. Whether the king comes or not, you do not need to meet the king or say a word. If he comes, I will persuade him. If he does not come, I can certainly buy him with money." Wise rulers crave power, while foolish rulers crave money. The fact that he dares not come shows that he is a foolish ruler. Incompetent rulers are often incapable. They either squander their wealth through reckless actions or indulge in pleasure, leading to the treasury being emptied by treacherous officials within their own ranks, resulting in constant financial shortages. Understanding what kind of person a ruler was crucial for Liu Hao to plan ahead. Chapter 50, Liu Hao's Worries. Of course, things will never go that smoothly. The biggest variable here is whether the Z family can tolerate a savage rising to power and having their business dominance usurped by their servants and the king. Liu Hao was mentally prepared for the Z family's fierce counterattack. Whether it's a village leader or a township leader, they're all just junior members of the family. The real big shots are yet to come. In a slave society, it was bound to be an extremely difficult and dangerous thing for a serf to rise up and sing. This is just the beginning. Let's see how the Z family makes their move. Village commander. If we buy it with money, are we really going to report the brewing to the clan? Liu Hao, does the master think you can handle such a large business as alcohol on your own? As you, sir, know, the wine I brew is the finest in the world. Let alone the lord. Even the lord's entire family couldn't possibly eat it all. This deal can only be done jointly by the king, your family, and myself. The wine is in my hands. Gong County is in the hands of the ruler, and you, sir, wish to go to Gong County. I can use wine as a bargaining chip to help you achieve your wish, and I will never allow you to be marginalized. The village leader needs Liu Hao's help to leave this desperate situation, and Liu Hao also needs the village leader's determination to rise to prominence. Only in this way can the two have a common goal and cooperate with each other. The village leader was also very unsure about this matter, but with the guarantee of the transaction with him, he was not as troubled as before. "Where's my wine? The grain was delivered to you a long time ago. When will it be ready?" "Once we finish the spring planting, I think we'll have a batch of fermented rice ready." After thinking it over, the village chief realized he needed to provide him with some kind of guarantee so that the man could work wholeheartedly for him with peace of mind. He took out a piece of hardwood and tossed it to him. This time, it has a pointed end and is a bit longer than before. It is no longer a slave, but is engraved with the character mean people. "May I ask, sir, if I possess this, may I enter and leave the capital?" "You are not a citizen of this country, but a commoner. You are not a scholar and are not allowed to enter or leave the capital. You may only enter and leave the county seat. Now that I am a registered citizen, may I purchase land?" "Of course. Once a piece of land is purchased, the public land in the middle of the well-field system belongs to the owner, but the population tax and land tax still need to be paid." "Thank you, sir. There are no fish here either." "Forget it. It's not interesting. Take this general ashore. Perhaps the water is still cold, and the fish haven't come out yet. Please be seated, sir. I will now escort you back. It's no wonder you can't catch fish with a hook that's not baited." After a strenuous effort, they rowed upstream for a distance, and finally managed to bring the village chief back to the other side. C2 Lao Dang watched the two row their boat downstream, stopped for a long time, and then turned back, his expression somewhat complicated. Could they be talking about that priceless crystal cup? What could it be that they're discussing behind my back, having a private conversation with a savage? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? The village chief disliked his shifty gaze. He was by my side when the treasure was presented that day. As Liu Hao just said, the crystal glass should be hidden away, and the secret should not be known to others until it is necessary to present it. Of all the people who knew, besides Liu Hao, only Fong Sidu was aware of it. Without saying much, he directly ordered them to return home. At this time, Fong Ping, the former chief of the village, was left behind because the village chief and others had arrived in chariots. As a savage, he was not qualified to ride in a chariot and had to walk behind. Upon returning to the town, they heard that the village chief's men had gone to the riverbank, possibly to cross the river and find Liu Hao. He was secretly overjoyed. This time, he was going to give that wild boy a run for his money. Renting all the fields in the town was no small matter. Intending to see what was going on, I had just come out of the town and taken a few steps toward the river when I saw the village commander's chariot coming toward me. He hurriedly knelt down by the roadside. This time, I've done a great service, so I should be rewarded in some way. I don't ask for grain, but I hope to be reinstated to my original position as the county magistrate. That way, after that brat across the river is punished, I can easily reap the benefits from his hard work. Respectfully seeing off the village commander. The village chief had already crossed the road, but upon hearing the sound, he turned around and saw that it was the former magistrate of this place. He then stopped the carriage. Fong Ping kept his head down and didn't look up, but when he did, he was already overjoyed. It seems this is a reward for me. Men, hang him from the tree and beat him to death with clubs. Fong Ping was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? I kindly helped you by informing you of the situation. So why are you repaying kindness with enmity and trying to beat me to death? My lord, I'm innocent. My lord, I'm innocent. It must be that despicable Liu Hao who framed me. Please investigate, my lord, I'm innocent. You barbarian slave, daring to spread rumors everywhere. Now that you're about to die, you still don't know how to repent and dare to speak recklessly in front of me. Drag you away, slap you 50 times, then beat you to death with sticks and hang your body at the town gate as a warning to others. Promise. The two guards dragged him away and beat him half to death. Then they dragged him to the crossroads of the village, hung him on a crooked tree, and beat him with sticks. What slave owners could not tolerate most was this kind of behavior, spreading their own affairs to outsiders and bringing outsiders into the fold. It's like raising an ungrateful wretch, even though they're actually being raised by slaves. As for Liu Hao said from the beginning that he was not originally a slave, but was forced into slavery. His knowledge and abilities made the village chief seek his help. Irregularly speaking, he was no longer a slave, but a citizen. Don't underestimate a mere commoner. Their status can rise several levels, directly surpassing that of the county magistrate. Now, not only can you buy land, but you're also eligible to join the army and fight. This means that Liu Hao can now legally possess weapons. He no longer has to carry only a white waxwood stick around, but can now carry metal weapons. After Liu Hao happily returned to the other side, he handed over the task of making the wooden plow frame to others and ran off to his secret base by the stream. Go to the office and put the water wheel in gear. This way, when the water wheel drives the water wheel, the force will be transmitted to the windmill, refining iron ore, molding sand into molds, and casting plowshares. He successfully acquired 2 pieces of refined iron, one to make a red-tasseled spearhead and the other to forge a sword. Go back to the control room, pull the lever to leave, change the gear, and the water wheel will connect to the forging machine. The clanging and banging began as they forged the 100 refined sword and the 100 refined spearhead. What you plan to achieve is refined through repeated tempering and forging, going through 100 rounds of trials. During this time, he never stopped practicing archery and spearmanship, practicing on time every day. He was still missing a short weapon. He was trained with a spear, so he chose to train with a sword. Swordsmanship is similar to spearmanship, with attacks mainly relying on thrusting. The sword strikes with a slash, using the neck to deliver a severe blow to the enemy, rather than the hard chopping and hacking of knife. Defense, like with a gun, relies mainly on the force of swinging the sword to transmit to the blade and deflect the enemy's weapon, rather than the direct blocking and parrying of knife. Both swords and spears utilize skillful techniques rather than brute force. With proper training, they can be among the most efficient weapons. Of course, there are also drawbacks. If the enemy is wearing heavy armor, it is not possible to use the weapon's own weight and hardness to break through the armor with brute force, like with a halberd or spear. This requires honing one's skills to perfection, aiming for the throat with every thrust and the neck with every sword, targeting the enemy's weakest point while maintaining accuracy and ruthlessness, ensuring a single, decisive strike that kills. Chapter 51, The Crazy Bull. Just as the village commander Ziheng went to find Liu Hao, on the other side, Zili Township, the township commander Zili, rode in a chariot out of the township capital and headed straight for Jinbei County. Upon returning to the county seat, he went straight home and was told that his father was in the fields, helping with plowing with several gentlemen. So he greeted his elderly mother, gave her the sesame seed cakes he had brought from his hometown, and after she tasted them, he immediately went to the fields. Everything in the entire territory of Jinbei County belongs to the Z family, this one large clan. The county commander was appointed by Zilong, the grandfather of the village commander. His father and son, Ruo, served as county magistrates, holding military power. His uncle, who was the eldest son, served as the county magistrate, or magistrate's assistant, in charge of household registration and land ownership. The village chief's grandfather died early, and his father, Liu, served as the county's Minister of Works, in charge of construction projects. Because the village chief had previously returned the technology of the ox nose ring to his family, they have now created a straight shaft plow based on the ox drawn cart and are testing the ox plowing technology in the fields using the two oxen lifting method. The family was there, exchanging compliments. The family of the village chief boasted that the village chief was incredibly clever, having come up with such a brilliant idea, and that the family would surely prosper because of it, with a worthy successor. The village chief's family boasted that Si Gongziyu was the #1 craftsman in Xinhua, having created such an amazing plow. As they were exchanging compliments, a chariot came speeding toward them. Zio, why aren't you guarding your village properly? What are you doing here? When the village chief left, he first bowed to all the elders before returning home to his father. I originally wanted to present the treasure, but with so many members of the Ziheng family present, I can only wait until I get home. Since everyone was testing the plow, this was a perfect excuse. So, the straightforward Li first said something polite. With spring planting just around the corner, I have just learned a new farming method and have come to inform the clan. You mean ox plowing? Ziheng sent someone back to inform you earlier. Did you learn Ziheng's farming methods and secretly come back to claim credit? Taihan Hanzi Li saw 2 oxen in the field, struggling to pull a plow. Is this the new method that Li sent back? Yes. That shouldn't be the case. Why do we need 2 oxen to pull the plow? What kind of idiot would make such a big plow? 1 ox, 1 small plow, and 1 person can easily work the land. Why make such a big plow that requires 2 oxen and 3 people to work the land? With those words, he not only insulted his father, but also offended the village chief, which meant he had offended the entire clan of the village chief's lineage. The county magistrate went up and immediately put on a big fuss. Father, why are you hitting your child? Why should I hit you? Since ancient times, which cart hasn't been pulled by 2 oxen or more? Come on, if you're so capable, tell me how to plow a field with just a small plow, an ox, and a person. The village chief was furious after being beaten, so he immediately picked up a small wooden stick and drew out the complete set of things he had learned from Liu Hao. Then he gestured with his hands to indicate the approximate size of the plow, saying that a 16 or 17-year-old boy could easily carry it. When you reach the end of the field, you can easily turn it around by squeezing it with your armpits. It's not as easy as you make it out to be. I saw it with my own eyes. 8 oxen and 2 old horses, all pulling a plow, were working in the field. 1 person could plow the field by driving the oxen and holding the plow at the same time. He spoke with such certainty, claiming he had witnessed it himself, that even his father, blushing in front of everyone, could only order his craftsmen to remodel the plow. This test proved to be true. Just as he had said, a single ox and a single person could easily plow the field. Naturally, this drew a lot of praise, but inwardly, I cursed this blockhead. Ziheng's father is your boss. How can you be so clueless about social etiquette and steal his son's credit? How can you expect to get anything good out of this? In the county, the major strategies for warfare are formulated by the county commander together with everyone, who is essentially the commander-in-chief. Leading troops into battle and controlling the troops in various villages were all done by the county magistrate, who was equivalent to a deputy commander. Even if he prefers his 3rd son and dislikes his eldest, he's still his own son. Zili was still looking smug, completely unaware that he had offended everyone. The old man's face darkened. The matter has been reported. Why aren't you returning to the village to guard it? What will we do if the bandits attack? Father, I have returned with important matters to report. What is it? Let's talk about it when we get back home. Zili's father suddenly erupted like a volcano. Everyone here is your uncle. We are all family. What is there to hide from your uncles? Zili thought about it and agreed. In any case, their family couldn't handle the porcelain business alone. They would have to pool the resources of the entire family to make it. So he went back to the car himself, took out an exquisite wooden box, wrapped in layers of silk, as if afraid of breaking the treasure inside. Take it over, peel off the layers one by one, and finally open the lid to reveal a large, earthen yellow porcelain bowl inside. Immediately, everyone exclaimed, "Wow! This is the first time I've ever seen such an exquisite treasure. It's truly a marvel." Zili's father's expression was the same as everyone else's, but his heart was in turmoil. What a silly son. This is such a precious treasure. Why didn't you take it out when you got home? Why didn't you say you had something to do and wait until you got home and talk about it? Don't you understand such a simple thing? If you present it to the public, how can you not offer it to the head of the family? The county magistrate and the county magistrate's assistant were twin brothers. They both vied for the position of the eldest son, giving their sons the courtesy names Meng and Bo respectively. However, the Sima family lost because Sima preferred the clever and quick-witted 3rd son, while the eldest son's identity was somewhat unclear, and it was uncertain whether he was his biological son. As a result, He was sent to the front line of Bangjiang village. In reality, it was a rumor deliberately spread by the C2 family in order to seize the throne. County magistrate. Where did this treasure come from? So the village chief recounted in detail how he met Liu Hao and what Liu Hao said. Finally, father, uncles and aunts, he said that no matter how much you want, you can have as much as you want. But this business is too big for our family to handle alone. The only way is to offer this treasure to His Majesty the King and have the three of us work together to make it happen. County magistrate. 3 parties? What's this about 3 parties? Your Majesty, there is our Z family, and there is also Liu Hao. A mere servant dares to challenge the master? He's gone too far. This boy must not be allowed to live. Uncle, no, absolutely not. Zili's father went up and immediately became a first mate. You insolent wretch. As a member of the Z family, instead of properly disciplining the family servants, you're plotting a rebellion on their behalf. Do you want to be expelled from the family? However, Liu Hao explained the implications to the child. Of these 3 parties, the ruler is indispensable. Liu Hao is indispensable, but our Z family can be replaced by another family at any time. Several elders were immediately enraged. Traitor! What a traitor! He even dares to threaten the patriarch. If this is allowed to continue, won't all the savages follow suit? The man must be killed, but the fact that he says he can have as many as he wants means that he created this treasure. Before killing him, hand over the technology to create this treasure. Yes, he can be killed, but he must hand over his technology, or he'll be torn to pieces. Chapter 52, Loving Family. Zili's father said, "Leave this matter to me. Sima, that traitor is a lackey of my son. It's better to leave this matter to me." The two started arguing. C2, stop arguing, stop arguing. Since your 2 families are arguing over this matter, in order to avoid damaging the harmony, let the head of the family decide. Sima, it's a trivial matter. No need for the head of the family to come forward. This is my son's family matter, and I will help him with it. Just as everyone was arguing fiercely, another chariot came towards them. The village leader did not return directly to the village capital, but went straight to the county capital. As instructed by Liu Hao, the matter of brewing wine was reported to the family. I even brought out a small half-pot of the wine left over from that day. There wasn't any more. Please take turns tasting. The village's handsome father, Sima, took the liquor from his son without hesitation, took a small sip, and exclaimed, "Holy crap, there's such strong liquor. This precious, top-quality wine was brewed by my son's servant. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to others?" Then, gulp, 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 he drank it all in one go. Cancer, cancer, cancer. Take it, take it. It was the first time he had drunk such strong liquor, and he was already intoxicated. Before he could even hand over the liquor jar, he collapsed to the ground with a thump and passed out drunk. As for the others, well, the person in charge of his family is drunk and passed out. He should quickly tell Ziheng to go back and keep an eye on that kid so he doesn't get away. Let Zili go back and become the second line of guards. We must not let that kid leave Zili Township. Ignoring the two, they carried Ziheng's father to the county magistrate's mansion. He discussed the treasure bowl and winemaking with the clan chief, who was then the county magistrate. Nowadays, Zhenbei County is a country within a country, and the entire county belongs to the Z family. They can easily extract these 2 technologies from that kid. Then we, the Z family, would do it ourselves without any of that bullshit about having a ruler. We can produce it ourselves, sell it to the Shanrong and Guifang in the north, sell it to neighboring countries, and make good relations with other countries. When they attack Xinghua again, we can also attack other counties, and ideally, we can capture the capital city. With these 2 technologies, it is entirely possible to coordinate from within and without to seize the throne and replace the ruler. Why choose to be a subject when you could be a ruler? That's how it was settled. The next day, in order to control these 2 technologies, the clan chief sent Sima and Sidu, 2 people who already had conflicts, to handle the matter together. The village chief, whose father was a craftsman, had acquired the skill of making porcelain bowls from his son, so he naturally insisted on following along. On the way, we first passed through Zili Township, where we met the township commander, and then went to Bangjiang Village, where we met the village commander. When we arrived at Bangsan Township, we could see many oxen plowing the fields from afar, and countless women followed behind, sowing seeds. The farming efficiency here is so high that it is unparalleled. It must be said that the kid has some management skills. If he is sincere and obediently offers up the 2 technologies, given his abilities, it's not impossible to consider sparing his life and having him help the family manage the farmland. Because of the large-scale rush to plant spring crops, everyone lacked experience, so Liu Hao needed to personally direct the work here. Liu Hao had already noticed the visitor and told everyone to continue farming while he went to pay his respects alone. After the ceremony, the attendees were introduced. The 3 veterans exclaimed, "How come it's a young man? So young, yet these two superb skills came from him. The village chief, seeing the sword hanging at his waist, pointed with his whip and asked, "You savage, how dare you carry a sword? Do you know it's a capital offense?" Village chief, "Father, he is no longer a slave. I have changed his status to civilian, so he may carry a sword." That unfilial son, he didn't even report such a big thing. Of course, if it were someone else, let alone changing their civilian status, even if they changed their scholar status to become a scholar or a warrior, no one would care. Sima asked with a dark expression, "Where did you get these oxen?" "Some are rewards from the village commander, and some are rewards from the township commander." "My goodness, these two spendthrift children are giving away 4 or 5 cows as a reward. No matter how big the family fortune is, it can't withstand these two spendthrift children squandering it like this." Of the 3 old dangs, 2 were directly involved, so the matter had to be dropped. "Where do you live?" "Liu Hao, the other side of the river." "Lead the way." Liu Hao clasped his hands in a fist salute and went to fetch the horse first. "Since we have 40 more cows, we no longer need to let the old horse plow the fields. We can practice our riding skills more often." He mounted his horse and led the way. "Halt! You little savage. Where did you get a horse?" "It was changed outside the village." "Huh? You're just a little savage. Where'd you get the extra money to buy a horse?" Liu Hao took out 2 glass beads from his pocket and showed them to the 3 old men. "What is this?" "My ancestral heirloom pearls are being offered 20 top-quality horses in exchange for these 2 pearls." "Sir, you are a worldly man and an elder. Could you please tell me if I'm at a disadvantage? Should I not trade with him?" "Bring it here for me to take a look." Liu Hao readily passed it on. The village's handsome father looked carefully at the sky. "They really are 2 precious pearls, so round and so translucent, more beautiful than jade beads or pearls. Things are valued for their rarity. Anything rare is valuable, let alone something that is only seen once. If you ask me, I'll exchange 20 horses. Horses are useful in war. Without horses, we'll suffer losses in battle and even lose our lives. What use are 2 beads to you? I'll keep these 2 beads for you to prevent thieves from eyeing them and causing you to lose your life." Liu Hao cursed inwardly. "How can you be like a dog? I was just about to offer you a gift, and you didn't even give me a chance to speak before snatching it away." The beads were taken out to assess the character of these 3 individuals. It's clear that the village chief's father was a bandit, a brute and cunning, but not much. The other 2 old men subtly revealed expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Knowing a person's character allows you to make a general judgment. They're not here to discuss deals, they're here to settle accounts. Liu Hao wasn't one to suffer a loss, so he certainly wouldn't let him get 2 beads for nothing. He deliberately raised his voice several octaves, cupped his hands, and shouted, "Thank you for the 20 war horses, sir. With these war horses, I can better guard the front line for the village chief. Even if 300 or 500 bandits come, I'm confident that I can hold them off. Any more than that would be too much. I would like another 200 war horses." The 3 old men exclaimed in unison, "Wow, who would have thought that this little rascal is actually quite shrewd and doesn't suffer any losses?" He took 2 of their beads and immediately started shouting, making sure everyone could hear that his master wanted to exchange 20 war horses for his precious beads. It was his master who said that those 2 beads were worth 20 war horses. He changed his war horse not for himself, but for his son, to fight against the Shanrong for his family. With so many guards in front of us, if we don't provide war horses, how will they view their commander? And if the 2 of us remain silent, how will they view the Z family? What's even more impressive is that even without this layer, the 2 old men's jealousy alone wouldn't allow him to get the 2 precious pearls for nothing. The official in charge of land remained silent, waiting for the official in charge of labor to speak first. The driver said, "Your master is also in dire need of war horses. 200 war horses would be the death of him, but he would not hesitate to give up 20. Sima's eyes widened like copper bells as he glared angrily at Guan Sigong. "You old bastard, have you forgotten what we're here for today? We're here to force out his skills and then kill him. And here you are, playing good guy?" Chapter 53, Steadfast as an Old Horse. "Master, you have the treasure, yet you want to keep it all to yourself? That precious porcelain was arranged by my son. You must give me 20 war horses to appease my anger. C2, the clan leader is getting older and older, and he may pass away at any time. So far, the position of heir has not been decided. The conflict between me and Zuo, the village's handsome father, will only escalate. The matter of the pearl is minor. The important thing is to thoroughly swindle you and use this opportunity to win over Zio and to gain his support. Otherwise, Zio's son, Zili, would be under the control of that old scoundrel Zuo, which would be extremely disadvantageous to me. Moreover, this kid is shrewd. He calls that old scoundrel master and is his servant. He also holds a major business that will make the family prosperous. If we don't take this opportunity to get rid of him, he might become an ally of that old scoundrel. I see that pearl is extremely rare in the world, unlike any ordinary pearl. You little slave, you are indeed an ignorant little slave. If you present it to the king, let alone 20 war horses, even 200 top-quality war horses would be bestowed upon you by his majesty. Upon hearing this, Liu Hao felt secretly pleased. Sure enough, 3 monks have no water to drink. This old man actually took the initiative to help him set the price. He definitely wasn't holding back a good fart. 200 horses? I think 200 is too much. I'm already satisfied with the 20 war horses the master is willing to give me. C2 turned to the village chief's father and fanned the flames, saying, If Zhuo is truly kind and benevolent, even your son's servant dares to call Zhuo stingy in front of so many people. The village chief was already furious at being asked for 20 horses, and when the old scoundrel raised the price to 200, he became even more enraged. However, since he had taken the pearl first, he was in the wrong and couldn't afford to get angry in front of everyone. Before Liu Hao could explain, he asked in a low, somber voice, Do you know what kind of people I hate most in my life? Liu Hao knew that what he meant was that he hated people like him who were unwilling to obediently become his servants. But that cunning old fox dares to use someone else to do his dirty work. Isn't that just a perfect opportunity for him to frame himself? I always believe in settling scores face to face, and then seeking revenge again later. As for this, I do know something about it. I've heard the patriarch say, The master most admires those who are loyal and filial, like that kind of person. He has made countless contributions, yet he seeks neither reward, fame, nor fortune. Those who only think of the head of the household, for example, offered a cow nose ring and a horse bit. He also helped the family brew wine and worried that his family would suffer from poverty, so he tried every possible way to help them. Spare no effort to help the patriarch find the most profitable business in the world. He has devoted himself to serving the family head to the utmost, even unto death, and is still so young, yet he has already worked so hard. If I keep working hard, my temples will turn white. As for the people I hate most, that must be malicious, like a gossipy woman who enjoys spreading rumors and sowing discord. They only want chaos in the world, hoping for internal strife in every household so they can take advantage of the situation. Village Marshal. Cancer? When did I ever say anything like that? But his words are truly eloquent, with so many novel terms I've never heard before. Unfortunately, they spoke too quickly, and I didn't remember many of them, except for the phrase, to dedicate oneself to the utmost until death. Village Hero's father, what? The techniques of ox plowing and horse riding were both taught by him? Yes, he's brewing wine for my son. This is my son's servant, and naturally, my son and I will benefit the most in the future. If I kill him, I will suffer the greatest loss, while that old scoundrel Zichong will benefit the most. What am I to do? C2. This boy must not be allowed to live. He saw through my act and tried to provoke that old scoundrel into killing him. This young servant, so young, actually knows how to bring up his merits to make that old scoundrel appreciate his hard work and great achievements, thus both building a closer relationship and shifting the conflict towards the old man. To possess such cunning at such a young age is truly terrifying. This child must not be allowed to live another moment. Seeing that the village's handsome father had a furrowed brow and remained silent for a long time, he had no choice but to speak for him. You're wrong. What our Z family hates most are those arrogant, boastful lackeys. If you want horses, just say you want horses. How dare you lie and claim that giving you 200 war horses would be enough to hold off 5 or 6,000 enemy soldiers? Let alone 5 or 6,000 enemy soldiers. You can survive against 200 guards, even if your master doesn't give you 200 war horses. I will stand up for you and give you those 200 war horses. Otherwise, you will be guilty of deceiving your master and will be beaten to death. Turning to the village magistrate's father, he said, Zerua, you wouldn't expect me to discipline even your servants, would you? A servant with such a lack of respect for hierarchy should be slapped first, then cooked and fed to the dogs. Liu Hao, you cunning old devil. I'll remember you. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Trying to scam me? No way. My lord, since this uncle is so generous as to offer 200 war horses, I am willing to give it a try. If I win, it's yours. If I lose, it's my fate. I'll take my leave now and come back to pay my respects when I win. You may ask him for the horses. I won't give that cunning old man a chance to interrupt. I'm leaving right now. He turned his horse around and urged it to gallop along the path on the field ridges, heading directly towards the people plowing the fields. My sisters are over there, holding white waxwood sticks in their hands. Upon arriving in front of the girls, he immediately had Lung Qing hand over the white waxwood pole and instructed them all to move to the other side of the field, forbidding them from lingering there. The village chief thought to himself, that's right. If this kid wins, and that old scoundrel said himself, he'll give me 200 horses if I win. The kid also said that if I win, they're mine. So, wouldn't those 200 horses be mine? What are you all standing there for? You, and you two, both teams, go and take him. The county magistrate's journey was unlike any other. This time the journey was long and urgent, and apart from the accompanying chariots, the rest of the crew consisted entirely of cavalry. He brought a full 1,000 cavalrymen. One team of 100 people was selected, and 2 teams were chosen, with 2 shrew team leaders going to chase after them. Both team leaders heard it clearly. They couldn't afford to lose this chase. Furthermore, all the fields here belong to our young master. The seeds have just been sown. Whoever dares to trample on them will have to come and replant them later. No one wanted to risk being caught, so they lined up in a long, straight line and obediently followed the country path to catch up. Although Liu Hao's horse was an old horse and moved slowly. However, Liu Hao was young and thin, and the horse was lightly loaded. Because the current solar terms are not yet fully developed, sometimes if sowing is done too early, there will be frost. The trees left between the well fields were mainly for frost protection. These trees are usually left untrimmed. At this point, they became objects that Liu Hao could exploit. He carried a 100 refined sword, modeled after the Qin sword, which was incredibly sharp. While riding, let go of branches that are too thick, and if you encounter a branch that you can cut, use the momentum of your gallop to cut it in half with a single sword stroke. This resulted in tree branches blocking the country paths in a disorderly manner. In addition, the pursuers didn't really want to capture him. They were just putting on a show. As they chased, they drifted further and further away, then turned towards the riverbank and quickly disappeared from sight. The 3 old men had come today to conduct an on-site investigation on the other side of the river, so they headed towards the riverbank. They set up camp on the riverbank and waited. Downstream, Liu Hao, familiar with the terrain, led them to a rocky beach. Walking from the riverbank towards the center of the river, there is first a large rocky beach, then a smaller rocky beach. When cavalrymen traversed the rocky, chaotic terrain, no one dared to ride at full speed. A single misstep could result in a broken leg, rendering the horse unusable and only suitable for cooking and eating. Even in modern times, if a top racehorse breaks its hoof, it will be euthanized immediately and cannot be saved. Otherwise, the only option is to wait for the horse with a broken hoof to suffer excruciating pain before dying a miserable death. Chapter 54, refusing to hand over the horse is a capital offense. Although old Ma is slow, he has plenty of experience. In addition, Liu Hao is light in stature. Slow down, and you can pass through slowly. It can't outrun a young horse on a good road, but it's faster than them on a rocky road. Upon seeing the rocky beach, the pursuing soldiers stopped at its edge. It wasn't a war of life or death, so no one dared to risk injuring their own horse by barging in. Only the guards sent by the local official knew that they couldn't afford to lose. If they lost 200 horses, they would be wiped out, and the blame would fall on them. He spurred his horse forward recklessly into the rocky wasteland. They were all stumbling along, neither in the deep nor the shallow, and there was no formation. The horse was fast, and it suddenly took a few steps forward. Liu Hao seized the opportunity, and old Ma, being more perceptive, reined in his horse and stopped, while Liu Hao continued forward. He turned around and launched a counterattack. This counterattack was based on a spinning back kick, and I don't know if it was authentic or not, but it caught the opponent off guard and stabbed him in the chest. The man, clad in leather armor, was struck by a spear and fell from his horse. Just as he was about to clutch his chest in excruciating pain, before he could even utter a sound, he turned to clutch his leg and scream in agony. On the rocky beach, falling off a horse and landing anywhere is enough to get you into serious trouble. The officials in charge of land management didn't have many guards to begin with, and only 5 of them came. Seeing this, the other 4, worried that they might fall, quickly took off their bows. Liu Hao, shameless. They have no martial ethics. Quickly hide in the stirrups and urge your horse toward the small rocky beach. He kept an eye out for arrows behind him. For arrows came flying straight at his torso, and he quickly flicked his spear. At this moment, the advantages of waxwood poles are fully demonstrated. That time spent being hit by stones wasn't wasted. Not only did my marksmanship improve, but my eyesight also got better and better. The flicking of the spear actually deflected all 4 arrows. The 4 opponents fired 4 volleys of arrows in succession. As the distance increased, the speed of the shot also decreased, and he managed to block them all. Only after they were out of range did the 4 urge their horses forward. Liu Hao had already reached the small rocky beach, reined in his horse, and turned it around. He didn't use old horses to plow the fields, but instead practiced riding and archery. A quiver was always hanging from his saddle. This time, it was Liu Hao's turn to retaliate. After a period of continuous training, the bow has long been replaced with a stiffer one, weighing about 30 pounds. Furthermore, having already emerged from the rocky shoal, The horse could stand firmly, and the old horse was reluctant to move, displaying remarkable steadiness. 10 arrows were fired in succession. 3 arrows were deflected, 2 arrows missed, and the remaining 5 arrows all hit the target. 3 men were hit by 3 arrows and fell from their horses, while 1 man was hit by 2 arrows and fell from his horse. Seeing the hart chasing after something outside the rocky beach, I couldn't help but sigh. This young man is no ordinary fellow. It seems that in a one-on-one fight, he could defeat an ordinary soldier, and his archery is so accurate. He single-handedly defeated a renowned armored warrior. The 2 team leaders dismounted to check on the injured man who had been stabbed and fallen from his horse. He had only suffered minor injuries and was otherwise unharmed. The other 4 were in a much worse state. Upon inspection, 2 had already died, and the other 2 were on the verge of death. Leather armor doesn't offer much protection. If all the hits are to vital organs, the patient is probably beyond saving. Draw your bronze sword and give them a quick death. He then looked at Liu Hao. Liu Hao had already dismounted, one hand on the hilt of his sword and the other carrying a white waxwood staff, and walked towards the 2 of them. As they approached, the man who had just fallen from his horse saw his chance and thrust his long spear forward. Liu Hao had been on guard against a surprise attack and had prepared himself mentally in advance. He quickly gripped the gun with both hands, flicked the gun to deflect the halberd, and then naturally used the combined power of his waist and stance to thrust the gun out. This was an instinctive stab in a moment of desperation. When practicing, it was used to stab the throat of a strong man. Unfortunately, that area wasn't protected by leather armor. Even without the gun barrel, one shot was enough to kill the man, who clutched his throat, struggled on the ground for a while, and then suffocated to death. The 2 team leaders were ashen-faced. Damn it, this young man is actually a master. They know the man who was just stabbed very well. They've sparred together before, and they're evenly matched. In front of this young man, he was casually stabbed to death with a stick, both defensively and with thorns. As you both just saw, it's not that I'm ruthless, but they wanted to take my life, so I had no choice but to fight back in self-defense. The 2 remained silent, unsure how to resolve the issue. If they arrest the person, the Grand Marshal will punish them. If they don't arrest the person, he will have 5 of the Grand Marshal's personal guards beheaded. What are you 2 generals struggling with? We are all on the same side. Can't you 2 see that the master and the chief minister have a grudge? That's a matter for adults. What does it have to do with us servants? Liu Hao, you're wrong. We're all under the master's command. Our fortunes are intertwined, and our losses are shared. Only when a master is in power can you all enjoy a life of luxury. Do you 2 know that I am helping the village chief, who is also the master's son, by brewing wine for him? The size of the wine business is self-evident. That minister of the land is clearly here for the winemaking business. Think about it. If he takes over the brewing business, wouldn't the credit for the family's prosperity go to him? Originally, the one who should have benefited the most was our master. Since our master is in charge of the brewing business, think about it. You can protect him at any time. They're all his trusted confidants. So how could they possibly skimp on your small change or your fine wine? You all get a benefit from it. Otherwise, you can only watch others eat and drink well every day and stand there envious. Team leader, that's why we didn't go all out to catch up. It's not enough to just show up without putting in any effort. If you win, you'll all be punished when you get back. On the other hand, if you lose, even if the master doesn't get those 200 war horses, he can still use them to control that minister of the land. You'll both have done a great service. So, you can only lose, not win. Do you 2 understand what I mean? Team leader, we both understand the logic perfectly well, but how should we lose? To what extent should we lose? It's very simple. If you go back now, Lord C2 will be extremely dissatisfied. In his rage, he will attack you 2 with the most vicious words. In front of everyone, your subordinates may live, but will you 2 still have the face to live on? But if we don't go back now, and our 200 armored soldiers lose to you, we'll have no face to live anymore. Liu Hao scratched his head speechlessly. Are people these days so stubborn? You already know that the master doesn't want you to win. This is clearly just an act for Lord C2. If you don't go to see him, you won't be met with harsh words, right? You went back without any injuries. Isn't that a clear sign that we conspired to frame him? Isn't this embarrassing for the master? When we meet again, everything will be over. Just make up any reason and say you lost badly. By then, there will be no way to prove it. The Minister of the Land Administration won't have time to cause you trouble. So the matter becomes that the Minister of the Land Administration owes the master 200 war horses. If anyone's going to cause trouble, it'll only be at me. I'm the one who offended him the most. And you, with the master protecting you, what are you afraid of? Do you want to betray us from within? Chapter 55 Eloquence is combat power. The 2 exchanged a glance. Yes, they couldn't go back to see the Grand Marshal. Wouldn't that embarrass him? But how badly should we lose? It's simple. Make them all dismount, give me all the horses, and let me drive them back to the master. The two men resolutely replied, No, the horse is our lifeblood. As long as we live, the horse lives. If we die, the horse dies. Liu Hao said with exasperation, Brother, do you know that although this is not a battleground, it is even more dangerous than the battlefield? So many of you are chasing me, and the horse is still here. Why aren't you chasing it? Even if there's only one person left, you have to keep chasing. As long as even one person keeps chasing, it's not a loss. The horse is still here. Not pursuing, it is a capital offense. You can't fool anyone. Even if we return to the county capital, the magistrate will punish you. Only when the horse is gone can you justify not chasing, and only then can you truly say you've lost. Then you can use the excuse of falling into a trap to cover it up. The two thought about it and realized that it made perfect sense. We're just a bunch of warriors. When have we ever been involved in family feuds? We don't understand these things. Luckily, this young man is exceptionally intelligent. At such a young age, he can see things so clearly. He hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for reminding us, young brother. If it weren't for you, we would have almost committed a capital offense. We will definitely repay you handsomely when we have the chance in the future. No need to be so polite. So, why don't you two generals take your men and find a place where you won't be easily discovered to hide for a while? Once this matter is over and everything is safe, I will come back to thank you both. Thank you for your trouble, young man. We will hide well and come out when the young master arrives. He then turned to the crowd and ordered them all to dismount. Leading a group of puzzled soldiers, he carried 5 corpses, abandoned his horse, and drove away. Liu Hao was delighted and first strung the 5 captured war horses together. This group of people are quite law-abiding. Whoever owns the spoils keeps them, and they never steal. The 5 men's weapons were left there, but Liu Hao, clad in leather armor, didn't care for them and refused to take them, so he carried the men away. Then, a man led 209 horses, struggling and laboriously, towards the direction of the field. After meeting with Lung Qing and the others, they selected a total of 45 good horses, including the 5 they had captured. They then had the girls drive the horses to a secluded spot in the valley on the east side of the field to graze them. They can only come out when Liu Hao goes to them in person. He let the big black guy continue leading everyone in farming, while he alone drove the remaining horses onto the village road and headed towards the river. The 3 old men were still anxiously waiting for the results on the riverbank. The village and township leaders were also extremely anxious. They were worried that something might happen to the boy, or their future would be in jeopardy. Suddenly someone came to report that dust was rising from the east, and a caravan of horses was heading this way. Upon hearing this, several family heads rushed up the bank to look out. C2. Oh no, that little savage one? How is that possible? How is this possible? More than 200 people couldn't even take down a tiny little savage? And he even dismounted their horses? It seems you're willing to risk your reputation for a bet. The village chief was still there, half happy and half worried. He was happy because the old scoundrel would owe him 200 war horses from now on. The worrying thing is, did 200 people really lose to one person? That's terrifying. What does this have to do with me? So many people were there and heard it with their own ears. I didn't say a word. On the contrary, it was you who was talking about this and that. You, a dignified county magistrate. You wouldn't try to renege on a debt to a mere commoner, would you? Zio, you were right next to us at the time. You be the judge. Township hero's father. Hey, a single AI says it all. The commander lost, and these 200 war horses are at stake, whether they go out or not. Otherwise, how could such a high-ranking official act like a rogue with a child? Does he have no shame? Does he even know how to be a human being? Moreover, he still covets the position of clan chief. The chief minister is furious. Wait until those 5 useless bastards return and see how I deal with them. Township chieftain, how is this possible? How is this possible? How did he manage to seize the horses of more than 200 people? Village chief, this kid is indeed a genius. It seems my future is just around the corner. These people were all right, but the group of armored soldiers were even more shocked beyond measure. What kind of kid is he? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? How could he possibly defeat 200 armored soldiers in such a short time? The worst part was that they took all of these people's horses. Logically speaking, even if things go wrong, cavalrymen have horses. If they can't beat him, they can at least dodge. Why hasn't a single person come back to report the news? When Liu Hao rode forward, the group of armored soldiers looked at him with admiration and greeted him with a fist and palm salute. Their doubts were also the doubts of the chief administrator. After Liu Hao finished bowing, he asked the question on behalf of the armored soldiers. You were all alone, facing over 200 cavalrymen. How could you possibly annihilate them all? And why didn't even one of them return with news? Liu Hao, like Zhuge Liang, smiled and pretended to offer his critique. Warfare is based on deception. Therefore, when you are capable, you should appear incapable. When you are active, you should appear not to be active. What do you mean? All warfare is based on deception. You cheated. All warfare is based on deception, which is the essence of military strategy. It is not about deception, but about the wisdom of adapting to change. Those who are masters of warfare can use mountains, rivers, grass, and trees as their weapons, and can borrow wind, snow, rain, and fog as their strength. Township Commander. Wow, I never knew warfare could be so divine. I never knew there was such profound knowledge involved in military strategy. I was completely ignorant of this. If there weren't so many people watching, I would have knelt down right then and there and asked him to be my teacher. Soldiers. I thought that the military strategies I had learned before were the pinnacle of military tactics. Now I realize what an ant is and what an elephant is. Village hero's father. Really? You can use the power of wind, frost, rain, and snow to fight a war? You can even use mountains, rivers, grass, and trees as soldiers? I've never heard of such a thing before. That's nonsense. Isn't war just about finding an open space, setting up battle formations, and having both sides charge at each other? There's no such thing as grass and trees being used as soldiers. Grass and trees don't move. The official then turned to his attendant and said, "Old Fu, go find those 5 useless bastards and tell them to come see me immediately. Promise." I'd like to ask where Liu Hao is located. Liu Hao would never tell him that the 5 people had already been stripped naked and buried by those 200 or so men. Let him go find it himself. So Liu Hao, without waiting for him to speak, went directly to the village chief. "May I ask, sir, does the previous bet still stand?" "It was he who made the bet with you. What does it have to do with me?" "Oh well, forget it then. I thought I had 200 war horses to present to the master for his use in battle. Since he is the master's younger brother, let's just treat it as a game. Besides, I'm just a young man." They dared not ask any more questions, as they had countless entanglements to deal with, and hurriedly urged the carriage to leave. "C2, you little rascal, you've really got some nerve. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were doing the old lady a favor. Are you trying to embarrass me? Do you think I need a savage like you to give in to me? A mere 200 war horses? I'll personally deliver them to you another day. I dare to give it to you. Do you dare to take it?" Chapter 56, Who Dares to Kill Me? Liu Hao stared quietly at the village's handsome father without saying a word. Village hero's father. "Why are you looking at me? Liu Hao, what are you looking at? Don't you have any self-awareness? With my status and seniority, do you think I can just haggle with him? Don't you have to come? Anyway, that horse is yours, and I've already made a profit on my horse, so do whatever you want with it. With so many people watching, if you don't settle things quickly, they might renege on their promise later." The village chief's father said, "Since it was bestowed upon you by the Minister of Agriculture, you may accept it. If you cannot raise so many horses, I will send someone to help you raise them." Liu Hao quickly replied, "Since you say so, sir, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse. However, I do not have enough grain to raise that many horses. At most, I can only have 20 or 30. Thank you for the horses, sir." The village chief's father's eyes widened immediately. "When did I say I was going to reward you with horses? 20 or 30 of them? Good heavens, with just one sentence, he not only shifted all the responsibility onto me, but also wanted to take my 20 or 30 horses. This brat is incredibly audacious. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human being. Liu Hao, the fact that the 3 of you old geezers showed up here together tells me you're up to no good. You want to force me to teach you the skills, then kill me to cover it up, and you want me to be your grandson? No way. Today, we want to make money off the horses, but we can't give out the technology, and we also want to monopolize the business. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well indulge myself and do whatever makes me happy." C2's face darkened. It seems that these 200 horses are something we have to give them, whether we want to or not. However, that's no longer important. You've successfully angered your master. Let alone that old scoundrel's raw. Any family would never tolerate someone who doesn't know respect and etiquette. Today, I'll deal with you first. Once I get the technology and go back, I'll trample your whole family under my feet. Those 200 horses, however I gave them to you, I'll return them to you intact. Zerua, don't forget why this action came about." The village tycoon's father looked smug and chuckled. "Humph, humph, humph," crossed the river. There was only one small boat belonging to Liu Hao's family on the riverbank. The 3 old men were unsure how Liu Hao had managed to defeat the 200 armored soldiers. They had only one boat and could only carry a family of 5, plus 1 personal guard for each of them, for a total of 10 people, plus Liu Hao. Liu Hao asked 2 guards to help him row while he steered the boat from the stern. They successfully landed on the riverbank, where a path had been worn through, wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass. The first building you see is a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain, where people usually eat. By this time, there were already simple tables and long benches inside. On the wooden shelf next to it were filled with earthenware bowls and plates, as well as a large earthenware vat covered with a lid made of sorghum stalks. Because there were many women, the place, though simple, was kept very clean and spotless. The earthenware jar is filled with water, which is used for everyone to drink. These alone make him richer than most Chinese people. Who else can be as extravagant as this kid, displaying so many bowls and plates in public? Especially that large earthenware jar. Most Chinese households don't have such a large jar, and it's very valuable. Even the tools for scooping water are made of pottery, and there are even glass-like water scoops. Village head dad. Where did these come from? I made it myself when I had nothing else to do. At this moment, the village chief glanced towards the direction of Gushin. Inside the village gate, there were several girls in the tree canopy, unsure whether to open the gate or not, quietly waiting for Lu Gong below to speak. Where's the grain you used to brew wine, my son? On the mountain. Without saying a word, Kunzeo's father headed straight up the mountain. Liu Hao waved to signal the door to open, and the two girls pulled the tree canopy open. At this time, 2 canopy walls had been built on the mountain. There were too many cattle, horses, and sheep, so the area below was used for livestock to live in, separating people from the livestock. The mountaintop remains unchanged. There was no time for repairs due to the rush to plant spring crops. It still consists of 3 thatched huts, except for 2 additional thatched sheds. A stove has been built for the kitchen, and a tiled roof shed has been constructed. Otherwise, the thatched huts would be too easy to catch fire. Most of the girls went to the other side with Liu Hao, leaving only 5 girls at home to look after the house. Where is the food? Over there. Inside a thatched shed with walls on 3 sides, there's a row of large vats. Brewing requires the use of yeast and fermentation for a period of time before the next step can be carried out. The grains in the large vats are all fermenting. The 3 old men lifted the lids of the cylinders and took a look. A faint sour smell immediately wafted into the air. Is this brewing wine? Indeed. How long will it take to make the wine? It is uncertain. Fermentation time depends on the temperature. It's faster at higher temperatures and slower at lower temperatures, so there's no fixed time. This greatly angered the 3 old men. But before we have a technology, we shouldn't get angry. We should just keep it to ourselves. The fermentation smelled unpleasant, so the 3 of them covered the jar and sat down under the thatched shed where they ate. After this period of renovation, several swings have been added, and the tables and chairs are of better quality than those down the mountain, giving it a pastoral and idyllic feel. Village hero's father. Do you know why I've come here today? Liu Hao bluntly stated. The master's face is filled with murderous intent. If I am not mistaken, he must have come to kill me. It's good that you know fear. Things will be easier after that. You're a smart man. You must know why I want to kill you. Liu Hao would certainly not admit that he deserved to be killed because he was not like other slaves who passively accepted their oppression or because he possessed a spirit of resistance. Once you say those words, it's tantamount to admitting that you deserve to be killed. Therefore, he only replied with 8 words. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. In short, they portrayed the 3 old men as robbers who came to steal the treasure, while depicting Liu Hao himself as a victim. C2, how dare you? You are a slave of the Z family. Your life belongs to the Z family, yet you dare to slander your master as a slave. I think you're tired of living. Liu Hao replied calmly and without any change in expression. Further words are pointless. We're both quite busy, so let's get straight to the point and not waste each other's time. The 3 patriarchs have come here simply to have me hand over the methods of brewing wine and transforming porcelain treasures, and then kill me so that these 2 methods become unique to the Z family. What he said may be crude, but makes sense. Since he said it this way, let's just listen to what he has to say. Meanwhile, the 5 girls hiding in the room were also listening clearly. Oh no, they're going to kill the young master. This won't do. If the young master is gone, everyone will die with him. They pulled out various iron tools from under the beds and lay down by the door, ready to rush out and help at any moment. Liu Hao first needed to figure out one thing. Among these 5 people, was there anyone with a decent conscience who would be willing to speak up for him? So the first question he asked was, so of the 5 of you, who will kill me? Who will personally lay a hand on me? Chapter 57, calling out names one by one. Township chieftain's father, master craftsman. Why would the head of the family need to personally kill you? No, I can only die at the hands of any one of you 5, because I will only tell that one person the most important thing. This made everyone start having their own little schemes again. This is definitely a trap, waiting for everyone to jump in. What normal person would entrust the most important sentence to their enemy who killed them? Is he trying to separate his enemies and hand over the technology to the person who doesn't want to kill him? It must be. Situ, you are a servant. Liu Hao interrupted, saying, I am now a citizen, not a slave. Hey, at a time like this, is it still meaningful for you to worry about such a trivial issue of identity? Whether you are a slave, a servant, or a commoner, you belong to Zhuo's family, and he will naturally deal with you as he sees fit. Liu Hao immediately retorted. Then what are you doing here? What a sharp question. You brat. How dare you be so rude? If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human being. He was furious inside, but his face remained impassive. I am Ziheng's uncle. The affairs of the Z family are also my affairs. Why can't I come? Village hero's father. It's uncle. I'm the eldest son. Is it appropriate for you to still be so concerned about this at a time like this? The village chief also felt it wasn't appropriate, but he was unwilling to risk killing him and causing the technology to fall into the wrong hands. You are Ziheng's tenant farmer, so naturally he can deal with you as he sees fit. Liu Hao looked at the village chief and asked calmly, "Do you intend to kill me?" The village chief dared not look him in the eye. His silence was tantamount to an admission. Liu Hao pressed further, asking, "Why did you want to kill me?" They had just agreed to help him relocate to Gong County, but then they turned around and tried to kill his partner. It seems that these days, no one's words can be trusted, no one can withstand the pressure from their family, and they all prioritize the interests of their family, easily compromising with them. The village chief replied with 8 words. If the ruler wants his subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. If the father wants his son to die, the son has no choice but to die. Liu Hao replied firmly, "You can't kill me, or rather, you can't kill me." C2, what a joke. He's your master. If he wants to kill you, he doesn't need any reason. You think you could just say no? That's a huge joke. Liu Hao ignored him and continued to ask the village chief, who was still puzzled. Want to know why? Why? What are you going to use in exchange? Everyone was taken aback, so they had been wandering around for so long, only to find themselves waiting here. The village chief's father said, "You are so young, yet you are full of schemes and tricks. I don't need a reason to kill you. Do you want to force me to do it myself? You must not kill me." The village chief's father, enraged, gripped his sword, about to rise and draw it, but then he reconsidered. "Indeed, I cannot kill him myself. He is my servant, and he has made many contributions to our family line. If I kill him, how will my soldiers view me? How will the world view me?" Thinking of this, he smiled smugly and sat back down. "That's right. Neither my son nor I can kill you. The reasoning is so simple. Do you think I'm unreasonable? Why should I offer you anything in exchange? I hope you know both of these things." After saying that, he turned to look at the other 3. Now that he and his son can't kill me, what about the 3 of you? Who's willing to take action? The foreman certainly understood why the father and son couldn't kill him. Similarly, my son and I are also direct beneficiaries of his kindness. He gave the porcelain treasure directly to my son. If my father and I were to kill him, it would be firstly unrighteous and immoral. Secondly, it would deeply offend the entire clan leader's lineage. Because this means that my father and I coveting the porcelain business is tantamount to coveting the position of clan chief. My son and I are not here to kill you. We simply want to do something practical for the family. I see now. If he really wanted to kill me, the village chief wouldn't say a word for me. Liu Hao finally looked at C2. Then you're even less likely to kill me. Based solely on the word you, it would be perfectly reasonable for me to kill you right now. How can you say I wouldn't kill you? Liu Hao replied confidently. You're coming to kill me and steal my treasure, so why can't I address you as you? But you won't kill me. You're not here to kill me. You are Zhuo's tenant farmer. Why would I need to kill you myself? Then tell me, what am I after? Want to hear it? Bring something in exchange. Don't think you can rest easy just because I won't kill you myself. If none of the 5 of you can kill me, then if your subordinates do so, it will be equivalent to the 5 of you directly taking action. Whoever takes action will be at a great disadvantage. And most of you here only know one side of this great disadvantage. If you want to know the other side, show us your sincerity. The 3 old men, being extorted by a young man, were immediately enraged and stood up, drawing their swords. This action led to the door of the thatched hut being violently pushed open, and 5 girls appeared at the door, carrying various kinds of tools. Upon seeing this, the 5 guards, including the village chief and the township chief, all drew their bronze swords. Liu Hao, there's nothing here. Everyone go back inside. No one is to leave the house without my permission. But, no buts, all of you get back inside. The 5 girls had no choice but to retreat back to their room. The 3 old men shouted, "Don't think we wouldn't dare kill you. You dare to be so disrespectful to us. We'll tear you to pieces." Liu Hao sat there calmly and said indifferently, "There is no such thing as a free lunch. The more free something is, the more price is already marked in the dark, and the higher the cost behind it will be. Do you know why I dare to show you the 2 most profitable methods in the world right now?" Liu Hao glanced at the 3 men, still holding his sword. "Don't put on such a furious act and conspire with each other to kill me. Your faces are already filled with the scheming and backstabbing among yourselves. You don't need ways to make money. You just want the greatest power in the family, right? But do you know that this trip is directly related to the fate of the three of you? Judging by your ages and your positions, there must be an elderly clan chief above you, some in his 70s. His Majesty urgently needs to select a new patriarch from among you who can bring prosperity to the family. And all three of you have this opportunity, and you all desperately want to gain the old patriarch's favor. But you are blinded by self-interest and cannot see that the key to success or failure lies with me. In fact, compared to me, those two ways of making money seem less important. All three remained silent, waiting for the other to utter the phrase, "You think you can do that?" So no one spoke. Seeing that they were silent, Liu Hao gave them some time to process what was happening. He then turned to the village chief and asked, "Why must you kill me?" The village chief remained silent. "For the best interests of the family. Is that it?" Chapter 58, Who Dares to Take It? The village chief nodded. "But do you know what your family's greatest interests are?" "What is it?" "If I'm not mistaken, in your view, or even in the view of all of you, it's about finding a way to make money, then using that massive wealth to make your family prosperous, and finally challenging the ruler to take his place. Isn't that right?" It was indeed for this reason that the village chief and the township chief had no choice but to kill Liu Hao for the sake of the family's greatest interests. But can this be admitted? Can it be answered? Utter nonsense. Therefore, your old clan chief is very troubled. He has many descendants, but none of them are capable enough to be of any use. Even now, he cannot find a successor who can satisfy him even slightly. He cannot find anyone who is even slightly kind. They are all people who forget the greater good for petty gains. When a young boy confronted them and berated them, the three old men couldn't keep their composure. "That's enough. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Liu Hao was utterly unafraid. "Try killing me. Whoever dares to kill me, their entire lineage should be prepared to be completely marginalized." Indeed, no one dared to operate on him before they had the technology. He will become the target of condemnation from the entire family. Village chief, further discussion is pointless. What about the methods for brewing wine and making porcelain? Then tell me, who should I entrust with these two most profitable methods of mine? You are my family's farmer, so naturally, you should be handed over to this old man. Do you know why I served one village chief and one township chief? I despise people like you who betray their own people and are disloyal and unjust. Liu Hao, I offer my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shone on the gutter. Originally, all I wanted was for the village chief and I to brew wine peacefully and steadily. The village chief will then take the wine to his family, and the family will then offer a portion of the profits to the king. By cultivating good relationships with other prominent families, we can not only continue doing business, the family can still maintain firm control over this business, and within the family, the business is managed by the village chief. It's equivalent to you being in control. In this way, the family's path will be clear. You not only hold military power, but you also control important sources of funding. It will be difficult for the old patriarch not to appoint you as the new patriarch, so to ensure everything goes smoothly, I've specifically entrusted the porcelain business to the village head, this branch of the village head. Would you dare to take on such a big business all by yourself? You'd definitely have to partner with the village chief, which means partnering with you. In this way, the entire local chieftain's faction should thank you and support you. Originally, you were absolutely certain of victory, but your baffling actions have handed it all over to this minister works. I truly don't understand. These two transactions were originally related to your land. You could have come by yourself. Why did you bring the two of them with you? The village's handsome father was completely speechless after being lectured by him. Why did you bring the two of them along? First of all, everyone had drunk too much that day, and together they reported the matter to the clan chief. The entire clan shared the same hope, to seize control of these two businesses and make them clan property under the sole control of the family. The village chief dared not risk offending the entire clan, so he protected those who possessed these two skills. Secondly, he thought that since he was the head of Liu Hao's family, he could take over the technology and become the new clan leader based on this achievement. Once I become the clan leader, won't both technologies be back in my hands? Finally, those who were misled by everyone. The servants did not report their problems and even dared to negotiate with the master, which was extremely disrespectful. If you can't even manage your own servants, how can I entrust such a vast family business to you? Therefore, you need to get your home in good order first. How to deal with it? Of course, punish the rebellious ones with family discipline. However, in the actual execution process, they never encountered an opponent like Liu Hao, who always liked to play the trick of shifting the universe. Upon meeting, everyone's attention was first drawn to the two precious pearls, and then to the bet on the war horses. Even now, If you try to discuss too technical issues with him, he immediately steers the conversation towards who wants to kill him and who can kill him. It gives one a sense of powerlessness, like having no way to use one's strength and being led by the nose. The village chief's father silently pondered what he had just said. If I do nothing, can I become the new clan leader? C2. From the moment I saw that porcelain treasure, I felt that this matter was extremely unfavorable for my struggle for the throne. Unexpectedly, all of this was deliberately arranged by the young man. If that's the case, then this kid's cunning is terrifyingly deep. The entire family of this generation, all combined, couldn't outmaneuver a single child. This is outrageous. At this moment, C2 desperately wanted to kill him. However, he had already explained the whole story to that simpleton Zara, and that old scoundrel must have understood the implications. It won't be so easy to do anything to him again. After all, the C2 controls the finances, the Sima controls the military, and the vast majority of the Z family soldiers are under Zirua's control. This made C2 extremely uncomfortable. He felt as if this wild boy, through Zirua's power, had firmly bound his hands and feet, leaving him powerless to carry out his plans. Township Commander's father, I just wanted to give it a try. The clan chief also left me with a glimmer of hope. I only wanted to obtain the porcelain treasure method and use it as leverage to win over a group of people and try again. If all else fails, with this technology, even if a family separates, they can still prosper. Judging from this kid doesn't intend to hand over the technology. He never intended to share it from the beginning. Instead, he planned to do everything himself, like brewing wine, and have everyone come to him to buy the products to sell. At this moment, the village chief and the village head buried their heads deep in shame. They thought of keeping the benefits offered by others for their own benefit. But little did they know that the other party had planned for the family's interests from the very beginning. He was right. In the entire family, from the father down to the next 2 generations, there wasn't a single kind and benevolent person. All he could think about was how to seize the money-making technology. He wanted to help me, but I was thinking about how to help my family seize the technology instead of how to protect it. Only in his hands would the family have no reason to take it away. If we want to seize it, it must first go through the hands of Sima and Sigong, and then through the hands of us 2 brothers. Wouldn't that be the same as having it under our control? Now, both sides want to take it over. Upon closer examination, once seized, it's impossible to hold on to. First of all, both families will be labeled as unrighteous, ungrateful, and heartless. How could anyone feel at ease in trusting the heavy responsibility of the family to such a person? If I don't hand it over, it's tantamount to betraying my family. If I hand it over, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Seeing that everyone had been sitting there silently with their heads down for so long, and had long since put down the sword they had drawn earlier, Liu Hao noticed that everyone had been keeping their heads down. I feel the timing is right. It's time to discuss the specifics of the deal. He got up, went back to his room, took out 2 small wooden boxes, and placed them on the table. These 2 wooden boxes, one inscribed with the method of making porcelain treasures, the other with the method of brewing wine. As long as you strictly follow the instructions, you can make porcelain treasures and brew the finest wine in the world. Tell me, the 3 of you, who should I pass these 2 techniques on to? Chapter 59 next time. Come with sincerity. The 3 old men, including C2, had gleaming eyes. The village chief and the township chief, on the other hand, stared at Liu Hao. This move was clearly a message to the 2 of them. Due to your despicable actions, we're sorry. Our previous cooperation is canceled. If you want to cooperate, let's start over. Only C2 was secretly pleased, unaware of what was inside the 2 boxes, given how crudely made the wooden boxes were. It was leftover scrap from shipbuilding, which Liu Hao simply processed to store some small, easily lost items. Since we share these 2 technologies, there are only 2 possible outcomes for such a large business deal. Either a successful collaboration or someone else snatching it away. We were well prepared for that. C2 reached out to open the box and see what was inside. He reached out halfway before being stopped by the village's handsome father. What are you going to do? What do you think? This is my territory, he is my tenant, and he is surrounded by my guards. Of course, I will not hand over such a big business to someone else. Previously, I was held hostage by my family, but now it's different. Once I acquire it, it will all be under my control. C2 was helpless. He couldn't defeat him in martial arts. She could only watch as he hugged the 2 wooden boxes to his chest and opened the lids. Inside was a folded piece of scrap paper, which Liu Hao had simply made for easy use. But nobody has ever seen this thing. The village elder didn't care about that. He hurriedly took out some straw paper, opened it, and took a look. After sharpening the charcoal, many words were written on it. They looked like words, but he didn't recognize any of them. What was drawn on this? Before Liu Hao could answer, he put the scrap paper on the table, opened the second box, which also contained scrap paper with writing on it. C2 picked it up casually, It contained characters, but he didn't recognize a single one. Are you playing a trick on me? What is this? Naturally, it's an ancestral technique, with detailed records of how to brew the finest wine in the world and how to acquire the finest porcelain treasure in the world. What character is this? Simplified Chinese characters. Village leader. Don't you can't read? Just because I don't recognize bronze inscriptions doesn't mean I don't recognize other characters. Village hero's dad. What does it say on this? Didn't I tell you? Yours is the method of porcelain treasure. When the village chief heard that the porcelain-making technique that originally belonged to his family had ended up in the hands of that old scoundrel Sima, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He said, "Let me take a look." He picked it up casually, and sure enough, there wasn't a single word he recognized. If that's the case, obtaining the secret technique will be useless. The village chief's father angrily snatched the paper away and handed it to Liu Hao. "Read it." Liu Hao calmly said, "I only do things when asked, never when threatened or bribed. If you have the guts, then kill me." You think I wouldn't dare? Liu Hao remained unfazed, not even glancing at the village chief who had already drawn his sword. It stood there, poised to unleash its power. As I just said, neither he nor his son could kill him, especially since they hadn't even obtained the technology yet. The village chief hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, thus finding a way out and raising his sword. Liu Hao quickly pulled and tugged at the two pieces of paper back, carefully folded them, and tucked them into his pocket as if they were precious treasures. The examiner looked at each of the 5 people. "Which of you will take my life?" I just explained to them why we can't kill him. Therefore, none of the 5 people dared to make a move, including their subordinates. If they acted, it means that it was the 5 of them who killed them. They all just stood there motionless, without saying a word. Since no one is making a move, it's getting late, so please leave now. You 5 should go back and discuss this carefully. Who should be given these 2 technologies? And why should they be given them? Although I'm not talented, I would never be so foolish as to hand over my life-saving possession to someone else. I've lost my life and my skills. I hope those who come here can understand. If you want me to produce something, you will never be coerced, only begged. In short, you have to be sincere, and I have to be able to see your sincerity, otherwise you will just be making a wasted trip. The village chief roared, "You are my servant. How dare you speak to me like that? Though I cannot kill you, can I at least bind you?" "Guards!" Liu Hao hurriedly took a step back, quickly pulled out 2 pieces of paper, and darted to the stove. Starting a fire these days is troublesome, and the fire in the stove never goes out, so I put the paper in front of the stove pit. Dared to take 1 step forward, and I will burn both techniques to ashes. Nobody will get them. Village hero's father. Take him down. Liu Hao put it into the stove pit. The clerk and the foreman hurriedly stopped them, saying, "Wait." Village chief, father. No. How is this any different from killing him? The village chief was in a dilemma. He couldn't kill him, but if he didn't, the boy would have him firmly under his control. Where would he put his old face? The key point is that if the technology is lost, one becomes a sinner. If the technology isn't killed, at most one loses face. She could only continue to be humiliated here, so she angrily shook off the village chief's hand and stormed off. C2 was smug. Today, if the emperor were that old scoundrel, he would not only fail to acquire the technology, but also lose face. Just because of the servants he raised, he could bring him down. At that moment, taking him down was the most important thing, so I followed him. With only the village chief and his son remaining, and the main figures gone, staying would only invite criticism. Helpless, they could only glance at Liu Hao and quickly catch up. Seeing that everyone had left, the 5 girls nervously came out of the thatched hut. "Young master." Liu Hao, however, acted as if nothing had happened, saying calmly, "Don't be afraid, they're all gone." Standing atop the lonely mountain, I watched a group of people descend the mountain, circle around to the riverbank, and then row across the river myself. The village chief was so angry he wanted to sink the boat, but then he thought no, he hadn't gotten the technology yet, and that kid was hard to answer. He had a strong mentality, so coercion would definitely not work. He could only try to bribe him. Sink the ship again, and you'll deeply offend him. Neither bribery nor persuasion will work. With a dark expression, he led his men away. Shigo and the others hid in the distance and secretly observed. They knew that nothing good was going to happen when Liu Hao was being chased by cavalry. Seeing that the person had gone far away, he ran to the riverbank to check what had happened. The eldest son's livelihood is crucial to everyone's. There can be no mistakes. Seeing someone waving at them from the other side, they knew their leader was on the other side, but the boat was here. They quickly rowed the boat over, and Liu Hao had already gone down the mountain. "Boss, what happened?" Liu Hao laughed and said, "It's nothing, I just played a game of chess with a few old guys." Shigo and the others didn't know what he was, but that didn't matter, as long as their boss was all right. The group rowed together back to the other side of the river. Everyone continued working in the fields, letting the three of them continue with their own tasks. Liu Hao mounted his old horse and searched downstream along the riverbank. Finally, he found the more than 200 armored soldiers in the reeds about 10 miles away. "Young man, how are you? Lord Sima has already returned home. He is very satisfied with your performance. Your war horses have been sent back. After all, Lord Sima was with you, you understand." Chapter 60. Let's introduce external forces. After coordinating their statements, Liu Hao modified a passage from the Three Kingdoms about Zhuge Liang, making it sound almost divine. They were caught in the Bagua bewitching array. Once inside, the grass and trees would tremble, the wind and rain would rage, and lightning would flash and thunder would roar. Then they would lose consciousness and be captured alive. As for the five people, it is said that they broke in through the gate of death and were swallowed alive by several giant worms that had emerged from the nascent soul stage. Whether they believe it or not, as long as 200 people speak with one voice, no one can do anything about it. To make it more convincing, he even pretended that more than a dozen of his brothers had died. Anyway, he stayed home and wouldn't go out for the time being, figuring he'd deal with it later once things calmed down. Liu Hao casually asked, "Where does this river lead to?" "It leads directly to the sea, and along the river it passes through Zili Township, Zhenbei County, Wei County, and the capital city, all located on both banks of this river. Then you gentlemen, please slowly walk back along the riverbank. We'll meet again someday." So the two team leaders bowed to him in farewell and led 200 brothers downstream along the riverbank. As the sun began to set, after seeing them off for a while, Liu Hao rode off to find Lung Qing and the others. This trip yielded 45 fine war horses. Sima thought the horses were lost due to the defeat, and the captain dared not explain in detail. The lack of horses was even better, so he would demand the 200 horses from Sima again, further escalating the conflict between them. Currently, the fields are under limited development, and there are forests separating the towns from each other. At the easternmost point of Bangshanyi, a small river flows out from the Beidaxing Mountains. It is about 100 meters wide and has a much larger flow than the stream opposite Gushan. Normally, to get to the village capital, you have to wade across the river in the summer. There are many grasslands on both sides of the riverbed. Search upstream for more than a mile, and you'll find a group of girls herding horses in the meadow at the Big Bend. Liu Hao first test drove a few horses, then let the girls try riding them too, adjusting the hardwood stirrups to the right length. With an old horse leading the way, more than 20 girls rode back on horseback. The remaining girls, apart from the 5 who stayed home to cook, also included 5 who herded sheep and lived nearby. First, send all the horses across the river, and then bring the food over so everyone can sit by the river and have dinner together. Liu Hao called the 4 men together, including the big black guy and the little dog. "Lord Sima came today and asked me to make some things for them. It may take about 10 days. During these 10 days, I will not have time to cross the river. I will leave the fields here to the 4 of you to manage, and sow as soon as possible. Hey, don't worry about leaving it to us. We'll do everything the boss says." Liu Hao had already instructed them that morning on what to plant in which field, and that the grain seeds were stored in the village for convenient planting and used nearby. After finishing their meal, Liu Hao led the girls across the river and back home. "Call the girls together. How much flour do we have?" Replying to young master, "The weather has been good lately, and we've been grinding the ingredients. There's enough for a month's use." "That's great. I'll take 2 bags of flour and head to the capital. I'll set off tonight." "Lung Qing, huh? Can't we leave when it's light? It's dangerous at night." Liu Hao didn't want his friends to worry, so he could only tell a white lie. "Lord Sima visited today and asked me to go to the capital." Since it was Lord Sima who spoke, the girls dared not try to persuade him any further. Lung Qing is calm and composed and has leadership qualities, so we'll keep her here to oversee the overall situation. Bring along 10 girls including Fang Yu and Xiang Cao. Although Xiang Cao is a bit thin, she has the advantage of cooking all day long and is quite good at making noodles. This time, we've completely broken ties with the Z family. We only have the technology they desperately want to save our lives, but this isn't a sustainable solution. Since the damage is irreparable, to turn the tide, we must introduce external forces to force the Z family to refrain from making any rash moves. The best place to make connections with powerful families is undoubtedly the capital city. Although the savages cannot enter the capital city, the same applies to those outside the city. After preparing all the necessary items, the girls helped Liu Hao and the others cross the river. I had planned to travel by boat during the day, but there's only one boat available right now, and I also need to take care of the villagers' meals, so I need another boat. If there are enough horses, it's faster to travel by land. 11 people, riding 33 horses, 1 horse carrying goods, 2 horses taking turns riding, and it was a large moonlit place. After walking all night, I've already left my hometown. I finally understand the true meaning of the idiom Beijing Li Sheng, Beijing Li Xiang, which means to leave one's homeland and abandon the fields one cultivates. For the wild people of today, countless people have never left their own village in their entire lives. Going to the next village is considered a long journey, hence the term going far away from home. Between villages, there are often large, uninhabited wilderness areas. Of course, leaving one's hometown is also an extremely dangerous thing. They would either encounter wild beasts, be kidnapped and enslaved, or even be sold in the labor market. So, all the girls are carrying spears. The girls' spears are currently cast, while Liu Hao's red-tasseled spear has a forged spearhead. The tassel was cut from the old horse's tail. 2 old horses were also brought along, ridden by the most timid of them all, Vanilla. After walking until dawn, find a secluded spot by the river, tie the horse with a rope, and leave it there. Xiang Cao and 2 other girls were responsible for gathering food to cook, while Liu Hao and the other girls built a simple rain shelter. It's graying rain now, so it's likely to rain. There are many horses, and they even bring mats. Just find some dry grass to spread out, and you can crawl inside to sleep. This time, I brought a large iron pot and 3 small ladles. Once the accommodations are ready and the meals are cooked, everything will be settled. I brought some ready-made leavened flatbreads and steamed buns to eat on the way, along with some cooked millet porridge, dry cabbage, and a pinch of salt. After eating, exhausted from a day and a night, they all crawled into the haystack and fell asleep in no time. Liu Hao kept one eye open while sleeping, occasionally getting up to check on the horses. If the number was correct, he would move them to a different spot to continue grazing. They fed the animals a little food in the morning and evening, and then set off by moonlight after dark. Otherwise, if you travel during the day, you're likely to be stopped by people who aren't from your hometown, which could cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. It's okay if you encounter a roadblock at an intersection. Just walk around it along the riverbank. Anyway, we have the general direction. The road is always not far from the river. If we follow this river, we can find the capital city. The county has a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers. Liu Hao had many horses, all of them top-quality war horses. After 3 days, he successfully reached the location between Wei County and the capital city. Wei County is in Jiangxi, while the capital city is in Jiangdong, which is exactly where Liu Hao is located. The capital city was located 8 miles east of the Xinjiang River. Even 1,000 years later, it would still be considered a sizable city. The visible section stretches for 3 to 4 kilometers, but the rammed earth wall appears somewhat low and lacks grandeur. The area outside the city is the suburbs, where Chinese people live and the population is dense. Everywhere you look, there are naked children, free-range chickens and ducks, and herds of black pigs roaming around, rooting and shoving. The girls were visiting such a lively and bustling place for the first time, and everything they saw was new and exciting. His smiling face was shattered in an instant by several scholars. Several scholars, armed with long spears and wearing copper belts, blocked their way. Who is it? Liu Hao took out his identity token. Brothers, I'm a native of Jinbeiyu, and I came in a hurry. I accidentally lost my travel document on the way. Could you please do me a favor? As he spoke, he took out 4 glass beads, each slightly larger than a soybean. Chapter 61, Selling Dumplings in the Suburbs. Ever since I agreed to trade glass beads for a war horse at the horse trader's place, I've known that these things are very valuable in the eyes of this group of people. So they made a lot of things, big and small, and used them as money. The scholar took a look and saw a precious pearl he had never seen before, which seemed even more valuable than regular pearls. Then look at these 11 people, leading 33 fine horses. This is no ordinary commoner. He must be someone working for a powerful family to be so arrogant. What brings you here? The patriarch invented a new food and ordered me to lead a group to the outskirts of the capital. Just set up a stall and make it for the people of our country to try. The elder brothers know that this kind of thing can't be discussed openly, so they specifically asked me to come and handle it. Please, gentlemen, find me a convenient spot. During the few days I've been setting up my stall, several older men have come to visit me. I'll take care of all 3 meals a day. If the food isn't good or tasty, you can overturn my stall anytime, and I won't blame you, brothers. In fact, I'll thank you. Because I wasn't skilled enough. I'll learn from my mistakes and improve my skills. The group exchanged glances. Was this some kind of good thing? Isn't it just about finding a random stall to cook food? He had civilian status, accepted his precious pearl, and was merely a street vendor who also took the initiative to provide meals for several people. This was no challenge for any of them. All right, come with me. I want to see what kind of food is worth coming all this way. The 4 of them arrived at an intersection near the riverbank. This is a ferry crossing with military personnel and residents. It's a fairly large settlement. I pointed him to a spot at the intersection. People coming from the south and going to the north all pass through here, so you can set up your stall at this intersection. There was originally a thatched hut here for people to rest in. Where did you get your horses? They're all top-quality war horses. The head of the family, the Sima of Zhenbei County, specially dispatched these horses and my younger brother to make it easier to bring the items here. Then you'd better keep a close eye on it. If you lose it, you won't be able to pay it back even if you sell yourself. Definitely, definitely. You can let the horses graze by the river at other times, but remember to tie them up at night. Thank you. Once I have prepared the food, I will invite you brothers to enjoy it. That's great. If you need to buy anything, there's a market at the ferry crossing by the river. You can go there to exchange your goods. The four were quite kind-hearted. After explaining some precautions, they returned to their posts. Liu Hao and the girls unloaded the things from the horses and cleaned the inside and outside of the thatched hut thoroughly. They gathered stones, dug up some yellow soil, plastered a stove, and set up a large iron pot on it. Forget about tables. Even in the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period, high-ranking officials and nobles would kneel on mats in their homes, with at most a small table for them to lean on. So they brought straw mats and soft reed cushions. A few girls went to the riverbank to collect some dry, long poles. When they came back, they cut them into sections, laid them on the ground, put mats on top, covered them with straw mats, wiped them clean with a rag, and that was their dining table. There are 4 dining seats in total. Liu Hao then took a girl to the ferry market to see what they could trade. At this time, plants are sprouting and wild vegetables are growing. The market sells wild vegetables, pork, mutton, and dog meat. People from Wasteland County on the other side of the river often cross the river to trade goods, so the market here has a fairly complete selection of items. I asked around and found out that pork is more expensive than mutton here because the people trading here are all poor and pork has more fat, making it more satisfying. The pricing standard is based on grain units. 1 pound of pork is equivalent to 5 bowls of millet, and 1 jar of millet is equivalent to 10 large bowls, with each bowl weighing about 2 pounds. 1 pound of mutton costs 3 bowls of millet, while mutton is the most expensive, costing 6 bowls of millet per pound. Liu Hao first went to the government-run grain exchange shop, where he exchanged a small glass bead for 20 jars of millet, and then used the grain to exchange for meat. They traded 10 jars of millet and over 200 gene of millet for 20 gene of pork belly. Wild vegetables are very cheap. You can exchange a bowl of rice for a lot of wild celery. Take the remaining grain back and save it for next time. This requires expanding the thatched shed to create a place to store grain. The girls were instructed to clean the pork, bring their own large bamboo rakes, and use a saw to cut it from a tree with a diameter of over 60 centimeters. Many hands make light work. With division of labor and cooperation, some kneaded the dough, others washed the vegetables. After Liu Hao finished processing the grain, he came over, picked up 2 cleavers, and started chopping meat. The girls were shocked to see that he had wasted such a fine piece of pork. "Young master, what are you doing? The pork is chopped too finely. It will disintegrate when it's cooked in the pot. Don't worry, I'll get you guys something you've never eaten before. Just wait and see." He busied himself for a while, first chopping all the pork, then chopping all the wild celery, putting them into the same jar, adding some soybean oil and a little salt, and stirring all together. "Do you remember the vegetable dumplings we had last time?" Young master, do you want to make the same thing we had last time?" "That's right. Let's make some dumplings today. After the dough has risen, I'll teach you how to make steamed buns tomorrow." The girls I brought this time are all excellent at making cabbage dumplings. After a flurry of activity, 3 large pot lids filled with sorghum stalks were prepared. Some of the stalks were put into the pot to boil, and the mixture was cooked using a 3-stage water addition method. Liu Hao ran to the military post. "Brothers, the food is ready. Shall we bring it over to you, or would you like to take a seat over there?" After thinking it over, the group decided that in case of poisoning, it would be best to go there first so that 2 of them could go first. So the 2 scholars followed Liu Hao to the thatched hut. The aroma was enticing even from a distance. After they were seated, Liu Hao brought up 2 large bowls of dumplings shortly afterward. "Brothers, please eat first. We'll bring you some dumpling soup. The soup will help you digest the food. Eating only dumplings will make you thirsty." As he spoke, he went and ladled out 2 more bowls of dumpling soup and brought them over. Seeing that the 2 of them dared not touch their chopsticks, he got himself a serving and sat down next to them. "Young man, what kind of food is this? I've never seen it before." "This is made by hulling wheat grains and grinding them several times in a fine flour, making the finest grains. This is called dumplings. It's a pity I don't have any wine here. Otherwise, dumplings with wine would be more and more delicious. Please try a bite first, brothers, and see if it suits your taste." Liu Hao picked one up and took a small bite. It's missing peppercorns, Sichuan peppercorns, and 13 spice powder. If I had a bowl of soy sauce and added some minced garlic and chili oil, it would be perfect. Overall, after being without food for so many days, it still tasted very delicious. The 2 of them couldn't resist picking up dumplings and putting them in their mouths. It wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't tried it, but after tasting it, I almost burst into tears. Although he was a low-ranking soldier, He had eaten plenty of good food during his many years of fighting in the north and south. Even so, they had never tasted such delicious food in their lives. The feeling was like opening the door to a new world for the two of them, making them feel like they were floating on air and unable to control themselves. In a flash, he devoured the huge bowl of dumplings, weighing about 2 pounds, in a flurry of chopsticks, leaving it completely empty. They were still a little hungry, but after taking a big gulp of dumpling soup, they felt they were already full and couldn't eat any more. He kept praising them, then went back satisfied and told the other brothers, "How is it? What kind of food is it? How does it taste?" The two bald men stared at the sky, silent for a long time, and then each shed a tear. Chapter 62, The Disappointed County Magistrate. In the county governor's mansion in Zhenbei County, the three officials, C2, Sima, and Sigong, knelt before the elderly 70-year-old patriarch, Zilong. An aged voice, hoarse and lisping from missing teeth, questioned, "So you mean the three of you, leading over 1,000 armored soldiers, returned empty-handed?" C2, "Father, I am willing but unable. You have failed to discipline the servants." This caused that wild boy, only 13 years old, to have no respect for elders and be unruly. "If Zerua still colludes with that wild boy to cheat me, making me owe them 200 war horses for no reason. And the child's 5 personal guards, to this day, have vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Moreover, that wild brat is incredibly audacious, daring to humiliate the 3 of us elders in every way. Even he, the head of the family, was thoroughly criticized in front of the guards. This is all because of their indulgence. Father, please do justice for your child." The implication is that he couldn't even discipline a lowly servant in his household. And with such a corrupt mind, how could he possibly manage the entire family in the future? The county magistrate remained silent, turning to Sima to see how he would argue. "Sima, father, you are wise. It is true that the little savage is my servant, but I have also investigated. He wandered here from somewhere around the beginning of the first month of this year and came to Bangshani. He was conscripted into the household by the village chief Tu Fong under my son Heng's command. He was tricked into becoming a servant and used to cultivate the fields of the 3 enclaves in Jiangxi. He was not originally my servant." The county magistrate suddenly spoke up. "Where is that village chief? Bring him to me." Sima asked in astonishment. "You can't come?" "Why?" "The other day, when my son came to tell me about the winemaking, I wanted to bring him along, but unexpectedly, he fell into the river while crossing it and drowned. Actually, it was because the village chief didn't want the news that he possessed the supreme crystal cup to spread, so he deliberately silenced him." The county magistrate, his expression unreadable, asked, "So you mean, to this day, no one knows that person's origins?" Sima didn't dare to answer, but silently nodded. The scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long silence, the county magistrate asked again, "So, what are your plans for handling this matter next?" Sima was in a dilemma. His son's servant was someone he couldn't take the technology from. He couldn't kill him, nor could he tie him up. He couldn't think of any other way but to make a deal. It's best not to speak yet. Let's see what the other two have to say first. Seeing him bow his head and remain silent, the county magistrate turned his gaze to the local official. "C2, that wild boy is incredibly cunning. He claims to have written the techniques on some kind of cloth, but I don't know if that's true or not. If we forcibly seize it, everything will be reduced to dust. If it's truly genuine, then all will be well. As long as we find a way to seize it, we can always find someone who recognizes those words. But if it's fake, then this matter will be extremely detrimental to our Z family. Not only did we fail to obtain the method, but we also became the laughingstock of the world. From now on, my family will have no face to stand in the world. Forcibly seizing the possessions of one's servants is something that is universally despised. If they are strong enough, that's fine, but once the world knows the benefits of these 2 techniques, all that will remain is envy. But if you fail to grab one, you'll be incredibly embarrassed." C2 was not unaware of this principle. He understood it from the very beginning. The purpose of bringing this up now is still to attack Sima. If your servants have caused the family to fall into trouble, it is as if you have placed the family in an extremely unfavorable situation. County magistrate, then tell me, how should we handle this situation? C2 wouldn't interfere at this time, having already personally investigated what kind of person that wild boy was. Now is the perfect time to push the difficult task onto Sima, obstruct him, and wait for him to botch the job before it becomes the perfect opportunity for me to show my skills. We can also see whether Sima takes a hard or soft approach and how it goes. Then, use countermeasures according to the circumstances. In my opinion, that wild boy is first and foremost Ziheng's servant. As the head of the family, Zerua should be the one to handle this matter. Otherwise, I would not have a right to speak on his behalf. Unless Zerua is willing to make it clear to father that he is handing this matter over to me, We can only wait and see how Zirua handles it. The county magistrate looked at Sima. Sima wanted to take the lead in this matter, and he wanted the two outsiders to stop meddling. Seeing that the chief administrator had said this, he immediately replied, "This matter should be treated as my family affair. I will present it to you, father, after I have obtained the technique." "What do you think, father? What do you plan to do?" "First promise them benefits, then devise a plan to take them." "Then why didn't you do the same thing when you went there this time?" "I was just momentarily blinded by that wild boy's disrespect for his elders and acted impulsively. I will certainly not do it again next time." The county magistrate sighed. "Alas. So you three, all over 50 years old, with your status, experience, and martial prowess, couldn't even defeat a 13-year-old child? You were defeated? It's not that we can't beat him, but there are unavoidable hidden reasons." "What's the hidden story?" "The main problem is that the technique is in his hands, which makes the three of us feel restricted." The county magistrate closed his eyes tightly. No matter what he said, wasn't he still being manipulated by others? "Let's put this matter aside for now. None of you three should get involved for the time being." Sima and Sidhu felt a sense of foreboding. What did this mean? Not interfering in the two techniques meant not interfering in the business that would make money in the future, and not interfering in the family's greatest source of wealth. Is this a move to hand over the position of clan leader to one of his younger brothers? Father. The county magistrate didn't even want to look at the two brothers again. He closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling them all to leave. The two brothers wanted to try again, but the county magistrate had already had his servants help them leave the main hall. They could only glare at each other angrily, give a cold humph, and retreat dejectedly. As soon as the county magistrate stepped out of the back door, a young man in his early 20s rushed over to help him up. He was Ziyuan, the youngest son of the county magistrate. "You heard everything? I was worried about my father's health, so I stayed here to keep watch, and I overheard everything by accident. What are your thoughts?" "I am very curious about that person." At the age of 13, he was able to calmly deal with his three older brothers, not only preserving the family's traditional skills, but also escaping unscathed. "He is truly remarkable. I would like to go and meet him in person." The county magistrate was also very curious. What kind of person could possess such outstanding skills at such a young age? "This matter is not urgent. Let me first take care of the affairs of the court, and then I will go with you for a while." Just as spring planting was in progress, the battle that took place the winter before last year lasted until the end of spring. Not only was the enemy defeated, but it also seriously affected last year's spring planting. This has greatly weakened Xinghua's national strength, which is why it is taking this issue very seriously this year. The capital dispatched many ministers to inspect spring planting matters in various regions. The main purpose was to have a clear understanding of the situation and then study how much additional tribute should be paid to each fiefdom this year in order to alleviate the tight national treasury. This presents an opportunity for Jinbei County. We're lucky this year. We've acquired ox plowing technology. This was a golden opportunity to maximize the family's profits using this technology, and it was one that could not be missed. Therefore, the old county magistrate wanted to personally receive the special envoy from the imperial court. Promise. Chapter 63, The Prosperous Prince. In Guandu, a suburb of the country, at a crossroads, in a thatched hut by the woods, Liu Hao had just finished entertaining the soldiers at the military post and had the girls cook dumplings for them so they could have a good meal. Then, those who were tired went to rest in the temporary thatched huts at the back. They can't all fall asleep. Otherwise, with 33 horses and such a great fortune, it would be very easy for someone to take them all at once. Although those scholars claimed they would help him take care of things, he was still worried. The main thing is not to miss any opportunities. Although Guandu is real, the problem is that not many important people pass through here every day. These dumplings aren't for ordinary people. They can't afford them anyway. Ordinary people passing by would see people in a shed, but no sign advertising anything for sale and wouldn't dare to ask. Just as he was yawning listlessly, a group of people suddenly appeared and came from the direction of the capital city. "Which high-ranking official is on tour?" While there was still some distance, we quickly got moving. Add more firewood to the stove, and have the girls still on duty take out 4 porcelain plates, wash them clean, and cook a small plate of dumplings first. As the group approached the intersection, a small plate of dumplings was already cooked. Liu Hao carried the dumplings to the outside of the thatched shed and sat down in a very comfortable posture. Let the scholars who cleared the way pass first, and when the well-dressed people in the carriages behind arrive, shout. White egrets fly before Mount Shisai. Peach blossoms float on the water, and dumplings are plump and delicious. Picking up a dumpling that looked like a white jade ingot, fresh out of the pot and scalding hot, I quickly stuffed it into my mouth, panting and wincing from the heat, my face showing a mixture of pain from the heat and pure enjoyment of the deliciousness. I would eat 300 Xinhua dumplings a day and not mind being a Xinhua citizen forever. The general among the scholars was furious. He hadn't bothered to clear out the shed because there were only a few young men and women inside. Now, instead of staying quietly in the shed, they had come out to show off. He personally rode forward and shouted, "How dare you? Who makes such a racket here? A distinguished guest is on tour. You shall make way." As he spoke, he drew his sword. Liu Hao remained calm and unhurried. So what if he had to avoid it? He was on tour with the general leading the way. He was no ordinary nobleman. Advertising was unavoidable, so he placed the plate in a conspicuous spot and obediently retreated back into the thatched hut. The general then gave up, spurred his horse to return to the ranks, and wondered what he had just seen that he thought he had never seen before. I turned my head to look at the ground. What is this thing? At the same time, a well-dressed man of about the same age as the village's handsome father, an old scholar in his early 50s, ordered the procession to stop. Liu Hao only came out to show off after seeing this person. "General, my lord, what is it? Whose words were those for, just now spoken?" The general shouted from inside the tent. "The Lord has summoned you. Come forward and answer him at once." Liu Hao had no choice but to come out of the thatched hut and bow. "In reply to your question, sir, the poem you just recited was spoken by the hermit of the dragon." The dragon-riding hermit? Who is he? I've never heard of him before." Just as Liu Hao was about to speak, another boy, about 16 or 17 years old, with an even more arrogant demeanor than Liu Hao, stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop moving?" While the two were talking, Liu Hao quickly picked up the plate that had been placed on the ground, examined it carefully to see if it was dusty, blew on it, and then quickly turned around and carried it back to the mat in the thatched hut. "Ah, my lord, the verses recited by that young man just now were extremely eloquent. They should be recorded and read aloud by others." The young master clearly had no interest in literature, but was very curious about what the boy had just taken back. He was just a commoner, yet he used a plate that looked like topaz to serve his food. It was incredibly extravagant. Even I, a young master, have never been so extravagant. How can anyone in the world be more extravagant than me? "Cancer? Kid, what were you holding just now? Show it to me." This man is a prince, and these days, the title of prince is not used casually. Only the sons of the ruler are entitled to be called princes. Could this be a little prince? There's no need to pretend with him when he's so unsophisticated. So the plate was brought back to the boy. The three of them's eyes lit up at the same time. This plate was exquisite, clearly a priceless treasure, perfect for serving gourmet food and entertaining distinguished guests in the homes of high-ranking officials and nobles. "Child, what kind of food is this?" "Daxing dumplings." "We're Daxing dumplings." It is a unique delicacy produced within the territory of Daxing Kingdom. It also implies that eating this food regularly will bring prosperity to the country, the family, and every household, and Daxing Kingdom will surely prosper. The old scholar said, "Although the meaning is beautiful, you young men are really good at scheming. You want to use the name of the national fortune of my great Qing Kingdom to forcibly sell the goods you are selling. This not only damages the reputation of my great Qing Kingdom, but also has the appearance of forced selling. Do you know your crime?" Liu Hao retorted, "I cannot agree with what this master has said. If everyone in my great Qing Kingdom, from high-ranking officials to commoners, can eat this, wouldn't that be the best proof of my great Qing Kingdom's prosperity?" The young master immediately revealed a shy but delighted smile. Wow, this kid is quite something. He can actually hold his own against this old scholar. As someone who loves watching gossip, he instinctively and naturally took the plate from Liu Hao's hand and sat down on the stone stool next to him. He picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth. "Guard General, young master." "Oh no, it's too late." This young master isn't worried about the poison at all. He picked it up and ate it. By the time he tried to stop him, the dumpling was already in his mouth. "How can you, young master, easily consume things of unknown origin?" "Wow," the young master suddenly exclaimed, his face showing disbelief as he stared at the dumplings on the plate, frozen in place. The unsuspecting guard commander, thinking Liu Hao had been poisoned, drew his sword and held it to Liu Hao's neck. "How dare you? You have the audacity to poison the young master." The young master exclaimed with delight, "I don't know if it's poisonous or not, but this is a delicacy I've never tasted in my entire life." "What did you just say it was called?" Liu Hao pursed his lips and kept quiet. "I'm asking you a question. Do you dare not answer?" "I'm a coward by nature and have never seen weapons before. This general has a sword to my neck, and I'm so scared that I almost wet myself. How dare I answer?" The young master became even more interested and stuffed 2 more dumplings into his mouth. "You child, your words are quite amusing and quite bold. You say you're about to wet yourself with fear, yet you show no sign of being scared at all. Do you know what the punishment is for deceiving the emperor?" "How can this be called the crime of deceiving the emperor?" "Look, I haven't committed any crime. If the Daxing dumplings are poisoned, then we should wait until the young master is poisoned before we can convict him. The young master is enjoying his meal, but he's forcing me with a sword, as if I've committed a heinous crime. Your Highness, and this gentleman, do you think there's even a hint that this general is robbing a commoner of a delicious meal on behalf of this young master from Yushulinfeng? Sure enough, it really happened. A general drew his sword and held it against a child, while another boy snatched what was in his hand. This. Chapter 64, Lao Tzu said, General, how dare you? Who are you, young master, and who are I, to steal from a commoner like you? Although this young master is clearly a person of unparalleled nobility, although this general is clearly a veteran who has fought countless battles, my daxing dumplings are unique in the world, and the plate on which the dumplings are served is also a one-of-a-kind porcelain treasure. The young master and the old scholar waved their hands simultaneously, signaling the general to put away his sword. Young master, it's just a plate. Just name your price, and I'll have someone bring it to you. I've never sold it before. Whatever you say it's worth, young master, is what it's worth. In the blink of an eye, the few dumplings they had eaten were gone. Do you still have daxing dumplings? Liu Hao pointed to the side of a large pot on the sorghum stalk lid, where there was another lid wrapped up. It just so happens that I didn't have a good appetite this morning and didn't eat enough. I'll cook it all for you, sir. Please have a taste. The old scholar, young master, you mustn't. It's all right. These daxing dumplings are indeed delicious. Didn't I just have a plate of them? A eunuch approached and said, My lord, there's no need to worry. With this old servant here, I certainly wouldn't dare let anything happen to the young master. You should have come over sooner to help taste the poison. So the group went into the thatched hut, and Liu Hao called to the girl to put the dumplings in the pot. The old eunuch personally oversaw the entire process, from the moment the food was put into the pot until it was plated. There were quite a few plates in 3 types, one with a tile surface, one with a glossy black lace surface, and one with a porcelain surface. For large porcelain platters were used to hold a treasure. The old eunuch took one of the platters and tasted it first. We need to wait and see if the poison takes effect. The young master said, Cook some more and send it to the palace so that the emperor and father can also taste it. Remember to serve it in a porcelain container. Liu Hao, sorry, we only have these few sabao left, that's all. How dare you? Knowing that this place is so close to the capital, the king will surely want to try it. Why not prepare more? Because there are only 5 of them in total. If we want more, it will take a long time before 5 more are produced. Were these porcelain treasures born? Did a large porcelain treasure give birth to a small porcelain treasure? The old scholar said, Nonsense. This thing looks like pottery to me, so it must have been fired. Liu Hao. Indeed, a man of immense learning and talent. Indeed, he was born from a kiln. But to produce such a thing is extremely rare. Perhaps only 1 porcelain treasure can be created among 100 kilns. I don't know exactly how it came to be. I only know that it was created by chance from a pottery kiln. And I've never heard of any other kiln in the world that could produce such porcelain treasures. Perhaps, only in the kilns of Yulong Mountain residents can such porcelain treasures be produced. The old scholar beckoned him over. Come here, I have something to ask you. Liu Haolong sat down with the 3 of them. Eunuch, how dare you? Who are you? How dare you sit at the same table as the young master? Confucius said, There is no order of precedence in learning. Those who are accomplished are teachers. I am now discussing learning with the young master, the teacher, and the general. Young master, oh ho ho, you little brat, you want to be my teacher? Come, please let me test you. If you can't answer, see how I punish you. Confucius said, When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can teach me. I will choose his good points and follow them, and correct his bad points. In the pursuit of knowledge, there is no right or wrong, only what suits oneself. Just choose what suits you to learn. The old scholar was already astonished. How could such knowledge exist in the world? How come I have never heard of it before? I wonder, whose words did you just cite? As Lao Tzu said, since there is no Shang dynasty or Zhou dynasty here, there can be no Confucius or Laozi, Li heir. So this is what Liu Hao, this Tao Te Ching, said. Laozi? Who is he? I shall pay him a visit another day. He must be a great talent. All we know is that he was the master of the dragon-riding hermit and lived in Ghost Valley, but we don't know any other details. The 4 lines you just recited, were they spoken by the hermit of the dragon-riding sect? I was just about to ask, who exactly is this hermit of the dragon-riding sect? Sir, please don't overestimate that person, otherwise you will be very disappointed when you meet him. Those 4 lines are called poetry. What is poetry? It's about expressing your thoughts and feelings in a certain way, according to certain rules, whether it's 4-character, 5-character, or 7-character lines, using the most appropriate words, and following certain rhythms and parallelisms. In fact, it's just about expressing your feelings. It's not very useful except for pleasing your mind. It's just a waste of time in life. You might as well use that time to make a few more dumplings and eat them. Young master, Hee hee, I think this kid's words are brilliant, but they're really useless. You'd be better off eating a few more dumplings. The old scholar said, Young master, please don't say such things. If His Majesty hears you, you will be punished again. This trip is only for the purpose of stabilizing agriculture and promoting rural development. These dumplings are indeed delicious. I wonder what grain they are made of. Wheat grains. General, what? Such a delicious dish is made from such cheap grains. Liu Hao looked at him like he was an idiot, too lazy to say anything. The main reason is that I don't want to reveal trade secrets. I want them to go home and figure out themselves. How would they know how difficult it is to make flour if they don't try it themselves? It's not as simple as just grinding it into powder. Wheat was widely sown from the Xia and Shang dynasties, and stone mills were invented during the spring and autumn period. It did not become a staple food in the north until the Song dynasty. It took thousands of years to figure out how to remove the bran and process it into flour suitable for consumption. Before the Tang dynasty, millet was the staple food in the north. It's essentially an improvement on the stone mill, dividing it into 8 zones and carving several diagonal lines in each zone, called the 8-zone diagonal line method or the 10-zone diagonal line method, to achieve optimal grinding. Currently, only Liu Hao possesses ironware. This presented Liu Hao with an excellent business opportunity to sell stone mills. They went back and carved it themselves with copper chisels, and they realized how many copper chisels they would have to break to buy a new millstone. Only those who understand how difficult it is to make a stone mill can offer a high price. Just like the local warlord, he directly sent 40 cattle and hundreds of jars of grain. The old scholar asked, where is the Imperial Dragon residence located? White egrets fly in front of Shisai Mountain, right at the entrance of the Daxingjiang Grand Canyon. The old scholar immediately looked troubled. That was a dangerous place. If he was all right, he really wouldn't dare to go in that direction while accompanying the young master on his inspection of spring planting in various places. I'll have to wait until next time to visit him alone. Young master. So these Daxing dumplings were also made by the Hermit of the Dragon's Revenge? These plates of dumplings were made by my wife, but the first batch of dumplings was indeed made by the Hermit of the Dragon. You young man, you think you're so clever? I'm asking about the first one. Oh, I see. So, these wheat flours of yours must also have come from him. Your Highness is wise. Sir, didn't my father order me to inspect the spring planting in various places? Why don't you go for a while? I want to see if someone who can cook such delicious food can also do a good job of planting the fields. General, my lord, you mustn't. That place is located on the frontier, and the mountain barbarians often come out to roam there. Chapter 65, talking about a deal with a young master. The old scholar was also trying to persuade him. Instead of giving a response, the young master suddenly asked Liu Hao, tell me, should I go to this Royal Dragon Mountain residence? Does this guy think I deliberately lured him there? Frankly speaking, Liu Hao didn't care whether he went or not. What Liu Hao wanted most was a trade route. Securing a special supply of goods for the monarch would be in one's greatest interest. We can't say we'll go. Offending those 2 people might also offend the young master. It's not that we can't go, but how can an outsider dictate the young master's itinerary? That would be a major taboo. Then all I can say is, as the saying goes, money can't buy happiness. If you're happy, then go. If you're not, then find somewhere you'll be happy. So, guess whether I'm happy to go or not? One is a scholar, the other a warrior. When a young master asks a question, they can't interrupt. They can only keep an eye on Liu Hao, making sure the young master doesn't get led to such a dangerous place. If they encounter the Shanrong raiding the south, neither of them will survive. Liu Hao, whether you are happy or not, I do not know. I only know that you will definitely be unhappy after you arrive. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, this young man was quite interesting to talk to. Unlike ordinary people who would just answer whatever was asked, he answered from a very interesting angle and even lured you to ask more questions. Young master, oh? Why is that? Because imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. What do you mean? There is a big gap between imagination and reality. Some things are made to sound mysterious, but once you see them with your own eyes, you realize that they are just boasting and nothing special. Then tell me, Xinhua also has pottery kilns, so why have I never heard of them producing porcelain treasures? Xinhua has millions of people, so why have I never seen anyone make such delicious Daxing dumplings? Why is it only at Yulong Mountain residence that they have them? And your Confucian sayings, why have I never heard of them before? It must be said that this young master's intelligence is far superior to that of anyone he has met before. All thoughts and questions are based on fundamental principles. He's seriously doubting himself, so he can't just spout nonsense. He might lose his head. It's just a porcelain treasure. If you like it, young master, you can certainly buy it all. Send word to the Imperial Dragon residence that all porcelain treasures produced there must be sent only to the young master. There's no need to go in person. It's like if the young master wants a drink of water. We could simply send people to dig a well. There's no need to do it ourselves. Similarly, if you, young master, enjoy daxing dumplings, you can simply instruct the palace chefs to learn how to make them. If you want to hear what Confucius said, just have someone bring it to you. Why go there in person? Young master, I'm just curious. What does someone with such talent look like? Then there's no need for you to go in person, young master. Why? Are you saying that I can just send someone to kidnap him and bring him here? Is that right? There's no need to tie me up. Look, could that dragon-riding hermit be me? You, general, how dare you, a commoner, consider yourself a scholar? A fish left in a dried-up rut will wither and die in a day or two. What difference is there between a person without ambition and that fish? What do you mean? What's the difference between a person without ideals and a salted fish? I was a slave just yesterday, and I'm a commoner today. Maybe one day I can become a scholar? Becoming a scholar is my greatest ideal in life. The old scholar said, "Do you know that it is easy for a slave to rise to the status of a commoner, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for a commoner to rise to the status of a scholar? Nothing is impossible for a willing heart. As long as I can make great contributions to the prosperity of the country, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a title of, sure, a low-ranking official. You? What makes you think you, a mere young boy, can make such a great contribution to the nation?" Liu Hao tapped the plate, glanced at the three of them silently, and finally fixed his gaze on the young master's face, looking at him quietly without saying a word. "Young master, what do you mean? You think you can bribe me with a few porcelain treasures? You think you can get into the rank of scholar with just a few trinkets? What you see is a plaything, but what I see is the fate of the nation. General, how dare you? You, a mere commoner, dare to speak ill of the fate of the nation. You are simply audacious. Though my position is humble, I dare not forget my duty to the country. Even after the matter is settled, I must wait until my coffin is closed. If it benefits the country, I will risk my life. How can I avoid it because of fortune or misfortune?" The two poems, when put together, amplified his feelings of loyalty to his country and people. When the three men were impressed by the young man's loyalty and righteousness, they couldn't help but feel ashamed when they compared themselves to him. The old scholar said, "I've memorized this poem. I'll write it down on the most expensive silk and hang it on the wall so I can recite it every day. Tell me, how can something that serves food be related to the fate of the nation?" Judging from his words and the bewildered expressions of the other two, it is clear that we live in an era that is extremely lacking in business acumen. "May I ask, sir, what is the estimated value of this plate?" "At most 1 coin. Liu Hao rolled his eyes. "Don't even think about it. Young master, you tell me, what is the value of this porcelain treasure?" "At most 1 copper shell, no more than that." 1 copper shell is equal to 5 copper shells retrieved from sea. Liu Hao was fairly satisfied with the price. "May I ask, how much grain can 1 copper shell be exchanged for?" The young master cannot answer this question. The old scholar, 100 dan of millet. A load is the weight that an adult male can carry, about 120 jin, 60 caddies. Therefore, it can be determined that 1 coin can be exchanged for 20 dan of millet. So, if you, my lord, can exchange 20 dan of grain for a porcelain treasure, and then take the porcelain treasure to another country to exchange for grain, even if you lose 40 dan of grain along the way, wouldn't you still earn 40 dan of grain? And what if you had more porcelain treasures? Wouldn't that help Xinhua obtain a continuous supply of grain, feed more soldiers, and make Xinhua stronger and stronger? Upon hearing this, the young master jumped up and paced back and forth several times before excitedly sitting down again. "How many porcelain treasures do you have?" "The number of porcelain treasures I possess does not depend on me, but solely on the king and the prince. The king and the prince decide how many there are, and that is the number they must have. Not 1 more, not 1 less. 1 more would affect the value, and 1 less would disrupt state affairs. If what you say is true, that you can have as much as your sovereign desires. Well, because this item is extremely rare, its production cost is exceptionally high, requiring a great deal of manpower and resources. In other words, the cost is equivalent to about 15 dan of grain. If each piece is worth 20 shur of grain, then the amount of grain needed will determine the amount of porcelain treasures available. However, this information can only be shared with the 4 of us and His Majesty the King. Otherwise, it would lose its value due to its rarity. The old scholar and the general shouldn't have been there. If word gets out, wouldn't it be our fault? I didn't hear anything." "Liu Hao, general, there's no need to worry. This is a huge business deal. It needs someone to sell it, and it needs someone to manage it. The fact that you two are willing to serve by your side, young master, speaks volumes about your standing in His Majesty's eyes and in your heart. They are all people I trust very much. I can only be responsible for production. I can't let you take them to other countries to sell. Can I?" Upon reporting this to His Majesty the King, You two will surely be given important positions. Of course, there are many complexities, and your majesty still needs to have a broad vision and take overall control. Chapter 66. From now on, you're my brother. At this moment, Xiang Cao was in a dilemma when she was discovered by a eunuch, who ran over to inquire about her. What is it? The dumplings are ready. He hurried over to report. Young master, the Dishing dumplings are cooked. May I ask what should be done with them? Order someone to fetch the food box. Remember to pack it in a porcelain container and send it to the palace. Promise. The eunuch hurriedly brought over a food box and had Xiang Cao fill it. Why is there so little? That's all we have. It will take a long time to remake them. Young master said we won't make any new ones for the time being. Why is that? I don't know either. The eunuch glanced at the four people, who were chatting happily, and dared not disturb them. The dumplings cost 15 yuan, which is a small portion in a modern dumpling restaurant. Aside from the small quantity, it's great in every way. After the lunchbox was packed, Prince Qixing personally went over, gave a few instructions to the eunuch Fong Banban, and then rode swiftly towards the capital. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the king's palace. A man in his 40s, with a dignified appearance, wearing a black brocade robe, a crown, and 9 strings of pearls. In those days, there were no memorials to the throne, but there were books, bamboo books, which were engraved in the bamboo kingdom in the East and sold to countries all over the world. There wasn't even a desk at the moment. He sat there with books in front of him, but he just couldn't concentrate on reading them. The main reason was the difficult state of affairs. After the major defeat last year, a great deal of money and property had to be paid in reparations before the Northern Allied forces were willing to retreat. This led to a severe deficit in the national treasury, making it difficult even for the scholars to make a living. That's why I sent my son to inspect everywhere, to pave the way first. If there's any hope, I'll personally go and borrow grain from the powerful families in the fiefdom. For a ruler of a country to fall to such a state, he felt utterly humiliated and was so worried that he couldn't eat or drink. Eunuch Wang Dabin, Your Majesty, His Highness has sent someone back saying that he has found a novel delicacy near the ferry crossing called Daxing dumplings, which are the finest in the world. His Highness is kind and filial, and especially sent someone to bring them back for Your Majesty to try, to see if they suit Your Majesty's taste. That unfilial son, all he knows is eating, drinking, and having fun all day long. When we sent him to inspect the spring planting, he ran off to have fun again. This is also the young master's way of showing filial piety to His Majesty. Give it to me. The eunuch Wang Dabin went out and brought the food box. Open the lid, and inside, on a jade-like plate, sits a small plate of moon-shaped dumplings as beautiful as jade itself. It looks very fresh and appetizing. According to the rules, Wang Xiaoban, the eunuch who was in charge of serving meals, ate one first. After a long time, it was found to be non-toxic. Wang Dabin ate another one, and it was still not poisonous, so he dared to give it to the king. Fortunately, the weather wasn't cold, and there was still some warmth. Out of consideration for that unfilial son's filial piety, I'll have a small taste. Wow, I hadn't eaten properly for several days, and my body was burning up, so I didn't feel hungry. This taste aroused my hunger. It was another novel food I was trying for the first time, and the taste was simply irresistible. What is this thing called? Daxing dumplings. Not bad, not bad. The meaning is very good. The meaning is very good. That unfilial son is quite thoughtful. But why are there only these few? Who's going to eat this? Once you start eating, you can't stop. You eat them one after another, and they're gone in just a few bites. They're my favorite delicacies. After eating about half full, my cravings are awakened, but then they're gone. The person who delivered the food truly deserves to die. If he were my own son, I would definitely order him to be dragged out and beaten, and even that might not be enough to quell my hatred. Your Majesty, the young master's attendant, Fong Banban, is waiting outside the door. He says that the young master has another message to deliver. Let him in. When there was a lot of water, Fong Banban was brought in. The ceremony is over. Where has that unfilial son gone? Currently, I am in a thatched hut at the Guandu intersection, talking with a young man. I ordered him to inspect the spring planting in various places. Why is he dawdling as soon as he left home? What does that unfilial son have to say? Young Master Yin, please allow Your Majesty to examine the porcelain treasure in the food box. King Qi Zheng then noticed the plate, picked it up, and examined it closely. He had never seen such a thing before. It was so beautiful, like jade, yet different in material from jade. It looks more suitable for holding food than any other vessel in the palace. Is this a porcelain treasure? Indeed, my lord, this thing is the destiny of the nation. When did he, a mere young man, become concerned with such a significant matter as the fate of the nation? My lord said, though I am of humble rank, I dare not forget my duty to the country. Even after the matter is settled, I must wait until my coffin is closed. If it benefits the country, I will risk my life. How can I avoid it because of fortune or misfortune? Oh ho, who taught him to speak like that? Was it the imperial preceptor? Before Fong Banban could answer, Qi Zheng, fearing he might forget again, quickly called for Wang Dabin. These 4 lines are wonderful. Send them to the Grand Minister of Works and have them copied down. I will hang them here and read them every day. Promise. How can something as trivial as a toy be related to the fate of the nation? So Fong Banban truthfully recounted to the king what Liu Hao had said to the prince. Qi Zheng is currently worried about the lack of grain and has to swallow his pride and borrow from the various counties and fiefdoms. If this matter can truly solve Xinghua's urgent problem, that would be wonderful. Quickly, go to Guandu and bring that rebellious son back, along with that imperial dragon hermit, to see me. Inside a thatched shed at the Guandu intersection, Liu Hao was boasting to 3 people. Fong Banban returned, bringing Wang Dabin with him. He ordered the young master to return to the palace immediately and summoned the imperial dragon hermit to an audience. Liu Hao, may I ask, Your Excellency, I am but a commoner, and according to the law, I am not allowed to set foot in the capital. What should I do? This is a summons from His Majesty. Even in the capital city, every household has servants coming and going. Oh, then please wait a moment. Girls, pack your things and come into town with me. Hey, His Majesty only said he summoned you, not anyone else. Why did you bring so many slaves into the city? May I ask, Your Majesty, is His Majesty satisfied with daxing dumplings? It's all right, but there wasn't enough to satisfy my cravings. May I ask, Your Majesty, would you like to sample this at any time? But the palace has its own rules, and not just anyone can enter the palace. No, let my wife teach the imperial chefs in the palace, so that His Majesty can enjoy their food every day. Upon hearing this, the young master exclaimed with delight, That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Now I can enjoy it any time. However, you are so generous. Others with such skills would keep them hidden away, never willing to share them unless absolutely necessary. Why are you so generous? Though we are of humble status, we dare not forget our duty to the country. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. The ruler and the prince are the foundation of the nation, and their fate is in the hands of the people. Therefore, whatever the ruler and the prince need, we will do our duty without hesitation. The young master, who had never seen the world, was instantly moved beyond words by these words and almost shed tears of emotion. Pat Liu Hao on the shoulder. Your loyalty to the emperor and the country is truly a model for us all. If everyone in Xinhua could be like you, how could Xinhua not prosper? You are so loyal and righteous. I hereby swear that from now on you will be my brother. If you do not betray me, I will not betray you. This person speaks eloquently. Unlike others who are timid and hesitant, he dares to say anything and is both talented and loyal. Therefore, the young master was very fond of this boy. Chapter 67 Prelude to the King. Liu Hao, I just want to sell stone mills. If that doesn't work, you can bring me wheat and I'll grind it for you and earn some processing fees. Even if things are really bad, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Would the ruler dare to take something from a commoner for nothing? He would definitely reward him with something. Anyway, we won't lose out either way, and we'll even gain a favor. Whatever you say, I appreciate your kindness, but I wouldn't dare to truly consider you a brother. What? Are you afraid I'll break my promise? Or are you afraid of others' opposition? Don't worry, in informal settings from now on, I'll be your older brother and you'll be my younger brother. If anyone dares to mess with you, come to your older brother and I'll stand up for you. Oh, then, elder brother, please wait here while I go help tidy up. We can't keep His Majesty waiting. General Qi Wu of the Imperial Guard summoned a few men to help tidy up. I had seen horses in the woods behind, but I never expected this young man to be so extravagant, riding 33 fine war horses with 10 women and 1 man. The group of guards watching were all envious. We are scholars, yet we are not even as good as a group of commoners. The key point is that he is so young, and look at us. It's true what they say. Comparisons are odious. Soon, after everything was ready, Liu Hao led the girls, tied the horses in a long string, and followed the group into the capital city openly and legitimately. Although the city walls were low, in those days there wasn't even a ladder, so no one attacked the city. The cloud ladder was invented by Liu Ban in another time and space, also during the spring and autumn period. Although the town was bustling with people, all I could say was heh, as everything had a primitive feel to it. Even the palace where the king lived was nothing compared to this. Even the main pillars were made of spruce wood. It was pitch black inside, like a cave, and you could smell a faint earthy odor emanating from the rammed earth walls. According to palace etiquette, even commoners had to carry a wooden identification plaque when they met the emperor. Liu Hao bowed deeply, sticking out his rear end. Liu Hao, a commoner from Bangjiang Village, Zili Township, Zhenbei County, pays his respects to your majesty the king. You are a resident of Jinbei County. Why did you come here on your own, instead of being brought by Zilong? Does the magistrate of Jinbei County know that you have come to see me? I don't know. Do you know what the punishment is for turning away from the Lord to seek glory in my nation? Liu Hao had anticipated this question during the series of checks and interrogations at the palace gate. In these days, ordinary people can't just leave their hometowns to meet important figures on their own. There are many connections involved behind the scenes. He deserves to die. Knowing it's a capital offense, why did you dare to break the law? Do you know that knowingly breaking the law doubles the punishment? Liu Hao replied readily, death is inevitable either way. Yet everyone must die. Some deaths are as light as a feather, while others are as heavy as a mountain, depending on the purpose for which they are used. If I were to rigidly adhere to the city rules and die in the countryside, I would die as lightly as a feather, a death utterly meaningless. But if I send my 800 cavalry, I will not allow the enemy horses to cross Xingshan. And these 800 cavalry, no matter how hard I try, even if I buy the horses myself and recruit them myself, even Jinbei County will not allow me to possess it. Only His Majesty the King can resolve this predicament. A true man born between heaven and earth. How could he? Oops. I almost blurted out my true thoughts. Yes, a true man born between heaven and earth should carry a 3-foot sword and establish unparalleled merit. How can I die without purpose? I should die a glorious death on the battlefield. It must be said that this young man is truly exceptionally talented in literature. Each of his sentences, taken alone, would become a timeless classic. However, many people like to talk big, talk nonsense, and talk idly. They seem fearless and arrogant. Such people are usually the type who like to brag. You are just a commoner, ignorant of both military and military affairs. How dare you make such a boast? 800 cavalrymen, let alone 800 cavalrymen. Even if we had 1,000 chariots, do you know how to deploy troops? Do you know how powerful the Northerners are? Where there's a will, there's a way. Nothing is impossible for a willing heart. The most important thing is to think things through. Once you figure things out, even a weak country can overcome a strong one, and even a small army can defeat a superior one. Upon hearing this, not only did the king not believe it, but even the prince, the imperial advisor, and the guards thought that this child, though young, was quite good at boasting. I've never seen anyone who can boast so much. Moreover, the way he boasted made everyone else present seem insignificant, as if he alone was omnipotent. The king asked, displeased, then tell me, how can a weak country defeat a strong country? Liu Hao simply replied with 12 words, endure hardship and bide your time, recuperate and rebuild, and befriend distant states while launching an attack. Why did you endure hardship and humiliation to achieve your goal, my lord? In short, it means to endure humiliation and hardship, show weakness to the enemy, and lull the enemy into a false sense of security so that the enemy does not regard our country as a threat, thereby giving our country a chance to recuperate and develop. The Grand Tutor said, what do you mean by befriending distant states and attacking them? I'm asking about the deeper meaning behind it, not just the literal meaning. Make friends with distant countries, form alliances with distant countries, and attack neighboring countries. In this way, there will be no more powerful enemies around us. Until we annex them all, making our country stronger than ever before, we can gradually sweep across the 8 wastelands, unify the world, and become the ruler of all under heaven. These days, it's all right at the bottom, but at the top, lineage and status are extremely important. Liu Hao couldn't stay a commoner forever. If he didn't become a king after transmigrating, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. If he wanted to become the ruler of a country, he only had 2 paths to take. Either help the current ruler unify the world and become the supreme ruler, then divide the world into fiefdoms, and you yourself can be granted a vassal state based on your merits, and then gradually make your own plans. The only option is to revolt, but at present, the savages are firmly locked in their villages, and changing their minds is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Even if an uprising succeeds in one place, it will become an enemy that all countries unite to kill. The chances of success are extremely slim. Everyone was horrified upon hearing this. In particular, the father and son, the king and his son, had no concept of unification in their minds, because it was too difficult. Warfare consumed a great deal of resources, and at that time, resources were extremely scarce. No country can withstand years of war, let alone a war as large as sweeping across the entire land. Who knows when it will last? But these words opened a door to a new world for the father and son. The ruler values power above all else, and the thought of unifying the world is incredibly tempting. Imperial advisor. Holy crap, this kid is young but ambitious. He even dares to dream of sweeping across the 8 wastelands. Judging from his conversation with the king, this kid is not just a braggart. He truly has great talent and ambition. This young man is far beyond my reach. It won't be long before I have to step down from my position as imperial advisor. The king was only briefly agitated before regaining his composure. The so-called strategy of befriending distant tribes and attacking nearby ones. How do you plan to befriend the Guifang and jointly attack the Shanrong? In a time when bloodlines are highly valued, it is certainly not acceptable to say that allying with other races would make one an outcast, someone everyone would want to kill. In my humble opinion, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. We should not befriend the Shanrong and Guifang, but only seek their help. How to leverage external resources. Chapter 68, Negotiating with the King. For the ruler, the various states south of Mount Daxing, though constantly at odds with each other, were all nobles of the same ethnicity. At most, they would rob and extort each other, seize a few cities, and be bullied. All countries strictly adhere to the bottom line of not destroying a country or a race. Unlike the Guifang, no one doubted that the Shanrong would take advantage of Xinggua's weakness to destroy it in one fell swoop. With the North, it's a matter of life and death. With other countries, it's a matter of vying for supremacy. Therefore, the most pressing concern for every vassal state located on the border was the northern issue. Liu Hao, the so-called borrowing strength, refers specifically to a temporary expedient measure when our side and the enemy are evenly matched in strength. We must find ways to prevent the Shanrong and Guifang tribes from using the Xinghua route when they invade the south again. Instead, they will move south from the countries of Zhu, Yin, and Yong. In this way, Xinghua will achieve sustainable development and strengthen its national power. Those countries that were invaded from the north would also devote a great deal of their national strength to fighting against the Shanrong and Guifang. With this shift in power, Xinggua's national strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. The king asked, "What can be done to prevent the Shanrong and Guifang tribes from following my Xinghua southward?" Liu Hao knew this would be difficult. It would be difficult for the ruler who lacked understanding, difficult for the various powerful families who feared losses, and difficult for all the soldiers who feared sacrifice. But in front of the monarch, one must tell the truth. First, we must find a way to defeat the North and force them to sign a peace treaty. Second, we must establish border markets with the Shanrong and Guifang and establish conditional trade relations. Those present didn't listen to what he said next. They only heard the phrase victory in the North, forcing a ceasefire, and they didn't want to hear any more. It wasn't difficult to defeat the North. Each time they marched south, they sent different numbers of troops, and they won several battles every now and then. But to force them to request a ceasefire is simply a pipe dream. If that's the case, then the only option is a northern expedition. The vast grasslands were boundless and difficult to navigate, making it impossible to find any trace of them. No single country could provide enough supplies to support a long-range raid. It's also strange that the country is now divided into more than 300 countries. The territory of each country is the size of a prefecture-level city in a small country, the size of a large country at most 3 to 5 prefecture-level cities, and the smallest is even the size of a county or a township. This results in extremely limited resources for each country. The young master couldn't help but ask, "It's easy to say, but do you know how difficult it is to force the Shanrong and Guifang tribes to cease hostilities with my Xinghua? If I am allowed to raise 800 cavalry within 3 years, the Shanrong and Guifang tribes will surely come begging for mercy from your majesty." They all understood that forcing the North to request a ceasefire was a pretense. This kid's real goal was to rise to the top in one step, from a commoner to a regional lord. This made the king's face very unpleasant. As expected of a young man, still childish at heart, thinking everyone is as naive as you, able to succeed in your evil schemes with just a few boasts. Isn't this treating me like a fool? You are a servant of Zilong. Does Zilong know about your plan to raise 800 cavalry? To be precise, I am the grandson of the county magistrate and a member of the household of the village magistrate of Bangjiang village. The head of the household very much hopes that Bangjiang village can be handed over to me for management. At the same time, his superior, the village magistrate of Zili Township, has also personally supported me in person, hoping that I can lead the army to share the pressure of defense with him. Otherwise, I would never dare to overstep my bounds, even if I had 10,000 lives. Oh, is that so? I am very curious. How did you persuade your master to entrust his family's property to a servant? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Liu Hao. Once missed, it's unlikely he'll get another chance, so he definitely can't afford to miss it. Everything in the world is subject to the word human relationships. In essence, the so-called human relationships are still just transactions. Therefore, this time, Liu Hao intends to directly engage in a three-way transaction, or even a multi-way transaction, with the king and the Z family. Since it's a transaction, the terms and conditions should be laid out in the open. Let the king decide for himself whether this deal is worthwhile or not. If you feel it's not worth it, you can always ask for more money. Of course, there is also a great risk that he might drag you down and behead you. Without military power, being situated in a place that the nomadic tribes would inevitably pass through to the south, one was doomed sooner or later. So he had no choice but to take a gamble. The head of the family hopes that it can be taken to any township in Gong County, and I have readily agreed to help him realize this long-cherished wish. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes widened simultaneously. This kid really dares to make such outrageous claims. Even the king would have a hard time accomplishing something like this. Yet he, a mere commoner, dares to make such a promise. Who gave him the courage to say that? But when the king is in person, even if the king hasn't spoken, everyone who wants to speak has to hold back and wait to see what the king's attitude is. Oh, how do you plan to help your patriarch realize this long-cherished wish? Liu Hao could tell from the king's behavior that he was a very calm and shrewd person who was not easily swayed by words. In my humble opinion, as long as we can help His Majesty achieve his long-cherished wish and offer Gong County enough incentives, it can be accomplished. What long-cherished wish do I have that requires a humble person from the wilderness to help me fulfill it? Forgive my bluntness, but I believe Your Majesty possesses the aura of an emperor. Except for the king, who remained expressionless. Everyone stared at Liu Hao. What is the Son of Heaven? He is the Son of God, not an ordinary person. No one in the world dares to say such a thing. Although the term Son of Heaven has existed since ancient times, it is rarely used, because nobody dared to think about it. Wang Dabin. This young man is a pity if he doesn't go to the palace. With his eloquence, if he enters the palace, we will all have to step aside. The king. This man is trying to drag me into eternal damnation. He just said once that I should be the ruler of all under heaven, and now he says I have the aura of an emperor. For a ruler to be so powerful, what matters most is power, especially power in the eyes of other states. Although he longed to be the ruler of the world, he was aware of his own limitations. Given Xingua's current national strength, if the North were to unite again and launch a military campaign southward, it's uncertain whether Xingua could continue to exist. How dare they deceive me and come up with some ridiculous idea of becoming the ruler of the world? They deserve to die. It seems that his family head was fooled by him in this way. Are you aware of Xingua's current predicament? I've heard from the village and township leaders that the situation is very unfavorable. Given my extremely unfavorable situation, how can you claim that I possess the aura of an emperor? As the saying goes, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it will first test their will, strain their muscles and bones, and thwart their actions, so as to strengthen their resolve and increase their abilities. The Imperial Advisor. Holy crap, another profound saying. How many famous quotes has this young man uttered today? I only regret that I am too slow in carving words to record them all in a book. What a pity, truly a pity. What does that mean? Liu Hao knew that the question wasn't about the meaning of those words, but rather how to help Xingua escape this unfavorable situation, to endure hardship and repay one's debts. Chapter 69, Negotiating with the King 2. The king understood that what he was talking about, enduring hardship to repay one's humiliation, rest and recuperation, and befriending distant states while achieving near success, refer to three different stages of methods and approaches. In the first stage, Xingua's national strength was too weak, so they could only bow down to the surrounding countries, pay tribute to them, and make them satisfied so that they would not be embarrassed to attack it. Only after the first stage is completed can the second stage of recuperation and development of national strength take place. Once our national strength has increased, we will launch the third phase of diplomatic offensives. The king remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was horrified. This child is incredibly talented, a truly extraordinary genius. In just a few words, he pointed out the strategic direction for Xingua's next steps. What's most impressive is that he also possessed the porcelain treasure, which enabled him to rapidly strengthen his nation. In other words, he had planned all of this from the moment he decided to take out the porcelain treasure. He also realized that the king would find it difficult to refuse the conditions offered by him in order to revitalize the country. They gave up a township in Gong County to the Z family. In return, the Z family gave up a village to them. The biggest variable here lies between the Shanrong and the Guifang. If it weren't for the powerful enemy in the north, his plan would have been perfect. The thing about robbers is that the stronger you are, the less they dare to mess with you. The weaker you are, the more they will take advantage of you. This is what troubles the king the most, and what he fears the most. Last year's battle shattered Xingua's morale, and now, with insufficient supplies, the prospect of another battle is even more precarious. The king ordered his attendant to fetch the wooden plaque bearing the king's identity. The inscription above reads, Leaving my hometown, I came to a village by the river and a town by the mountains. As you can tell from his name, the place where he lived was located at the foot of Daxing Mountain and right next to the Daxing River, which was a passage for northerners to travel south. Why do you want this place? Because I'm afraid of dying. When others are afraid of death, they try their best to hide in safe places, just like your patriarch. He knows that Bangjong village is the most dangerous place and tries every means to escape from there. Since you are afraid of death, why do you want to ask for the most dangerous place? I come from a humble family, and I am alone and isolated. I also possess ancestral porcelain-making skills. No matter where I am bound to be coveted and may even be murdered and robbed. Only at the border do I have a glimmer of hope. Only at the border can one raise the banner of protecting the border and ensuring the safety of the people and recruit a large number of soldiers. On the contrary, the closer they are to the capital, or even the county seat, the less they dare to command too many troops and the less they have the strength to protect their industries. Moreover, the border could expand outwards at any time, but it was also blocked by the trade route with the northerners. The king, however, thought that this son wanted to flee south when the northerners came, and also flee north when the southerners wanted to kill him. Do you know that Xinhua has never had a precedent of promoting a commoner to a scholar? Liu Hao understood. They wanted leverage. At this point, if he were to ask for leverage, would he be asking for technology like the Z family did? How can this be allowed? Core technologies must never be transferred. They are our bargaining chips in negotiations with everyone. Transferring them would be like giving away our trump card. There's also the possibility of being discarded after being used. I have heard that Xinhua is the country with the clearest system of rewards and punishments in the world. As long as the merit is great enough, even a slave can be granted a title. Forget everything else. Let's just flatter them first. Do you dare to deny it? Denying it means that the rewards and punishments for Xinhua are unclear, and any meritorious service will be in vain. Then what's the point of cooperating with you? This one sentence immediately tied the king's hands and feet, leaving him only able to demand more money step by step. How do you plan to achieve merit? Liu Hao needs to shift his focus from core technologies to more difficult problems. Of course, you can't offer the full price right away. You have to offer it step by step. I may use this porcelain treasure to assist your majesty, so that the sovereign and his subjects may be of one mind and work together with one heart. If I had a precious porcelain treasure, why would I need you to concern yourself with this? This guy has now made it clear that if he wants the porcelain treasure technology, we must immediately change course. As the saying goes, people are not worried about scarcity, but about inequality. May I ask, Your Majesty, how do you plan to manage porcelain so that the entire nation and the ruler and his ministers are of one mind? The king, you brat, do you think you can teach me? That's easy. I'll just send a eunuch to make it, and then I'll give some to the ministers as a reward. That'll do the trick. Seeing that he was displeased, Wang Dabin shouted sternly, How dare you? Who do you think you are to instruct his majesty on what to do? You deserve to die. Guards! Liu Hao absolutely could not let a eunuch control him. Although the eunuch was speaking on behalf of the emperor, he could only pretend not to see through it. How dare you? His majesty has not yet made a decision. When did it become your place to issue orders? Does Xinhua belong to you, a mere eunuch, and not to his majesty? Do you even have any regard for his majesty? For the young master? For the two officials? The guards outside the door stared at him in bewilderment, then at the king opposite them, unsure of what to do. The young master turned his head, waved to them, and signaled them to leave. He's a new underling. After all, we need to let him finish what he wants to say before making a decision. How do you suggest we run this business? Liu Hao then bowed to the young master and said, To take, one must first give. The greatest value of porcelain lies in the goods it receives in exchange. We want to maximize the effectiveness of the porcelain treasure and exchange it for more items that will benefit the nation. We must not limit ourselves to one family or household, but rather let the whole nation prosper. All those with the ability and the will should join in, so that the entire nation can benefit from it. And Your Majesty, by simply controlling the distribution of the porcelain treasures, controls everything. It also ensures that all those who want to participate will always have something to ask of His Majesty, which is more conducive to His Majesty's control over the entire Xinhua. The young master glanced at his father, but instead of asking any questions, he picked up his bowl and poured tea, indicating that he was very interested in the topic and wanted to hear a detailed explanation. The young master himself was also very eager to know how to accomplish all of this. So, how can we achieve what you say? Liu Hao, it's very simple. First, designate the porcelain treasures as an exclusive supply for the Jun family. The newly produced porcelain treasures can only be supplied to personnel and places designated by the monarch. Secondly, the Jun family independently establish caravans to transport porcelain treasures to other countries. Then, when all the high-ranking officials saw that the Jun family's merchant caravan had made a fortune. Then, through acts of benevolence, operating licenses were granted to various families for a fee, and those who obtained licenses were provided with porcelain treasures. Finally, a royal trading post shall be built outside the capital, in a location with convenient transportation. Xinhua porcelain and precious stones are all traded at the border markets. Thus, by controlling the border markets, one can control the entire porcelain and precious stone trade route. Not only will it make all parties grateful to your majesty, but it will also make them extremely dependent on your majesty. We should all make money together and share hardships together, so that all the major families in Xinhua will be firmly united around the monarch. The imperial advisor was so astonished that his old mouth could fit a fist the size of a bushel. This child's mind is simply extraordinary. No one else could have come up with such a method to make such a great use of a single item. A single porcelain treasure could solve both the political and economic problems of Xinhua. Chapter 70, Negotiating with the King, Part 3. The imperial advisor and the imperial guard welcomed Liu Hao's method, because as long as they did as he suggested, they could both gain huge benefits from it. At this point, the king still did not realize that Liu Hao's actions also concealed an element of recruiting all the ministers and officials of Qing state to join him and cheer for him. All I could think about was that what he said was indeed a win-win situation. With so many benefits and so great, wouldn't it be that only by firmly grasping the technology in my own hands can I feel at ease? Do you know that Gong County is no ordinary place? It concerns the safety of the capital city and cannot be easily changed. Liu Hao understood that this was a bargaining game. Only by offering sufficient benefits would he be willing to give up a township in Gong County. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain Bangjiang Village. He's so direct. There's no need for him to beat around the bush. I can promise that all the porcelain treasures your family needs, including everything you need for your arduous journey, will be supplied to your family in full, free of charge. The meaning is very clear. I'll take care of everything you use at home, including what you give as tribute to neighboring countries. Want the technology? Forget about it. The king was also straightforward. Wouldn't it be more secure if I personally sent people to produce the porcelain? Liu Hao replied calmly. If your majesty regards your subjects as brothers, then your subjects will regard your majesty as your heart and soul. If your majesty regards your subjects as dogs and horses, then your subjects will regard your majesty as a fellow citizen. If your majesty regards your subjects as dirt and weeds, then your subjects will regard your majesty as an enemy. It is not that I am unwilling to offer this to your majesty, but it is truly a matter of my life and fortune. Offering this porcelain treasure is tantamount to offering my life. Since that is the case, why not just take my life directly? If I give you the technology, I'll lose my value to you. Even if I stop trying to extort money from you, you'll still be suspicious all the time, wondering if I'm secretly stealing your business. Eventually, we'll become enemies, and you'll want to get rid of me as soon as possible. The imperial advisor said, Your Majesty, you must not do this. If you do, who will dare to share any laws that benefit the country and its people for the country's benefit? Ordinary families, if they had such secret methods, would be eager to hide them and use them only for their own wealth. Liu Hao's selflessness is already very commendable. Siwei also wanted to say something, but then he thought, this is not right. I am His Majesty's personal guard. I cannot speak up for others, and I cannot get involved in this mess. In that brief moment of hesitation, the king noticed the detail. How did he manage to bribe even the imperial guards? Holy crap! Only then did he realize that the man's previous remarks about business management were tantamount to indirectly buying off all the high-ranking officials. These cunning and shrewd old ministers would immediately understand the meaning behind Liu Hao's words. To offer up my techniques is tantamount to offering up my life. Demanding it back will be tantamount to forcing him to his death. If he dies, everyone's interest will be lost. Damn it. Not only did I fail to achieve my goal, but I also got a lecture from this kid. If a ruler treats his subjects like dirt, then the subjects will treat the ruler like an enemy. You think you can use this to get me to take over Gong County and grant you a title? That's absolutely impossible. Even if I agreed, the people of Gong County wouldn't. I would be at a huge loss, and I would face the pressure of the entire Gong County family. Liu Hao knew that to get things done in Gong County, he needed to offer other bargaining chips, and they needed to be substantial enough. The most important thing about porcelain is not how to make porcelain, but how to transport and sell it. Porcelain is fragile and extremely heavy. The farther it is sold and the more it is transported, the higher its value will be. The best way to transport porcelain is by sea. Coincidentally, the capital city is located on the banks of the Daxing River, and the village by the river is backed by the Daxing Mountain, which has countless timbers suitable for shipbuilding. Siwei then spoke. Have you ever seen the sea? Do you know how strong the winds are or how high the waves are? Liu Hao knew that current shipbuilding technology was still in a very primitive stage. Firstly, using copper nails to build ships results in extremely weak structures. Then the sealant is just rosin, which melts when the weather gets hot. This makes current ships small and unable to withstand the impact of waves. All I know is that by traveling south along the coast, one can find places that produce abundant tea and silk. The winters there are warmer, and the silk production is even greater. Moreover, tea can be traded with the northerners for warhorses. The king asked, "Can you build sturdy ships that can withstand the impact of ocean waves?" "I can offer your majesty 5 ships. If the porcelain trade begins, the ruler will definitely organize a caravan and use ships to avoid attacks from other countries, which will greatly benefit the porcelain trade. But 5 ships won't do. 5 ships won't do, at least 10. Shipbuilding requires a lot of manpower and resources. I can find a way to build people and materials myself, as long as I get authorization. But seagoing ships are different from other ships. They need to be strong enough and big enough, otherwise they will be capsized by a single wave. 10 seagoing ships are not a small number. Assuming there are enough people, it will take at least 5 years. If you want me to build ships, give me the land and a title first. Otherwise, I won't even have the right to hire people on my own. If you don't grant me a title, then the ships that are built will first belong to the Z family. You'll have to persuade the Z family first before you can get the ships. As you said, building ships is no small matter. To date, I have never heard of any country that has built ships. How can I believe that you are capable of building ships? Building a ship is not difficult at all. It only takes time and manpower. I have already built a boat for crossing the river. It is just a little bigger and more complicated than that. Your Majesty can ask my wife. I built the boat in just a few days. Otherwise, my whole family would be trapped on the other side of the Daxing River, except during the winter when it is frozen. This put the king in a very difficult position. They issued a blank investment ticket, instructing the emperor to take it to Gong County to negotiate. If we don't give him the land, he won't be able to buy slaves or build ships. He needs to obtain a title as soon as possible so that he can buy soldiers and build an army to protect the porcelain industry. This kid is a real handful, even harder to please than an ancestor. He insists on staying at the front lines, and if we don't take good care of him, he might run off to the grasslands one day. If the Guifang people were to obtain it, the first country they would destroy would be Xinhua. You, send over a batch of porcelain treasures first. If I had a proper identity, I would surely be able to persuade the Z family to allow me to pass through and transport the porcelain treasure to His Majesty. The king scratched his head. Without being given an identity, he was just a subject of the Z family, and it was impossible for him to bypass the Z family and deliver the porcelain treasure. If we grant him a title, we must give him land, but the land belongs to the Z family. If we want the Z family to give us land, we have to exchange it for land in Gong County. Having been a monarch for so many years, I have never been as frantic as I am today. Liu Hao could tell that he was going through a fierce internal struggle. For the sake of my own bright future, I need to give him some psychological preparation. If your Majesty were the ruler of all under heaven, you would not be hindered at every turn. All the nations would be your Majesty's subjects. As long as you are invincible, you would no longer need to care about the feelings of your subjects. Anyone who dares to disobey would be destroyed in the name of the Son of Heaven, representing the will of heaven. Then, that land would be distributed to loyal subjects like myself, who prioritize your Majesty's interests above all else. You, a loyal subject, though I'm not your subject, if your Majesty is the ruler, I am willing to go through fire and water for the prosperity of the country. If your Majesty is willing to be the ruler of all under heaven, I am willing to devote all my knowledge to fighting for your Majesty and sweeping away all obstacles. To be honest, judging from today's audience alone, this young man's talent far surpasses that of all the civil and military officials in Xinhua. But you have put me in a dilemma. Is your so-called loyalty just to cause me trouble? Isn't this just boasting? If you're truly loyal to me, go to Gong County and find a way to persuade Tao Qian to go. May I ask your Majesty, in what capacity should I go to persuade you? Chapter 71 Dumplings for 40 bolts of silk. The king, you want status now? Wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage? Wang Xiaoban. Go with him first thing tomorrow morning. Promise. Speak if you have something to say, otherwise you may leave. Liu Hao. Are the dumplings delicious? Do you want some steam buns? The young master just ate 4 plates of dumplings and took 5 porcelain treasures without paying. One thing at a time, we can't let him eat for free. The young master said, Father, he wishes to present the recipe for Daxing dumplings to you. Liu Hao and Daxing steam buns. Take him to the post station and settle him in first. Yes. Thank you, your Majesty. So Liu Hao followed the young master out of Daxing Palace, and with the girls in tow, they arrived at the state guest house. With the young master personally making arrangements, the post station staff arranged for him to enter a large courtyard. There are dedicated stables and people specifically responsible for feeding the horses. Even though the rammed earth houses were small, it was the first time the girls had ever seen such nice houses. It was the first time the girls had stayed in a place reserved for the very wealthy, and they were all quite reserved. Liu Hao gave me a casual arrangement. There are even blankets here, all made of the finest fur. This is the first time I've ever used a blanket in my life. After Liu Hao left, one person hugged the fur blanket and touched it affectionately. They dared not hope to possess it. Having enjoyed it only once in their lives was enough to satisfy them. Liu Hao then came out to greet the young master. The young master followed along mainly out of curiosity about how his world-famous delicacy, daxing dumplings, was made. They had barely exchanged a few words when the palace cook arrived as ordered. So Liu Hao called the girls together again, and on the spot, he had the chefs work together to make everything from kneading the dough to chopping the filling, rolling out the wrappers, and cooking the filling. After a pot of dumplings is cooked, go back and practice some more, and you'll be considered an apprentice. As for steamed buns, how do you use sourdough to leaven the dough? After the dough has risen, you need to save a piece of sourdough for the next time. After adding alkali, it should be in a similar state now. It's something you get used to. You can master it after practicing a few times. Soon, a pot of jiaozi, a type of noodle dish, and a large pot of baozi, steamed buns, were ready. First, prepare a plate for the king and have it delivered to the palace. After Liu Hao, the young master, and the chefs finished serving, the rest went to the girls. It was the girls' first time eating steamed buns, and for them, whatever Xiaolang taught them to eat them tasted delicious. I took it back to my room and savored it slowly. Liu Hao stayed outside, accompanying the young master. The young master ate 3 large meat buns in a row and exclaimed in admiration. I never imagined that using the same wheat flour and fillings could create 2 completely different dishes. These daxing steamed buns are exceptionally delicious. Unfortunately, conditions are limited. These steamed buns with millet porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables are best eaten in the morning, while dumplings are more filling and are best eaten at noon or in the evening, or before a long journey. This is called dumplings for getting on the horse, and noodles for getting off the horse. So, this wheat flour can also be used to cook noodles. Yes, once the wheat is ground into flour, there's so many ways to eat it. As long as you cook it with care, it will taste good no matter how you eat it. Steamed cakes, baked cakes, noodles, or just a bowl of dumpling soup. In short, you can make as many kinds of delicious food as you have ideas. Meanwhile, inside the daxing palace, a large plate of steamed buns and a small plate of dumplings were served to the king. I was just worried that I hadn't eaten well before, and now so much has been delivered. I quickly grabbed a big meat bun, took a bite, and found it to be thicker than a dumpling, but very soft with a great texture. He ate like a pig, making pig-like noises. Soon, the chef returned with a bag of flour to report back. How? Your Majesty, I have mastered the technique. I only need to practice a few more times to be able to cook the same delicious food for your Majesty. Yes, as the ruler of Xinghua, I am determined to revive my great Xinghua. Starting tomorrow, I will eat daxing dumplings and daxing buns every day. Yes, your Majesty. I will go and practice diligently to ensure that His Majesty can enjoy the breakfast tomorrow. Yes, you may go now, Wang Dabin. This old servant is here. That young man, regardless of the outcome of this trip to Gong County, has done a great service by sharing the techniques of making daxing dumplings and daxing buns with me. I hereby bestow upon him 40 bolts of silk. Promise. Where is the young master? She left with Liu Hao, so she must be with Liu Hao. All he does is loaf around all day. What kind of behavior is this? Wasn't he supposed to be inspecting spring planting in various places? Why is he still staying in the city? This old servant will go and urge them immediately. Trying to carve out a township from Gong County is extremely difficult. We absolutely cannot let that kid fool the young master away. This matter is too offensive. If you, young master, go, it will only bring harm and no benefit. Soon, Wang Dabin arrived at the post station with a reward of 40 bolts of silk. He relayed the king's message, saying that the young master was thinking of going to Gong County with Liu Hao tomorrow. He found the boy quite interesting, able to navigate the situation with ease in front of the king and father. He was eager to see how the magistrate of Gong County would persuade him. Unfortunately, his chief father sent him to Zhenbei County to inspect the spring planting. Why 40 bolts of silk and not 50? The technique of making dumplings was used to exchange for 40 bolts of silk. Could it be that they heard there were 37 people in their family, and the reward was given according to the number of people? Giving 37 horses wouldn't look good, so they gave 40? Is this about the silk? No, this is the attitude given by the ruler. Commoners are not allowed to wear silk, yet he bestowed silk upon them, implying that from now on, his status has surpassed that of commoners. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Liu Hao was woken up from his sleep. Wang Xiaoban was already waiting outside. He told the girls to stay here for the next few days, and that he would be back soon. After tidying up, he hung up his sword, picked up his red-tasseled spear, with a cloth bag over the spearhead, and rode out on 2 horses. I've kept Eunuch Wang waiting. It's all right, it's all right. That magistrate of Gong County, Tao Qian, is a stubborn and obstinate man who is very easy to anger. When you get to Gong County, you must be careful and not be disrespectful. If you anger him, given our backgrounds, we will certainly suffer physical pain. Eunuch Wang is a favorite of His Majesty. Does he even dare to hit you? If my master intervened, he might give me some face. But as for me, I probably wouldn't care about saving face in front of such a pillar of the nation. This is difficult. A person with a bad temper, who is stubborn and arrogant, is usually hard to talk to. What method could be used to persuade him? Xinhua has a total of 6 counties. In addition to 4 towns, there is also Gong County and Wei County. Gong County is in the east and Wei County is in the west. Gong and Wei are the capital of Xinhua. The distance wasn't too far, and the two traveled quickly on horseback, setting off early in the morning and arriving in the evening. With Wang Xiaoban around, they could easily enter the city, and there was even someone to guide them. They were led directly to the entrance of the post station. Liu Hao looked at the words on it, which were very similar to those in the capital city. Is this an inn? Indeed, you two should rest here for the night. The magistrate will send someone to invite you when he summons you tomorrow. Eunuch Wang, we've been traveling all day. Let's have something to eat and get some rest for the night. We can meet again tomorrow. Liu Hao resolutely said. How can this be? State affairs cannot be delayed. My lord, please take us to the county magistrate's mansion immediately. Chapter 72, demanding on behalf of His Majesty. The gatekeeper dared not refuse and had no choice but to lead the two to the county magistrate's mansion. Eunuch Wang said anxiously, What are you doing? Didn't I already tell you? This matter can't be rushed. If it's not handled well, we'll both suffer. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You just need to stand by, and I'll handle everything. Liu Hao has already mounted his horse. Eunuch Wang was in a hurry. You went to ask them for land, such a big matter, and you went at night when they were resting. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? They had no choice but to follow from a distance. They soon arrived at the gate of the county governor's mansion. Liu Hao said to the gatekeeper, Quickly inform the county magistrate that an imperial edict has arrived. The city gate guard, bewildered, asked, What is an imperial edict? There is no emperor here, so there is no such thing as an imperial edict. His Majesty the King has delivered an imperial edict, summoning Magistrate Tao to come out immediately to receive the decree. The city gate guards dared not hesitate and quickly knocked on the gate to inform the gatekeeper. At this moment, Wang Xiaoban arrived late, unaware of what Liu Hao had just said. Before long, the gates of the prefecture suddenly opened wide, and the county magistrate, along with his family, hurriedly came out to greet them. Wang Xiaoban looked at the county magistrate in a daze, then at Liu Hao. What's going on? We're just 2 lowly eunuchs and a commoner. Yet we have such great influence that a county magistrate would personally open the gates to welcome us. However, when Magistrate Tao went out, he found that the person standing in front of him was not the chief eunuch, but a young man in plain clothes. There was also a young eunuch standing diagonally behind. It's obvious that this young man is the mastermind. When did another young man appear by His Majesty's side? Why send a young man instead of a eunuch when there's something to discuss? What does this mean? Who are you? I am the imperial envoy, specially appointed by His Majesty the King. What is an imperial envoy? Do you know this person? Liu Hao asked, pointing to Wang Xiaoban. Could it be a palace eunuch from the Daxing Palace? Wang Xiaoban, exactly. What business do you have with this old man? Liu Hao, every word I am about to say is not my own, but rather represents His Majesty's inquiry. Do you understand? After pondering for a moment, Magistrate Tao realized that this was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. Sending a child to deliver a message had left this old man completely bewildered. Clear. Lord Tao, what are your views on Xinhua today? This is not a question a young man would ask. It must have been asked by the king through him. Although I can't understand why they send a complete stranger to represent the king in asking questions, I have to answer them. Although the country is facing difficulties at present, Your Majesty is a rare and wise ruler. With Your Majesty in power, the people of Xinhua will be united and will surely get better and better. Magistrate Tao, are all members of your Tao family truly loyal to Xinhua and His Majesty? Our Tao family, from our ancestors onwards, has shared the glory and disgrace of Xinhua. When Xinhua prospers, the Tao family prospers. When Xinhua declines, the Tao family declines. Naturally, we are all loyal to Xinhua and to Your Majesty. Loyalty is not something to be said, but something to be demonstrated. How does Magistrate Tao intend to show His Majesty the sincerity of your Tao family? Wang Xiaoban felt as if her head no longer belonged to her. What is this kid trying to do? When did His Majesty ever say such a thing? How dare you use His Majesty's name to spout nonsense here? It seems there's nothing wrong with asking His Majesty if he is loyal. Tao, the county magistrate, is already stunned. If we try to stop him now, our family might get beaten up too. So let's see how he does it. Tao County Magistrate. No wonder he sent a young man over. It turns out that His Majesty has begun to doubt the loyalty of the Tao family. He can't say it openly, so he sent a newly arrived eunuch who hasn't officially entered the palace yet to inquire. That way, if there are any problems later, he can shift the blame to this eunuch, right? Yes, that must be it. If your Majesty commands me to die, I have no choice but to die. If your Majesty desires it, I may rip out my heart and bring it before your Majesty for a look. Are you truly willing to dedicate your heart? Is he really going to come and kill me? You really want to? Guards, bring me a knife. The butler looked at Liu Hao hesitantly. Liu Hao remained silent, staring intently at Tao Xinshui. Tao Lin, the eldest son of the Tao family. May I ask what mistake my father has made that has angered His Majesty? If so, as the eldest son of the Tao family, I am willing to take the blame in my father's place. You and your son know that the country is in dire straits. His Majesty wants to see whether the Tao family remains loyal during this time of national crisis. Does one have to cut out one's heart to see if someone is loyal? There's no need to cut out one's heart. For example, would the Tao family dare to part with their beloved possessions to demonstrate their loyalty? Magistrate Tao, what does your Majesty desire? Your Majesty is wealthy and prosperous, and only cares about the loyalty of the Tao family, not material possessions. It seems that Xinghua is now in grave danger, and the ruler has begun to distrust the various counties. It's no wonder he was caught out. In order to protect themselves, the various counties inevitably colluded with the northerners. If, with the help of the northerners, they manage to destroy Xinghua, and then this family persuades the northerners to leave with great rewards, Xinghua will change hands. May I ask, what should I do to demonstrate my loyalty? Are you going to shout this out in the street right here? Yes, please, esteemed envoys, come inside the residence. Men, quickly kill a chicken and cook a lamb. I wish to properly entertain the envoys. So, Liu Hao and Wang Xiaoban were invited inside. There wasn't even a candle. Instead, there was a lampstand that looked like a bronze tree, with a dish filled with lamp oil. Once all the lamps were lit, the brightness was quite good. When the food and drinks were served, Liu Hao ate until he was about 80% full before starting to talk about business. To demonstrate loyalty is both difficult and easy. Apart from the crown prince, among the other sons and nephews, is there anyone who is shrewd and capable of handling things independently? May I ask, what does your Majesty need this man for? Your Excellency should know that the king's words are law. Whatever he says goes. There is no why involved. Your Excellency simply asks, give or not. A person capable of handling matters independently must be summoned to the capital to serve the ruler. I will offer my heart to your Majesty, no matter what. I will offer it without hesitation, not only my sons and nephews. In addition, take any township in Gong County. When it comes to the county, it's the lifeblood of the Tao family. However, as mentioned before, they give you whatever you want, let alone a township. If someone is deemed disloyal by the ruler, the entire county will be gone sooner or later. I would offer up not just a township, but if your Majesty desires Gong County, I would gladly offer it all to your Majesty. Liu Hao, now that your Majesty has conveyed all your words, what follows is what I myself wish to say. Speaking, the Tao family are truly loyal and righteous people, whom I admire to the point of prostration. How could His Majesty not know of the Tao family's sincerity? I have something to say, which I can only tell you in secret, so please don't let it reach anyone else's ears. Tao, the county magistrate, said with delight. Oh, what is it? Please tell me. Your Majesty is a man of great vision and ambition. Soon, you'll have a great business opportunity. The Tao family is loyal and devoted. Your Majesty's demand for a township in Gong County is not for the land itself, but to silence others. You must understand His Majesty's good intentions. Could you reveal what kind of big deal it is? Chapter 73, Land and Money Returned. Liu Hao didn't answer, but gestured to Wang Xiaoban, signaling him to speak. Wang Xiaoban, porcelain treasure. What is a porcelain treasure? Wang Xiaoban couldn't answer that. Liu Hao, in short, it's a huge business deal. That's all I have to say. When the county magistrate goes to see His Majesty on another day, he will find out the details. This is a huge business deal. No wonder they need people. It seems His Majesty still trusts the Tao family. He's going to reward the Tao family with some of the benefits. Tao Qian was very happy and told the two of them to rest there for a few days. But Liu Hao was worried about his family and wanted to go back to report first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, as Liu Hao and his companion were packing to leave, Tao Lin, the eldest son of the Tao family, personally delivered boxes of gifts and saw them off as they left the city. Once they were far enough away, the two stopped and opened the box. Wang Xiaoban was overjoyed. The boxes were not large, but they were all made of copper shells with about 100 shells in each box. Copper cower shells were the highest denomination currency, more valuable than gold and silver in later times. So the two of them split it up, one box each. Wang Xiaoban was overjoyed. Everyone said that Magistrate Tao was a stubborn old man who was extremely difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, accompanying this young man on his mission was not only free of any difficulties, but also resulted in exceptionally good treatment and the presentation of such a generous gift. They set off early in the morning and returned to the capital city in the evening. Upon returning, he immediately reported his work to the monarch. "You went yesterday and returned today. Could something have gone wrong? Your Majesty, Magistrate Tao has agreed to offer a township to your Majesty. Furthermore, young Master Liu has also requested a capable person from Magistrate Tao, which has also been granted." The king was taken aback. Wow, such a difficult matter was resolved so quickly? A village is no small matter to anyone, yet the stubborn old man, Tao, readily agreed. What did he say? He only asked whether the Tao family was loyal to his Majesty. The Tao family replied that the rise and fall of the nation depended on the Tao family, and the fall of the nation depended on the Tao family. So naturally they were loyal to his Majesty. Then he asked again, how could they demonstrate their loyalty? The Tao family answered that they could lay their hearts bare and show them to his Majesty, and the truth would be clear. Tao family's son, Gu, took the blame for his father. Later, it's easy to guess what happened next. The Tao family said they were loyal to his Majesty and would even give their lives for him. Naturally, they were just using the emperor's name to demand whatever he wanted. However, the subsequent events were handled quite well. They didn't go too far and only got what they wanted, which made the Tao family very satisfied. This kid really knows how to get things done. I wonder if I could have entrusted this matter to my own unfilial son and handled it as skillfully and efficiently as he has. So he ordered someone to deliver a message to the young master. The question is, if he were to go and demand the return of township in Wasteland County, what should he do? As for Liu Hao, he is still a commoner in the wilderness, and it is not easy for him to enter or leave the capital. The next day at daybreak, he took the girls shopping and was thinking of buying some rouge and face powder for the girls at home to take back with them. However, that's wishful thinking. There's an extreme shortage of supplies right now, and there simply aren't any. None of it was worth taking back. Finally, after buying a bag of tea, I returned to the inn and asked the innkeeper to inform His Majesty that I was preparing to leave. Around 2 p.m., Wang Dabin arrived and brought a bronze-carved identity plaque. The inscription reads, Xinghua, male from Yulong Village. The absence of mention of Jinbei County and the phrase, leaving home with one's son, indicates that the village was directly under the jurisdiction of the capital. May I ask, Eunuch Wang, does His Majesty have any other instructions? No, His Majesty only instructed us to give this to you, and said nothing else. Thank you, Eunuch Wang. The process of replacing townships with villages cannot be arranged in a short time. At the earliest, the formal handover can only be carried out after the autumn harvest, probably at the end of the year. Of course, the monarch had other intentions as well. First, you must deliver the porcelain you promised. Second, the king must see progress on the ship project. And finally, see if you can survive this winter. With this token, Liu Hao has officially transformed from a lowly slave into a nobleman with a title, making him far more powerful than those lowly officials. The fiefdom is not yet available. However, it is now possible to purchase slaves. However, Xinghua currently has no slaves available for trade. It already faces a severe labor shortage, and with the spring planting season approaching, it is absolutely impossible to buy any. That day, before sunset, Liu Hao led 10 girls out of the capital and embarked on his journey home. Although now that I have a title, I can freely pass through the checkpoints. But they brought with them 33 horses, 40 bolts of silk, and 99 bronze cower shells. Traveling during the day makes one vulnerable to robbery. With an experienced horse leading the way, they walked slowly and leisurely. Robbers didn't like to rob people in the dark, and at night, all the passers-by would find a place to stay, and very few people would travel at night. They've only been out for 4 or 5 days, and the shed they set up before is still there. It took 3 days to return to Bangshanyi without any incident. Thanks to the abundance of cattle and the advanced plows, all equipped with iron plowshares, the 33 well fields along both banks of the Daxing River have been sown. We arrived at the riverbank around 1 or 2 p.m. Since the fields had finished sowing, everyone was gathering firewood along the riverbank. Big Black Guy and Little Dog, along with 3 others, rowed a boat and cast nets to fish on the river. Seeing a group of people approaching from the opposite direction, he was first startled, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was his boss. Hurry up and pull in the net, then row the boat over. Master? Where did you go, Master? Why didn't you take me with you? In case we encounter any wild beasts on the road, I can stand in front of you. Even when Liu Hao was far from the village, he took out the bronze plaque and showed it off in his hands. At this point, weigh it in your hand. Oh dear! I went to the capital and met His Majesty the King. Oh dear, His Majesty was so kind and insisted on bestowing this upon me. What is this? Does anyone recognize it? The woman with the slender face was immediately startled. Heavens, is this a gift from the king to the eldest son? Yes, it's the real deal. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I dare not call you boss anymore. Congratulations, sir. From now on, you are great, sir. Let us be your slaves. What's this about being important or not? Brothers will always be brothers. From now on, as long as it's not a formal occasion, you'll still be my brothers. Call me whatever you were before, and call me whatever you were before. Hey, I've said it from the very beginning. The boss is the kindest person in the world. Since I started following him, I've never suffered any hardship. A group of people flattered him and helped transport people, horses, and goods across the river in batches. A group of girls had already seen Liu Hao return and rushed over to greet him. With so many girls at home, it was lively. As soon as Liu Hao stepped ashore, people rushed forward to greet him, offering words of comfort, wiping his face with their sleeves, and shielding him from the sun. People from a village who had gathered firewood all came to greet him. Fan Yu saw that he was holding a gold identity token and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, young master, why is it gold? Is there any difference? Only noble people deserve to use gold. Can you read? I don't recognize him, but I do know this. Is the young master a nobleman? A group of girls quickly bowed and said, We greet you, young master. Congratulations on your promotion to the rank of nobleman. A group of villagers also knelt down and bowed, saying, Greetings to the young master. Congratulations on your promotion to a noble person. No, no, no. Everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before. Chapter 74, Upgrading the Imperial Dragon Mountain Residence. Now that it's hot and there's no way to buy meat, Liu Hao could only announce to everyone. Starting this afternoon, everyone will have a day off until tomorrow. The servants hurriedly said, Master, we are not tired and do not need to rest. Master, please rest. We will gather firewood for you. Liu Hao knew that if they didn't work, they would have no reason to come here for a meal, so no one wanted to take a day off. I've already planted the fields, so come over tomorrow. After dinner, we can go into the mountains together to pick some wild vegetables. If we happen to encounter any prey, that would be even better. Lung Qing, that's great. I was just about to tell you, young master, that now that the fields are finished, we should go and pick some wild vegetables to dry, or it will be too late. Okay, let's all go into the mountains together tomorrow and try to gather as much as possible. The crowd said, then we'll continue gathering firewood. We'll gather firewood together for a whole day, and then we won't have to gather firewood for a long time afterward. With everyone's enthusiasm for work so high, Liu Hao felt bad about discouraging them. There's no meat available, and we wanted everyone to rest, so we couldn't prepare food together. From now on, you're all destined to be people of Yulong Village. In my opinion, in a few days, everyone should build some houses at the foot of the mountain and move here to live. This place is nestled against the mountains and by the water, making it easier to defend against mountain bandits compared to the town. Oh, that's great. From now on, we'll stay here with you, Your Excellency, and we can also benefit from your noble aura. After the announcement, everyone went about their own business. The big black guy and his men continued fishing on the river. Give the fish we caught earlier to the girls to take back. Surrounded by his younger sister, Liu Hao returned to the mountaintop courtyard. These past few days, all my sisters have worked hard, whether you stayed at home or came to the capital with me. It's just a pity that there wasn't much worth buying in the capital. We only brought back these bolts of silk, one for each of you, to make new clothes. Lung Qing said, Young master, these silks are very expensive. Keep them safe and only take them out when you need them. You are a nobleman now. Make a new set of clothes for you first, and put the rest away. Liu Hao, just as you said, I am now a benefactor, and you are my benefactor's sisters. Naturally, you should have a decent set of clothes. In short, let's make a new set of clothes for everyone first. Don't worry about the future. In the future, we will have more and more of everything, whether it's clothing, food, housing, or transportation. Indeed, every time the young master returned from his trip, he would bring back many valuable items. The girls were overjoyed to have silk, something they had never dared to dream of before. The next morning after breakfast, those who stayed home to look after the livestock and herd the cattle and sheep were left behind, while the rest of the people carried baskets on their backs and went into the mountains for a spring outing. Armed with a few crossbows, a bow, and a few small pickaxes, they hoped to hunt some prey. However, there were too many people going into the mountains, and before they could even spot any animals, the various animals that heard the sounds all fled. I brought my own lunch into the mountains and returned to Yulong Mountain Residence around 3 p.m. I only managed to pick some wild vegetables and didn't even encounter a rabbit. Set aside some of the wild vegetables for eating and blanch the rest in boiling water and dry them in the sun to eat when there are no other vegetables available in winter. With no other vegetables available, each family planted radishes and cabbages in their designated vegetable gardens. Everyone pitched in, using fresh wild vegetables and soybean oil to fry them into wild vegetable pancakes, which served as a get-together. There weren't even any eggs, but they were fried in oil, and everyone still ate them with great relish. Lung Qing, young master, should we prepare more dry rations so we can go into the mountains to gather wild vegetables again tomorrow? Liu Hao, we need to pick wild vegetables, but only a small group of people can go tomorrow. Our house is too simple. We'll start building a new house tomorrow. So, Go brothers, you three, bring your families and go into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, okay? Hey, I'll make sure everyone fills their baskets to the brim tomorrow. I promise I won't let the boss down. Remember to bring a bow into the mountains, and also 3 spears. In case you encounter wild animals, you'll have something to defend yourself. Go isn't the kind of person who's particularly willing to work hard and complain. It's better to let them go into the mountains than to let others go into the mountains. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, Liu Hao began assigning tasks to everyone. Including Liu Hao, there are a total of 25 men in the whole town. Go went into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, leaving 3 of the remaining 21 people to assist him, while the rest took axes and saws and went to cut wood nearby. Drive the oxen there, and use the oxen to pull them back. Excluding Liu Hao's family, there were a total of 231 female slaves. 24 people went into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, while the rest went to the lush slope by the river. 1 man helped shovel soil, while the women stood in a row, forming a human conveyor belt to transport the lush there. The cheapest and most efficient way to build cities in ancient times was undoubtedly rammed earth. Liu Hao planned to relocate all the people of Bangshanyi to this area to concentrate their forces on defense. So, he led 2 other men, brought some lime powder, and began to draw on the ground. In a location where floodwaters are unlikely to reach from the foot of the mountain, a large area was marked out, and its outline was drawn with lime powder. Once the 2 of them are able to handle it, everything will be handed over to them. Liu Hao then took his girls to the workshop area opposite the fields. Although a kiln full of porcelain treasures was fired before, the workmanship was very poor. Let the girl play with the mud more and practice more, so that she can quickly make a more perfect porcelain treasure. Liu Hao then hitched up an ox cart, loaded it with iron ore at the foot of Xilong Mountain, and hauled it to the secret workshop to begin crafting tools. We need shovels, pickaxes, and axes. The saw we used before was also crude. If we want to build a ship, we need a more perfect saw. There was a girl from the family playing in the mud on the outside while keeping watch. If anyone came near, she would stop them immediately. In a valley, several hundred meters of forest absorb sound waves, so the sound doesn't travel very far. Over the next few days, Liu Hao forged 5 pickaxes, 10 shovels, 20 axes. The axes did not need to be forged, shallow casting was sufficient, and 10 saws of varying lengths. Making a saw is the most laborious. It needs to be forged into steel and made very smooth. Then, high-density steel chisels are used to chisel out the saw teeth one by one. Separate the teeth, grind the cutting edges, and then quench them. After quenching, tempering is required to make the saw blade as flexible as a soft sword. Otherwise, it will break very easily. By this time, the amount of timber harvested was almost complete. Early in the morning, after breakfast, we distributed tools to everyone and started digging trenches along the lines we had drawn earlier. Light several fires and burn all the wood. The big, burly man asked, puzzled, "Boss, are all these logs meant to be used for firewood?" "No. Burn a layer of charcoal onto the surface. This makes the wood more durable." "Okay, then I'll take some people and do it right away." You take a few people and slowly build the wall. The rest of you go and build the rammed earth wall. He was left with 10 men to slowly build the outermost wooden wall. Liu Hao designed the area with a wall starting from the courtyard on the mountaintop, followed by 3 more walls at the foot of the mountain, and then an outer layer of even larger wooden walls for protection. The key point is the wall at the mountain pass, which needs to be built with rammed earth. Chapter 75, The County Magistrate's Visit. Fortunately, there were many girls, more than 200 of them, standing in a row. Liu Hao didn't rush them, and just let them do it slowly according to their physical strength. The section of the mountain pass is not very long, no more than 300 meters, and it is on a slope, which saves a lot of soil. First, have the men dig up the top layer of soil. The female slaves stood in several rows, carrying small baskets of soil over and pouring it on top. Then, clamp it with wooden boards and tamp it down layer by layer with a wooden mallet. It certainly can't be as thick as a regular city wall. A thickness of about 1 meter is sufficient. Over there, they were ramming the city wall. Liu Hao called over a few skillful men and gave them saws to saw planks and make brick molds. to practice using a saw in advance for future shipbuilding. With all the leaves now grown, the season for wild vegetables is over. Let Sango lead his family to start making brick blanks. They've been busy here for half a month, while spring planting in other places has just ended. After inspecting various regions, Prince Xing returned to the capital and reported to the king. How was the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Does your majesty mean that you are demanding the entire township of Wei County? The king looked at him without saying a word. That's easy. I've already brought it over. It's that village across the Xinjiang River that I've brought over. The king was taken aback. I only asked you how to ask for it, not that you actually asked for it. How did you manage to get it? How did you demand it? It's very simple. When I pass through Wei County, I will summon the county magistrate and the township magistrate of Wei Township, and then tell them that the king wants Wei Township. Will he give it to them or not? Then what? They asked why. I said, there is no reason. The king wants it, and I want it too. Just tell me whether you will give it or not. And then they obediently offered it with both hands. You unfilial son, kneel down before me. Wang Dabin, bring me my cane. Then, the entire palace was filled with screams like pigs being slaughtered. He smoked for ages, but still couldn't quell his anger. Look at other people's children. Although they asked for it in my name, look how they handled it so perfectly. By using both kindness and severity, they not only tested the Tao family's loyalty, but also transformed the situation into a test of their loyalty in order to make them rich and successful. By demanding a township, they not only successfully tested the Tao family's loyalty, but also sought to ensure your loyalty and silence others by asking for a township. Rather, it was about wanting a village for the sake of wanting a village. With ease, I not only took a whole village, but also made the Tao family extremely grateful to me. Look at you, you unfilial son. Are you trying to force the Tang family into rebellion? Gongzi Xing was still bewildered, pondering. This matter could be handled like this? The king was helpless. At this point, he could only hope that the porcelain treasure would be delivered quickly. I want to bestow some porcelain treasures upon the Tang family, so that they may understand my intentions. However, she couldn't directly urge Liu Hao, as that would make her seem anxious, or make C.I. Bao seem too important, or make it seem like she was begging him for a favor. Wang Dabin, this old servant is here. Send someone to take the porcelain treasure to Bangjiang Village in Zili Township, Zhenbei County, and ask the village chief there where this porcelain treasure came from. Promise. On the official road outside Bangjiang Village, a group of people surrounded a carriage and headed towards Bangjiang Village. The two people in the carriage were an old man and a young boy. They were none other than Zilong, the county magistrate of Zhenbei County, and his youngest son, Zuan. Having finally finished his business in the county, I had some time to go and see that wild boy who had made all three of my sons suffer at the same time. It's hard to imagine that three family heads, leading over 1,000 people, failed to retrieve those two techniques. Is it that my son is too useless? Or does that wild boy have some extraordinary talent? When they approached Bangjiang Village, the village chief was already waiting 10 miles away. The road is long, and it's almost evening. We'll stay here for the night and go again tomorrow. I had just settled in when someone came to report this. Reporting to the master, the great Qing kingdom has just sent someone to inquire with the village chief about the origin of the porcelain treasure. The county magistrate was immediately shocked. The porcelain treasure has already reached the king's hands? How fast? Hurry up and find the village chief. The messenger is still here. He is a young eunuch from the palace, none other than Wang Xiaoban, who went to Gong County with Liu Hao. After some polite exchanges, may I ask, Your Excellency, who presented this porcelain treasure to His Majesty? Wang Xiaoban couldn't say that Liu Hao presented it personally. He was there to urge Liu Hao on behalf of the king. He couldn't urge him directly, so he had to use the village chief to do so. All I know is that this porcelain treasure was obtained from Bangjiang Village and presented to His Majesty. His Majesty is very fond of this treasure. Since obtaining this porcelain treasure, no matter if it is served in gold or pottery, he can no longer swallow the delicacies. His Majesty is now unable to eat or drink and is getting thinner day by day. My master is extremely anxious and thinks that the porcelain treasure must have been made by the village chief. Therefore, my master specially ordered me to come here as soon as possible, hoping that the village chief can bring out some porcelain treasures. His Majesty will certainly not treat the village chief unfairly. The village chief said, This item was not made by me, but by a commoner in my household. As long as it comes from Bangjiang Village, does it matter who made it? In my opinion, His Majesty certainly doesn't care. The county magistrate said, In that case, please return first, Your Excellency. I will personally escort the porcelain treasure to His Majesty soon. I thank you in advance, Magistrate. His Majesty has had a poor appetite for several days, so I must return early to serve him his meal. I will take my leave now. The county magistrate was busy having his youngest son and the village magistrate escort him to the post station. and also to give him a little money, so that if he was not delivered on time, he could ask the magistrate to say a few good words for him to the king. The next morning, 3 generations of the family saw Wang Xiaoban off on her way. After Wang Xiaoban left, they immediately headed towards Bangshanyi. As for why they didn't take a boat, even though they knew they lived on the other side of the river, it was mainly because the shipbuilding technology at that time was too backward, and taking a boat was a very dangerous thing. Along the way, looking at the newly sown fields, although each county did not have cattle, the village chiefs did, and they rented out the land to each county for cultivation. Because the plowshare was made of bronze, and the rented oxen were not fed enough, they were always hungry and didn't pull the plow properly. The field, whether it was tilled or not, made almost no difference. Even so, Jinbei County presents a new look. The county magistrate was very satisfied. When I arrived at Bangshan County and saw the fields there, I realized what a difference truly meant. The wheat in other people's fields has already grown to the height of chives. The wheat was planted using a furrow opener pulled by oxen, and it was planted very straight. The sorghum and beans were sown on raised beds and have already begun to sprout. Wheat is widely planted here. As far as the eye can see, there are wheat fields everywhere. Beans and sorghum are also planted in several wells, but millet is planted in very small quantities. Because that stuff has low yield, wheat became the staple food in the future. Sorghum can be used to brew wine, sorghum stalks can be used to feed cattle, and the top pile can be used to make brooms and string together large lids. It has a wide range of uses. Beans are essential, and straw is a very important feed for horses, cattle, and sheep in winter. Millet isn't that important. We can grow a little to make porridge, but we'll have to trade with others for more in the future to have enough to eat. Then, these fields, are they the ones that Liu Hao rented all the fields in the town for planting? Chapter 76, I had no choice but to agree. Village Chief, I think so. I heard that Liu Hao not only rented all the land, but also gathered all the slaves in the town and made them work for him, while he fed them? Exactly. The county magistrate was furious. This eldest grandson of his was truly useless. No wonder even his father disliked him. The village he governs is only a few miles away, yet he doesn't even bother to come and visit it? Knowing full well that the plow came from that wild boy, he didn't even bother to come and see how people farmed. He just hid in the village all day, ignoring everything else. Even when the servants gathered the land and the people together, they remained indifferent and uninvolved. If things go wrong, you'll be killed without even knowing how you died. The village chief said, "You bastards, you put me at the forefront, just to be used by the mountain barbarians for plunder." Knowing full well it was a gift, does this commander even need to deal with it? The better he manages it, the more it will be attacked by the northern bandits. So poor they had nothing, even rats would weep at their sight, so naturally the Shanrong wouldn't go this way. The better he manages the mountain town, the safer it is for me. The Shanrong will spend this much time just to seize this place, which gives me time to move towards Zili. The grandfather and grandson, each with their own thoughts, pass by the village. If a village or town is found to be lifeless, and people are sent to investigate, they will find that there is not a single person in the village, and even the grain and other supplies have been moved out. Everyone moved to the other side of the river, leaving this place vacant until the autumn harvest. When we arrived at the riverbank, we could see a bustling scene of activity on the opposite bank. Some were hauling stones, others were queuing to transport soil, and on the open ground of the riverbank, a thick pillar stood, its purpose unknown. It was actually a large chimney used for firing bricks. Visibly, thick logs have been erected on the opposite bank, forming a ring of stockade walls. There is still only one ship. Someone spotted the people on this side and reported it to Liu Hao. Liu Hao then led the big, dark-skinned man across to the other side. Holding the gold identification token in both hands, Liu Hao bowed to the toothless old man. Liu Hao pays his respects to the county magistrate, the village magistrate, and this young man. The county magistrate said, "You have never seen me before, so how dare you assume that I am the county magistrate?" Liu Hao wasn't blind. He could deduce it from the ages of the village chief and the county magistrate. But that's not how it should be said. A person who can be the leader of a county must be an outstanding figure of the time. The senior has an extraordinary bearing and a heroic spirit between his brows. He must be the county magistrate without a doubt. Seeing that no one was paying attention to the gold medal in his hand, Liu Hao fiddled with it for a while before it finally caught everyone's attention. The village leader exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you get your gold medal?" "I traded it with someone else." Although Zan was the uncle, he was 10 years younger than the village chief, so he hurriedly asked, "Who would dare to bestow this gold medal upon you without the permission of His Majesty the King?" "County magistrate. Is it the king?" Regarding Liu Hao's title, it has only been symbolically conferred so far, and there are still many procedures to be followed. For example, one must first obtain the consent of the village chief, then the approval of the county chief, and finally report to the king. Only after the king's approval and the decree is issued can one officially be granted title. Liu Hao, no, I obtained it from the village chief by exchanging a whole township. The two men simultaneously turned their scrutinizing gazes to the village chief. Why hadn't they told the family about such a big matter? The village chief said, "What are you looking at me for? What nonsense am I talking about? If things don't work out, I'll be suspected of betraying my family. If things do work out, you'll definitely transfer the benefits to others, and in the end I'll get nothing but a small reward and have to stand here waiting to die." However, that's no longer the issue. What's truly unbelievable is that he actually managed to take over a township in Gong County. He hurriedly pressed on, "You mean Gong County?" Liu Hao nodded. "The specifics will need to wait some more time before things settle down." The county magistrate asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean? You're exchanging a township under the jurisdiction of Gong County for my grandson's Bangjiang village. That's roughly it." "Nonsense. I know Tao Qian's character well. Why would he give you such a good place as Gong County? Do you think I'm senile?" Liu Hao looked down and fiddled with the gold medal in his hand, too lazy to explain to him, letting him figure out himself. The county magistrate contacted Wang Xiaoban, who had sent him a porcelain treasure. Looking at the gold medal in his hand, he realized that if it wasn't found on the road, it must have been bestowed by the emperor. No one else had the authority to grant someone a title. So, he's already reached an agreement with the king, the Tao family, and this rebellious grandson. He's completely bypassed me, the county magistrate. May I borrow it for a look? Although Liu Hao's title was to be directly under the jurisdiction of the capital, the matter was not yet settled. Furthermore, the county magistrate had the right to check the identity of others within his own county. Liu Hao handed over the gold medal. The county magistrate looked at both sides. The characters were newly carved and had not yet been polished smooth, and the style was also that of Xinhua. It must have been bestowed upon him by the king. Even the county of Jinbei wasn't inscribed on it, and the village's name was changed. The magistrate's fury was written all over his old face. "This is disrespecting me, the county magistrate." Liu Hao, by exchanging one village for a township, the Z family made a profit. The county magistrate roared, "Is this a matter of profit or loss? Has any of you asked for my permission? Do you even respect me as the county magistrate?" Village head and Ziyuan had never seen the head of the family lose his temper like this before. They were so frightened that they trembled like little chicks and dare not look at him. Liu Hao, however, remained calm and composed. Why should the old man be angry? When the old man sent someone over last time, it was already clear that the old man had agreed. Although Liu Hao's words were veiled, the county magistrate understood immediately. The fact that they failed to obtain the technique when they sent someone last time means that Liu Hao will inevitably try every means to protect himself. Within Xinhua, the only ones who could protect him were either other counties or the king himself. The magistrate thought that it was because those three rebellious sons were sabotaging each other that they were unable to obtain the technique. Looking back now, I realize I really underestimated this kid. This boy is so cunning, let alone those three rebellious sons. He might even be able to fight me. After calming down and thinking it over, he realized that he had already won the gold medal, and that couldn't be changed. If the changes are forced, the Z family will offend the ruler, the Tao family, and perhaps even more people. Ultimately, this led to the Z family's utter ruin. You're right. I had already agreed to this matter. What happened just now was merely a joke. That's why I've come here today to personally congratulate the man of Yulong Village. I am deeply honored by your personal visit, sir. I regret that I was unable to know in advance and to greet you from afar. Please board the ship quickly and come to my humble abode for a chat. The county magistrate realized that this young man was someone he couldn't afford to offend in the future. He must have used two techniques to gain the king's full support. Offending him is tantamount to offending the monarch. In any case, let's wait until he gets through this winter before making further plans. So the three of them, along with 3 guards, boarded a boat and crossed the river. Chapter 77, A person cannot stand without integrity. On the opposite bank of the river, 2 rows of temporary thatched huts have been built. The original residents of Bangshanyi moved to live in these small thatched houses. Opposite the thatched hut, a large wooden wall had been erected, and the 200-plus people were divided into several groups. Some were moving luss, while others were adding water to the luss piles, mixing in small pieces of grass, and then stirring. Some people were also covering the wooden wall with a thick layer of yellow soil. County magistrate, why don't these people live in the village? Thatched huts are prone to flooding. If the mountain barbarians attack, they can simply throw a few torches into the village and it will fall without a fight. Therefore, we need to build some houses that are not easy to catch fire. Do you know how much food it would take to build such a house? We must build it no matter how much food it costs. It's better than having food, but losing lives. At such a young age, he has a very clear understanding of things. Not at all. It's just a matter of necessity. Was the wooden wall covered with earth also for fire prevention? Exactly. That makes it more durable. The area enclosed by the wooden village is quite large, enough to house 100 or so families. It also has separate areas for cattle, horses, and sheep, which are enclosed separately, and a gate has been opened in that section of the village wall. There were several female slaves there, shearing sheep. Yulong Mountain residents originally had 30 sheep, and now 13 ewes have given birth to lambs. These 30 sheep can be sheared twice a year. Liu Hao places great importance on hygiene. Before building anything else, he built several public toilets, distributed in various areas. They were all made of bricks and covered with terracotta tiles. Otherwise, the thatched roof wouldn't be fireproof. If a fire were to start, it could spread all the way to the top of the mountain, and the whole family would be burned alive. The section of the city wall at the foot of the mountain is of utmost importance, and soil is still being transported there to continuously raise it. It has already been rammed to a height of 2 meters, and it needs to be raised to 5 or 6 meters. Although there are not many people, and male labor is in short supply, all tasks are being carried out in an orderly manner. The county magistrate couldn't help but secretly admire the young man. At such a young age, he already possessed such command and coordination abilities. Among the 2 generations of the Z family, there was not a single person who could compare to him. The mountain remains blocked off by 2 canopy walls, just as before. The hilltop courtyard is still the same thatched hut as before. It'll take some time before it is fully renovated. This young man, having gathered so many people, did not think of building houses for himself, but instead built city walls to ensure everyone's safety. It is clear that he is a man of considerable wisdom and organization. Instead of only caring about their own enjoyment, Liu Hao invited him to sit down under the thatched shed. The enormous tall table was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. This case is excellent. Who fabricated it? I am not very talented, but I made a few for convenience when eating. If you like them, I will make a few more that are more suitable for your status and send them to your residence another day. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Liu Hao instructed Xiang Cao and the others to take out the cured meat and make some daxing dumpling for the adults to enjoy. Demei brought up the tea set and tea on a tray. Upon seeing the tea set, the grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter were all amazed. These are the latest porcelain treasures sculpted and fired by the girls recently. The teapot was sculpted according to the shape drawn by Liu Hao, and it has a spout, a handle, and a lid. The addition of iron or powder and other ingredients gives the fired teaware a bright red color, making it exceptionally beautiful. County Magistrate, this is the porcelain treasure? Exactly. It is indeed a treasure. No wonder His Majesty is in such a hurry. Yesterday, His Majesty sent a palace eunuch to urge me to send the porcelain. For this porcelain, His Majesty has been unable to eat or drink for several days. He specially sent someone to ask me when the porcelain can be sent to the palace. Village Commander, you clearly came to ask me something, didn't you? I could have been a middleman to meet His Majesty the King, but you're trying to steal my business? But who cares? He's the head of the family, the most powerful person in the family, and whatever he says goes. Even if you get robbed, you have to obediently endure it. Liu Hao, His Majesty has already set a price for the porcelain treasures, either a bowl or a plate. When leaving Yulong Mountain residence, 1 load of fine grain is required, and the cost of each porcelain treasure is approximately 6/10 of that load. I previously agreed with you, the sage who left his hometown, that we would each receive half of the profits. In other words, for every 8 units of grain that the commander of Zili Township sends, he can exchange it for 1 porcelain treasure, which will be delivered to the capital. If a son leaves his hometown, the commander can receive 2 units of grain. A tea set like this, consisting of 1 teapot and 8 teacups, requires 3 dan of grain. The ex-factory price cannot be too high, as the actual cost of this product is not that high. By entrusting the transportation task to Zili, the previous agreement was fulfilled, and the risk was also transferred to Zili. It's about 200 kilometers from the capital. Once the goods are in his hands, if they are robbed during transport, that's his problem and has nothing to do with me. Anyway, he can give him whatever grain he brings, and he can sit at home and earn the grain first. Whether the goods are lost or not is a problem with transportation. It's nobody else's fault. For Liu Hao, this is the method with the least risk and the greatest potential reward. For the county magistrate, even though it's only 2 fun of grain, it's more than a whole jar of fine grain. If he produces a lot of it, it will bring huge profits to his family. But this benefit is being controlled by his younger brother's grandson, Zili, instead of by him, the head of the family. How can this be allowed? Is this matter something that only Zili can handle? Liu Hao, this matter was initially discussed between me and Zelixiang Shuai, because a person cannot stand without integrity. Since it was agreed beforehand, I only acknowledge Zili. As for the matter between Zili and the head of the family, That is your own family affair, and outsiders have no right to interfere. However, if I may be frank, Senior, if you're concerned about the harmony of your family, you should not interfere excessively in this matter. There's no need to focus on these petty profits. The real big gains are in retail and in dealings with other countries. If you can organize a caravan and sell the porcelain to various countries, the profits will be several times the amount of the transportation fee. The county magistrate thought about it and realized that it was indeed a fine porcelain piece. He liked it, and it was only worth 1 dan of fine grain to the king. If he exchanged it for other countries, it would be worth at least 3 to 5 dan of fine grain. Liu Hao, besides, I and village commander Ziheng also have a winemaking business. We were just about to invite the village commander over to taste our newly brewed wine. It just so happens that you brought the village commander along. It's better to be there at the right time. Village chief, is the new wine ready? We'll brew a small batch. When we leave this time, we'll be able to take 100 jugs with us. The village chief was greatly surprised, thinking that he had offended him deeply when he came with his father last time, and that the man would no longer cooperate with him. Unexpectedly, he still remembered the brewing business and the fact that he had already delivered 2,000 jars of grain. This young man is so trustworthy despite his young age. Therefore, it seems that they have almost succeeded in getting information about a township in Gong County. Thinking back to that day, when I stood on the side of the family and tried to coerce him, he was still able to persist and carry out the previously agreed-upon matters diligently without any impact. This truly shows that good deeds repay evil. Compared to this, the family's injustice is truly shameful. The village chief was moved to tears. If his grandfather and uncle hadn't been there, they would have apologized to him. But with the patriarch present, it wasn't his place to intervene. Chapter 78. The younger son has great talent. The older son has small talent. As the dumplings from Daxing were ready, Liu Hao had already called for someone to bring the wine. 2 women, one carrying dumplings and the other carrying a wine set. The dumplings were all served on bright red porcelain plates. The wine was served in 2 small, 4-ounce wine jugs. These were simple porcelain jugs, shaped like hourglasses, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, with thin necks. In the 20th century, these small jugs were often used to warm the wine. Then there are 6 porcelain wine vessels, each with a capacity of about 7 xian, approximately 30 grams. Liu Hao helped fill the glass and said, "Please, I'm too young to drink." So there were 6 glasses for 7 people. Of the 6 people, 5 picked up a dumpling and tasted it. This was the first time I had ever tasted such a delicacy, and even though it was wrapped in smoked bacon, it still gave me the feeling of first love. Only the county magistrate, having lost all his teeth, couldn't eat such hard food. I had no choice but to serve him a bowl of dumpling soup. When everyone else is eating dumplings, he can just have the soup. There's absolutely no way he'd get a special meal cooked for him, like a bowl of millet porridge. The focus is on the alcohol. This is business, and we're talking business. After the 6 of them finished the dumpling, they all raised their wine cups. Liu Hao, this wine is very strong. Please sip it slowly. Village chief, yes, this liquor is very strong and should not be drunk quickly. All 6 of them took a small slurp. Zing, good wine, truly good wine. Everyone said, indeed, this is the first time in my life that I've tasted such a sweet and fragrant wine. It is truly a fine wine. County Magistrate, Liu Kunin, what suggestions do you have for this wine? Liu Hao, who is this senior? How dare a junior show off in front of such a senior? This junior will only concern myself with brewing wine according to the amount of grain the village chief sends. I will not concern myself with anything else. Because wine requires a long fermentation process, which involves many complicated steps. Therefore, the grain that was sent earlier can probably brew about 1,000 jugs of wine. It'll be quick from here on out. In no more than 15 days, this batch of wine will all be ready. After 5 days, adults can send someone to pick it up every day, and 100 pots can be transported away each day. Have Shansao bring over one of the sample pots, a black, shiny ceramic pot that can hold about 2 jin, 1 caddies, of wine with a cork stopper on the spout. Liu Hao added, this wine jug is worth a jar of millet. Sir, do you think we should return it after we've sold all the wine, or? Although it is a ceramic pot, its surface is vitrified, and its texture is much better than that of ordinary earthenware pots. So, it is indeed worth 1 jar of millet. Yes, good wine needs a good pot. Such fine wine paired with such a fine pot is truly a perfect match. As for the 1,000 wine pots, let's calculate it as grain. I will have someone deliver the grain on a chosen day. Of course, if millet is inconvenient, wheat can be used instead. Alright, it just so happens that the village has more wheat than millet this year, so I'll calculate the wheat price for you. County Magistrate, this rebellious grandson, could he be thinking of monopolizing the wine business? Don't even think about it. Without my intervention, you won't get your hands on that township in Gong County. I really can't bear to give him that village, because there were rumors that this child might not be Zi Ruo's biological son, or even be of the Zi family bloodline. Otherwise, they would never have exiled the eldest grandson of the Zi family to the border. The matter of wine is not urgent. My main purpose in coming here is to deal with the porcelain treasure. The king has already urged me once, and yesterday he sent someone to urge me again. Therefore, what assurances did Liu Hao make to His Majesty? We hope you can quickly resolve His Majesty's urgent crisis. We happen to have some newly brewed wine. With such fine wine, we should invite the ruler to taste it together. I shall take Ziyuan and Ziheng with me to protect Liu Hao and go to the capital to pay homage to His Majesty. How about we take care of all the other matters at the same time? Liu Hao, I previously promised Your Majesty that I would supply all the needs of the Daxing Palace. Therefore, after Zili arrives, we shall escort the porcelain treasure into the capital together. What do you say? Very good, very good. Then I will go with Ziheng to wait in the village capital. I will also send someone to inform Zili to wait for me by the river early tomorrow morning. What do you think? Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. The food here is bad, the accommodations are inadequate, and most importantly, my teeth aren't strong enough. I need to go back to the village capital. After the 5 men had eaten and drunk their fill, they took their leave. Liu Hao, along with a big, dark-skinned guy, helped them cross the river. They parted ways on one side of the village. On the carriage, the county magistrate asked Ziyuan, "What do you think of this child? This child is exceptionally talented. I am far inferior to him. Look at your brothers. Who can compare to him? Forgive my bluntness, but no one can match me." "Oh, what makes you say that?" "Ziyuan, before seeing this person, I thought it was my 3 elder brothers who came last time. The reason I failed to obtain the technique was because my 3 elder brothers were at odds. Now it seems that this son is able to remain neither servile nor arrogant in front of his father and handle the situation with ease. It's entirely because he possesses technology that nobody else knows about. If it were someone else, they would probably be too afraid to go out if they were coerced or bribed, even slightly. But he was able to use his skills as leverage to firmly maintain the initiative. It's not that my 3 elder brothers are incompetent. It's simply that the technique is in his hands. If he doesn't hand it over, no one else can do anything about it. This young man is quite cunning and manipulative. It is no easy feat to make the most of something and bring the greatest benefit to oneself." The county magistrate nodded and then asked, "This son has taken a large piece of my family's land. Tell me, what should we do with him? In my opinion, things have developed to this point, and this boy is no longer an enemy, but a friend." "Why?" "Ziyuan, the fact that this young man was able to seize a township from Gong County shows that he has received strong support from the ruler and the Tao family. To be his enemy is to be an enemy of the king and the Tao family. In the future, even more people will become dependent on the porcelain business. Unless the ruler intends to harm him, anyone who tries to harm him is undermining the very foundation of the ruler's power. Furthermore, this person has already bribed Ziheng and Zili. Ziheng is one thing, but Zili is another. County magistrate, what's the difference? Zili is related to our paternal uncle's lineage. Treating Zili well is treating our paternal uncle's lineage well, which will bring harmony and prosperity to the family. Conversely, it will be very detrimental to our family." The county magistrate sighed. "Alas, this boy has already extended his reach into our family. In my opinion, no matter what, he was a slave of the Zi family before, and therefore considered one of our family members. If he wants to continue this business of porcelain and wine, he will have to pass through our Zi family's territory. Even if he does nothing, he has already greatly affected our Zi family. Therefore, the matter at hand now rests on how well we discipline our own family members. We should take advantage of his influence to make our family prosperous and successful, rather than relying on the influence of outsiders." The county magistrate nodded approvingly. Of all his sons, only this one was successful, and he was the youngest son at that. I can only feel at ease leaving this family to my youngest son. But how can we get the eldest sons to accept it? Let him go find Zili first, and win over Zili's faction to support him first. No, first of all, he needs Liu Hao support. Chapter 79, Delivering Porcelain Treasures to the Capital. Maintaining a good relationship with Liu Hao means that the youngest son will directly control the Zi family's business with the Liu family, thus controlling the Zi family's largest source of income. You, hurry back to Jinbei County. Didn't your second brother lose a bet with him, losing 200 warhorses? I heard your eldest brother also took his 2 precious pearls. So give him back all 200 horses and those 2 pearls. Remember, to say what your father wants. Once you get them, take them and give them to him. Huh, 200 horses? Now, give gifts early. Don't feel that they are too much and be reluctant to give them. This child is a man of integrity, and what he will receive in the future will be far more than this. Yes, On the way back, when we pass by Zili Township, I will take the opportunity to inform Zili about the escort of the porcelain treasure. Yes. Subsequently, Ziyuan led a group of guards and headed straight for Zili Township. Township Commander, what? You want me to escort the porcelain treasure? Young Master Liu specifically said that he would only give you the porcelain treasure and would not see anyone else. The village head had long forgotten about the porcelain business. He thought that after he gave it to his father that day, his father handed it over to the head of the family, and that this matter had nothing to do with him anymore. Unexpectedly, Mr. Liu was incredibly loyal. He said he would cooperate with me and would never give the opportunity to anyone else. Hey, I'll pack up right away and send someone to the village capital to pay my respects to the patriarch. By the way, Ziheng is currently doing a liquor business with Liu Xiaolangin. He just finished broadcasting and doesn't have much grain left. He asked if you have any leftover grain. He wants to borrow 10,000 jars. Yes, I will send people to load the grain onto the carts right away. With low grain yields, villages on the frontier have to support 300 soldiers, cattle, and horses, so even the village commanders are not wealthy. The situation is much better for the village commander. He can use the grain collected from 10 villages to support 500 soldiers, which is much easier. The current tax system is as follows. Public land belongs to villages and landowners, such as scholars. Of the land tax and the poll tax, 1/4 went to the village, 1/4 to the township, 1/4 to the county, and 1/4 was handed over to the monarch by the county. All the fields in the village belong to the village chief, who then distributes them to his men as needed. The local governor had at least 30 wells of fertile land in each village, equivalent to the area of a county. The county governor, in each township, had at least 300 wells of fertile land equivalent to a village. Of the 30 fields in a county, at least 6 fields belong to the county magistrate or the township magistrate, while the rest are fields allocated to the village magistrate and his subordinates. The higher you go, the fatter it gets. At Yulong Mountain residence, Liu Hao gathered the girls together and gave them instructions. He explained that this time, they would be escorting the porcelain treasure into the capital, and many guards from Jinbei County would be accompanying them, so it was not advisable to bring the girls along. It will take at least 10 days for them to return. Tell the girls to take good care of the house. The work was temporarily handed over to the big black guy to lead the team, mainly to plaster the outer wooden wall with mud. Inside the wooden wall, a raised platform was built, large enough for 2 people to walk side by side. If all else fails, for safety's sake, bury another layer of wood inside to form a concave shape, and leave an observation and firing port on the outside, as mentioned before. If it rains, everyone should take shelter from the rain and wait until it stops before starting work, otherwise they will catch a cold, and there is no cure for that here. After explaining everything, the next morning, when the people on the other side had arrived, Liu Hao took the 3 dogs, hitched up the ox cart, and pulled the wooden boxes to the riverbank. 10 boxes of porcelain treasures were loaded onto the ship. The porcelain treasures were transported across first, and then the 8 riding horses were transported to the other side. When he got ashore, the township leader and the village head clasped their fists in greeting. Well, in short, I won't thank you enough for now. I'll repay your kindness in the future. Not at all. This porcelain is fragile. Just put more straw underneath it, and it will be much easier to transport it by boat in the future. Village chief, young sir, today was too rushed. How about we send the grain after we return from the capital? No problem. Where is the county magistrate? We will wait in the village capital and set off together as soon as the young master arrives. Then shall we continue on our way? Let's not keep the old folks waiting. Please. I'll get the young master a chariot too. It's much more comfortable than riding a horse. Thank you for your kind offer, but I still prefer horseback riding. All right then. Why are the spears you men are carrying covered with cloth? The 3 dogs also carried spears. Although they hadn't trained much, having them was better than not having them at all. Our boss prefers to keep a low profile. The main reason was that I didn't want them to see the iron spearhead. Besides, when you're out and about, it's not good to show off your skills, or you might easily cause trouble. The group chatted as they hurried along the road. The county magistrate was already waiting outside the village capital. After meeting up, they headed towards the national capital. Now, traveling as an official, we stay at inns along the way, which is much more comfortable than last time. When they reached the fork in the road leading to Jinbei County, Ziyuan had been waiting there for a long time. The warhorse definitely can't be given now. We have to rush back and give it to them when we get back. We prepared a small box, plus a tiny little box. Young Master Liu, this is what my elder brother is giving you in return. Didn't he take your 2 precious pearls last time? Here are 100 copper shells and 2 pearls, which are my eldest brother's return gift to young Master Liu. Also, my second brother has already prepared the 200 warhorses he lost to you last time. He'll just send someone to drive the horses over when you return, young master. Weren't those 2 precious pearls exchanged for horses? The horse I'm riding now was obtained by exchanging those pearls. Weren't those 200 war horses given to Lord Sima? After Brother Duo returned, he was severely reprimanded by my father. As an elder, how could he forcibly demand things from a junior? My brother knows he is in the wrong, but he has already given the pearl to someone else, so he can only return this item. Please do not accept it. It seems that things will be settled this time when we go to the capital. Refusing to accept the money is tantamount to disrespecting the family. Liu Hao gladly accepted the money, kept the small box himself, and handed the money box to Sango for safekeeping. Sango was accustomed to being shocked along the way. His boss was no ordinary person. In less than half a year, he had transformed from a lowly slave into a village man. Although he was just a village man, even the county magistrate had to give him face, and the magistrate's whole family treated him with great courtesy. We three brothers are so lucky to be able to follow such an awesome boss. It's so prestigious. Let's see who dares to bully us now. The group of over 1,500 people arrived at the outskirts of the country without any obstacles. Guards are not allowed to enter the country. They may only bring a small number of personal guards. Then the guards of the capital city took over the escort, and Liu Hao and the others followed, heading straight for the capital city. The porcelain treasures on this trip were all given to the king free of charge. The king had already received a messenger's report and immediately dispatched Wang Xiaoban to wait at the city gate. He exchanged a few polite words with the county magistrate, then bypassing the township magistrate and the county magistrate, heading straight for Liu Hao. Oh dear, young Master Liu, it's been so long. How have you been? Oh dear, Eunuch Wang, it's been so long since we last met. I've missed you terribly. Damn, these two seem to know each other quite well. Chapter 80, Brainwashing the King. However, the main purpose was to convey the king's decree, ordering the porcelain treasure to be directly escorted to Daxing Palace. Liu Hao was also required to enter the palace, while the others were first arranged to stay and await the emperor's summons. So Liu Hao escorted 2 horse-drawn carriages and followed Wang Xiaoban. However, upon arriving at the palace gate, he ordered everyone to wait there while he carried the box inside. Liu Hao also had to wait here, and Wang Xiaoban was also there to keep him company. The ruler should inspect the goods first, before summoning the person in, and should praise his achievements first. If the returned shipment turns out to be garbage, then it's difficult to take back what was promised before. Therefore, the boxes were carried directly to the king, who opened them one by one to inspect the goods. Once the lid was opened, box after box of colored porcelain was revealed. Both the colors and the shapes were much more perfect than the last batch. Moreover, the selection is complete, including large plates, small dishes, 2 bowls, large soup bowls, porcelain vases, wine pots, tea sets, and most impressively, several beautifully shaped large vases with simple patterns printed on them. I specifically asked for it to come over so I could try to remove the pattern on it. Good, great, good. Looking at the room full of porcelain treasures, the king suddenly felt like a poor boy who had fallen into a treasure trove. This wine vessel is excellent. If you pair with a small wine pot, you need at least 20 dan of grain to exchange for a set. This large bottle is even better. It would take 10 dan of grain. It's a wonderful thing, a treasure. Excellent, very excellent, extremely excellent. It's wonderful, extremely excellent. It's just that this small wine vessel is a bit small. If you pour wine into it, it'll be gone before you can even taste the wine. Wang Dabin, Your Majesty, I have heard that the son of the magistrate of Jinbei County has brought a newly brewed wine to present to Your Majesty. I have heard that the wine is very strong. If this wine is paired with this vessel, it will be a perfect match. Oh, where's the wine? We are already outside the palace. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fetch it for me to try. Quickly order someone to cook a plate of Daxing dumplings. On this occasion of the great prosperity of the nation, I want to eat Daxing dumplings and prosper together with Daxing. Soon, the wine was brought over, and the dumplings were served as well. Just by looking at the appearance of the wine jar, it has a more upscale feel than the earthenware jars used to hold wine. As soon as you fill a glass, a strong aroma of wine fills the air. Fine wine, fine wine. Who brewed this wine? It deserves a reward, a great reward. According to Wang Xiaoban's report, it was Liu Hao's village chief who delivered the grain to him. It was brewed by Liu Hao. Wang Xiaoban had inquired in Bangjiang village and heard that when this wine was first brewed, it was specially brewed by Liu Zilangjian to save the female slave in his household. It is said that this wine has the effect of curing ulcers. Oh, this wine can cure ulcers? How? I've heard that wounds are often poisonous, and this strong liquor has the power to kill viruses. Applying some of this liquor to the wound will kill the poison. The king couldn't wait to taste it. So strong, such fine wine. If it was brewed by Liu Hao, why wasn't it presented to him by Liu Hao? This wine is made from the grain of Shuaihua, the village chief of Bangjiang village. Go, order someone to bring that scoundrel Liu Hao into me. Promise. Soon, Liu Hao followed Wang Xiaoban into the palace. Before Liu Hao could even bow, the king's interrogation voice rang out. Do you know your crime? Liu Haoming in the circle. Oh, your humble servant knows his crime. Where is the sin? Have no idea. If you don't know, how can you claim guilt? Are you trying to deceive the emperor? Your Majesty, I only know that if the king says someone is guilty, then they are guilty, no matter what the crime is. As long as someone is guilty, that's enough. You can't say someone is innocent, can you? I ask you, if you possess the method of brewing wine, why did you not present it to me last time you came? Do you know how much grain Xinhua consumes each year for just one bottle of wine, which is then purchased from distant countries? Does His Majesty wish to brew wine himself? I'm already busy with state affairs every day. Where'd I find the time to brew wine? Brewing wine is a technical skill, and it also depends on the person. Different people will produce wines with different tastes. Since Your Majesty has no interest in brewing wine, is there someone else who wants to brew wine? The king understood. This young man simply didn't want to reveal his brewing techniques. I have my own plans. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. May I ask, does Your Majesty desire the profit from wine? Or simply the wine itself? Or perhaps both? That is, you want people to offer you fine wine as tribute. You want the profits from selling it, and you don't want any risks? The king immediately flew into a rage. How dare you? Who do you take me for? He only became enraged after he spoke his mind. Liu Hao ignored whether he was angry or not and directly offered a solution. Anyway, it's all the same whether someone brews it or not. In the whole world, no one knows more about brewing than me. No one else could brew a wine with this flavor. If Your Majesty wishes to drink imperial wine, simply have Ziheng provide it to Your Majesty. The king. So this fellow just didn't want to pay for the fine wine he offered to me out of his own pocket. So he brought in a village chief instead. Liu Hao continued. As for the profits from wine, whether it's wine or other goods, it's the same. Makers, at best, earn a meager living through hard work, and they also bear the risk of failure. The biggest risk lies in transportation, whether it's from Yulong mountain residents to the capital city. Whether transporting goods from the capital to other places, the risk of vehicle damage remains. Various risks such as horses being startled, ships capsizing, cargo being lost, and looting. The biggest beneficiaries are always the wholesalers. Although the king had never heard of the term wholesaler, he understood its meaning and listened quietly as the king continued his analysis. Take the porcelain treasure, for example. I am in charge of production, while the local chieftain, Zili, is in charge of the grain supply. After receiving the goods from the manufacturer and transporting them to the capital city, the risk of damage to the porcelain treasures during this process will be borne by Zili. Neither Your Majesty nor I need to bear any responsibility. Of course, Zili will also gain a small benefit from it. After His Majesty established the border markets, the goods were transported by Zili and sold directly to other merchants. The risks that other merchants face when transporting goods to various places are naturally borne by those other merchants. For every piece of porcelain that comes from me, I will only receive 8/10 of a bushel of grain. And Zili transported it to the capital, earning 2/10 of the profit, which amounted to 1 dan, a unit of weight, in His Majesty's hands. Your Majesty can then transfer 2 loads to others, thus sparing Your Majesty the trouble of labor. There is no need to take any risks, no need to pay a single grain of food. One can simply sit in the Daxing Palace. For every item sold, we can make a net profit of 1 dan of grain. The same goes for wine. Your Majesty needs to do nothing. Simply establish the border market and assign people to oversee it. Therefore, I am dependent on Your Majesty. The countless laborers who work for me are also dependent on Your Majesty. Your Majesty's family needs you. Those who helped with the escort need you even more. And these goods are sold to various countries, requiring countless people to act as intermediaries, and all of these people depend on Your Majesty. So many people are firmly under His Majesty's protection, and most importantly, in all of this, His Majesty doesn't need to contribute anything. All he needs to do is build a border market and issue a decree. Strongly support the people of Xinhua to spontaneously bring out their best products to sell at the border markets through commercial means. Things of strategic value for national defense should be taken for national use. Those that do not affect national security can be used to earn money from other countries. In this way, under Your Majesty's wise leadership, everyone can prosper together. With the entire nation united, how could His Majesty not be able to seize the opportunity to control various industries through the border markets? With just 1 decree and 1 border market, Your Majesty can make all the skilled people in the entire Xinhua Kingdom available to His Majesty. Chapter 81, forming a joint caravan. The ignorant ruler was brainwashed by this speech and wholeheartedly agreed with it. Indeed, why should I insist on acquiring the technology? It's a thankless task, not only making everyone fear me like a tiger, but also requiring me to manage it. In that case, everyone will regard me as a bandit. Why not do as he suggested? Build just one wholesale market and make money from wholesalers. Bring all the valuable goods here, wholesale them to everyone, and let everyone take them to sell all over the world. Not only did they gain face, they also gained substance. They were more relaxed than anyone else and made a fortune more than anyone else. This son is talented, extremely talented. He has the potential to be a prime minister. He must be nurtured well and left to that rebellious son as prime minister in the future. What I mean is, how can you appear before me in such a state? Didn't I already bestow upon you much silk? Liu Hao is currently wearing a linen outfit. Oh, my sister home has been quite busy lately and hasn't had time to sew. Besides, now that the title has been bestowed, you should at least provide a set of noble robes, or at the very least tell me what the village men's clothes look like. Otherwise, how would anyone know what kind of clothes to make? His current title is a temporary internal designation and has not yet been announced to the public. Such a significant matter as bestowing a title requires informing the court officials before it is considered complete. Tomorrow, you will accompany the young master to the state of Wei. Yes. Back at the inn, Liu Hao called the 3 dogs over. The 3 wooden identity plaques that Wang Xiaoban had asked for were handed over to the 3 people. Take this item, and from now on you will be servants of the men of Yulong village, and you will be free to enter and leave the capital city. The 3 men exclaimed happily, "Are we the boss's servants now?" Of course, your service as servants is only temporary. As long as you do well, you will definitely be promoted to the rank of scholar in the future. I don't care about being a scholar or anything like that. I just want to be able to follow my boss, no, my master. In private, we're still brothers. Hey boss, get a good rest tonight, and tomorrow take that money and go for a drive in the suburbs. Try to buy as many pigs as possible, and then drive them back to raise them. That way, we can eat meat more often in the future. Hey boss, don't worry, we'll handle it perfectly. Now let's go get a sheep and have a good meal together. Early in the morning, Liu Hao, who had just finished washing up after getting up at the crack of dawn, was about to pay his respects to Gongzi Xing when the latter had already arrived. You, Liu Hao, have come to the capital city. Why don't you go and see your elder brother? The noise startled the Z family members who lived in the next courtyard. Liu Hao, oh my, it's been so long, I've missed you so much. It's not that I don't want to visit you, brother, but I just don't know where to go. By chance, I have some freshly made mutton soup. Come and try my new mutton stew. When we arrived, the girls, including Xiang Xiao, helped us prepare a lot of baked leavened flatbreads to take with us on the way. The flatbreads were baked until the moisture was dried out, so they didn't spoil easily. Soaking it in mutton soup is somewhat similar to mutton stew, but it lacks pepper, making the taste quite different. For Gongzi Xing, who had never tasted fine food before, it was a rare delicacy. He devoured 2 large bowls in one go, sweating profusely as he ate. How wonderful, truly wonderful. I knew that when my dear brother came, there would be delicious food. This must be a delicacy made from wheat flour, right? Big brother is indeed exceptionally intelligent. He saw at a glance. Well, we've eaten our fill. It's time for us to get going. You know that our father wants us to go to Wei County today, right? His Majesty gave these instructions yesterday. Does His Majesty have any further instructions? No, it's just to bring a porcelain treasure over and bestow it upon Magistrate Tang. The other day, I took Wei Xiang from him and will give him this porcelain treasure. No wonder the young master had to personally bestow the porcelain treasure. It turns out this fellow was a bully who snatched a village from someone else's possession by abusing his power. It seems the king wanted him to go along so that he could handle the matter as smoothly as possible. The 2 immediately packed up and set off. As soon as they stepped out the door, Ziyuan came to greet them. Ziyan, son of the magistrate of Zhenbei County, pays his respects to your highness. In Gongzi Xing's eyes, no matter which county magistrate's son it was, they were no different from the guards. They were respectful to him, but didn't mean anything to him, so he didn't care. Oh, it's Ziyuan. I see. Liu Hao, perfect timing. I was planning to accompany you to the state of Wei. Why don't we go together? Ziyuan asked happily. Ziyuan will accompany you to protect you. Should we bring some guards? Young master, how can you travel without guards? Just go. When Gongzi Xing saw that Liu Hao was willing to take him along, it didn't matter to him whether there was one more person or one less. So they left the capital together and crossed the river at Guandu. We set off in the morning and arrived in Weixin County around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, where we met Tang Heng, the county magistrate, who was about 50 years old. After the ceremony, Prince Xing immediately ordered his attendant, Fong, to bring out the porcelain treasure. This was brought by my father as a gift to Magistrate Tang. Tang Heng accepted it expressionlessly, without even glancing at it, and bowed. Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me, Your Majesty. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with exchanging a plate for a village. It's time for Liu Hao to make his mark, but but he can't let his efforts go to waste. He needs to reap some benefits for himself. Lord Tang, do you know why His Majesty bestowed this treasure upon you? And why did His Highness insist on delivering it personally? Forgive my ignorance, but I do not know who this gentleman is. My name is Liu Hao, a man from Yulong Village. Gongzi Xing, my lord and father didn't say anything, didn't explain anything. What are you doing here? So, it's Liu Kunin. What a pleasant surprise. Tao, the magistrate of Gong County, also offered the entire township of Gong County to His Majesty. Oh, what does Your Majesty need this county for? It is not that His Majesty wants to demand the protection of the two regions, but rather, His Highness wants to do something important. Prince Xing, I gotta do something big? How come I don't know that myself? Oh, what's the matter? In your opinion, sir, if this porcelain treasure were transported to the southern countries and sold, how many fine things could we get in return? Only then did Tang Heng begin to pay attention to the porcelain treasure. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and it looks very valuable. I immediately understood what that meant. They wanted to go into business together. It must be very valuable, but transporting it to the south will likely encounter many obstacles. What if there were a sufficiently sturdy sea vessel? Where did Xinhua get its ships? Let alone Xinhua. I've never seen any country in the whole world that dares to sail the seas. Your Highness has His Majesty's support and is in charge of this matter, holding a 40% share. I will contribute a sea vessel. Magistrate Tao will contribute a township in Gong County. May I ask Magistrate Tang what he plans to contribute? Tang Heng, I have left Weixiang and have already handed it over to you, young master. Ziyuan hurriedly said, Your Highness, Jinbei County also has a township. By participating in this matter, one is essentially securing the support of the king and the prince and establishing a deep friendship with Gong County and Wei County. It is entirely beneficial to him and his family. Chapter 82, At least one village must have soldiers. Gongzi Xing, Liu Hao brought him here, but they barely spoke a word along the way. So that's why. However, it seems that no matter who I add or not, my share is already set at 40%, so adding more people would actually be beneficial to me. Everyone who joins will thank me. After all, being brought up by Liu Hao without any prior warning, she reflexively looked at him and asked for his opinion. Liu Hao remained expressionless, not looking at him, and let him make his own decision. Jinbei County lies between the capital city and Yulong Village. If you don't bring the Z family along, they will definitely cause trouble in secret. On the contrary, the more people you bring, the more they will pledge their allegiance to the village, and your family will make a fortune before you've even started anything. Seeing that he did not react, Gongzi Xing readily nodded in agreement. That's why I brought you along to discuss important matters. Zuan bowed repeatedly with delight, saying, Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Tang Heng, does this young man own a seagoing vessel? I don't have any seagoing vessels, but I do have shipbuilding skills. I'm just short of manpower. If I had enough, I could build 2 or 3 ships this year. There are only about 20 men in the family now. Shipbuilding requires skilled men, and the quantity can't be small. What's so difficult about that? We can pool our resources and find a place along the river in Weixiang to build it. With the support of the king and the prince, do we have any fear of not having anyone to use? Liu Hao definitely won't build the ship here. When it's finished, will the credit go to the shipbuilder or to himself? Moreover, building ships on one's own territory will attract a large number of people coming and going, which can boost the economy of Yulong Village. Seawater contains salt and easily corrodes wooden boards, so we need to use the best hickory wood. It's too far from here. Only Yulong Village is suitable, as it is backed by Daxing Mountain and can get the moon first from the water. That's fine too, as long as we can build a seagoing vessel. The 3 of us can send people over together, and they can be used by you, right? Young Master Xing. Yes, I will also send more people over there to build the best ships as quickly as possible. Ziyun. However, Yulong Village is located on the edge of the northern lands, a necessary passage for northerners traveling south. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to build a ship there? Tang Heng. It is indeed not as safe as Weixiang, but Weixiang is too far away from Daxing Mountain. These people are truly terrified of the northerners. If they build ships in Weixiang, what will become of my home? A lot of manpower and resources have already been invested in construction, and there are also ready-made iron mines there. Even wooden boats require a considerable amount of iron. Each of you shall sell me 1,000 male slaves. How about it? All those with wives, you may buy them as well. It will take some time to pay off the money and goods, but I can pay interest. Since you're already going to give up an entire township, which has at least 3,000 male slaves, it's not too much to ask each family to give up 1,000, right? There are many fields on the outskirts of the kingdom belonging to the king, and also many male slaves. Ziyuan, it's just the right time to offer up Zili Township. It will most likely be granted to Liu Hao. This way, Zili's lineage can stay a little further away from the porcelain treasure and not get involved so deeply, which can be euphemistically called for Zili's safety. To be deeply involved, you need to have your own people close to you. So he said, how can we only have male slaves? Yulong village is different from others. If we're going to build a ship in Yulong Tree, we will need a lot of soldiers. My family is willing to provide 1,000 soldiers for the young master to use as needed. This guy is too young and impatient. How would you bring up something like this? And you even asked for 1,000, plus the cost of allocating funds. He was disliked by everyone, and even Liu Hao couldn't get any benefits from him. You're trying to plant 1,000 spies in Yulong village, aren't you? Liu Hao quickly helped to cover it up. If it is necessary to resist the northerners, 2,000 soldiers are enough. However, the matter of soldiers still needs to be decided by His Majesty. In my opinion, under no circumstances should the rules be broken. Even if Yulong village urgently needs soldiers, it cannot exceed 300. These soldiers must be purchased from you by me. I cannot ask for them for free. Otherwise, wouldn't you suffer a great loss? Ziyun, young master, you are very righteous. However, in my opinion, for your safety, you should have at least the soldiers of a village to deal with the enemy. The soldiers of a single village are far from enough. In a border township, there are 3,500 soldiers in one township, 300 in one village, and 501 township commander. Gongwei Township has 2,500 soldiers in the township, 200 in each village, and 500 in the township commander. Guodu Township has 1,500 soldiers, 100 in each village, and 500 in the township commander. However, the people of the country could be conscripted into the army at any time. As long as the king gave the order, all the people of the country could become soldiers, but not those from other counties. This measure was also to prevent rebellions in other counties, so the regulations were very strict. Gongzi Xing, holy crap, this little brother is awesome. With him in Yulong village, it's the only way for northerners to travel south. As long as he has the troops of village, there is a very high probability that he can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Things are different now. As long as he can build ships, and with all those industries involved, who would be willing to let their own economic lifeline be cut off? From the king onwards to Jinbei County and then to Gongwei County, all the troops would be sent to rescue him, thus keeping the northerners at Yulong village. Moreover, there's no need to worry about sending troops for nothing. The most profitable industries are in his hands, so he will definitely have enough money to pay for all the military expenses. To prevent the northerners from migrating south and joining their own ranks, each family would certainly do their utmost to support him in raising more soldiers. The soldiers of a single village are far from enough in anyone's eyes. At the very least, one should have the soldiers of a whole township. If he can keep the northerners out of Yulong village, the emperor and father will be the first to stand up and support him. This young man is really good at handling people. Without even realizing it, he's gained so much support. No, I need to spend more time with him in the future. He's really talented, and I can learn a lot from him. Ziyuan's words are very good. Only by holding the troops of a village can we delay the arrival of reinforcements from all directions to jointly defend against the northern bandits. Tang Heng stroked his beard and pondered. Young sir, do you know that being there means you'll inevitably have to fight a major battle with the northern bandits? War is no child's play. You could lose your life at any moment. Liu Hao, only in Yulong village can Zibao be born and the finest wine in the world be brewed. Then we can only live as long as our families live, or die if our families die. No matter how many northerners there are, or how ferocious they are, we can only fight to the death. Oh, young master, you know how to brew wine. Then, I was fortunate enough to taste the wine brewed by the young master with my father. It truly deserves the title of the best in the world. Liu Hao, I imagine that transporting the wine to various places could bring in quite a few good things in return. I won't offer him a taste, because the king has already bought out the entire supply of that wine. If anyone wants to drink it, they either have to go to Yulong Mountain residence or buy it from a king. Furthermore, this guy is quite a scoundrel. I was talking so passionately, but his focus was on the wine, not the war. No wonder Xinghua was so thoroughly humiliated by the northerners. It turns out that such a powerful lord didn't care about war, only about profit. Therefore, we should strongly recommend the young master to His Majesty for the position of village chief. Ziyuan, that's what I think too. I should persuade my father to strongly recommend my son to take up the post of the commander of Zili Township. Gongzi Xing said, why don't we have Magistrate Tang come with us to the capital? We can discuss this further after Magistrate Tao arrives. It's too late today, so let's rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany your highness to the palace. Chapter 83 awarded the title of Township Marshal. Upon returning to the capital, Ziyuan immediately informed the county magistrate, Zilong. Zilong was very happy and expressed his full support for sending his son away from home to Liu Hao. As long as you're not a complete novice, no one will object to this. It's like having Liu Hao stand in front of everyone. Moreover, since both Gong and Wei counties have already contributed one township each, the Z family has not actually suffered any losses and will even receive one township in Gong County, making them the party with the smallest investment. Who could blame them when Liu Hao was originally their servant? After Tao Qian arrived, the families discussed the matter in detail. Since it was the young master who took the lead, this matter should not be done secretly by these few families. The news should be sent to all the court officials. The current officials in the court mainly include the Minister of State, the head of all officials, is the highest minister among the 6 ministers. The official in charge of land administration, Su, was similar to the Minister of Revenue. The spring official in charge of the imperial clan was analogous to the combined authority of the imperial clan minister and the Ministry of Rights. Xiaoguan Sima is a combination of the Ministry of War and the Grand General. The autumn official and the Minister of Justice are analogous to the Ministry of Justice. The winter official, Sikong, or Sigong, is analogous to the Ministry of Works. Personnel like the Siwei were considered lower-ranking officials, whose status was significantly lower than that of the 6 ministers. Among these 6 ministers, the Prime Minister was a member of the chief family from the capital city, while others were branches of the Tao and Tang families or members of other county families. Since the young master is leading a business deal, he must make sure to inform all the relevant parties, including the other 3 counties and the 6 high-ranking officials. That's the situation. Each of the 3 families will contribute 1 township. You can decide for yourselves whether to participate or not. We won't force you to participate if you don't want to. The property of a high-ranking official is located on the outskirts of the country. It does not have as much land as other counties, but the land price in the outskirts of the country is high, and the land of village can be as valuable as that of a township. The matter being handled by the prince was clearly at the behest of the king, so everyone had to give a token gesture. In the end, each of the 6 ministers contributed a village, and the other 3 counties each contributed a township. The young master owns 35% of the shares, and the remaining 60% is divided equally among the 13 companies, with each company owning 0.5% of the shares. A group of old men surrounded 2 young men, especially Liu Hao, who was the youngest among them. It seems extremely unreliable, but faced with the porcelain treasure in front of us, we can only trust him for the time being. Since the land has already been agreed to be given away, we have to get something in return, otherwise we'll suffer a huge loss. As for something as significant as bestowing a title, they would never agree to it if it were done through normal procedures. Now it's become a behind-the-scenes transaction, with everyone focusing on the lost land and how to minimize the losses. And to stop the loss, they had to rely on Liu Hao. Even the king, the prince, and the 3 old guys were fully supporting him, so there was no reason to oppose him. Opposing him would be a waste of time. So, Prince Xing took the lead, and everyone together offered their advice to the king, with the prime minister speaking first. Although Liu Hao comes from humble origins, his ancestors were from the Yulong clan, a noble family. Although Liu Hao is young, he has made great contributions to the prosperity of our country. If he is not rewarded, it will surely discourage people and no one will dare to make contributions in the future. Therefore, I believe that Liu Hao should be greatly rewarded. The ministers said, "We second that proposal." The king's face remained expressionless, but he was secretly overjoyed. Before the business even started, they made a fortune. They first took the profits from 4 townships and 6 villages, and then gave one of the other 2 townships to Liu Hao and the other to the Z family. There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, he was a servant of the Z family. Moreover, since the county magistrate Zilong suggested that Liu Hao be granted the fief of Zili Township, the matter was missing a crucial step. The ruler then took advantage of the situation and granted the eastern part of Gong County to Ziheng. However, since the county did not belong to Zijia or Gongxian, it had already been offered to the ruler and was therefore directly under the ruler's jurisdiction. In other words, the land originally belonging to the county magistrate was now under the ruler's name. As for Zili, Liu Hao also wanted him to take on the responsibility of transportation, so he moved 1 township back and renamed the adjacent township Zili Township. When Liu Hao was promoted to the position of Yulongxiangzi, everyone who wrote about him would be given the title of Yulongzi, also known as Yulongzai Jushi. Liu Hao's identity token has been changed from a bronze token to a red gold token, which may contain a little gold. The county magistrate's plaque was made of ivory, while the 6 ministers' plaques were made of jade. They were also issued official robes. At present, there is no brocade, the most expensive is silk, and there are not many dyes, mainly black and dark red. The local military commander was granted a red robe. The viscount was granted a black robe. The king, grateful for his contributions, united everyone around him, creating an unprecedented scene of unity in the kingdom. He bestowed upon him a jade belt, 1,000 gold coins, 1,000 small copper shells, and 200 bolts of silk. Zilong and others advised that Yulong Township was different from others, and that he should be allowed to prepare more soldiers to defend against foreign enemies. Otherwise, everyone's business would be ruined. The king was also waiting for these words. If Liu Hao were to perish, everyone would suffer a huge loss. If he could withstand the northerners, it would greatly reduce the defense pressure on everyone. The 6 ministers also strongly agreed. Therefore, Yulong Township was granted special permission to station 1,000 soldiers in the township and 500 soldiers in each village, for a total of 6,000 standing troops. The capital city only manages the number of soldiers. The specific details are the private affairs of each lord and are not interfered with. Even a village is now essentially a state within a state, possessing immense autonomy as long as it pays tribute on time and in full. They can formulate their own family rules and use them to govern the people under their rule. At present, there are no national laws, and the legalist school of thought has not yet emerged. Everything is governed by family laws. For this reason, each fiefdom has its own unique family rules. When going to another village, one must follow the local customs, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Finally, the king said, the military affairs of Yulong Township are related to both Yulong Township and the safety of Xinhua. We must not ignore them. The soldiers who left their hometown will inevitably have to move with Zili. In this way, Zili Township will have no soldiers to use. This will not do. What do you all think we should do? Before anyone else could speak, Liu Hao preemptively said, Your Majesty, the matter of the soldiers will require some more time. Otherwise, I will have no food to feed them. Now, let alone raising an army. As a local warlord, I must conscript laborers to speed up the construction of the Imperial Dragon Castle. The food for these laborers still needs to be circulated, and there is simply no surplus food to feed the army. King, isn't this perfect? You should quickly produce more porcelain and brew more wine. Then you'll have enough grain. If I don't put some pressure on you, who knows when you'll get there? If Yulong Township is without soldiers, the Shanrong will surely come south to plunder. As for the grain, you need to find a way to borrow some first. As for the soldiers, it is urgent. Otherwise, if Yulong Township is lost, it will endanger all other places. The ministers said, Your Majesty is wise. Yulong Township must not be without soldiers. The king said, I will lend you 500 soldiers. Remember, it is a loan. You must return the money for these soldiers to the capital as soon as possible. The king was delighted. I'll sell you some soldiers who aren't very good at collecting taxes at a high price, and secretly plant some spies among them to monitor you and your businesses. I'll make money, and you'll be under my complete surveillance. Liu Hao knew that these soldiers were there to monitor him, but there was no other way. In those days, soldiers had to be sergeants. Without the approval of a big shot, let alone whether sergeants could be bought. Even if they could, these sergeants might not be willing to follow a child to the extremely dangerous border to risk their lives. Your Majesty, if you could lend me another batch of grain, I would be eternally grateful to your Majesty's ancestors. Why does this sound so awkward? We are deeply grateful for your Majesty's great favor. We should not only thank your Majesty, but also our ancestors. Given your loyalty, I'll lend you 500 dan of fine grain first. Remember to return 1,000 dan after the autumn harvest. Chapter 84, The Investor's Test. Seriously, all crows are black. From this perspective, when Zihang was the village chief, he was quite conscientious in returning 2 jars of grain for every 1 jar he borrowed, and he didn't overcharge. This rule has been in place since the time of the king. It's undeniable that all the nobles of the Great Qing Kingdom are loan sharks. This is probably true for all countries in the world. Your Majesty, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. May I ask, how much money do those 500 soldiers owe us? How much you repay depends on whether you can manage it. If you can't control it, how much money will you have to repay? If they cannot be controlled, then they need to be assigned generals with the talent to command troops, and each soldier costs 20 peng. If they can be controlled, then each soldier costs 10 peng. 1 peng is equal to 100 copper shells, which is equal to 500 copper shells. A top-quality warhorse costs about 50 copper shells. In other words, buying a soldier is equivalent to the price of 2 horses. 1 warhorse could be exchanged for 5 to 6 male slaves. The 500 soldiers will have to repay at least 50,000 copper coins. This is the price one must pay to become a lord. Meritorious service alone is not enough. One must also have sufficient wealth. Since we started with nothing, building even the most basic framework requires countless human, material, and financial resources. No one is our own father and can provide these resources for free, so we can only borrow money. Your humble servant is trembling with fear, but I am willing to give it a try. This is what everyone hopes to see. Commanding troops is no different from other tasks. It is a more complex and technical job. If he can manage 500 soldiers, it means that this guy is somewhat reliable and trustworthy. If you don't even have this much ability, What else can you talk about? The king wanted to see if he was just bragging when he last met him, or if he had real talent and ability. What nonsense are you spouting, saying that if I only send 800 cavalrymen, I won't let the enemy horses cross Xingshan? He immediately sent people to make preparations. This would take some time, and the court then changed the strategy to enduring hardship and biding one's time, discussing sending the 6 ministers on diplomatic missions to neighboring countries whenever they had free time. By offering porcelain treasures as tribute, Xinhua humbly expressed its willingness to pay regular tribute to other countries in exchange for peace. At the same time, it was also implying to Liu Hao that the porcelain treasures he sent were too few. There were 3 kingdoms surrounding the area, and these things were only enough for the Daxing Palace to use, not enough to be given as tribute to the surrounding areas. We agreed last time that you would cover all these expenses free of charge. Liu Hao said, Yulong Township is in dire need of reconstruction and still needs to purchase a large number of male slaves. It is already in debt with huge sums of money. Can we use porcelain treasures to offset taxes and grain from public fields? After Yulong Township came under the direct jurisdiction of the capital, 300 plots of land in the township became the property of the king. There were also land taxes and household taxes, half of which went to the monarch's private treasury. For the ruler, porcelain treasures were the same as grain, and grain was the same as porcelain treasures. They were all the same. As long as more porcelain treasures are sent, they could be used to offset grain and taxes. Liu Hao also had his own little scheme. The porcelain treasures presented to the king were personally escorted by Yulong Township. Of the 10 ships to be built, 5 will belong to the king. Is there anyone in this world who understands navigation better than Liu Hao? They could then use the pretext of helping the monarch establish a new caravan to secretly carry out their own business and make a little extra money. Of course, that's a story for another time. The most urgent task is to resolve the issue of the sergeants. After returning to the inn, Sango had already come back. Reporting to the eldest brother, the 3 of us brothers spent a total of 38 coins to buy 30 large pigs, including 20 sows and 10 boars, as well as 30 piglets. The number of males and females was about the same, and we only bought the strongest ones. Yes, you 3 have worked hard. What's so hard about it? Serving the boss is what we juniors should do. We're happy to do it, and all the remaining money is here. Take the money and go to a clothing shop. Make a silk dress for each of you, inside and out. We're just lowly servants. How dare we overstep the rules? If the boss really wants to reward us, we would be grateful if he made us a set of linen clothes. Liu Haoyang showed the 3 of them his Viscount gold medal. My God, boss! Liu Hao stopped the 3 of them. No need for flattery yet. From today onwards, Zili Township will be renamed Yulong Township and will belong to the young master. From now on, you will work hard for the boss and you'll no longer be slaves. I've already asked Lord Sikong to help you get some scholar certificates. From now on, you will be scholars by the side of the township commander. The 3 never dreamed that by following the young leader, they would not only eat and drink well 3 times a day, but also become soldiers in such a short time. In those days, it was harder for a slave to cross social classes and become a scholar than to land on the moon. The difficulty was comparable to a manned mission to Mars. The 3 were so excited they couldn't speak, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. All right, what kind of behavior is this, you grown men? From now on, you'll have to run errands for me often, and you'll have to change your names too. You can't call yourselves that anymore. From now on, we will take the boss's surname. Whatever the boss calls us, we will call him. Please bestow a name upon us, boss. Please bestow a name upon me, sir. So Liu Hao named the 3 of them Bei, Yu, and Fei. Their nicknames were Da-Ha, Er-Ha, and San-Ha. Early the next morning, on an open ground outside the capital city, the king led a group of officials to the scene to watch how the young man they had invested in would manage the soldiers. The Sir class, analogous to knights in the Western Middle Ages, was a fixed social class. If one person becomes a scholar, the whole family will become scholars for generations. However, due to the strict restrictions on the number of soldiers imposed by each major family, and the high cost of maintaining an army, in many families, only the eldest son could become a regular soldier and be assigned a post, while many second and third sons could only become commoners. Even though they were of noble birth, they could only farm every day like ordinary people. Therefore, even men could be traded by lords, just like slaves. The 500 soldiers selected today are just like that. They are only temporarily conscripted and given temporary training during major battles, and otherwise they are ordinary civilians. Therefore, they were all dressed in civilian clothes and carried various kinds of weapons. Soldiers needed to prepare their own weapons. The queue was very loose, with everyone standing crookedly and awkwardly, clearly a motley crew. I glanced at them, and they were all between 20 and 30 years old. Because they are for trading, and each person is worth 10 coins, people under 30 years old are usually chosen for trading. Correspondingly, the older they are, the more difficult they are to manage. They are neither as obedient as teenagers nor as composed as the elderly. Liu Hao, dressed in a dark red robe, sat upright on his horse, followed by 3 dogs and a hawk carrying a red tasseled spear as he approached the 500 soldiers. Everyone, why is it a baby? Our commander is actually a kid. Shall we follow a young man to the border? What's the difference between that and going to your death? Yeah, isn't this just going to our deaths? Liu Hao, silence. Silence. The buzzing of voices gradually, slowly, finally subsided. Due to the current clothing situation, few people rode horses. The king and his entourage all rode in chariots, standing on them and watching with great interest. Chapter 85, Establishing Authority at the Front. These days, entertainment options are scarce, so anything even remotely interesting will attract a large crowd. Especially today, watching how a 13-year-old boy manages a mob is a very interesting thing for the nobles. Among them, the 2 who had the highest expectations for Liu Hao were the township commander and the village commander. That day on the banks of the Daxing River, I personally heard him boasting about how skilled he was in warfare. At that moment, we all wished we could kneel down and become his disciples on the spot. Today is a good opportunity to see how he manages his troops. Compared to myself, what makes me superior? Ziheng. These soldiers are clearly out of practice and extremely difficult to control. Zili. Yes, especially since the commander-in-chief is a young man and doesn't have enough troops around him. The more he tries to exert his authority, the less obedient the soldiers become. Once you can't control them from the beginning, it will be difficult to manage them in the future. The 2 put themselves in the other's shoes and thought about it. If they were in their shoes, with only 3 cowardly-looking followers, it would be really difficult to manage these 500 soldiers. The 3 dogs had been slaves for generations, and they were so timid that they dared not even breathe loudly when they saw soldiers, which made the soldiers greet them with cold humps. If even the people around the head coach are so timid, you can imagine what kind of person the head coach is. From the moment the 4 of them appeared, they had already looked down on them. Prince Xing, Father, isn't this making things too difficult for him? What's so difficult about it? If he finds it difficult, he can come back to me, and I will send him a general. This isn't a question of difficulty, but rather a question of 10 peng versus 20 peng. Liu Hao began to speak, clearing his throat and using a singing technique often seen on television. Chest resonance, oral resonance, and brain resonance can make the voice louder and more penetrating without much effort. My name is Liu Hao. I have been deeply honored by His Majesty's favor and have been granted the position of commander of Yulong Township. And I bought you all from the capital city for 10 peng each. From now on, you are all brothers of the dragon riding village. I am unworthy to be your commander. My rule of commanding an army has only 3 principles: obedience, obedience, and the absolute obedience. As soldiers, you must abide by military law. Listen carefully. Anyone who disobeys orders is guilty of the grave crime of disrupting morale. I, the commander, will execute them without mercy. Now, I'm giving you 10 breaths to back out. Anyone who wants to withdraw, step forward. Everyone had finally gotten an assignment, a chance to regain the honor of being a soldier, so no one wanted to quit. Since no one has withdrawn, from this day forward, you are all officially soldiers of the Imperial Dragon Village, and you shall act in accordance with the military laws of the Imperial Dragon Village. Now all soldiers listen to my command. Run around the capital city, from east to west. Anyone who returns from the west shall be beheaded. The last person to return from the east shall be beheaded. Anyone who has not returned by noon shall be considered a deserter and shall be enslaved. Upon hearing this, some people wanted to move, but seeing that most people were standing still, they stopped in their tracks. Ultimately, it evolved into everyone standing still. Ziheng. He's trying to establish his authority through this. Zili. However, if everyone is disobedient, how can we establish authority? If handled improperly, there is a risk of mutiny. The king was delighted. He could earn 20 peng, a unit of currency. The 3 dogs were completely bewildered. Liu Hao, however, remained remarkably calm. Among you, are there any officers or generals? If there are officers or colonels with established positions, then there are 20 peng per person. If there are no officers or colonels with established positions, then there are 10 peng per person. So no one moved, and no one answered. Liu Hao reached out, and Daha shakily handed over the red-tasseled spear. He took the gun and pointed it at one of the men. You, step forward. The man looked at him with 1,000 grievances, then at the spear pointed at him, and coldly snorted. Step forward, then step forward. What complaints do you have? Tell me. I joined the army to win battles, not to die. Liu Hao shouted sternly, making sure all the soldiers heard him. Then let me ask you, since you were certain that following me would mean certain death, why didn't you quit when I asked you all earlier? Why did you still cling to the ranks? If everyone else stays here, I naturally won't leave either. I'll only leave if others do. Liu Hao needed to establish his authority, but as the first person to do so, he couldn't do it too harshly, as that could easily cause a mutiny. Therefore, striking the right balance was crucial. Where's your taxi license? The man stood still and didn't reply. Liu Hao had no choice but to threaten. You are all men of scholars for generations. You should know what punishment you should receive for disrespecting etiquette and military orders. He raised his voice again and asked him, I'm asking you, where's your taxi badge? With so many nobles present, disobeying etiquette is punishable by death. The man had no choice but to take out his badge. Liu Hao caught it and tossed it directly to Sango. From this day forward, you are no longer a scholar. You will be a registered slave. They're all standing there motionless, so why are you targeting me? Since we're going to die anyway, I'll fight you to the death. Having said that, he raised the long spear in his hand and thrust it straight at Liu Hao. Riding on his horse, Liu Hao took advantage of the cavalry's height, and with a slight flick of his spear, he deflected the incoming halberd. A flash of cold light appeared first. Then the spear shot out like a dragon, locking the man's throat and easily killing him before he even reached the horse. The remaining soldiers, seeing that man's fate, and then looking at the armored soldiers guarding the two sides of the nobleman, knew that any move they made would be a rebellion, and those soldiers would charge over and tear them to pieces. That's not all. Treason is a serious crime, and the entire family will be implicated. Therefore, no one dared to move, except for the man's younger brother, who, seeing his brother die a violent death, angrily said, If you dare kill my third brother, I'll fight you to the death. Liu Hao spurred his horse forward. With a flick of his spear, a flash of silver light appeared, and the man fell to the ground, clutching his throat and kicking his legs. He soon stopped moving. Ziheng, impressive skills. Zili, excellent marksmanship. Gongzi Xing, I never imagined my brother would have such skill. At such a young age, he was able to kill 2 people. King, oh no, 20 Pong are going to become 10 Pong. If the first one was a coincidence, people wouldn't be afraid of him. But when he killed the second person with a single shot, that showed his true ability. The 500 soldiers were instantly stunned. Liu Hao brandished a spear, pointing at the crowd. Who else? Who else? Who dares to fight me for 300 rounds? After a long while, there was no sound. I have said that any soldier who disobeys my orders is a disturbance of morale and deserves death. Now, I will give you 10 more breaths. Anyone who wishes to repent and withdraw may leave now. This is a hard-won opportunity. If I let it slip away, I'll be scolded to death when I get home, and I won't be able to hold my head up in front of my neighbors. If the vast majority of people don't move, then no one will dare to move. Since you're not leaving, then anyone who disobeys orders, no matter who they are, will be executed without mercy. Now, everyone, take your weapons and circle the capital city from east to west. The last person to return will be executed. Any escapee will be reduced to unregistered slavery. Anyone returning from the west will be executed. This time, everyone obeyed and ran as fast as they could to avoid being last. Soon, everyone rushed to the west of the city, leaving only 2 unfortunate souls lying dead on the ground. Someone came and dragged the body away. Chapter 86, Stone Mill for Cattle. Prince Xing rode forward in his chariot. Why kill those 2? That's 20 Pong. War is a matter of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road to survival or ruin. It is not a game. Anyone who disobeys orders shall be killed without mercy. Otherwise, they will rebel sooner or later. Who said this? Was it Laozi? No, these words were spoken by Sun Tzu. Father, grandson, and son. Laozi lived to the age of 160 before passing away. Hence the name Laozi. Suanzi is the surname Sun. Why have I never heard of these 2 people before? This world is very, very big, much bigger than your highness can imagine. Gongzi Xing also knew that the world was very, very vast, and from ancient times to the present, no one could say where the edge of the world was. Instead of dwelling on that issue, he was more concerned about what had just happened. I just heard you say that you want to kill the last person who comes back. What's the reason for that? Killing him was just an excuse to urge them to run faster. Otherwise, who knows how long they would take to come back. If that's the case, wouldn't you, as the commander-in-chief, be untrustworthy? The soldiers will surely not obey you. That depends on how it's done. If it's done well, there will be great benefits. Otherwise, as your highness said, we will lose the trust of the soldiers. That depends on how you handle it. By the way, the emperor's wheat flour is finished. He was originally planning to have a grand feast with daxing dumplings for all the officials today, but the palace cook said that there isn't enough wheat flour, only enough for the emperor to eat for a few days. And how can we make more wheat flour? Use a stone mill. What is a stone mill? It involves carving 2 stones into discs, placing them together, making a hole in the top, adding wheat into the hole, and then rotating the millstone to grind the wheat into flour. The tool used for grinding flour is called a millstone. But the palace cooks said the same thing. The emperor also ordered the minister of works to make it, but the stone was too hard. It damaged countless bronze chisels and was barely carved, but it could never be ground into powder. There must be no grooves on the millstone. Without grooves, the millstone would be pushed up by large grains of wheat, preventing it from grinding the already crushed grains. Therefore, a millstone without grooves cannot grind flour at all. The technique of using 8 diagonal lines in a single finger area was developed and perfected over 1,000 years ago, since the invention of the stone mill in the spring and autumn period, but it was not until the Song dynasty. Gongzi Xing's father was fleecing Liu Hao. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Could it be that the wheat is being milled? If all else fails, let's send the wheat to Yulong Township. Your Majesty has been kind enough to process it for me. Otherwise, Zili spent 40 oxen, 20 carts, and 2,000 jars of wheat to obtain a set of stone mortar and mill. Gongzi Xing was greatly surprised and said, "What? He got the stone mill with just that little bit? Where did he get it from?" It's unbelievable that the discarded copper chisels alone cost far more than that small amount of money, not to mention the many craftsmen employed and the waste of a lot of food. Go ask Zili. Gongzi Xing hurriedly summoned Zili and asked about the stone mill. Zili thought to himself, something's not right. The stone mill was clearly exchanged from Liu Hao, and he himself is right here, so why is he asking me? I understand. Just like with the porcelain treasure, young Master Liu wants me to be a middleman. Young Master Liu is so kind to me. I have no way to repay him except... Your Highness, what are you talking about? I'll give you 40 cows, 20 carts, and 2,000 jars of wheat. Go and trade them for me to get a set, okay? Liu Hao, Your Highness, please forgive my bluntness. What? You have to give to receive. You can only gain something by giving something, and you can lose something by losing something. Of course, I won't let Zili work for nothing. How about this? I'll give you 50 oxen. How about that? Zili smiled, intending to express his gratitude. Liu Hao, why are you looking at me? If you don't want the ox cart, you just want the ox. Just tell the young master directly. Who is the young master? He is the most magnanimous person in the great Qing kingdom. His magnanimity is so great that he can hold all rivers in his belly and sail around in a sailboat. Gongzi Xing, if you don't want the ox cart, that would be even better. How about I give you 80 oxen and 2,000 jars of wheat? This humble general will find it as soon as possible. Liu Hao took the opportunity to clarify the issue of Atomic leaving his hometown. By the way, what are your plans, Zili, for those village leaders who left their hometowns? Zili was a little scratched his head. These people had finally gotten on the right track and were working well for him, so he definitely wanted to move them all away. But if we move away, the young master will need people too. What are your thoughts, young master? I also need manpower, but I'm even more short of food right now. Understood, young sir. Don't worry, I'll exchange grain with you. How about it? 10 dan of grain for a village chief, 1 dan for a local official. The official in charge of the fields is from my clan, so he can only come with me. Liu Hao was delighted. He hadn't wanted to keep the village chieftain any longer, and there was no need to grant him a fiefdom. Not only did he take the man away, but he also left him food. He was really too kind. We're brothers. You can take the person with you, but we can forget about the food. We can manage. Don't worry, young master. I will deliver the grain when we get back. Not a single load will be missing. Gongzi Xing. I'm curious. You've given all the village commanders to Zili. Who do you plan to infect those villages to? Shipbuilding requires a lot of people. So many people don't farm, yet they eat more than those who do. Therefore, we can only temporarily suspend the granting of fiefs and save the grain to feed the shipbuilders. The two couldn't understand why the previous subcontracting system wasn't the most time-saving, labor-saving, and most profitable way to earn the most grain. That's why everyone uses this system. Liu Hao would certainly not say that it was an expedient measure during a time when agricultural tools were underdeveloped. He would say that the fields where his son left home did not have enough oxen for plowing. Apart from the fields that Liu Hao rented, all the other fields were sown without being plowed. How could they possibly harvest any grain? When resources are scarce, it is best to use a planned economy. Concentrate resources on major projects, take back all the land, make good use of oxen to cultivate all the land, and then consider the issue of contracting production to individual households. Those people didn't seem to mind being bored. They just stayed there in the sweltering summer heat, waiting to see what would happen next with Liu Hao. There's not much entertainment available, so going back would just mean sitting around doing nothing. It's the same no matter where you are, but here there's something lively to watch. So they all stayed in the shade, drinking tea, fanning themselves, and chatting. The capital city is quite large. A complete circuit of it is over 10 kilometers long. Liu Hao also had Sengo hire a few Chinese people, rinse several large copper pots, brew tea, and wait for the runners to return. More than an hour later, the fastest group finally returned. Liu Hao immediately called for the 3 dogs to go forward, and Gongzi Xing also came over. Liu Hao collected the bronze medal from each person who came by. The identity token of the scholar is also made of bronze, but it is a short handheld token, unlike the bronze token of the village man, which is long and pointed. Engrave a number on the sign. Engrave 1 on the first person to return, and then return it to them. Take the sign and go to the shade of the tree over there. Don't sit down immediately or drink water right away. If you're really thirsty, rinse your mouth with water. Wait until your body recovers and your heartbeat returns to normal before going over there. There's tea that's been brewed. Yes. Gongzi Xing, why is that? When you're exhausted, you may overeat and drink, which can easily lead to sudden death. Zili, I see. I must write this down. 500 people ran more than 10 kilometers, divided into several teams. Everyone was waiting to see how he would deal with the last person to return. Feeling that they were almost all back, Liu Hao started counting. The 3 dogs can only count up to 100. They can't count any more than that. After roll call, 5 people were still missing. Big Ha and 3 Ha rode horses to check. Before long, he returned and reported. Reporting to the Lord, those 5 people did not escape, but some of them were exhausted and came here to help each other. Liu Hao also had someone sent by the king to gather information, who immediately went back to report. The group, who had been feeling bored, immediately perked up again. Now, all 5 people are at the back. How do you handle this? If we kill them all, it will surely demoralize the entire army. If we release them all, how can we establish trust? Chapter 87. Young Master Xing runs into tears. Only Prince Xing focused his attention on the stone mill. This matter made him very unhappy. He knew that the wheat flour came from Liu Hao's hands, and the stone mill must also have come from his hands. So, looking at the 5 men, he asked, "Are you very greedy? Which talent is your highness referring to? If you need a cow, you can simply ask me for one. Why go through someone else?" Liu Hao understood that they were upset because he hadn't offered the millstone to the palace, but was instead being asked to exchange it for an ox. Damn it, you want to borrow some grain from your father and then lend it to him at exorbitant interest rates, and you still want to get a stone mill for free? Of course, that's not how you should put it. Because your highness has recognized me as your younger brother, and I don't have any other merits, my greatest merit is that I value brotherhood the most, because you are my elder brother. This left Prince Xing utterly perplexed. Since we're brothers, shouldn't you give me a set? No matter what, I'm a young master, and I'm asking you for money, and you're saying it's out of brotherhood? What do you mean? Because you are a young master. What's wrong, young master? If my sworn brother were a poor man, I would not only give him a millstone, but I would also give him enough food. But it's different with you, young master. What's the difference? Because I only want to talk about brotherhood with you, and I don't want to get involved in things that would affect our brotherhood. Tell me, if I were to hand over the millstone to you, as a young master who owns the entire Xinhua, would you really accept it for free? Of course I can't take it for free. Liu Hao. So, if I give it away for free, then I'm implying I have ulterior motives towards you, young master. The greatest benefit you can offer me, young master, is not money, but power. The more power you give me, the less power others will have. The one who has lost power will inevitably harbor resentment towards the young master. If things continue this way, will the young master actually receive the millstone that was offered? But you lost the support of one person or even a group of people. Yet they spent even more wealth than the millstone itself. It could be said that besides gaining the millstone, you have actually lost many things. And the brotherhood between us is no longer pure. It's become that I'm doing everything I can to curry favor with you in order to extract benefits from you. On the contrary, as things are now, although you've lost a tiny, insignificant cow, furthermore, you haven't lost any benefits. On the contrary, you've gained Zili's loyalty. The entire Zili lineage will support you. Gongzi Xing thought in bewilderment. That seems to make sense. Liu Hao, this is the meaning of the saying. The friendship between gentlemen is as bland as water, while the friendship between petty men is as sweet as wine. My lord, you should know that the most expensive things in this world are actually the things you get for free. The costs behind these events are often far-reaching. It's better for ordinary people. The greater the power, the greater the price often comes with it. Hence the saying. Gongzi Xing, what proverb? Even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. Only in this way can a relationship last. Elder brother, you are a noble young master, and you will not gain any benefit from me. You are only seeking pure friendship. If I were to use this to scheme against you, I would be a treacherous villain. Therefore, between you and me, apart from matters of state, we should only communicate from the heart and not involve anything external. What do you say? Young Master Xing was deeply moved. From the moment I met him, I felt that he was not like others, who were obsequious and overly respectful to me. I just want to make a good friend like that. A close friend who isn't involved in any mundane matters. Isn't this the person I've been searching for in my dreams? He excitedly patted him hard on the shoulder. Good brother, you are my best brother. With such a friend in life, what more could one ask for? Big brother. My dear brother. Zeely, what are they doing? How can they be so affectionate in a situation like this? They really have a refined taste. Holy crap. Wait, these two seem to be calling each other brothers. Young Master Liu is about to take off. At this point, the 5 people who had fallen behind were less than 200 meters away. Of the 5, 4 robust men in their mid-20s. Only one person, in his early 20s, had a scholarly air about him and was quite frail. Exhausted to the point of collapse, he was carried by the 2 men. When they had walked about 100 meters, one of them said, I can't go on. The other 2 quickly took over to help him up and continued forward. Just as they were about to return to the finish line, one of the strong men collapsed to the ground without the other 4 noticing. In the end, the first 4 people arrived safely, while the one who collapsed was the last to arrive. The other 3 quickly put the scholar down and ran back to help the one who had fallen. Don't worry about me. You all go back quickly. Brother, if we're going to die, we'll die together. At least we'll have a good companion on the road to the underworld. One of them came to beg for forgiveness. The person who had fallen suddenly jumped up and ran over to argue his guilt. In an instant, the 4 of them started taking the blame for each other. Liu Hao stood there, quietly watching their performance. After a long while, the first person to return, having rested, stepped forward to plead for them upon seeing the situation. Several people pleaded for leniency, and everyone else followed suit. Soon, everyone knelt down and begged for mercy, leaving only the younger brother who had collapsed and couldn't get up, who was also crawling towards them with all his might. Liu Hao remained unmoved, standing there with a livid face, making no comment. Even Gongzi Xing couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Liu Hao, signaling him to quickly express his willingness to spare them. What are you waiting for? Liu Hao, what are we waiting for? You, young master, are standing right here. If you don't speak, how can I speak? Speaking before the young master was a grave taboo in the imperial era. This is clearly a good opportunity to help the young master gain prestige. Not helping is a mistake. Helping is a great achievement. Before Gongzi Xing could react, he couldn't contain himself any longer and spoke up. Brother, since the whole army is pleading for them, let's let this matter go for now and spare them this time. Let them go back and train properly later. Liu Hao first clasped his hands in a fist salute to Gongzi Xing before speaking, his voice stern. According to my military regulations, any of you who dare to disobey my orders will be severely punished. However, with His Highness's order here to plead for you, I will show leniency and spare you this time. If you offend again, you'll be executed without mercy. Now quickly thank His Highness for his grace. All the soldiers shouted in unison, Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives. Gongzi Xing then realized, my virtuous brother is helping me gain prestige among scholars. Oh, my dear brother, he's so kind. He's really worried himself sick over his older brother. Her eyes welled up with tears of emotion as she looked at Liu Hao, speechless with gratitude. Zeely. Holy crap. So this is how you win over the young master? I've learned something new. Young Master Liu, you're truly my teacher. It's a pity he's too young. I'm in my early 30s, and if I were to become the disciple of a child who's only 10 or so, I would be ridiculed by the whole world. Otherwise, I would definitely kneel down and become his disciple. Those watching from behind suddenly heard the soldiers shouting, first to thank young Master Xie, and then, after being reminded by young Master Xie, they turned to thank the township commander. The king nodded 3 times. Young Master Liu, you are a good man. You are a loyal minister, and a capable one at that. The ministers said, at such a young age, he has already mastered the ways of the ruler and his subjects. This child's future is limitless. Chapter 88, 10,000 Households, Imperial Dragon Village. Liu Hao beckoned to the man who had stepped forward first to plead for the 5 men, and took the bronze medal from his hand. I don't recognize the characters on it, but the markings are ones I carved myself, and they're number 1. What is your name? Zhang Fei, you despicable man. What's your name? Zhang Fei. Liu Hao couldn't help but take a good look at him. Zhang Fei from the 3 Kingdoms had a leopard's head and piercing eyes, while the man in front of him had a big face with bristling hair and was very strong. It was just a coincidence that they had the same name. You're quite good. Do you want to be an adult? How can I not want to? This person is not the top scorer in exams, but is loyal, righteous, and responsible. We urgently need to create a framework for these people. Thinking is one thing. Being able to do it is another. Yulong Township is different from others. It's located on the border. In order to better protect our country, We need to make some minor adjustments to the military system. From now on, 10 men will form a shur, with a shur leader. 5 shur will form a pi, with a pi leader. Each platoon leader is flanked by 2 messengers and 2 bodyguards. 3 platoons form a company, headed by a company commander. 5 messengers and 5 bodyguards are required. 3 companies form a battalion, headed by a battalion commander. In addition to his personal guards and messengers, the battalion commander must also have scouts and a medic. The number of people will depend on the situation. Have you remembered everything I said? Zhang Fei. I've got it. Repeat it. So, he repeated what Liu Hao had just said. Liu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Above the battalion is the regiment, and above the regiment is the brigade. By His Majesty's decree, the Imperial Dragon Township shall have a standing army of 1 brigade. I, the commander, shall be the brigade commander, and from now on, you shall be my deputy commander and deputy brigade commander. Zhang Fei never expected to encounter such a situation, rising to prominence in one fell swoop. I will certainly not let down the cultivation I have received from you. Remember, this is an acting position. It's only temporary. Whether you can be promoted to a permanent position depends on your performance and whether you can handle the job. I have high hopes for you, so don't let me and the brothers under your command down. Yes, sir. I will certainly do my best and will not disappoint you and my brothers. Get up. Liu Hao came to the front of the crowd. Who is second? I, Qin Bao, unfortunately ranked second. Liu Hao took the bronze medal, glanced at it, and nodded. From now on, you'll be the acting battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the new regiment. You'll also have 6 months to see if you can handle the job. Thank you, sir. Liu Hao then selected 3 acting company commanders and 9 acting platoon leaders from the remaining rankings. Let these acting generals organize their own personnel and assign them to their own teams. Liu Hao then approached the 5 people. Pointing at the last person to fall, he asked, "What is your relationship with him? Why are you taking the blame for him?" In reply to your question, "Sir, we are brothers. My younger brother, Huan, has loved literature since childhood and has not exercised often, which is why he is thin and weak. Among the soldiers, there are many who practice martial arts, but few who practice literature. He is the only one in our family who can read and write, and we cannot let him die like this." Liu Hao then turned to Huan and said, "I hope you will not betray the kindness of your elder brother and his brothers. I would never dare to betray the life-saving grace of my elder brother and 3 older brothers. I will never forget it. Do you know arithmetic? I only know addition and subtraction, but I'm still unfamiliar with multiplication and division. Want to learn multiplication and division? Does the master understand multiplication and division? From now on, you'll stay by my side and work as a clerk. I'll teach you multiplication and division later." Huan was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The other 4 people also bowed in gratitude. Liu Hao, the 4 of you will be the Central Guard Battalion around me from now on, protecting the Central Army. You will be the battalion commander, and the other 3 of you will each be the company commanders of 3 companies. Who would have thought that, in the end, instead of being executed, he was promoted and made a fortune? The 4 were named Hualong, Zhang Wu, Fang Jin, and Yen Xiao. Since the organization isn't fully complete yet, let's select 50 of the fastest runners from among them to form the Central Guard Battalion. I don't know if they'll actually fight, but they'll be able to run away quickly, leaving the coach behind. In any case, their physical condition is definitely not bad. Once the organization was complete, they reported it to the Imperial Guard. Then, each group of people went home, packed up, and chose a day to move their entire families to Yulong Township, where they would become residents from then on. On the way back, Gongzi Xing, "Brother, do you really understand mathematics? Do you really even understand those profound and unfathomable multiplication and division?" In those days, there was no 9 chapters of mathematical calculation, no multiplication table. Addition and subtraction were easy to calculate, but multiplication and division stumped countless people. Once I've finished making the multiplication tables, I'll definitely deliver them to my older brother as soon as possible. What is a multiplication table? That's right. Once you memorize this table, you'll be able to easily perform multiplication and division calculations from now on. Really? Once it's done, don't tell anyone else. Send it to me first. Definitely. Back at Daxing Palace, the king said, "He is indeed a talented general and has not disappointed me. In that case, I can confidently give you another 500 soldiers and 500 dan of grain. Is this an attempt to continue the loan sharking business to the very end? However, the more soldiers there are, the faster they can be trained. Fortunately, once the river freezes over in winter, they can be summoned immediately and are ready to fight. Whether they win or lose is another matter. At least saving Liu Hao's entire family shouldn't be too difficult." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zilong, His Majesty has already spoken. What are we waiting for? It's ready-made money. Why not take it? I'm also willing to contribute 500 soldiers, and I also have 1,000 dan of surplus grain at home, which I can lend to Liu Xiangzi. I'm also willing to contribute 1,000 soldiers and 1,000 dan of fine grain. The surplus of taxes in each county is more severe than in the capital city. Selling the sons of those soldiers would not only help them find new opportunities, but also make them a fortune. Normally, we dare not trade soldiers. Now that we have a newly conferred title and are required to support so many soldiers, it is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we will never have another chance. So the 6 counties followed suit, each contributing 1,000. The 6 ministers, with their limited land and scholars, contributed either 100 or 200. This effort resulted in a total of 6,600 people being gathered. Liu Hao hurriedly said, No, that's too many. That's too many. It's already 6,600. I can't afford to support so many men. Why don't you sell me more male slaves instead? The world is currently in a period of scarcity and abundance, and every household is short of male slaves. The moment male slaves are mentioned, they all fall silent.